Chapter 1601. Byte displaying the abilities of a domain, displaying speed it shouldn't have, poisonous abilities it shouldn't have, outpacing his mind at the same dimension, and now even displaying the effects of a completely different force entirely? Leonel dove out of the wave, but he was still too slow. While he managed to avoid the Cobra Demon's punch, it was as though it had managed to predict exactly where he was going. It was a stupid choice, maybe the most idiotic choice Leonel had ever made. He'd been thrust against one wall and then slapped to the side until he hit another one. With the Cobra Demon now coming straight at him, there was only one way to dodge, and that was to his right. To his left, there was a barrier. Coming straight at him was the Cobra Demon, and the only open space was right there. But if he could realize this, how could the Cobra Demon not? RCCDED.CCD.CD.C.C.C.C.C.C.C.C.C.C.C. The demon's tail whipped across Leonel's face. At that moment, Leonel smelled the scent of death closer than he ever had before. There was no instant recovery to rely upon, there was no chance at clearing this zone, and there was no escape. His head snapped back and his spine cracked. His skull fractured, his brain rattling about and tearing under strong G-forces that it wasn't equipped to handle even in the sixth dimension. His jaw, nose, and teeth all cracked at once, leaving his face in an unrecognizable, bloody mess. Leonel entered a dazed-like state, and the fraction of a moment this took seemed to be stretched into infinity. He could practically feel his body shutting down, the reserves of his life force speeding out of his pores and back into the universe that had gifted it all to him. The pain came all at once and so forcefully that he actually didn't feel a thing. It was hard to tell if it was because his spine had entered an unrepairable state, or if this was just the numbing that came with such a lingering scent of death. In those moments, Leonel's thinking speed, which had felt like it was running through sludge all this time, finally picked back up, but that only made him more aware of his impending demise. Shit. He couldn't understand how he made such a stupid mistake in battle. But it was even worse that he couldn't even think of an alternative. Meeting the Cobra Demon head-on was impossible. The gap between them was far too large. Every time it attacked him, its strength seemed to increase. But Leonel knew that the truth was that the Cobra Demon hadn't attacked all out from the very beginning. It was just toying with him. And now, it was bored. It simply didn't feel the need to hold back anymore. Leonel was furious. Furious with Tyla, furious with the bastards that had forced the Void Palace into such a situation, furious with himself. The one time he didn't overestimate himself, the one time he wanted to obediently accept a loss, take what he could get and go home, the one time he pressed his own desires down and didn't pursue the position of number one, he had actually ended up in such a state. He didn't want to fight this battle. He never wanted to fight this battle. He wanted to protect the life of his mother, of Ina, of his brothers, and he had felt that the only way to do that was to lay down his pride and focus on maximizing his chances at survival. But even when he did this, he had somehow ended up like this. Bang! Time seemed to finally catch up with Leonel's speed of thought, and his body was slapped back to the corner he had tried to roll out from. His head rebounded against the barrier, and his fractured skull directly shattered on impact. Leonel slid down the barrier, his eyes half open to reveal nothing but their whites. His limbs went limp and his body ceased movement. His face was nothing more than a rain of mangled flesh and blood. His limbs were twisted into odd angles, and he seemed to have not the slightest sign of life left. Like a candle that had been snuffed out beneath a harsh, cold, and suffocating wind, he sat dully, his head hanging, his legs spread, and his arms limp. The frosty cold of the Cobra Demon latched onto his skin and blood. With nothing to fight back against it, he quickly gained patches of frost here and there, some on his face, some on his limbs, others on his torso, but each of them spreading like a blooming flower. The Cobra Demon gripped Leonel's neck and pulled him upward. An odd crunching sound followed as the shifting of Leonel weight forced his cracked spine to crack once again. The tongue of the Cobra Demon slithered out, a hint of surprise coloring its snake-like face. It wasn't very interested in Leonel's corpse, at least not originally. But when the scent of Leonel's blood permeated the air, it made it feel quite intoxicated. Saliva dripped down from the Cobra Demon's teeth. What a boon. It hadn't expected such a weakling to have such tasty blood. Maybe if he might gain a small change at evolving to become a Chaos Demon. The Cobra Demon's mouth opened wide, its excitement palpable. Its saliva overflowed, but when it hit the ground, it froze into a puddle of ice. And then, the demon chomped down. A sickening crunch resounded. The Cobra Demon took a bite right out of Leonel's skull, swallowing half of it in a single gulp. It chewed slowly, its body trembling with delight as it savored every bite and swallowed. Once it did, completely beside itself, it roared with excitement, feeling as though every cell in its body had completely come alive. Its eyes turned red with excitement. When it lowered its head to take another bite, its saliva falling even faster, its gaze flashed. There, where Leonel's frontal cortex should be, a glimmer of a gem lay, Leonel's ethereal glabella. Chapter 1602, Overlord. It was large, abnormally large. Of course, despite this, it was still barely about the thickness of 2 thumbs, but such a thing was already beyond what could be said for most humans. Ethereal glabellas didn't grow in size. Even when Leonel was facing off against enormous oceanic creatures, he had a hard time pinpointing exactly where theirs were, and that was despite the fact that the beast crystals of beasts were innately several times larger than the ethereal globellus of humans. Leonel's, though, was so large and bright that even in the mess of his sliced skull, it stood out. In fact, it seemed a bit different as well. Incredibly thin crimson threads spread out from it. They were hardly perceptible at all. If not for the cobra demon's sharp eyes, it wouldn't have spotted them at all, but they were just a slight shade redder than even Leonel's own blood. The thin crimson threads didn't spread very far, and couldn't even be considered a single centimeter long each. They seemed to both fuse with Leonel's ethereal globella and act as a separate existence altogether. But from time to time, they would shift and form into shapes and curves that were simply impossible to understand. In that state, they looked less like threads and more like delicate and thin carvings. The cobra demon was enraptured. Much like humankind's love of refining demons, demons also love to eat and refine humans. But the truest delicacy was most definitely the ethereal globella. Only chaos demons could form them, as such lower-level demons were only good for their flesh. But absorbing powerful ethereal globellas, especially for fiend-class demons so close to the chaos realms, was especially good. The cobra demon definitely felt like it had hit the jackpot. Originally, it thought its path of evolution was over after these humans caught it and forced it to be a ringleader for these pathetic little juniors. But with such an opportunity before it, how could it not be ecstatic? If before it wasn't certain, it was sure now that so long as it swallowed and completely refined Leonel, it would finally take that step it had been dreaming of for so long. Its manipulation of force had already reached the greatest extent it could. If it wanted to, before it had been captured by these humans, that is, it could have broken into the seventh star whenever it wanted. But it was unwilling to. The sixth star was considered to be the true start of a practitioner's journey. It was the dividing line between those who could truly become powerful and those that would forever wallow in mediocrity. If it entered the seventh star without changing its class, the difficulty of doing so in the future would be exponentially more difficult. It had originally regretted its unwillingness. If it had broken through earlier, it would have been too powerful for the humans to use for this test, so it would have avoided such a fate. And now, it couldn't break through even if it wanted to. But to think that it would gain such a boon? If it broke into the Chaos class, the seal placed on it would become useless. It could break into the seventh star in one go and shatter this cage. Once it entered the pinnacle of demon society, it would even have a chance to seek revenge for this day. The cobra demon trembled, reaching forward in an attempt to carefully pluck out Leonel's ethereal globella. It was best to refine the entire body first. Once that was complete, he would be perfectly primed to refine this gem. But what the cobra demon couldn't have expected was that when it tried to pluck out Leonel's ethereal globella, something that should have been easy, its claws were rebuffed. It pinched two sharp nails together, trying once again, but it was only rebuffed again. If it had a human face, it might have an incredulous sort of expression right this moment. Was it the crimson threads? Leonel was definitely dead. His heart had stopped, his skin had already begun to lose its warmth, and his entire body held not the slightest ounce of tension. It was definitely impossible for him to be doing this, so the only explanation was that these crimson threads and the odd runes they formed were doing something. The cobra demon was a genius that had pushed the use of its force to the absolute limit. In fact, it had started off as a human-class demon that diligently worked its way up to its current realm, a feat that took tens of thousands of years. Prives, ch1601, mine ch1601E. When it came to pure talent, it wasn't nearly the best, as its innate affinity was for a mere water force barely in the top 30. However, when it came to its application and its use, it was on a completely different level. So when it saw itself being rebuffed for the second time, it took a moment to sense exactly what was happening and came to a conclusion. This was a sealing-type force, an extraordinarily strong one. However, this seal was latched onto this body. So long as this body didn't exist anymore, the seal would also fall. It was no doubt a very heavy blood force seal, one more powerful than any it had ever seen before. It was clear that the parents of the cub should be very powerful. They would definitely be enraged about his death. The cobra demon knew it would have to escape as quickly as possible then. Realizing what had to be done, the demon began chomping away at Leonel's body. Every sickening crunch represented another piece that vanished. One arm, both arms, one leg, both legs. The demon didn't dare to eat around Leonel's skull anymore, not until it refined enough of Leonel's body that the seal would lack the blood force necessary to lash out. To the demon's astonishment, it actually found not one, but two innate nodes in Leonel's body, one of which was a legendary 9th star innate node, and the other of which was a 5th star innate node. This alone was shocking enough, but the force that was inside shook it to its core. How could it have such great luck? The demon held both innate nodes in its hands. When it completely refined Leonel and evolved, it would have the perfect foundation to take these innate nodes as its own. While Michael wasn't able to perfectly assimilate with it due to the Luxnix family's crude methods, it would be able to use Leonel as a catalyst for its perfect fusion with these two innate nodes. Like this, it wouldn't just become a normal chaos demon. In the future, it would become an overlord. Chapter 16003, to Ash. The cobra demon's neck flared open and closed, its excitement clear in its crystalline blue eyes. Although Fire Force was maybe the force that it was the least compatible with, this should ironically help with its breakthrough. The penultimate realm one could reach in their force, a step that the cobra had yet to reach itself, was to birth one's opposite upon reaching an extreme, while the ultimate realm was to revert back once more. These were concepts that Leonel had no idea about, and they were things that the demon had only learned itself after countless thousands of years. The demon felt that it was still several steps away from this penultimate level, but if it could suddenly grasp the exact opposite of its own force to such a high level and even be able to meditate on these complete star runes, it would finally make a breakthrough. With such a breakthrough, even if it didn't become a Chaos-class demon, and even if it stayed in the 6th star, it would still become several folds more powerful, maybe even dozens of folds. The demon clutched the 2 innate nodes, looking toward what remained of Leonel's corpse with a hint of fondness that seemed completely out of place. One would have thought that it was looking at its own child rather than a meal that was half completed. When it made it settle its emotions and regained its calm, it continued to eat. Up Leonel's torso, savoring the tenderness of his lungs and sweetness of his heart. The demon had never had a human that tasted so good. Most of its life, it could only cannibalize its own kind. But demon flesh was very hard to eat, which was why humans refined it. Too much was lost in the process. But human bodies, even ones as tough as Leonel's, were so soft and tender by comparison, and that was especially since a corpse couldn't possibly activate bronze runes. They were an exceptional delicacy and one the demon kind couldn't get enough of. When the demon had finished eating through Leonel's neck, jaw, and much of his face, leaving nothing much more than what remained of his brain, it couldn't help but sigh. It wanted to eat more, to savor more. Unfortunately, there was only one Leonel here. No, that wasn't true. Once it refined this and became a chaos demon, it would be powerful enough to target those truly monstrous humans and strengthen itself. And since it would have been an evolved chaos demon, it wouldn't be stuck behind the seal either, so there would be little to nothing the humans could do about it. It would be too powerful. In truth, the only chaos demons running around this world now were the very few that had escaped the fate of being sealed, and the ones like this fiend-class demon that evolved on their own after the event of all those years ago. Of course, the humans had no idea about this. While they were fighting full-blown wars against the demon bubbles, the great families, the supposed defenders of humanity, were hardly fighting any battles at all. It was all a great joke. They consolidated their power based on what they had supposedly done and were currently doing for humans, when the reality was that they did nothing at all but live lives of luxury. Of course, this wasn't entirely the case. There were still some chaos demons they had to keep in check, and they dealt with most demons like it ahead of time before they could evolve. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that it, of all demons, had been captured like this. It was a method of getting rid of future problems. But for the most part, the great families rested on their laurels. And now that they finally faced a problem they felt they might not easily be able to deal with, rather than doing their job as the protectors of humanity, the job they were paid so handsomely for whether via tributes, respect, or power, they instead chose to hold such an event instead. They planned to wrangle together some useful talents they could use as cannon fodder, so that they'd once again be able to survive while putting in a minimum amount of effort. Humans were truly pathetic. The Cobra Demon sneered. Clearly, it had a great amount of intelligence to piece all of this together. But how much of it was true, and how much of it was just its distaste and bias against those that had hunted it down for its whole life, that much was unknown. The Cobra Demon carefully ate around what was left of Leonie's brain. Piece by piece, it swallowed them down. Just as it had expected, the movements of the small crimson threads became slow, and they even became dimmer. By the time there was nothing at all left of Leonel but his ethereal glabella, the crimson threads had no movement left whatsoever, falling into a dormant state and even losing their crimson color, becoming a lifeless black. The demon caressed the small ethereal glabella. As it sat in meditation, its stomach churned and its body quickly refined Leonel piece by piece. A relentless wave of power flooded through it again and again in tall tsunamis. Its cells and its blue scales shone with a vibrant color. And then, for the first time in over 10,000 years, its scales actually began to shed. Every shed cycle the Cobra Demon went through, the strength of its body would actually more than double. It couldn't believe that such a weak human had given it such an evolution before it even entered the Chaos Demon realms. The more perfect its Fiend-class body, the stronger its Chaos-class body would be. This couldn't have come at a better time. The Cobra's tongue flickered in and out, its sapphire eyes glowing like two blazing torches. And then, it swallowed Leonel's ethereal glabella, entering an absolutely focused state. Its body couldn't be more primed and ready right at this moment. Boom! The aura of the demon began to skyrocket, its power advancing by leaps and bounds as it rushed toward the Chaos Demon realms. Its body bulged and shrank in a continuous cycle, its muscle fibers doubling and its organs shining with a resplendent light. What the demon didn't know, though, was that its actions of pushing Leonel through the gates of death and finally and truly awakened the latter's soul, a state that only the spirituals could experience, a race of people that built their own bodies. Within the demon's stomach, Leonel's ethereal glabella flashed. Life steal. Instant recovery. The demon, who had been sitting on the edge of ecstasy, suddenly froze. A strong pulling force latched onto its circulatory system, ripping at its blood and swallowing it by the tens of liters. The demon's recovery abilities made up this blood in an instant, but the suction only increased. At first it thought that this was part of its evolution, but it was then that it realized that it could no longer feel its connection with Leonel's ethereal glabella. In fact, the two innate nodes that it had set aside to fuse with later suddenly shot into the air, rushing toward it and stabbing two holes in its stomach. Taken cht and Menesis, which is AXIDB, which TBS, DAXIDB, using that there was demon roared with fury, realizing that there was definitely a problem. It had always been quick on its feet and extremely intelligent. If not for this, it would have never made it so far and been so persistent. Without hesitation, it pierced a claw into its belly, ripping its stomach sac out and throwing it a long distance from itself. The demon's scales became somewhat pale and its aura plummeted, but even still it only fell from the quasi-7th star to tier 3 of the 6th star. However, it wasn't paying attention to this at all, its blue eyes having become red with fury as it watched a blob of flesh quickly reform amidst a pillar of gold light. Even its stomach sac was absorbed and used to reform the naked body of a familiar young man. Leonel fell about a foot from the air, his face pale and his limbs still trembling. He had felt every second of himself being eaten alive. It was a feeling that made his body vibrate from head to toe. He gripped his fists, his lips far more blue than red and his hair far more white than violet. Even his dimension had dropped from the 6th back down to the 5th. He raised his head, meeting the gaze of the Cobra Demon. At that moment, the Cobra Demon, who was furious in its own right, trembled. The fury in Leonel's eyes drowned out its own. Fueled by humiliation, Leonel's rage seemed to want to burn the world to ash. Chapter 1604, spiritual Leonel's body felt like it was breaking apart. It felt like he was a normal mortal man once again and that he hadn't eaten or had anything to drink in weeks. Not only was his skin pale, his heartbeat was incredibly fast as it tried to move around the limited blood in his body, and his skin practically stuck to his bone. He had gone from someone who had more defined muscles and vascularity in a lean frame than most bodybuilders had in their behemoth-like bodies to a walking, breathing skeleton. Though, even breathing hurt, so the latter might not even be true for very much longer. The furious light in his eyes was almost like the smoldering flames of an undead, his sunken features making him look like he was a step away from death. The state of the Cobra Demon couldn't be considered to be much better. Leonel had left it in a terrible state. Even after taking so much of its blood, he had barely had enough to reform his body. It was clear that the gap in talent between Leonel and the Fiend-class demon was actually enormous. If not for this, how could the latter drop down 6 tiers, and yet Leonel could still hardly stand? In fact, he hadn't even been able to maintain his 6th-dimensional status. The Cobra Demon should have been able to heal an injury as simple as a lost stomach almost instantly, and yet it still stood hunched over in the distance, its eyes and tongue flickering as it kept its gaze locked onto Leonel. It was clear that it could seem to heal. However, lingering energies from its near breakthrough into the Chaos Demon realms was still there. It just needed time to recover, and there was about a 10% chance it could still manage to make that final breakthrough. However, when facing the smoldering fury in Leonel's eyes, its senses were primed to an extreme, its scales rippling as they moved up and down. It couldn't even think about a breakthrough right now. It had never seen someone capable of regenerating to such an extent. Even demons, who were especially known for their recovery abilities, couldn't do such a thing. Could it be that this boy had that soul separation ability it had heard about? But no, that still shouldn't be possible. Those with that ability needed to take over other bodies. They didn't even have ethereal glabellas, as their souls were vessels capable of replacing the function of one. As such, their very essence could be moved from place to place. It was possible to create a body for oneself if you had such an ability, but as a human, your ability to do so would be very much lacking in comparison to spirituals. This was because a spiritual could take raw materials and use their powerful souls to mold it into their image. However, one with this ability wouldn't necessarily have a soul powerful enough to do this. In addition, even if they did, they would lack the refinement techniques of the spirituals. As such, you would only be able to use crude clone creation methods like Era. But such clones would only last a few years at best before you would have to create a new one. Could it be that this boy was a spiritual? One that had used the raw materials of its very own body in order to reform his? When the Cobra Demon thought to this point, its body shuddered and its level of seriousness raised by several levels. It wasn't a fool. Leonel didn't have the aura or smell of a spiritual. However, when it thought about the fact that Leonel had 2 innate nodes of the number 1 fire force in all of existence, it overrode all of its other thoughts. Theoretically, if a spiritual wanted to, they could construct a body with a human aura. In fact, now that the Cobra Demon thought about this, wasn't this a human lead trial for youths? Could it be that this genius of the spirituals had masked his real identity in order to sneak in and partake in the secrets of the demons? The spirituals should be far more powerful than humans, though. Was it even necessary to do such a thing for someone of Leonel's caliber? However, the Cobra demon didn't bother to think so far. Every race had its own internal conflict. For a spiritual like this boy to have such poor force control and comprehension, it definitely meant that he had been ostracized by his people. A genius of this level should be able to wipe it out with a single wave of a palm, but clearly this boy could not. Plus, if it treated Leonel like a spiritual genius, it wouldn't lose out. In fact, its caution would only help it. Until now, it had only been toying with the boy, not bringing out even a small fraction of its strength. But now, it would go all out. The temperature plummeted and then plummeted once again. The pit in the demon's torso became a block of ice, freezing over all the leaking blood and stopping it in its tracks. The Cobra demon reached out into seemingly empty space. But at that moment, fine lines of cracks in space appeared and its hand vanished, leaving only its forearm in sight. With it pulled back, a menacing weapon slowly manifested inch by inch. It carried with it the wild fluctuations of space. A scythe that looked as though it had been carved of black ice made its presence known. Everywhere it swept by, space froze over and cracked. It curved with a murderous aura, blue frost wafting from its body. The Cobra demon rose to its full height, roaring into the skies above. Bang! It shot forward like a streak of blue light. Leonel was the only thing it could see. This boy was the gate between it and freedom, between it and true power. Spiritual or not, it would make sure that this boy felt its pride as a demon. Chapter 1605, Demon Blood. The Cobra demon appeared before Leonel in the blink of an eye, the smoldering fire within the latter's eyes as sharp as blades. Leonel took a step to the side, dodging out of the way of the blade. He felt like he could finally see again. The slush his mind had been wading through was nowhere in sight. No, it was still there. It was just far less capable of affecting him any longer. He could finally think like himself, finally calculate like himself, finally make the world dance in the palm of his hand like himself. A spear appeared in his hand as the scythe sliced down a mere inch from his nose. He didn't have the strength to manifest his panda construct. His body was too weak to summon his bronze runes. He couldn't summon his stars. The pressure he had put on his mind previously to save Aina was far too much, and it only became worse after his soul separated from his body and lost its support. The only things that hadn't abandoned him was his ability index, his innate nodes, and the spear in his hand. His gaze blazed. This was more than enough. Scarlet Star Force flooded Leonel's body from his left kidney. At this moment, he was thankful that he hadn't shattered the seals upon it to the 6th-dimensional level. With the current state of his body, there was no way that it could handle 6th-dimensional Scarlet Star Force. Flames blazed to life around him. He had never been more focused. His spear pierced outward, taking claim of the absolute perfect timing. The gaze of the Cobra demon flickered. It was surprised by Leonel's sudden increase in reflexes. What happened? However, it didn't care. It had already approached with the utmost caution. As for these Scarlet Star Force flames, how could they possibly hurt it with such a crude, rudimentary usage? The scythe of the Cobra demon flipped in its palms, changing the direction of its blade and slicing toward Leonel's back despite the fact that the demon stood before him. The hook of the blade was fully prepared to cut Leonel at the waist, but the latter didn't even seem to notice in the slightest. Destruction. Runes flashed in Leonel's smoldering pupils, the blade of his own blade shifting and perfectly colliding with the polearm of the scythe. It looked like a completely useless action, but the small force was enough to carry a bit of extra momentum over to the scythe blade. The demon's original strike had been a downward swing, so now it was actually pulling its scythe upward to deal Leonel a blow. Leonel's sudden and unpredictable actions caused the demon to overshoot, the hook of its scythe just barely grazing the tips of his hair. The demon faltered in its step backward, not having received the resistance it had expected from slicing through Leonel's waist. Due to its caution, it had actually expected Leonel to be able to block this attack, somehow, some way, but what it hadn't expected was for destruction runes to flash in Leonel's eyes for a mere parrying maneuver. Leonel was already moving forward. His spear spun in his hand, a wheel of flames forming as he used a technique he hadn't in a very long time, Infernal Cyclone. All he could do now was use these simple techniques he had gained from Valiant Heart Mountain, but in his eyes, they would be more than enough. He regretted it. He regretted ignoring his heart and not shooting for first place, for scrounging for what he could instead of ripping away what he wanted. A wheel of fire shot forward. Powered by Leonel's Scarlet Star Force, it tore the ground apart, rushing forward like the wheels of a blazing race car as it closed the small distance between Leonel and the stumbling Cobra demon in an instant. Leonel's spear spun once again, forming another wheel and closing the distance. Due to its miscalculation, the Cobra demon's scythe wasn't in place to block or counter. It could only remove a hand from its polearm and slammed out with a claw. Meteoric impact. Leonel didn't miss a single beat. Even as the wheels of fire shattered into a rain, he took a strong step forward and he pierced through the fires with a deathly momentum. His spear appeared before the Cobra demon, but shocking enough, it wasn't toward any one of its vital points like the demon had expected, but rather right into the block of ice that had blocked up its stomach. The Cobra Demon was smart enough to consider that Leonel might use the first attacks as a cover. Leonel had already done it once, it was very possible that he'd do it again. But it thought that Leonel would attack one of its vital points, not a block of ice. Although it was an injury, it wasn't life-threatening. As a Fiend-class demon, even if it didn't heal it, it would easily survive for decades without its stomach. It just didn't make sense for Leonel to attack such a thing. The tip of Leonel's spear barely pierced the ice. However, this was where the effects of meteoric impact activated. Bang! An implosion of fire blasted from the inside out. The Cobra Demon's eyes widened, coughing up a mouthful of blood as it was blasted backward. Leonel's battle intent blazed as a tempest of flames rose up around him, harmonic spear. His voice was frighteningly cold. At that moment, hundreds of flame clones, each wielding a fiery spear, appeared in the skies. The plummeting temperature began to skyrocket. Even if Leonel couldn't win by quality, he would win by quantity. He still couldn't understand how this Cobra Demon was so powerful, even using spatial abilities when it clearly didn't have such an affinity, but none of that mattered. All he wanted right now was for his blade to taste blood. Demon blood. His clones all pierced out at once. Chapter 606, Chaos Demon. The Cobra Demon's body rebounded against the barrier even as Leonel's clones all pierced forward at once. It coughed violently again and again. Leonel's spear was hardly strong enough to pierce its block of ice, which went to show just how sturdy it was. However, this was precisely its downfall. Leonel had used its own force against it, using it as materials for his makeshift grenade. Right now, shards of the Cobra Demon's own ice had torn into its lungs, its intestines, and most unfortunately, its heart. With how slow its regenerative abilities were now, such a thing was a death sentence unless it could find something to nourish itself. But would Leonel allow it such an opportunity? It felt that the moment Leonel had reformed his body, it had entered quicksand it couldn't find its way out of. It found that its suppression of Leonel, at least toward the latter's mind, was of no use at all. And now that Leonel's mind was unleashed in full force, it couldn't keep up with his deductions, and it couldn't read Leonel's intentions any longer. The Cobra Demon faced this rain of fire with a look of unwillingness in its eyes. How far had it climbed to reach this point? Now it was just a single step from its goal, a single step away from becoming the Chaos-class monster it had always wanted to be, but now it was going to be snatched from it at the finish line? No, no, no. The neck of the Cobra Demon flared, its mouth opening wide. It pushed itself up, a wild mist of frost billowing around it. D-I-I, D-I-I-I. Leonel's clones shattered one after another, the dissipation of one leading to a large impact on the Cobra Demon's wild flurry of force. However, Leonel's expression only remained as cold as ever. When it came to stamina, none could match up to an innate node holder, never mind the state the demon was in. This demon was only hastening its death. Leonel's spear spun, releasing infernal clone after infernal cyclone. Bright red-gold wheels shot through the dull ground, grinding the Cobra Demon down step by step. His spear pierced outward. If he could also use Vanishing Blade, he could have already ended this battle. But it was impossible for him to manipulate space in his current state, especially not with the crude methods of a technique of Valiant Heart Mountain. Bang, 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 roar. The Cobra Demon ignored everything, not even protecting itself as it started a mad charge toward Leonel. Although it had seemed that it could casually deal with Scarlet Star Force, that was all. The Cobra Demon controlled a mere top 30 water force at the 6th dimension, while Leonel controlled the number 1 fire force at the 5th dimension. The former was able to use its expert control and understanding of its force to make the latter seem useless, but as it ran out of stamina, it became harder and harder. So it ignored everything, conserving what was left of its stamina to charge through Leonel's wall of fire. By the time it came out of the other side, it was nothing but a blazing humanoid, its scales, body, and flesh quickly charring under in the inferno. It swiped at Leonel with its scythe. However, Leonel only flicked out with his spear. Crack! In its madness, the Cobra Demon had forgotten what its scythe was formed out of. Now that it had abandoned all forms of protection, how could the scythe continue to maintain its structural integrity? The shards of ice sparkled as they fell through the air. Time seemed slow, the rain of ice twinkling beneath the raging red-gold flames as Leonel's spear continued its forward sweep, piercing right through the demon's heart. With its scales quickly being destroyed, how could its defenses still be the same? The Cobra Demon fell to its knees before Leonel, blazing in a pillar of fire, its head raised, laughing into the skies. All that effort, tens of thousands of years, countless battles, all to fall here. However, at the very least, this vile human wouldn't gain its body. It would rather burn to ash right here in a final blaze of glory. Just as it was about to fall, though, Leonel reached through the flames and grabbed its neck, squeezing down hard. He looked down at the Cobra Demon, meeting its gaze through the raging fires. Did I say that you could die as you pleased? Your corpse is too valuable. Don't you like to eat people? I'll make sure to savor you well. The flames that the Cobra Demon found to be impossible to deal with any longer suddenly vanished into wisps of smoke as though they had never been there, leaving behind a half-dead, charred demon. As the final embers of its life flickered out, the Cobra Demon couldn't pull its gaze away from Leonel's. Just, which of them was the demon exactly? Standing there, as sickly as could be, with barely the strength to even stand, Leonel still somehow felt like a monster it shouldn't have dared to stand against. At that moment, outside the battlegrounds of top 10 versus demon, the sound of shrieking resounded through the demon world. By this point, 9 of the top 10 had already exited, leaving Leonel as the only one left. 2 of these top 3 had joined up with Taila as they were members of the Endless Twilight Pavilion. However, right this moment, all 3 were in a bloody mess. Their clothes were shredded to pieces, their tender bodies an unrecognizable, bloodied mess, and all of their lofty arrogance had shrunk to nearly nothing. Demon, the Ella shrieked. You're not a blood sovereign, you're a demon, demon, demon. She seemed to have completely lost her mind, unable to even speak in coherent sentences. Before her, a beauty of unspeakable proportions stood. The white of this beauty's eyes had turned completely black, her irises looking like a pool of blood. On her back, at the level of her hips, a pair of black wings grew out where her Venus dimples would have been. Above her head, there was a jet-black halo, and out from her tailbone, there was an incredibly thin and sharp tail that grew out like a menacing whip. A twin pair of horns curved out from her forehead, sparking with black lightning from time to time. Her body was wrapped in floating black feathers that circulated around her, making it difficult to tell if she was wearing clothes at all. The hints of skin such an appearance revealed was enough to intoxicate all those who saw her, including even women. It was you. You drove him to such a state. You deserve a life worse than death. A woman by Tayla's side crushed a talisman. This was already her 10th time doing so, but she kept trying again and again. Master, master. Chaos demons have infiltrated the Fiend class sect. Just then, the tail of the Chaos demon whipped outward and a pink tongue flashed into the air, spinning about before plopping to the ground. This Chaos demon swept a sorrowful gaze forward that quickly became frighteningly cold, as though she was thinking of other methods to torture these 3. This Chaos demon was none other than Ina Brazinger. Chapter 1.07 Els LTU. Leonel fell out of the air, landing on the ground with a stumble. His lungs felt like they were filled with sand at this point. If it wasn't because he had a decent amount of strength in his healthy form, he wouldn't have nearly enough energy left in this state to drag around a Fiend-class demon. Leonel's gaze turned in a certain direction. Over there, a huge pillar of baleful light swirling in crimson and black, swirling like a cyclone. The aura was more powerful than anything he had experienced before in this demon world, so much so that even in this state, he could feel it. It had to be understood that right now, Leonel's couldn't even use his internal sight properly, at least not to his normal exaggerated ranges. When he fought the Cobra Demon, he had focused all the Dream Force stamina he had left in his ability index so that he would be able to calculate a path to victory, and that he did. But right now, since he didn't need to fuel his ability index to its very peak, he was able to use his internal sight to a small extent, but even then, it was just barely in a 100-meter radius. If others heard Leonel calling 100 meters a small radius for his internal sight, they would be greatly shocked. But truthfully, wasn't a 100 meters small compared to the over 100 kilometers Leonel was usually capable of? Even his starry spirit domain had a range 100 times that, and it was on a level all to its own. That pillar was at least 20 kilometers away from Leonel though, and yet he could still sense it so clearly. He hadn't even initially been facing that way and could have easily missed it considering his languid state, but it was as though it demanded his attention. Leonel's brow furrowed. This aura wasn't one he recognized, but the coercion laced through it was something he had only ever felt from Ina. When Ina first rid herself of her curse, she had gained a coercion ability that she found difficult to control. Just by existing, her charm could practically enslave the minds of others. When she spoke, her words carried a beauty all to their own. The mental pressure she placed on most was simply on another level. Even Leonel was somewhat affected. Of course, this was also because Leonel had very deep feelings for Ina to begin with. Normally, such coercion wouldn't work on him at all. Leonel didn't know exactly what happened between his and Ina's separation and their meeting once more, but by then, she had gained perfect control over her coercion and it never leaked again. In fact, she didn't even use it in battle. The last time she used it at all was under Leonel's request to sing a note to test something, resulting in them creating a powerful combination attack, without which they wouldn't have been able to kill the first lower Fiend-class demon they met in this world. It was thanks to defeating this demon that they gained a small foothold in this world to begin with. However, even after this, Ina seemed quite reluctant to use it. That said, Leonel never blamed her because he understood her feelings quite intimately. That experience Ina had on terrain was a heavy scar on her heart. She almost lost her life to the Puppet Master, and that was one thing that she could accept, but what the Puppet Master had wanted to do to her made her freeze up. The one dream Ina had outside of revenge for her mother was to have a large family, for her to bask in warmth she had never gotten a chance to experience as a child and live a happy life. Although Ina had originally wanted to keep a distance from Leonel when the metamorphosis descended, this wasn't because she hadn't had such hopes buried within her heart, but rather because she wanted to protect Leonel, a sentiment that waned somewhat the more of his talent he displayed, but never quite fully vanished. It could be said that of all of Ina's hopes, this was the one that ranked second of them all, but it was also the one that acted as the guiding light of her heart. While revenge might have been number one, there was only so much of such darkness a person could take. Why else would Ina want to have so many children? She really hadn't been joking that day. As many children as Leonel was willing to give her was as many as she would birth. She wanted a family so large that she would never have to experience coldness again. And yet that bright, beautiful hope within her heart, within her soul, was taken, twisted, darkened, and perverted by the puppet master. Back then, it had really seemed like there would be nothing she could do. Her body was out of her control and she could only sit, shivering. However, due to a stroke of luck, she had been able to use the effect of her curse to escape. But then the bastard appeared again on Earth, all while she was in one of her happiest moments with Leonel. The puppet master once again snatched control of her body away. But what he dropped a city, back then, Leonel hadn't understood Ina's thoughts and emotions so deeply, but he had understood enough to be infuriated. He didn't need to know the details. The fact that someone had made his Ina feel such a way was enough for him to sentence them to death. So, he dropped a city from the skies. Leonel had done everything he could, but since that day, Ina had been very hesitant to use her abilities as a blood sovereign, only feeling comfortable enough to when matters were related to Leonel. She had always hated them because of that lack of control she had experienced that day. Is it you? Despite only just thinking this, Leonel was already running in that direction. His lungs threatened to stop expanding no matter how hard he breathed, but he just kept running. No matter how weak he was now, 20 kilometers was still a small distance to him, and yet it took almost half an hour before he laid eyes on her. The moment he did, his body gave way. Chapter 1608. Someone Leonel's consciousness came in and out of focus. He was truly drained. Even his usually endless dream force was tapped out. The process of fully separating his soul from his body was definitely incredibly taxing, and it felt even much like something that shouldn't have happened at all. However, when that was stacked atop of what he had experienced before, it really pushed him over the edge. He had only managed to run so far out of sheer will, and he wasn't even 100% certain if what he expected to find on the other side would be that. However, before he could hit the ground, he found himself enveloped by a soft embrace. The moment Leonel appeared, Ina had sensed it immediately and rushed over. She seemed to blink away from her location, nothing but a tornado of black feathers being left as a marker for her former appearance. When she appeared once more, she had already caught Leonel. Those black feathers that had wrapped around her, dancing about in a pattern around her, was a defense the three women had become intimately familiar with. It was as though they couldn't pass through it no matter how hard they tried. However, at that moment, they didn't harm Leonel in the slightest, allowing his head to pass through as though they weren't there at all. Ina's expression flickered. Leonel looked so sickly and weak. The first emotion she felt with excitement, but then when she said his state she felt worry, and very soon that became an unbridled rage. D.I. In her fury, her tail whipped out and shot through the skulls of the three women in one sweeping motion that was no less sharp than a flexible sword. As though a disc had run through their foreheads, their expressions froze in horror before their bodies plopped to the ground with a dull, wet sound. Ina held Leonel in her arms and shivered when she realized that he had actually fallen to the fifth dimension. Just what had happened to him? Her gaze landed on the demon he had been dragging behind him. Was it because of this demon? Her demonic eyes flickered with rage. She couldn't refine this demon to help Leonel. In his current state, there was no way that he could handle a force pill on this level. One had to remember just the kind of violent upheaval Leonel's body underwent whenever he swallowed these pills. Even in his peak state, it was like he swallowed a mountain and his digestive system was placed under a great amount of stress. Most importantly, it was mostly because of his Tier 4 controllability index that he was able to lower much of the risk. However, if he swallowed even a lower fiend-class force pill in this state, he would end up ripping a hole through his body. It definitely wasn't an easy feat to improve your foundation. It needed one to have decent enough talent to begin with, and a tremendous amount of focus. Leonel needed something more delicate to absorb. Ina's brows furrowed, but this didn't last too long. She placed a hand on Leonel's chest, and a strong life force began to pulse. She reached out another hand toward the demon's corpse, and it was quickly sucked dry before it began to be quickly refined. Ina's expression flickered. This demon looked like any other higher fiend-class demon, but there was something different about its insides. It was actually on the verge of becoming a chaos-class demon, and it had even started the process, but for some reason it had halted. After thinking to this point, Ina thrust away all other distracting thoughts. By now, her skill in manipulating blood force had skyrocketed. Since Leonel could absorb it on his own, she would just have to break it down into bite-sized pieces he could absorb. It was as simple as that. Even the Aurora Black Panther's life-steal abilities were nothing compared to her. Leonel quickly began to regain some color. His skin gained some luster, no longer sticking to his bone. His white hair and eyes began to slowly regain their pale violet hues and the faint light they usually emitted. And his muscles returned inch by inch as though vegetation that had finally been watered. Leonel's consciousness, which had been fading in and out, regained some of its focus, his heart skipping a beat. Though it seemed like he had only lost consciousness just now, it was far worse than that. If not for someone's action, he would have died. His body was running on empty, and it could be said that the only thing still running was his soul. But once he ran out of dream force, wouldn't it also be running on empty? If his body and soul hit a wall, what was there left if not death? Both needed to be functioning properly for Leonel to hold on to his life. Normal humans of the human domain had their souls and bodies fused into one, so once the body died, the soul would die as well. Likewise, if one met a spiritual capable of targeting one's soul, death would also be the only path forward. However, the separation of Leonel's soul and body meant that he had some leeway. His body could be pushed to the brink of death, and he would be able to bring it back with his soul. At the same time, his soul could be brought to the brink of death, and he could use his body to bring it back. The only caveat was that his ethereal glabella had to remain intact. It was the link that chained the both. Without it, there was only death waiting for him. Wait, someone? Leonel started, and his head shot up to final, a demonic pair of eyes looking back at him. Its whites were completely black, and the irises were entirely crimson. Ina, who hadn't been ready for Leonel to suddenly wake up, panicked, trying to hide her face. Chapter 1609 became Leonel blinked. He looked Ina up and down, his gaze not giving much of his thoughts away. Horns, black halo, wings at waist level, a tail, black feather tornado in place of clothes, big, really big, soft breasts. Wait, those had already been there before. Leonel's gaze sparkled. First a vampire girlfriend, now a succubus girlfriend. Raj would be jealous enough to jump off the nearest cliff. Leonel laughed so hard that his voice boomed across the skies, much of his power seemingly having returned to his body. He almost immediately began to play with Ina's wings and tail, just to make sure they were real and that he wasn't dreaming. How had he hit such a jackpot? As for Ina's embarrassment, he couldn't even be bothered with it. Funny enough, the first time Leonel learned that Ina could absorb the blood of others, she had reacted like this as well, scared of how he would take it. Clearly, she hadn't learned her lesson. Leonel had two loves in life, cool uniforms and monster girls. He could already envision Raj's furious howl at the unfairness of it all. Ina squirmed, moving her hands from her face. Her winds and tail were exceptionally powerful in battle, but when Leonel touched them like that, it made her feel odd sorts of stimulation she had never experienced before. Quickly, she retracted it all, running away from Leonel's touch. At that moment, the black feathers rotating around her and hiding much of her decency shrank and latched onto her skin, becoming a gorgeous black full-body armor that glided down the grace of her curves. If one looked closely, it almost looked as though she had forged this full-body flexible armor out of the scales of a mighty black dragon. Seeing Ina's tail, wings, and horn all disappear at once, Leonel practically pouted. There should be laws against this kind of thing, he mumbled. Ina was truly speechless when she heard this, but she couldn't help but break out into a smile. As expected, the one who always made her feel the most comfortable in her skin was Leonel. Whether her face was scared, whether she could drink blood, whether she quite literally became a demon, he didn't even seem to care, nor did he ask how any of it had happened. He just continued to have that same childish grin on his face. If not for the crossroads they had reached those years ago, just how deep would their relationship be right now? She simply couldn't see herself with any other man. Stop playing around. I haven't finished healing you yet. Ina had barely managed to awaken Leonel. Even now, he was still quite sickly and had only regained enough energy to be somewhat lively, but not enough to return to his peak. Yes, ma'am. Leonel obediently placed his head on Ina's lap as though this was some sort of punishment. Ina began the procedure once more, slowly nurturing Leonel step by step. Aren't you going to ask? Ina asked after a while. Ask about what? Leonel blinked. Ina rolled her eyes. Sometimes this man was truly too dense. Oh, you mean about the succubus mommy? I mean demon morphing thing? Leonel coughed. It just slipped out, truly. They weren't even his words, nor did he have such a fetish. It was just something that Raj had repeated so many times he had subconsciously blurted them out. He was in a delirious, half-dead state. He deserved this kind of free pass. Ina burst into another fit laughter. I didn't know you had such hidden fetishes. I was actually planning to learn the whip as my next weapon. Are you interested? Leonel was speechless for a moment before we recovered. I think between the both of us, we know who the real masochist is. Ina suddenly blushed profusely. She had never told Leonel that. Did he just figure it out on his own? Of course, in the past, Leonel's mind hadn't been sharp enough to pick up on it. But with his impeccable memory and his strengthened mind, he could easily see through things he hadn't been able to see through before. In this arena, he was undefeated. However, what Ina didn't realize was that when Leonel said masochist, he was actually referring to Ina's training methods. But when she suddenly blushed like that, a spark went off in his dreamscape that he couldn't ignore. Huh? Leonel's brows shot up. Leonel was about to say something, but he found a firm hand had been placed over his mouth and a murderous glint in Ina's eye as she looked down at him. In the end, Leonel could only cough lightly and pretend as though he hadn't seen a single thing. But inwardly, he was grinning like a madman. It's the Silver Empire. Leonel looked up to meet Ina's again. She had gone back to focusing on helping him heal, but she still began to talk. When I was with my dad, I entered a zone with the youths of the Three-Pillar Sector. That was a remnant zone of the dead Silver Empire. It was incredibly dangerous and very distorted, and we almost died. However, inside, I was able to receive a legacy that I didn't really fully understand. When I was meditating on the Blood Sovereign Gold Tablet, though, I finally made a breakthrough and I understood something. The things that had confused me about the original legacy finally made sense and it all clicked. When I took the legacy out to confirm, I realized that I was underground and you weren't there anymore. But when I broke out from the earth to try and find you, the legacy began to frenziedly absorb the anarchic force in this demon world, and it resonated with something within me. I hadn't expected it to happen, because according to the legacy, it was exceptionally tyrannical and should have been difficult to grasp even with my comprehension. But something triggered that made it all happen automatically. Before I could understand what happened, my body had completely changed, and the first genius I ran into here ran away screaming that I'd become a chaos demon. Leonel fell into silence. The Silver Empire? Chapter 1610. Silver Empire. Leonel kept hearing the name of this empire come up again and again, but oddly enough, the Void Palace hadn't had much information on it. One would think that one of the most powerful empires of the human domain would be well documented. After all, wasn't the point of the Void Palace to act as an alliance of humans? But if what Ina was saying was true, maybe it was the case that the Silver Empire was destroyed because of their connection to demons. This wasn't impossible considering the situation in this zone and how the two races seemed to be like fire and water. This would also explain why Leonel didn't understand anything about this zone despite the fact he believed it might be mythological. If the history of the Silver Empire was mostly erased outside of some vague information passed by word of mouth from time to time, then it was highly likely that any fairy tale this world was based on could have been erased as well, if for nothing other than to hide the connection. But there was a very glaring issue with all of this. If the Silver Empire could form chaos demons, Leonel didn't believe for a single second that the powers of the human domain could ever destroy them. Just from these last few weeks of interacting with fiend-class demons, Leonel realized just how large the gap was. If Leonel had to rank himself, he was probably somewhere between a middle and higher fiend-class demon in talent and strength, and he could use his mind and tricks to bridge the gap. Cleanian CNCC, Cleanian CCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC, Cleanians KZCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC them. Of course, Leonel thought of the possibility that they had actually been destroyed by another race, but he threw that idea out immediately. If another race infiltrated the human domain deeply enough to destroy the Silver Empire, why would the human domain even still exist at all? And even if Leonel was willing to accept that their only target was the Silver Empire and they left everyone else alone, that wouldn't explain why much of the Silver Empire's history had been wiped. The only thing that made sense was that the humans themselves wiped out the Silver Empire. But even that was lacking because the strength Leonel had seen humans display until now shouldn't be enough. In that case, it was likely a complex cobweb of internal strife and external pressure that led to their collapse. Things were rarely, if ever, just one-dimensional in their complexity, especially when the topic was real-world politics, powers, and organizations. There was also one more possibility that Leonel hadn't fully considered as well. Let's say that the Silver Empire really was able to access the strength of demons in all their glory, and they also had little to no internal strife, or at the very least, not enough to cause them to collapse. How then would they have fallen to humans? It's very much possible that the core difference here isn't in being a demon, but rather force manipulation. Leonel's gaze flashed, a possibility coming to him. Why was it that he struggled so much against the Cobra demon? Of course that demon was very physically strong, but what really set it apart was its magnificent use of force. It took a fairly ordinary force and turned it into an insurmountable mountain Leonel couldn't even climb. Thankfully, dying had been the catalyst for Leonel's soul to separate from his body, resulting in his mind gaining a boost that made him immune to the demon's suppression of it. But that was ultimately the largest issue by far. From what Leonel had seen, though, the human domain didn't have such force manipulation abilities at all. Could it be, then, that the demons of the Silver Empire hadn't been as towering and undefeatable as the demons in this zone? If that was the case, things would make a little bit more sense, and the humans might have been able to destroy the Silver Empire given enough willingness to sacrifice. There was a very easy method of telling, though. Leonel didn't really have to guess. How powerful are you now? Leonel asked. Considering Ina had killed those three, including Tyla, who Leonel couldn't do anything against, her strength should be very great. Don't overestimate me too much, Ina laughed lightly. I might have killed those three, but the truth is that there was a huge battle royale that broke out before you returned. Oh? Yes. A lot of the top 10 came out in quick succession. The gap between them was very small, so obviously those that lost out wanted to fight for the chance they lost out on. There was a huge battle in the center of the world, and they all ended up heavily injured. Half of those injuries on them weren't even caused by me to begin with. They caught sight of me afterward when the fighting was finished. They thought the gap was large enough that they didn't have to worry about their injuries, but luckily they were wrong. Right now, I probably just caught up to you again. I didn't have enough time to meditate on the gold tablet anymore, but there should be a lot of room to improve. I've noticed that this world has a very unique method of using force that I still can't quite understand. Do you? Leonel fell into silence hearing this question. First, Ina's words confirmed that she, and likely the Silver Empire, were unable to pull out the greatest strength of their demon bodies. That leaves a path for the humans to kill them. But secondly, it seemed that she had noticed what he had as well. I've been thinking about that too, and I think I probably have an answer, but it's really complicated. I'm not quite sure how to take the first step. But if I were to explain it as simply as possible, why are weapon forces the only ones that can evolve? It's likely that all forces have an evolution path. Chapter 1611, Force Manipulation. Ina's eyes lit up, but she didn't interrupt Leonel. But I also don't think it's that simple. There's a fundamental difference between weapon forces and other forces, and that's that weapon forces all start from the foundational dimension.
What?
Ina frowned. Didn't all forces do that? Leonel's Scarlet Star Force was the perfect example. If not, he wouldn't have to undo the seals step by step. If it was someone else, Ina would have probably interrupted. But Leonel wasn't someone who would make such a rudimentary mistake, so she just continued to listen. When you look at other forces, it feels like that happens as well, but it feels like a rubber band. Leonel chose this example after a while. The stronger the force, the tighter and thicker the rubber. It's harder to stretch, but it's also more resilient at greatest length. It also stores up more energy per length stretched. If you take a normal fire force and you compare it to Scarlet Star Force, the latter is the far thicker and more powerful rubber band, even right from the start. If you stretch it a single inch, and let's say that inch represents the third dimension, if I release it, which rubber band will fly further and have greater impact is obvious. But the starting point, from the very beginning, is different. For some forces, if you stretch it past a certain point, rather than producing more powerful effects, the rubber band will snap. There are just certain levels of power it won't be able to reach no matter what. That's the most ultimate truth. Take my Dark Ice Force, for example. It's a fifth-dimensional force. Ina's brows jumped up when she heard that. She hadn't even thought about it before, but the moment Leonel mentioned Dark Ice Force, things suddenly started falling into place. That was right. Some forces were considered to be of certain dimensions. And yet, higher-dimensional individuals used them all the time. What did that mean? As a fifth-dimensional force, that should be its maximum output. I can't really apply more strength to it. However, I fused my Dark Ice Divine Armor with an evolution ore, allowing it to display power comparable to the sixth dimension. Ironically, because of that, it's taken me longer than usual to realize the problem. My Dark Ice Force is quasi-sixth dimensional thanks to evolution ore. My Ethereal Star Force is seventh dimensional. My Scarlet Star Force is ninth dimensional. I haven't reached the end of any one of those rubber bands yet, not even close for some, so I've never noticed the drop-off in power before, or even had to find a way to strengthen the rubber bands. Weapon forces are different though. You notice the end of the rubber band almost immediately. You're forced to find a path ahead for it, because if you don't, it quickly becomes useless. Level by level, you're forced to push forward. I've honestly wondered why it is that everyone in the human domain uses a weapon force of some kind. Not everyone is destined to use a weapon. There have to be other paths. But the moment I step into this zone with such high-level attainments in force manipulation, I ran into the first and only mage I've ever run into outside of the Camelot zone. Of course, this mage Leonel was referring to was Ina's senior and a member of the Endless Two-Light Pavilion. But I think I understand now. In our world, weapons are the only way to push past this bottleneck for people who aren't born with obscenely powerful affinities. Most won't have an innate node like mine, or even an affinity a step or two below. Even the very best lineage factors of the human domain are only seventh dimensional. My metal synergy lineage factor has an eighth dimensional door. But when I asked the dictionary about it, it triggered a video from my dad, and this is apparently a secret I have to keep no matter what. If you're in a world where the seventh dimension is almost a cap, then even in the Void Palace, the top-level geniuses usually, at best, control sixth-dimensional forces. When you combine that with the fact that humans haven't consolidated their talents and focused on one or two lineage factors across the board, it makes us even weaker. I don't think it's a coincidence that the strongest families in the human domain are the Morales and Suard families who both have powerful weapon force lineage factors. That's where their advantage lies from the very beginning. Even the Archers' Alliance would be right there if not for what happened with the White Lion bow. It's not because weapon forces are more powerful, it's because weapon forces are the only ones with an easy and logical progression toward the next step. In addition, there's a large number of masters one can pull inspiration from as well, whereas for other forces, it's not so streamlined at all. This should also be another reason why humans are so weak compared to the other races. And, if I'm correct, this is indeed a mythological zone, but rather than displaying the use of a normal magic system, this one is a layer deeper than normal, displaying, instead, a universal method of manipulating and using forces of all kinds. I don't think the two of us are any less talented than Chaos Demons. What we lack are two things, foundation and force manipulation. The first can be fixed by absorbing refined demons. The latter, though, is more complicated. If this is a ubiquitous method of this zone, I should have already run into methods in the previous exchange stores I visited, but I didn't. I also didn't find anything in the Oleodark family's libraries either. It's likely that just like what I faced in the Camelot zone, there's only one method to get the true magic system of this zone. But since we've already failed this zone, that opportunity is gone. So there's only one option left. Ina looked down at Leonel, who was still on her lap. We have to figure it out ourselves. Leonel nodded. He wasn't feeling too terrible about this. Wasn't this what he was already doing with his spear force? He had seen enough examples by now to start figuring this out slowly. Leonel rose to his feet, feeling like he was brimming with power. Let's go to the highest level store before they boot us out of this world. Then we can leave this zone for good. Wait, Ina said for a moment before going to Tila's corpse. Without flinching, Ina shot a hand through Tila's chest and pulled out a bloody lump before handing it to Leonel. Yheuheu, Yheu, Uihe, Urihe, Uri. Leonel's brows shot up. In his hand, an emulation spatial force innate node sat. Chapter 11612, Absolute Necessity. Leonel's heart skipped a beat when he saw what it was, but he also smiled bitterly inwardly. He hadn't even caught the faintest inkling that Tiela had an innate node. This meant that against him, she couldn't even be bothered to use it. It seemed that even though it seemed as though she had been going all out, her pride since caused her to hold back somewhat. Yet, it was this very same Tiela that was only ranked 13th and even ended up losing when she ganged up on the others with her two seniors. It was quite difficult to accept, even if this was a zone based on a fairy tale like Leonel speculated. In the end, Leonel sighed. Fusing with innate nodes is too much of a crapshoot. Even after decades, Miguel couldn't even use a fraction of mine properly. I doubt this innate node will be very helpful to me, Leonel said lightly. Still, it suits you far better than it does me. Anyone who tries to fuse with a Dreamforce innate node like that one without the affinity would be asking to suffer. That much was true. The only reason Miguel had even been able to make some use of his innate node was because he had high light and Starforce affinity to begin with, and he had the help of the bronze tablet to further help him and improve said light affinity. In addition, Miguel's ability index allowed him to devour and improve his affinities. So with innate light and Starforce affinity, he just needed to focus on improving his Fire Force affinity. By then, it wasn't impossible for him to make good use of Leonel's innate node. In fact, now that Leonel thought about it, Miguel's use of his Scarlet Starforce was actually still far beyond his own. According to what he knew, Miguel had spent a very long time at the peak of the 5th dimension. Since he had no other methods to improve, he focused everything on improving his lineage factor and studying his innate node. The result of that was quite magical. Even in the 5th dimension, he was able to kill the Patriarch of the Viola who had been nearing the peak of the 6th dimension with a single strike. This was something even the current Leonel wasn't entirely certain he could accomplish. Back then, Miguel hadn't even circulated Scarlet Starforce. He simply sent out a sword strike. In fact, it wasn't even in his strongest state. Back then, he had used his flexible sword, but his strongest weapon was a heavy sword. In addition, he hadn't revealed his Whitestone Elephant lineage factor either. And yet, he was able to display so much strength. It was clear that Miguel's years of meditation on Leonel's innate node had yielded some excellent benefits. If not for Leonel taking his innate node and severing his path forward, it was hard to tell just how powerful Miguel would be now. Leonel sighed. He actually felt quite bad about that looking back. So although he's 70ation of quartered S, the UHDA is the squartered SS, the USDA's worded S, SS, ASDA is the squarterdation of quartered S, A70ation of quartered S, ants est. So although he did see Miguel's perspective, he still didn't care to cater to it too much. It could be said that his mind was still in quite some disarray. I still am too immature. Leonel looked up into the skies, clutching the innate node. Leonel? Are you okay? Ina seemed to notice that something was off. Leonel looked toward Ina, his eyes softening and a sudden overwhelming feeling overcoming him. He reached out and grabbed her waist, pressing his lips to hers. Ina was taken aback, but still melted into Leonel's embrace. Maybe only the two of them could be so carefree amidst a litter of corpses, flesh and blood around them. When Leonel pulled back, Ina seemed to be out of breath, her gaze misty as she looked up at him. Her heart bloomed with happiness, feeling as though she was walking on air. "Let's leave this place," Leonel said lightly. Ina nodded, but quite frankly, it seemed that she would have nodded just the same even if Leonel's words had asked her to walk into the fiery pits of hell with him. Although they didn't exchange such words, it was clear that both of them had the resolve to follow the other to the ends of the earth. Leonel waved a hand and claimed Tiala's spatial ring, finding a vial of blood within it. After a small procedure, he finally finished what he needed to, and a portal appeared, transporting both himself and Ina away with a single step. Since the process was so elaborate to begin with, they didn't need to exchange any points at all. When their eyes cleared, the two found themselves in a room of white marble floors, ceiling, walls, and counters. There didn't seem to be anything in this space, but it only took a single sweep for Leonel to find several complex and hidden force arts. It seemed that this place worked similarly to how the odd space he had first met Uncle Montez in. If he wanted something, he would have to ask for it. Leonel's eyes narrowed. This made things more complicated. It would be easy to miss out on things like this. That would be unfortunate. He had already birthed a certain phobia of missing out on things ever since he stepped into the dimensional verse. However, with this thought in mind, Leonel's gaze only sharpened. With his mind working even faster, he wanted to see if there was really anything he would miss out on. He had enough points to rank in the top 10, and Ina had just killed 3 top 13 individuals. Between the two of them, they had more points than even first place by quite a large margin. There shouldn't be anything they wouldn't be able to exchange for. First, let's start with the absolute necessity. After that, we'll go through all the things we need one by one, and if we run out of demon points, we'll order them priority and only buy the top of the list first. Leonel nodded to himself and spoke. Show me all of your 7-star spatial force ores with extremely stable chemical structures and sturdiness. Chapter 1613 first on the list. Leonel smiled when he saw the selections. The prices were better than he thought. Even the most expensive was a shade under $1 billion or so. Since his and Ina's wealth amounted to nearly $2 trillion, this could be considered chunk change. Excellent. Leonel didn't need to pick the most powerful here. He just needed the one most compatible with his current materials. After picking out an ore that went by the name of Starlight Spatial Ward, a domain-type ore which was known for its defensive spatial abilities, Leonel nodded to himself. With this secured, their escape from this zone was guaranteed. It would all depend on him, but he didn't even consider for a single moment that he would fail. His calculations should be correct. Ina. Because we have to ask for the things we want to appear, it'll be easy to miss out on things if we aren't careful. And we also have a limited number of funds. Though the ore was inexpensive comparatively speaking, I doubt that things will remain like this. So let's test things one by one and make a list. Once we run out of ideas, we can order things based on priority and buy the things we really need first. Okay, I agree. Ina nodded. Monacia, 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 what do you need? Ina's gaze flickered. I have my hands full with the Blood Sovereign tablet. The methods and techniques within it are almost too numerous, and I need to start from the very basics and work my way up. I have a feeling that the secrets of force manipulation you were talking about would be revealed step by step so long as I'm patient too, so I'm not very interested in techniques, or at least not supplemental techniques, or ones that provide auxiliary boosts to power. If I were to choose techniques, they would be for my battle axe. Everything else is covered in the Blood Sovereign tablet. Also, my body has a ridiculous amount of potential right now after it underwent that evolution. I even feel that my Abyssal Panther bloodline was purged. I can't sense it anymore, so I don't feel like I need Fiend-class force pills either. What about your mental coercion? Leonel asked. That, Ina hesitated. I believe the Blood Sovereign tablet talks about it as well. In fact, half of the tablet is related to that. I see, Leonel nodded. It really did seem that Ina had all of her bases covered. And although she mentioned battle axe techniques, she didn't seem very interested in them either. Ina didn't seem to like to be restrained by techniques, and her fighting style was incredibly free-flowing. Leonel fell into his thoughts. It seemed that it would be difficult to find things that it would make sense to give Ina. In the past, he wanted her to take more advantage of her bloodline absorption abilities, but now that she had gained the body of a chaos demon, even that was no longer necessary. An innate node, maybe? Leonel suddenly asked. Ina raised an eyebrow. Is that even possible? Leonel laughed. Why not try? Show us your innate nodes. Leonel didn't actually expect much, but his breathing hitched in the next second. Just what kind of zone was this? Before him, an array of innate nodes appeared. While none of them were on the level of his Scarlet Star Force innate node, there was no doubt that each one would cause a war in the human domain. Innate nodes were so incredibly rare, how could they just casually appear here in such numbers? Soon, Leonel calmed. Things still weren't so exaggerated. There were a little under 24 of them, and even the best of them was only of 6th-dimensional forces. Still, Leonel couldn't help but be shocked, especially since they were only about 10 billion demon points each. None of these were worth trading for Ina, and none were worthy of her level of talent. But this sudden change really shifted Leonel's perspective. This world, it could accomplish things he could even properly fathom. If it could manifest so many innate nodes for him to choose from, then just what kind of things could he exchange for here? This would absolutely change everything. It suddenly struck Leonel. If there were so many innate nodes here, then maybe, show me your innate node incorporation methods. Leonel waited, staring daggers at the counters of marble, and just as expected the lights began to flash one by one. They really do exist, Leonel whispered, turning his gaze to Ina. The two looked toward one another and smiled. It seemed that there were truly higher-level methods of fusing with innate nodes that existed. This meant that Taila's innate node wouldn't have to go to waste. In addition, if Leonel ran into any enemies with innate nodes in the future, he would be able to pass them along to his brothers and friends. The prices of these methods made Leonel's heart ache somewhat, though. While he didn't have to pick the most expensive of the others, when it came to techniques, the more expensive, the higher quality it was. In this case, the most expensive one here was just over 100 billion. That was already a 20th of Leonel and Ina's wealth if they traded for it. Leonel shook his head and added it to a mental list. In all likelihood, he would definitely have to buy such a thing. Tyla's innate node was truly too compatible with him, but if he casually fused with it like Miguel had with his own, then it would end up becoming a hindrance instead of a help. It had to be remembered that while Miguel had been a step away from the sixth dimension for so long, the innate node within him was still fourth dimensional. This showed the problem with a poor fusion method. Alright, this can definitely be added to this list. What else? Leonel's gaze turned serious. Why don't you look for things that can help your tentacle womb and the golden-scaled koi fish to evolve? They're still too limited by their current strength. Hearing Ina's words, Leonel's gaze lit up. Chapter 1614, Gap Indeed. The abilities of the tentacle womb and the golden-scaled koi fish were astounding, but the limitations were too great. In order to garner real benefits from them, it would take decades, maybe even centuries of effort. If Leonel had the behemoth of the Morales family behind him, it would be easy to invest that kind of time. But if he wanted such a thing, he would first need to earn it, which would ironically require the help of the tentacle womb and golden-scaled koi fish to begin with. While Leonel was quite confident in his own power, the talent of the Morales family heirs wasn't to be looked down upon. Leonel felt that he should probably be able to contend with sector-ranked disciples now, but not all sector-ranked disciples were created equal, especially not sector-ranked disciples that were from the Morales family of all families. There was a reason the Morales family was considered to be maybe the strongest family of the human domain. To share both their lineage factors in one body was a testament to the fact you wielded great talent, and yet that was just the prerequisite to fight for the right to be an heir. In truth, had Leonel not improved his own strength so much, the gap might have been too large to even think of crossing. Now that he had, though, he finally stood a great chance. Even so, this was just the perspective of individual power. When it came to factions and backing, Leonel was even further behind than that. The majority of Leonel's brothers hadn't even been able to enter the Void Palace. His maternal family was a mere sixth-dimensional family, and the faction that he was still trying to build up with the Oryx and the Umbra family was still in an extremely fledgling state. The Oryx hadn't even really chosen to follow him yet, and he could only be considered to have the backing of one of their princes. And the Umbra family was far weaker than even the Luxniks, at least on the surface. It had to be remembered that the Umbra family was one that had broken away from the Three-Finger Cult, and they had the first stage of the dark half of Leonel's lineage factor, the Shadowtail lineage factor. The power they had should mostly be hidden since they had managed to run from the Three-Finger Cult, but this also meant that making use of them was a double-edged sword. To make matters worse, Leonel knew too little about how his cousins were faring. What was the depth of their strength? What trump cards did they hold? He didn't even really understand them. All he knew was that his first cousin, First Nova, had done him a favor by influencing the Void Senate. This meant that he had connections far loftier than Leonel could imagine. Then there was Fourth Nova, who had tied Ina to that contract. It seemed that Leonel had easily foiled him, but despite the fact Fourth Nova had had a year to make another move and did nothing, it made Leonel wonder if his true goal was really to poach away Ina at all. Leonel was right to worry about such things. There was still Second Nova, who had a ridiculously wide reconnaissance network that had managed to find out that Third Nova was scheming against the Unfettered Blade Party to deal with the stalwart Polearm Party. And yet Leonel hadn't even detected Second Nova even once, nor did any of them know what Third Nova had been planning that day when he forced Leonel's batch into the Rapak's nest. Each one seemed more mysterious than the last, and even if Leonel felt confident in at least defeating some of them in one-on-one combat, what good was that in an air war that tested one in all aspects? Not to mention the fact that even he wouldn't say that he could defeat them all. Then there was still Fifth and Sixth Nova on top of that. The Void Palace had very few records on the Morales family's air wars, at least not in any real detail. However, the things they had described made it clear that the name war was not chosen lightly. When the Morales air wars began, it would sweep up the whole human domain. Just take the Valiant Heart Mountain organization as an example. An organization so far away and so many galaxies separated from the Morales family had actually participated as well. When things were looked at like this, Leonel was so far behind that it was hard to put in just a few words. So when he heard what Ina said, he nodded immediately. Show me what you have to improve beasts. Leonel already had the silver tablet, so he had a shortcut to evolving the two of them. But he didn't allow this to cloud his judgment. He wanted to first understand what methods this world had so that he didn't bias the suggestions too much. But in choosing to do things this way, Leonel quickly realized that he had actually made his ask far too broad. There were too many things, and most of them didn't even have what he needed. Taking his time, Leonel asked question after question, narrowing down the lists before him and making adjustments based on what appeared. Eventually, he came to a few solutions. The first was that refined demons were a viable option here. Much like refined demon force pills helped him and Ina, they would also be able to help here as well. The second option was the beast crystals of like beasts. This was an excellent option as well, especially when paired with the silver tablet. Usually, absorbing beast crystals only came with a percentage chance of receiving the effects you wanted, but the silver tablet made it guaranteed. This was how Leonel was able to give Gil his crimson lightning. The third option was fascinating as well, and it was the most complex. However, if it worked, its benefits would be the greatest, and that was to allow the tentacle womb and golden-scaled koi-fish to form star runes. Chapter 16.5 Formation. The force manipulation abilities of this world had been at the forefront of Leonel's mind for a long while already, and he knew that if he wanted to reach the level of power he sought after, he would definitely have to grasp such abilities. Somehow, the further depth of comprehension one gained in this world, they seemed to be capable of displaying abilities further outside the realms their forces were usually constrained to. Leonel had a certain hypothesis, and he felt that it might be correct. Maybe the reason why it was possible to cross dimensional barriers to do battle at all was because his world hadn't grasped these abilities as they should. From the very beginning, Leonel had understood that dimensions weren't simple power levels, they were a qualitative change of being. A fourth-dimensional existence should be able to crush a third-dimensional existence no matter how talented the latter was. That was what science said. However, the likes of Leonel and Ina always seemed capable of breaking these rules. Leonel didn't really understand why this was until something clicked. Why was it that even when his mind was in the seventh dimension, everyone saw him as a sixth-dimensional existence? What about in the past when both his mind and body had entered the fourth dimension, and yet everyone still thought he was in the third dimension? Why was it that only when his internal force entered a new dimension would he be seen as being at that level? When you asked this question, then you thought about Leonel's hypothesis, and then you connected that with the force manipulation abilities of this zone, things began to slowly sink into place one by one. Force was the most important factor in one's strength, and the degree to which you could use it was what truly dictated what state of dimension you had reached. Regardless of how strong Leonel's mind or his body, all of the force he used was still firmly in the sixth dimension. Author's note, I think I forgot to write that Leonel recovered to the sixth dimension after absorbing the Cobra Demon, so just assume that happened. Forgive me. But when Leonel fought Tyla and his mind worked slower than it should, or when he fought the Cobra Demon and his Scarlet Star Force felt even weaker than normal third-dimensional fires, why was that? Well, if you thought about it, was that what true suppression between the dimensions should feel like? Wasn't that the despairing gap that should have always been there, and yet never had been? If it wasn't for the fact that Leonel was in the same dimension as Thiela and the Cobra Demon, that despairing gap would have been even wider. It was only thanks to the fact that Leonel's soul separated from his body, and thus the suppression the Cobra Demon could levy toward him, that he was able to surpass such shackles. If he hadn't, he would have died. Well, he had died, actually. Upon realizing this, how could Leonel's thoughts not be constantly ruled by force manipulation and how to make use of it? And with Leonel's speed of thought, how could he not come up with countless potential hypotheses related to it? One of these hypotheses that he liked the most was that the secret to this force manipulation was tied to what this world valued the most, star runes. Leonel felt that his use and comprehension of star runes until this point was quite artificial, and it hadn't provided him as much of a boost to his prowess as he thought it should. He had formed up to perfect seventh-dimensional star runes on his Dreamforce stars, and yet his mind had still been suppressed by the likes of Taila and the Cobra Demon, who had far weaker minds than his own. This made sense. Did he also have star runes in his innate node? In fact, he had ninth-dimensional star runes in one of them, but could he use them? Not at all. At best, Leonel could use his star runes to call down Scarlet Star Force and Dreamforce of equivalent dimension, something that his stars were already capable of doing. Clearly, he was missing something extremely important. As such, he felt that there was a 91% probability that star runes held the secret that he was looking for. This confirms something I was thinking about, Leonel suddenly said. What's that? Leonel quickly explained his thoughts before continuing. The mantras should be a shortcut to understanding these secrets. Even though we can't get the full reward of this zone any longer, I think that if we stack up on these mantras, it'll only be a matter of time before we grasp the truth. Even with Leonel's Dreamforce talent, he still needed the Dreamforce mantra to form his star runes so quickly. If these mantras were able to focus the mind and aid in meditation to such an extent, it was likely that they were the key to connecting with star runes on a deeper, more meaningful level as well. Leonel already had the Dreamforce mantra, and it only cost a few million demon points. Stacking up on a ton of mantras shouldn't be too expensive and should be quite easy. He could even get one of every kind so that when he passed down Dimensional Cleanse to everyone, they would be able to grasp these subtleties as well. It was just unfortunate that not everyone would be able to form 9 stars like he had, but he just had to take things one step at a time. Is it possible to teach to beasts, though? Ina asked. She hadn't forgotten that this was the main reason Leonel had gone down this rabbit hole. Yes, Leonel nodded. This force art right here, the Dreamstar Gathering Beast formation, should do the trick. It costs just under 100 billion demon points as well, but it allows me to set up a formation that places both myself and a target beast into a dreamlike state. Through that state, I can pass on the mantra or even cultivate it for them. Chapter 1616, Sovereign 100 billion? That's quite steep. Can't you do the same thing with your connection with them? Ina asked. Every beast and master had a connection between them. This formation just seemed like an unnecessary step. In addition, they already likely had to allocate a 100 billion to the innate node fusion method, so they had to be cautious with what they spent the rest of their demon points on. There's a connection between beast and master, yes, but it's quite vague. For example, I can't understand exactly what Little Black Star is saying. I can only try to decipher it based on the emotions he's sending my way. Sending something as complicated as a mantra would be impossible. At the same time, the comprehension abilities of beasts are often based on their innate instincts. If I wanted them to learn a human-created technique like this one, it would be impossible. The only other way would be to have them naturally comprehend star runes on their own, but how could that be possible? Then what about the star runes themselves? How will they use star runes without stars? Will you teach them dimensional cleanse with this formation as well? No, I'm going to use a different method. According to this, it's possible to inscribe it directly onto their beast crystals. I just need to guide the process. Doing so will cause a qualitative change in their combat strength. Ina nodded again. She didn't really doubt Leonel, she just couldn't help but smile when he explained things. The path beasts took was inherently different from that of humans. For example, beasts were much more reliant on their ability indexes. Since we're on the topic of beasts, I should probably also try to find something that will help Little Black Star. He absorbed a Shadow Sovereign, so his ability index is much more powerful now that it was in the past, and before that he also absorbed Void Beast blood. The little guy is already very powerful because of that, so there's really not much to do outside of helping him inscribe some Darkness Star runes on his beast crystal. Maybe ask about Shadow Sovereign specifically, Ina said. Leonel nodded. That made sense. In fact, not that he thought about it, it would be good if they found out more about sovereigns in general. After asking and sifting through the items that appeared, Leonel was surprised to find that the root of sovereignty was actually in a domain. The shadow world of the shadow sovereigns, the spear domains of spear sovereigns, and blood domain of blood sovereigns. Being a sovereign meant having such an innate domain of your own, one that you could pull strength from whenever you wanted. Outside of this, though, the similarities between sovereigns mostly came to a stop, and each had their own methods of improving and their own uniqueness. For example, Shadow Sovereign could absorb other Shadow Sovereigns. Blood Sovereigns could absorb blood to change their very constitution. Spear Sovereigns made all spears useless before them except in the face of another Spear Sovereign. The abilities were wide-ranging and they manifested in different ways. The only thing linking them was dominion over a certain domain. Leonel didn't end up finding anything Blackstar absolutely had to have, but he learned a lot more about this enigmatic sovereign title he kept hearing so much about before moving on. Wait, Leonel's gaze flashed. Show me materials related to making sovereigns. It was a shot in the dark, but Leonel felt that it was possible. If he was correct, the Spear Domain Ring's real purpose was to create Spear Sovereigns. That was why that woman had mistaken him to be one. In addition, the abilities of a Shadow Sovereign seemed to be something you could pass along since they could be absorbed between them. Maybe if there was a catalyst, you could take the ability for yourself. Surprisingly, the shop really did have items of what Leonel needed. The first thing Leonel saw was a book called Path of the Spear. There were all sorts of books here named just like this, but for different weapons as well. They were too expensive, just tens of millions of demon points. Leonel concluded from this that these books weren't rare, but considering the fact there weren't Spear Sovereigns running around everywhere, it obviously wasn't a simple task even if you had one. Just from their introduction, Leonel felt that they were far inferior to his Spear Domain heirloom in this respect. However, he still added them to the list because this systematic method of progression might contain secrets he could use to comprehend how to improve his other forces as well. In addition, they would help his brothers. Of course, he was also very interested in how to organically become a bow sovereign as well. If there was anyone who could do it, he felt like he should probably be at the top of the list. After another scan, Leonel realized that there was nothing here about becoming a blood sovereign. It seemed that it was likely impossible to do so without being born one, or at the very least, they didn't have such methods here or they weren't willing to sell them. It also seemed, unfortunately, that this was also the case for Shadow Sovereignty. From the looks of it, only weapon sovereigns could be created, but even then, you needed great talent and affinity for the weapon to begin with. Still, Leonel was satisfied with adding those books to the list. He had a feeling that their comprehensive explanation of the path of weapons would be far better than anything he could find elsewhere. Like this, about 200 billion points are allocated for what's already on the list, so that's 10% of our budget gone already. Leonel's eyes narrowed. There was nothing he could do about how quickly the funds were disappearing. He could only press forward and take what he could get. Show me everything you have related to Scarlet Star Force, Leonel said. The human class sector hadn't had anything like this, but maybe the fiend class sector would. If not, he would also check everything they had related to emulation spatial force. Since he was already starting way behind in the force manipulation game, he had to try to learn as much as he could. When the counter flashed and the items began to appear, Leonel's brows rose slowly. Chapter 1617, First Step Destruction Sovereign. It wasn't the largest item that appeared, but it was definitely the one that grasped Leonel's attention the very quickest. It was just a book, and it didn't even seem to be a technique. All it told was a story and nothing else. In fact, the cost wasn't even 1,000 demon points. Still, it grabbed his attention and didn't let go. Leonel bought it immediately, not minding the minuscule number of points. He just had to know exactly what it was. The price was minuscule, and the reading material was even smaller. With Leonel's thinking speed, even though his dream force hadn't quite recovered, his pace of reading was simply too quick. In no more than just a few minutes, he had scoured through it all, and his expression quickly became solemn. According to the book, there were two paths for those born with Scarlet Star Force. The first was to master it, and the second was to lose all rationale of who and what you were, becoming a harbinger of destruction. The title of destruction, sovereign, and Scarlet Star innate node holder were one and the same. They were two fates tied into one. If Leonel had heard the words Anya spoke about him that day, he would have also come to understand exactly why she had chosen to say such a thing. It was only now that Leonel understood that the 100-year deadline Wise Star Order had given him was no small joke. It wasn't just his life that was on the line, it may very well be the lives of everyone. What Leonel also couldn't help but wonder was exactly who knew about this and how many did. Because, if they knew that such a thing would happen, would powers take precautions around him? Would they even try to deal with him before that happened? Leonel even had a feeling that the only reason he hadn't been taken control of like a savant and placed under lock and key was only because of who his father was. Anyone else would have been forced to suffer such a fate. Leonel took a breath and exhaled. Leonel? Leonel looked over toward Ina, his gaze flickering, but in the end he handed her the book and her expression too became solemn. Luckily, Ina didn't know about Leonel's 100-year deadline, or else she might have reacted much more violently than she did now. In the end, Leonel could only chuckle. Everyone else got such useful sovereign abilities, why was his so annoying? But it couldn't be helped. Just like Wise Star Order had said, when a force reached a certain level, it would gain certain dispositions. At such high dimensions, these dispositions would be no less intrinsic than the very chemical structure of an object. This, in and of itself, was the secret behind the life grade, and it was also what gave true state forces such power. It wasn't just about the energy behind the attack, but also the artistic conception of it. It was just as, if not more important. Who knows? Maybe the reason Ina wanted to have so many babies was only partly due to her past, and was also just as related to her title of Blood Sovereign. Someone else in Ina's shoes could have very easily decided to never have children so that their kids wouldn't have to experience what they had. It was a conclusion that was just as valid, and there was seemingly no real reason to choose one over the other, at least on the surface. Likewise, maybe the reason Little Black Star was so mischievous was because of his role as a Shadow Sovereign. And maybe the reason Amory was so arrogant was because he was so close to becoming a Sword Sovereign. The source of this content is Naviel Bin. .net's, of course, things were likely not so simple. An entire personality wouldn't be dictated by a force of a specific kind, but it could definitely influence you, much like any other environmental factor could. However, what would happen if you lost control of your true state force? Would it even be just a single environmental factor any longer? No, it would likely take you over completely, consume you, until all that was left was what it wanted you to be. And in the case of Leonel's Scarlet Star Force, it was all too obvious what it wanted to do. Destroy. Despite the weight of these words, Leonel felt that he had been enlightened about something. He didn't fear his innate node at all, and he was quite confident in succeeding in fully comprehending it within 100 years. However, this book shed light on exactly what it is he had within his body. There was a reason he had always called his runes destruction runes and not Scarlet Star runes. That was always the root of it all, something that he knew subconsciously but never truly put into practice. The flames were just a conduit, a guiding light. Thinking to this point, Leonel felt like he touched upon a unique sort of realm. This feels like it should be the first step toward truly understanding your force. What intent does it embody? If you can fully understand this, then your control over your force should take a step forward, but it's also not so simple. Simply by virtue of having a high affinity for a force, you should already subconsciously understand what its true essence or intent is. If you didn't, then you wouldn't have an affinity for it in the first place. This means that it's more than just about understanding it subconsciously. Something about bringing the subconscious into the conscious causes a change. It might just be a simple change at first, but as you move forward into the future, it will snowball. And then, Leonel flicked a palm over, causing a seemingly delicate flame to appear. But he already knew that this flame alone was easily twice as powerful as any he had ever manifested by pulling from atmospheric force. He had found the first step in improving his force manipulation. Chapter 16.8 Monstrous. Leonel nodded to himself and spent some time explaining his thoughts to Ina. When she understood this, she too frowned. This would be especially difficult for Ina. That's because Ina was inherently an instinct-first kind of fighter. Too much of her strength was reliant on the subconscious. Bringing these things to a state of conscious thought would be many times more difficult for her. It's still not set in stone, Leonel said. I know too little about this, and there may very well be a different process depending on the force in question or even the person themselves. The source of this content is novielbin.net. Ina nodded, falling into her own thoughts. As she did so, Leonel looked toward the other items related to his Scarlet Star Force. Unsurprisingly, a large majority of them were designed to defend against it. There was even a technique that boasted to have such strong defense that even Scarlet Starforce wouldn't be able to make a path through it. Leonel's eyes landed on a tattered sword. It had lost its tip and it was cracked in several places, and yet it had a price tag of over 10 billion. Leonel wasn't a swordsman, so the weapon itself was meaningless to him. And, even if it had been a spear, his spear domain ring would have shattered it. He might have only had some interest if it was a bow or arrow, at least initially. But Leonel still gave it a second look for one simple reason. Why would a broken sword appear here? He got his answer the moment he read the description. According to what was here, this sword used to have a core formed by a small vein of Scarlet Starforce. Apparently, this vein shattered and ruined the integrity of the sword, making it incredibly weak. Now, it was barely as strong as a silver-grade weapon. The description was benign, but when Leonel read this, his brows shot up. This description seemed to imply that the sword was just fine despite having such a vein within it, and Leonel found that very difficult to accept. When Leonel tried forging with destruction runes, the weapon in question didn't even last a few seconds before disintegrating. But this sword had survived with a Scarlet Star vein inside of it? A force vein in this context was essentially a piece of force crystal. This meant that this sword had been able to conjure Scarlet Star Force and avoid damaging itself in the process. In its prime, it had been a life-grade item, but now it had been destroyed. Interesting, Leonie added the sword to the list. He had a feeling that if he studied it and dream sculpted it, he would be able to get a peek at exactly how the sword managed to retain its integrity. In addition to that, he might also find out some secrets that would help him deepen his understanding of his Scarlet Star Force and help him to further progress. Leonel swept his gaze over the items once more just to check if he would find anything interesting, and his eyes landed on a tattered beast cloth that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. This wasn't because of what was written on it, but rather the price tag. It was double the price of anything he had added to the list until now and sat at 200 billion. That would eat away another 10% of the funds the two of them had. So, it's a mantra fragment, I see. Leonel didn't expect the mantra fragment for Scarlet Starforce to be so absolutely ridiculous. It was just a small piece of it, and it only had the complete method for the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions, a level Leonel was already at, yet it cost so much. Wouldn't he go bankrupt if it was the full thing? Leonel shook his head and began to go through his forces one by one and added the partial mantra to the very bottom of the list. It would be the easiest to ignore by far. Once he was done, he moved on to his other forces. He looked through the items for Dream Force, Emulation Spatial Force, Vital Star Force, Void Star Force, Aurora Star Force, and Ethereal Star Force. He found another fragment for Void Star Force which also cost 200 billion, but this time Leonel knew he couldn't afford to miss out on it. He had his innate node for Scarlet Star Force, and although the mantras might hold the secret to force manipulation, there were simply too many other useful things here. His Void Star Force, though, didn't have an innate node he could rely upon, so although this was just the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensional layers, it was far too useful to ignore. He added it to nearer the top of the list, but he was also prepared to give it up if it really came to it. As for the other forces, they were far cheaper, relatively anyway. Leonel wasn't sure why, but Dreamforce items were exceptionally cheap. It didn't make much sense since Dreamforce was an exceptionally high-level force, no less than a true state force. But for whatever reason, there were a large amount of items and they were also inexpensive. The only unfortunate part was that most of them required one to be able to manifest Dreamforce outside of their bodies, something Leonel could not do before. The good news was that Leonel should finally be able to do so at least through his new Emulation Spatial Force innate node. In the end, though, most of the techniques here could have their function replaced by Leonel's ability to project his dream world. With Emulation Spatial Force in his dream world, he would finally be able to give his projections a real form. And, with his high Dream Force affinity, he should be able to use it to a better degree than Tyela, should he catch up with her force manipulation abilities, that is. Chapter 1619, Rebuild. As for the remaining forces, Leonel found the mantras for them all and added them to the list. By the time he was done, another 500 billion demon points had been potentially allocated for a total of 700 billion. Of this 500 billion, 200 billion was for the Void Star Force mantra fragment, but surprisingly, another 200 billion was allocated toward Vital Star Force. The mantra for Vital Star Force cost 100 billion. Luckily, it was completed. But Leonel also allocated another 100 billion to a technique that caught his attention. The technique was called Vital Forge. It used Vital Star Force and recreated effects similar to what Leonel had experienced in the Dimensional Cleanse trial world. It created an exceptionally heavy atmosphere, and it took advantage of the great density of Vital Star Force to push other forces away. This technique could be used one of two ways. The first was the most obvious, and that was as a domain of sorts. Much like the Dimensional Cleanse world, it was a great suppressive tactic. The second, though, was the real reason Leonel chose it, and that was because it could be used as a training method. What drew Leonel to it wasn't the fact that he could use it on himself, but rather that he could use it on others to slowly push out more of their potential. If this was used in conjunction with refined demons, the benefits would be even more outstanding. In addition, demons were a limited commodity. Although Leonel and Ina had killed hundreds, they would eventually run out. Using this method, though, there would be a method of continuously improving his friends and subordinates. In fact, there was even a method within this technique to set up a formation so that Leonel wouldn't have to act personally. As for the remaining 100 billion, it was used on the other forces, including rudimentary mantra that touched upon the simplest of the elements, everything from fire all the way to space. These mantras were the simplest and most wide-ranging. Leonel had added these to the list for two reasons. Firstly, he would have all his bases covered when it came to the mantras his people would need, and, secondly, there was a small chance he might be able to find a method to combine the effects to gain what he needed. For example, if he took the fire mantra, light mantra, and star mantra and managed to fuse them, could he get something close to what he needed for his Scarlet Star Force? It wasn't likely, since there was more than one Firelight Star Force in existence, just like there was an Aurora Star Force to the existing Chaotic Particle Force, both of which were Earth Dark Star Forces. But Leonel thought that it was worth a try. Within this price, Leonel had also gotten a mantra for Ina. With the Blood Sovereign tablet, Ina didn't need Life Force, Blood Force, or what she called Coercion Force mantras, but her new Chaos body had come with the use of a top 5 lightning force known as Blaze Lightning Force. The Blaze Lightning Force mantra took up at least 20% of the price all on its own. 700 billion used up, potentially, this leaves about 1.3 trillion remaining. The points were disappearing quite quickly, but Leonel could only sigh. Until now, he had only added auxiliary items, and there was nothing that directly increased his strength or survivability, at least not without time. The good news was that such things should probably be cheaper. It only made sense that techniques, formation methods, and mantras would be more expensive than usual treasures. Alright, it seems like with all that out of the way, I can focus on more tangible resources now. That choice I made should pay off now. The choice Leonel was referring to was something that happened while he was being eaten alive. While the experience was absolutely horrible, it also provided him with an opportunity. The source of this content is navielbin.nets. The first opportunity was watching his body be reconstructed once again from the ground up. He had memorized that process in its entirety, down to the smallest detail, so his comprehension of his body, his lineage factors, and how they interacted was on a whole other level. The second opportunity was related to his divine armors. Usually, Leonel's divine armors would regenerate along with himself, but this time he chose to purposely shatter the kernels they represented. Not only did he shatter them, but he also undid the work he had gone through with his metal body as well. Right now, Leonel's body had lost much of its metallic properties, and he could be considered to just be a normal six-dimensional existence without an added boost to bodily strength. Being eaten alive was horrible, but it allowed Leonel to hit the reset and undo many of the mistakes he had in the past. The first thing he wanted to do was rebuild his affinities. He had originally built his metal body to resist his Scarlet Star Force. This was a poor choice on his part and clashed with his divine armors. The best function of metal body and divine armor was in building affinities, and they worked the best together. But Leonel already had a high fire and light affinity, but he wasted his metal body in consuming more to increase it even further. He had taken the wrong approach to begin with. And second, he wanted to rebuild his divine armors. Originally, his first divine armor was heavily reliant on spatial affinities, and his second was more of a water force and spatial force fusion. They didn't stack well together, and that was a problem. In addition, if Leonel fused with Tila's innate node perfectly, then he wouldn't need his divine armors to provide him spatial force affinity any longer, since he would now have dominion over a top 5 spatial force. So, Leonel had already decided what he would do. He would rebuild his metal body based on water force and vital star force. He would then rebuild his divine armors with his current level of skill around these two forces as well. The multiplicative stacking effect would be able to bring out the true power of his metal synergy bloodline, and he had a whole shop worth of stuff to scoop up. It would never be easier for Leonel to gather up the materials he needed than right now. Chapter 1620, 500 billion. Leonel didn't want to have to get eaten again to gain another opportunity like this one. If it wasn't for his mental fortitude and his powerful mind, he may very well have lost his sanity entirely. So, no matter what, he had to get things right this time. He chose Water Force and Vital Star Force after much deliberation, but he felt like it was the right choice to make. The choice of water was the most obvious. It was the one affinity that he really needed that he didn't have. During the reconstruction of his body, he realized that Ina had been very correct. He had a very strong Dark Force affinity, one that he didn't quite understand even now. In fact, it wasn't just Dark Force, it was something else that he couldn't seem to grasp fully. He didn't know why this was, but he had a feeling that it was related to his father's appearance that day in the Rapax Next. He would have to wait until that old man appeared again to ask, or he would have to see if the dictionary had an answer for him. Who knew, maybe his father had left him behind another one of those messages. This aside, of the 3 forces that made up Void Star Force, the one that Leonel didn't have was Water Force. He needed to focus more on increasing its strength, and only then would he be able to build up to creating the Void Star Force armor he wanted to. In addition to this, aside from Earth Force, Water Force was maybe the greatest at defense. In fact, the two forces were usually neck and neck, having an equivalent number of forces between the two of them that had excellent defensive prowess. If Leonel restructured his body with an earth force and water force fusion, its defenses would be even more exaggerated than it had been in the past. Not only would he be able to resist blows, but even for the ones he couldn't just outright tank, he would be able to disperse them and weaken their impact. He could maximize these effects as well by choosing water force ores that were especially known for such abilities too. When it came to Vital Star Force, while Leonel's general Star Force affinity was exceptionally high thanks to his Scarlet Star Force, he didn't have a specific affinity for Vital Star Force itself. Due to this, while his ability to use Vital Star Force was far above his ability to use Void Star Force, it wasn't as high as it could be. The source of this content is novforceelben.net. If put into perspective, Leonel's Fire Force affinity was at an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. His Light Force affinity was at a 10 on that same scale, and his Star Force affinity was between an 8 and 9. However, his affinity for Vital Star Force specifically was at around a 6 to a 7. This was actually quite excellent and far more than the vast majority of people. But Leonel felt that he would greatly benefit by raising that number to a 9 and maybe even potentially a 10 in the future. The reason that Leonel was lacking in Vital Star Force affinity was because it was 1 part Life Force and 1 part Star Force, and he very much lacked in Life Force. So, in reality, it was much more accurate to say that Leonel would be building up his metal body with Life Force-related ores instead to slowly boost his affinity. As he did so, his Star Fusion self-created technique would gain far more strength, and rather than just boosting his body, it would even gain the ability to directly boost the strength of his divine armor as well. Evolution Ore, when fused into Leonel's divine armor, gave it an ability to transcend its level, but it was still only in a quasi-state. After all, it couldn't truly give a 5th-dimensional ore the strength of a 6th-dimensional one. However, if the effects of the Evolution Ore were stacked with Leonel's Star Fusion ability, the results would be truly transcendent. At that point, so long as Leonel summoned his armor and activated Star Fusion, it would truly be like his metal body had crossed a dimensional barrier to the next level. When this was combined with Leonel's breakthrough in force crafting, the Morales family's divine armor technique would truly begin to display might it never had before. The ores Leonel needed for his 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th-dimensional metal body and divine armor were all dirt cheap in comparison to the things he had been buying previously. In fact, he even managed to find a large supply of evolution ore here for just as cheap. Thanks to his mother, Leonel already had a set of 6th-dimension evolution ore, so he didn't need to trade for them. This was a good thing because past this point, things really began to get expensive. It had to be remembered that 6th-dimension evolution ore could allow a 6th-dimensional ore to display 7th-dimensional properties, so it was already valued at a 7th-dimensional level. This was why it was so shocking that Leonel's mother had managed to get him a full batch's worth. This meant that 7th-dimensional evolution ore was valued at an 8th-dimensional level. Leonel found a batch here to trade for to help future-proof himself, but the cost was steep at 500 billion demon points. This just went to show just how rare evolution ores were. Many of the other things on Leonel's list had 9th-dimensional secrets within them, but they still weren't expensive. The monstrous, for example, all had enough chance and force arts within to produce 9th-dimensional star runes, and yet they were only a fraction of the price. Though, to be fair, just a fragment of the Scarlet Star Force mantra was 200 billion. Leonel grit his teeth and added the 7th-dimensional evolution ore nearer to the bottom of the list. Everything else he needed, even the 7th-dimensional ores he had chosen for his 7th-dimensional divine armor in the future, didn't even amount to 10 billion, but the evolution ores alone were actually so expensive. Chapter 1621, Heartlink. Ultimately, the 7th dimension was still too far away for Leonel. If he could afford it in the end, he would buy it. But he wouldn't tank his chances at everything else just to secure something he wouldn't be able to use for years. He was still very happy that he had gathered up so many materials. He wouldn't need to worry about anything. When he got the time and little Tolly back, he would be able to calmly craft. By then, his strength should increase by leaps and bounds. When Leonel got to this point, he was tempted to see what he could get in this world about force crafting, but then an idea flashed in his mind. Show me what you have related to army and empire building. Ina nodded by Leonel's side. She agreed with this too. Although she no longer called Leonel my king, as her point had long since already been made, that didn't mean that she had changed her mind. She wanted to see him rise to the top as well, and right now, she was well aware of just how far behind his cousins he was. In addition, Ina felt that it would be naive to believe that only she and Leonel would manage to gain something from this place. If Leonel's cousins were great geniuses, like everyone seemed to say they were, then in all likelihood, they would manage to find a way to benefit as well. If Leonel didn't take this opportunity, he might not receive another one that was as good. As expected, Leonel mumbled to himself as he scanned through the items. The vast majority here were formation-type items, as this would be the foundation of most powerful empires. If you didn't have a strong, large-scale force art capable of pulling from the atmosphere and protecting your territory, it would be all too easy for others to infiltrate and cripple your foundation. What Leonel hadn't expected, though, was for there to be force arts for armies as well. He had only casually thrown the additional like in, as he also wanted something that bolstered his subordinates' battle prowess. But this was greatly unexpected. So this is possible too? It must work on concepts of resonance, a lot like Grandpa's music phase of spear mastery. I keep running into this concept again and again to think that it could be applied like this. These army formations went by many names, but the most commonly used was the term heartlink. Heartlink force arts could exist as separate entities, but they could still be considered like parts of a single whole. As such, they had two stages, the normal stage and the linked stage. Leonel obviously couldn't see the full network of force arts since he would have to outright buy them for that, but with his knowledge of force arts, he could make guesses by using the descriptions and the sneak previews. Heartlink force arts essentially fused the power of multiple practitioners into a single focal point, forming a large and powerful army formation capable of destroying everything in its path. However, they weren't cheap. Even the most inexpensive one here was just 10 billion. The most expensive one, though, was over 10 trillion demon points, crushing Leonel's budget by 5 times. When Leonel saw this, he was, quite frankly, speechless. He and Ina had the most points of anyone when their wealth was combined, but they still couldn't afford something in this shop. Maybe the most shocking part was that this 10 trillion demon point heartlink formation was only designed for up to 100 7th dimensional existences to use at once. This meant that despite its price tag, it couldn't even be used by those with 8th dimensional strength or above because the system would be overloaded. In comparison, the cheapest one could be used by up to 100 5th dimensional existences at once. It was clear and obvious that size truly didn't matter in this case. For there to be such an enormous price difference, there had to be a reason. When reading the description, though, the answer was obvious. The 10 trillion demon point formation only needed 100 Tier 1 7th dimensional existences to wield the power of a Tier 1 8th dimensional existence. And if you managed to gather 100 Tier 9 7th dimensional existences, the cheapest formation was similar, but it required 100 individuals to jump up an entire dimension. Of course, it was easier to find 100 5th dimensional existences than it was to find 100 7th dimensional existences. But odds were, if you had such a number of 5th dimensional existences willing to listen to your commands, then you also weren't lacking in 6th dimensional existences either. And this Heartlink force art would be more like a cherry on the top for you. This also didn't mention the weakness of the cheapest formation either, and that was that twofold. Firstly, it wasn't plug and play and required comprehension on the part of the soldiers. And secondly, all 100 had to have the same affinity. These affinities didn't have to be exactly the same, but they had to share the same base element, meaning you had to have 100 existences with Fire Force affinity, for example. The most expensive formation didn't have these drawbacks. So long as you built the army's armors to the proper specifications and the users had the appropriate strength, that was all the requirements you needed to meet. The source of this content is novelbin.net. Of course, the worst part about both of these Heartlink force arts was that having the force art was just the beginning. These force arts would obviously need to be drawn on something, and that something would be armors. In order to withstand the power of such a resonance, these armors wouldn't be cheap either. So, even if Leonel had 10 trillion demon points to spend, he would need another 10 trillion or so to build the 100 armors he would need. Plus, that didn't address the biggest elephant in the room. He himself wasn't in the 7th dimension. Where would he get 100 such existences from exactly? If he had such powerful subordinates, would he even need to worry about this air war to begin with? Chapter 1622, only 2 grades. That's unfortunate, Ina said lightly. However, when she looked toward Leonel, all she saw was a wild grin. It's not unfortunate at all. In fact, I'm at least 80% certain that I can create my own. I understand the principle behind it already, and I think I have the skill to surpass this by a large margin. Ina blinked, her gaze sparkling. She didn't doubt Leonel. He wasn't one to speak without cause. In fact, he usually preferred to not speak at all. It could be said that if it wasn't for their relationship, he would have just kept this to himself, quietly calculating until he figured it all out. I have a feeling that these aren't the best formations this world has to offer. With their comprehension of force manipulation, they should have force crafting leagues beyond what I can do currently. Look at this one here, Leonel pointed to the most expensive one. It looks grand and imposing, but the truth is, though they require 7th dimensional existences, the actual design for the base armor the army would use is just for a set of 100 silver grade armors. Although they use higher class materials to make up for it, such a shoddy design couldn't possibly step into the gold grade, let alone the life grade. The black grade was the 4th dimensional equivalent, and likewise, the silver grade was 6th dimensional, the gold grade 7th, and the life grade 8th. This formation required 7th dimensional existences, and even the armors used 7th dimensional materials, and even some 8th, but Leonel still evaluated the overall product as silver grade. It's clear that whoever created this Heartlink force art is an expert in formations, but when it comes to force crafting, they're very lacking. So, to make up for their weaknesses, they could only throw money at the problem, using very expensive materials to make up for lack of skill in foreplanning. Ina's gaze flickered. Right now, Leonel was casually commenting on silver grade and above grade armors, but wasn't he too in the 6th dimension? What stage had his force crafting reached exactly? Did you become a gold grade force crafter? Ina asked. Gold grade? Leonel paused for a moment before smiling mysteriously. Strictly speaking, I can create life grade items now. Ina's brows jumped, her heart beating erratically. Life grade? Wasn't that 8th dimensional? How was that even possible? Leonel laughed. You probably think that I mean I can create 8th dimensional items, right? No, I can't do that. But my creations could display prowess far above the level of the materials I used to create them, that much is certain. I just view things differently now. Black grade, bronze grade, silver grade, gold grade, life grade, life grade. I don't think that there are so many categories of weapons and treasures as I see it. To me, there's only what is life grade and what isn't. Leonel's eyes sparkled like the radiant beams of the sun. If it wasn't for the fact the demon world had no materials to use, would he even have been put in such a sorry situation? Absolutely not. You mean, Ina whispered softly, I mean that what separates life grade and gold grade is an item that is so perfect it transcends the individual materials used to create it to form a new whole. This item forms a spirit, a lot like true state forces have personalities of their own because it becomes a supremely unique existence of its own, a new life, if you will. I just mean that regardless of the dimension, I'm certain that I can create crafts that can reach that state. Leonel shifted his gaze from Ina and looked back toward the most expensive Heartlink formation. According to this, the armors that are needed are quasi-life grade. But I'm pretty certain you could throw any 8th dimensional material into a crafting process and then call it quasi-life grade because by virtue of its existence alone, the weapon would be supremely powerful. But as I see it, it's just all fake nonsense. This can't be considered quasi-life grade. At best, it's silver grade. Right now, the only thing holding me back from crafting high-level silver grade crafts and beyond is my own weakness. My force isn't powerful enough, my finger designation is still too low, and little Tali is still an infant. In the future, though, I don't think I'll experience any bottlenecks in force crafting until I reach the true life grade and the 8th dimension. I see, Ina nodded. If things were as Leonel said, then it really wouldn't be difficult for him at all to create his own formation. Now that he knew it existed, he could form his own. Although he couldn't be able to make one capable of using 7th dimensional existences due to his own weaknesses, he would definitely be able to make one that utilized 6th dimensional existences to battle 7th dimensional ones given some time. In fact, Leonel was even thinking of forming a 2-person Heartlink force art that could only be used by himself and Ina. Or maybe a 2-person one that could resonate between himself and Little Blackstar. And the best part about all of this was, he would finally get to create his own cool uniforms. A 2-person one could either be much less complicated or much more depending on how you look at it. It's obviously much easier to produce great strength with more people as opposed to less. But a 2-person formation obviously has less variables as well. The source of this content is novelbin.net, but this should work out nicely. With things like this, Ina won't have to sing in battle for us to resonate anymore. And, given our talent, our bodies can also take much more pressure than most army soldiers would be able to. This could definitely work well. Leonel nodded to himself and just let a section of his split minds handle the computations. There was nothing else of interest among the items, and he didn't need any empire formations just yet, as he didn't even have a base of operations. In addition, since he would form his own Heartlink formation, he didn't care to add any of these to the list, so he simply moved on. Now, he had less than 800 billion demon points remaining, and he had to make the most of it. Show me items related to metal spirits. Chapter 1623. Maturity. Little Tali was Leonel's greatest reliance. In fact, even in comparison to Little Blackstar, the little one was Leonel's greatest partner. If Leonel prepared things for Blackstar, he couldn't possibly forget about Tolliver. Leonel hadn't really done anything special for Tolliver in his lifetime. Outside of feeding the little one as many ores as it could manage, there was really nothing else to do. At the same time, though, Leonel had to be careful about this. This was because he had never forgotten his father's first lesson about the hazards of metal spirits and how overeating could cause them to go berserk. Due to this, Leonel was very careful with how he fed little Tali, and the little one's progress was quite slow, although consistent as a result. As of now, little Tali should still be in the 5th dimension, and the little guy wasn't close to the 6th. This could be considered to be another limitation to Leonel's force crafting. As a metal spirit, working with and manipulating 6th dimensional ores, even while in the 5th dimension, wasn't impossible. But it took effort, and it also required a lot of stamina on Leonel's part as well. Only when little Tali entered the 6th dimension would things become much easier. When the items appeared, Leonel quickly scanned them all one by one, his expression flickering with surprise from time to time. The first category of items were about guiding little Tali into maturity. Leonel had learned long ago that spirit familiars were genderless. Usually they would choose as they pleased once they reached this point of maturity. Leonel hadn't really thought much about it before, but he never really considered exactly what maturity meant. According to these, maturity to metal spirits was like a hack to progressing through the life grade. The current little Tali could only bend and manipulate metals as Leonel directed, liquefying them and controlling them at will. However, a mature Tolliver would be on a completely different level. In fact, a mature metal spirit could even give birth to ores that didn't exist by taking and fusing together the essence of existing ores. Essentially, if there wasn't an ore in existence that perfectly fit Leonel's needs, Tolly would be capable of forging them at Leonel's behest. This wasn't all. It was even possible for little Tolly to perfect ores. For example, Dark Ice ore was a 5th-dimensional ore. It wasn't perfect enough to be a 6th-dimensional ore. With proper preparations, little Tolly would be able to improve these weaknesses and allow it to evolve to a whole new level. Essentially, when paired with an evolution ore, little Tolly could take the quasi-effect granted by the evolution ore and turn it into a true and permanent effect. This could be considered an extension of its fusion abilities. As for why this was a hack to progressing through the life grade, wasn't the life grade exactly this? Wasn't it the creation of a treasure so perfect that it could be seen as a new entity all to itself? The source of this content is navielbin.net. Essentially what this meant is that a mature metal spirit would make forging life-grade weapons thousands of folds easier. Even for Leonel, if he wanted to forge a life-grade item, he would need to spend a lot of energy blueprinting and even tweaking force arts so that everything would fit together perfectly. However, with little Tolly maturing, he would need to fit himself into rigid boxes already outlined by what ores could naturally exist. Theoretically, he could create an ore that was perfect in all aspects, dealing with all potential weaknesses in one fell swoop. What was interesting, though, was that not all mature metal spirits were created equal. If Leonel's deductions were correct, the sooner after the 5th dimension a metal spirit matured, the more potential it would have into the future. In this way, it was a lot like the God path for humans. Beyond this, there were actually several paths a metal spirit could take when stepping into maturity as well. The first was the mimicry path, a lot like Little Blackstar's path. Because ores of all types existed, and a metal spirit could eat them all, they could start taking on these characteristics as well. In fact, this was the most common path for metal spirits. Leonel was surprised when he read this. This was almost identical to his metal body's properties, no? It felt like it was likely that these techniques were actually birthed from observing metal spirits. The second path was the fusion path. This path leaned into a metal spirit's ability to combine and create new life through ores. In fact, a metal spirit that took this path would even gain powerful healing abilities that it could share with its owner. This was a much rarer path, and it allowed a metal spirit exceedingly powerful abilities in creating new alloys and ores, much more so than most metal spirits. While some less mature metal spirits would be limited to combining 2 ores at most, a metal spirit on this path would be able to fuse 3, 4, or even 5 instantly upon maturing. The third path was the universal path. This metal spirit was able to tap into universal force to help their partner during the forging practice. Those with this metal spirit had seemingly endless stamina and could forge hundreds of weapons at once without the slightest issue. The fourth and final path was the pure path. This metal spirit was a jack of all trades but a master of none. However, depending on the resources it was fed, it would likewise be able to improve in all areas. This path was by far the most expensive and the most involved. And the requirements were exceedingly difficult to meet. In order to take this path, one had to allow one's metal spirit to step into the 6th dimension while under a force eruption. Such a requirement truly left Leonel speechless. Of course, the worst part was that this was just the introduction. If he wanted the complete method, he needed to pay 500 billion demon points. Chapter 1624. Most popular Leonel could only grit his teeth and add the method to the list, leaving him with only 300 billion demon points, of which he used an extra 100 billion to allocate the materials he would need to help the process along, ultimately leaving him with 200 billion demon points he had yet to use. Suddenly, Leonel felt very poor. In truth, there was a chance that little Tolly could mature naturally along the 4th path. In fact, all 4 of these evolution paths were available to all metal spirits. However, there was a reason that some were rarer than others. In order of rarity, the first was the most common, with the 4th path being the rarest to see. Metal spirits were rare already, but those that could naturally enter the 4th path were less than 1 in 10,000, with the vast majority entering the first, about 10% entering the second, and about 1% entering the third. Leonel simply couldn't leave his fate up to a 0.1% chance, so he had to take matters in his own hand. The trouble was that it cost 600 billion demon points. He didn't even know where he would find a force eruption. He had only experienced one in his lifetime, and that was back on Earth. However, obviously, he couldn't use a mere 4th-dimensional force eruption. It had to at least be a 6th-dimensional force eruption, which was only likely to happen when a world was evolving from the 5th dimension to the 6th. Earth was obviously a great candidate for this, as it would be entering the 6th dimension soon. But he would still have to rely on a bit of luck, as he wouldn't exactly be able to predict where they would appear. Leonel shook his head. There was no use in harping on these matters. He had 200 billion left, and he had to see if he maximized it or if he would have to start shedding some things from his list. I think we should think about protective treasures. All of this will be useless if we can't protect our lives, Ina suddenly said. And after that, we can take a look at the most sought-after items here, or maybe even the most expensive ones, to see if there's anything that we absolutely have to have. Leonel nodded. He agreed with this. After filtering for protective treasures, he nodded. They were expensive, but they weren't ridiculously so. Even a one-time protective item capable of blocking up to a Tier 1 8th dimensional strike was only about 100 billion. This made sense. After all, everything that Leonel was trading for could be considered Foundation's treasures and techniques for families and organizations, while such an item was just a protective treasure. Techniques and similar things would always be far more expensive. If he got one for himself and Ina, that would make up for the remaining 200 billion they had left. But that wasn't strictly necessary. This was because the protective treasure formed by forming a protective sphere that couldn't crack until it was overloaded. Taking Ina with him, or vice versa, would essentially make sure the both were protected. However, Leonel still put both on the list just in case of potential variables. If it came down to it, he would give up one and only buy one that he gave to Ina. Leonel was of half a mind not to tempt himself any further, but he knew that if he didn't, there wouldn't have been a point to the list in the first place. He might as well have just bought everything outright. Show me the most popular items exchanged for by the Fiend-class geniuses. The source of this content is navielbin.net. Leonel's gaze flickered, focusing on the items that appeared. Since he had asked for something so narrow, it wasn't too surprising that only 2 items appeared. The first was a crystal ball. It looked completely inconspicuous, and Leonel wouldn't have given it a second look if he saw it on a counter in a store. But when he read the description, his brows couldn't help but jump. Focus crystal, 10 billion. The price was cheap, or at least relatively so. This made sense since it was the most popular item. If only the top 10 could trade for it, it wouldn't be much of a popular item at all. According to the description, the focus crystal was a rare item used to refine force. One poured their force into it and it would come out purer. When used over a long period of time, this would purify the force within your body, bringing it closer to the kind of force one would only gain from pure force crystals. This was extremely similar to the ability of the golden-scaled koi fish. The difference, though, lied in the fact that this crystal catalyzed changes within your body, while the koi fish only did so with external force and within its own body. If one used a focus crystal daily, it would slowly improve one's affinity for one's element, and it would even help one to increase one's understanding of one's force. If used in conjunction with a mantra, the results would be even better. The only limitation of the focus crystal, and maybe the reason for its low price, was that it could only ever be used for one type of force. Once it was used, it wouldn't be able to purify any other kind of force, even if they shared the same element. Leonel exhaled when he saw this. This was an item he definitely had to have, and he needed multiple of them for sure. And Ina would need at least one for her Blaze Thunder Force, even if she didn't need it for her Blood Force and Life Force. Even if he ignored his lineage factors, he would still need 3 for himself, plus 1 for Ina, which would make 40 billion demon points. Leonel shook his head and turned toward the second popular item before smiling bitterly. Chapter 16225, Most Expensive. The second item was a seemingly ordinary black rock. Perfection Stone, 100 billion. This rock's ability was very simple. It scanned a person and morphed into a clone. However, this clone would detect your weaknesses and fix them. The issue was that the rock wouldn't be able to communicate exactly what these issues were. According to the description, it was a rock forged in a very famous Dream Force-dense region. It was able to project the consciousness of the universe by simulating what it could have done with a talent of your caliber if you appeared in a zone. It would simulate your life based on your age and then form a clone that could be considered the perfected version of yourself. The only way to slowly tease apart the details was to fight this rock again and again, not to mention getting beat up again and again. How could you defeat the perfect version of yourself? It was only after reading these things that Leonel finally understood why it was that all the Dreamforce-related items in this place were so cheap. In fact, if not for this, let alone 100 billion, this Perfection Stone might not be able to be bought with even 100 trillion. The description stated that this rock was a treasure of the Eternal Dream Pavilion. If Leonel was correct, this Eternal Dream Pavilion had subsidized many of the Dreamforce items in this place. According to his understanding, talents with exceptionally high Dreamforce affinity were too rare, but this was precisely what the pavilion demanded of their students. Although they hadn't sent their students, they were still in the business of fostering Dreamforce talents in hopes that more would appear. It was also potentially the case that in exchange for not participating, they had given these tributes over. These were just Leonel's guesses, and he might be missing a few details, but he felt that this was very close to being true. The good news about this Perfection Stone was that it could be used for as many people as you wanted. It was no wonder it was such a popular item. Leonel realized that he had to have it. The abilities of the people of this world's ability to simulate was definitely far above his own. This would be an invaluable item, and it would help him too greatly in the future. He didn't believe that it was truly perfect, but he would definitely use it as a guiding light. If zones could produce such perfect magic systems that humans couldn't even dream of thinking up on their own, why wouldn't the Perfection Stone be capable of refining his future path and allowing him to observe it? Now the trouble was that he was missing 30-40 billion demon points to buy this, even if he gave up one of the protective treasures. Leonel exhaled and made a decision. He moved some of the things from Little Tolly's evolution down, then he would be able to afford it. Ultimately, the things he needed to facilitate little Tali's evolution, which amounted to an extra 100 billion, were things that he could find outside of this zone. But this stone was something he definitely could not. Plus, it would still take him some time to find a force eruption. So, he had time to gather the materials as well. The source of this content is navielbin.net. Leonel exhaled. Show us the top 10 most expensive items you have here. Leonel still decided to go through with it. Who knew, maybe he would find something worth giving up everything for, if he could afford it, that is. What Leonel and Ina actually saw, though, was enough to leave them stunned. Every single one of the 10 items was a tablet. Most were gold, but there were 2 that were silver and 2 that were bronze. These were precisely the 12-pointed star lineage factor tablets, both the dark star half and the light star half. Leonel's eyes widened when, for the first time, his gaze landed on the gold tablets for this lineage factor. But almost the moment he did, he heard 2 roars resound in his mind. His eyes, nose, and ears burst into a rain of blood. He could see or hear anything, his body falling back, unconscious. "Leonel!" Ina's expression changed and quickly caught Leonel before his head hit the ground. She hesitated, wanting to look at the tablets as well, but she refrained, realizing that she might end up in the same state of Leonel. At that point, which one of them would be conscious to protect the other? Leonel mumbled, snapping out of his unconsciousness before he faded back into again. Every time his brain turned back on, he remembered those images and his body shut down again. Even without ever having laid eyes on those 2 beasts before, he knew exactly what their names were as though they had etched into his mind, almost like it was disrespectful for him to not know of them when he laid eyes on them. The pinnacle of the light star half of the lineage factor, the infinity beast. The pinnacle of the dark star half of the lineage factor, the void beast, the void beast. The void beast was the peak of the dark half of his lineage factor. In addition, there was actually a beast he had never heard of that was its exact opposite and equal. However, Leonel's memory was too perfect. Before he focused on those 2 tablets, he was certain that he had seen the names and descriptions of all the other tablets as well. For one, their prices were egregious, so much so that it felt almost like a slap to the face. They had so many zeros behind them that even Leonel didn't know what number that was supposed to represent. All he knew was that it was too much larger than just a trillion. But the second shocked him maybe even more than finding out what the pinnacle beasts of his lineage factor were. Emperor's Might. It was a tablet here. It sat with its own radiant gold light, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance and majesty. Just what did it mean for it to be here? Just what kind of zone was this? And why did it mention the Brazinger family in its description? What the hell did the greatest powers of Earth have to do with a fairy tale-based mythological zone? Chapter 1626. Fingertips. Leonel coughed before his expression turned solemn. There were too many things about this zone that confused him, too many questions he wanted to ask that no one would give him an answer to. Could it be that this wasn't a mythological zone, and it was instead a variant zone? It had to be remembered that variant zones signified the end of a world. They appeared when a territory was at a crossroads, and they would either face annihilation or deviate toward the correct path and prosper far more than they ever had before. What was most important to note about variant zones, though, in this case at least, wasn't the opportunity they presented, but rather the fact that variant zones were a peek into the future. If this was the case, then maybe this all made sense. The evolution in force manipulation, the prominence of the families of Earth, the unique changes to the techniques and paths those of this world took, could it be that this world was actually Earth all along? But then, where did these demons come from? Was it the influence of the Silver Empire? Did the Silver Empire make a comeback and cause all of this to occur, forcing the people of Earth to share the only 8th-dimensional world of the human domain with them? This was also a possibility. He had heard of the people here mentioning spirituals, so all of this was potentially true. The only thing that didn't quite add up was that this world was far too large to be the original Earth. But then again, just how large was the Void Palace? Clearly there were methods of making higher dimensional worlds break the laws of physics he was used to from the 3rd dimension. Anything was possible with the use of force. But still, even if Leonel's deductions were all correct, there were still more questions than there were answers. Such a variant zone, how could anyone bear to give it up? Did whoever attacked the Void Palace have to use such a precious zone for a task like this? It also had to be remembered that variant zones were known for their ease relative to other zones of the same level. Their entire purpose was to give those of their past a chance to transcend the difficulties that would block them from getting to the best possible future. This meant that this zone was invaluable if it was a variant zone originally. If not for the fact the likes of Leonel and the others failed immediately upon entering, the harshness they faced wouldn't have been nearly as difficult to transcend. In fact, maybe the methods of force manipulation and the like would have been handed to them on a silver platter rather than him having to go through all of this trouble. Were the people who used this zone to target the Void Palace fools? Even if there was a 100% guarantee of dealing with the Void Palace completely, who cared? So, what if the Void Palace was gone? Weren't there still other races? Other powerhouses? Plus, there were still the most powerful families of the human domain that remained untouched. On top of that, there was one person that Leonel was absolutely certain was doing just fine, his father. To deal with the human race, some fool actually chose to target the Void Palace first and not his father? Leonel couldn't help but think their brains were waterlogged. There were only two explanations that could possibly make sense to explain all of this. The first was that these people had no ability to gauge the value of this zone and what was inside of it. If they could, Leonel didn't believe they would use it so foolishly. The second was that Leonel was completely incorrect about all of this, and this place wasn't a variant zone at all. The first made no sense. How could a power capable of targeting the Void Palace not do something as simple as scan a zone? Even if Leonel gave them the benefit of the doubt, the two things that were absolutely easy to do regardless of the level of a zone was to tell the quota limit, as in how many people could enter, and to tell what type of zone it was. The moment a zone actually manifested on the readings as a variant zone, even if it was a ninth-dimensional zone, no, especially if it was a ninth-dimensional zone, no one would use it for such a foolish thing. There was, of course, one other possibility that Leonel was somewhat ignoring. In order to use this zone to target the Void Palace, whoever sent it had to expand the size of the zone a tremendous amount. There was a chance that only a zone of a certain caliber could withstand this process. As such, whoever did this had no choice. But even if that was the case, Leonel didn't believe that they'd be so stupid. If Leonel was in their shoes, and he had such a method, but it could only work on an incredibly valuable zone, he would directly scrap such a method and throw it in the trash. In fact, he might accidentally allow his enemies to learn of it and hope they'd be stupid enough to do such a thing should they run into such a valuable zone. At least that way, they would waste it instead of growing more powerful behind his back. The source of this content is navielbin.nets. All of this logic applied as well if this was really a mythological zone. It had to be remembered that mythological zones were the most likely to become unique zones purely because of their value. When things were framed like this, it didn't make any sense whatsoever for this place to be a zone unless the enemies of the Void Palace were complete idiots. Just when Leonel had this thought, he shot up from Ina's embrace, his heart trembling. What if he was wrong about all of this? What if the enemies of the Void Palace knew very well of the value of this zone but didn't care? And what if they didn't care because they already had such methods at their fingertips? Chapter 1627, Between the World and You. The current Leonel looked quite frightening. Blood fell from his eyes, ears, and nose, and his heart beat so wildly that it only made the blood pour down faster. If Ina didn't know better, she would have thought that Leonel would bleed out right here and now. Leonel? Leonel. Ina directly shook Leonel, her features marred with worry. Leonel blinked, shaking his head and wiping the blood on his cheeks away. Eventually, a sigh came out from his lips. What is it? Are you okay? I don't know. I just thought of a frightening possibility. What? It's just that what's the best way to manipulate a zone? Ina blinked. You mean? If someone used a method like the Valiant Pillars and you took control of a zone, you could enter it as you pleased and farm whatever you needed from it. You can technically do this with any zone. It's just that it's only beneficial, usually, to do it with zones that contain a great amount of resources that can quickly recover in a small period of time. This world here is so large and vast. Even if we spent 100 years, I doubt we could learn everything that needs to be learned. But what if others had that time and then some? I'm saying that if this zone was originally a mythological zone or even a variant zone, and then it was taken control of by a special power, then this special power took their time to squeeze out every pinch of benefit they could get from this place. What if after they were done, this zone also conveniently happened to be just strong enough to expand to hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter and swallow up one of your enemies with hardly any effort on your part? When Leonel said these things, Ina's heart trembled as well, coming to an understanding. There was a potential chance that all of Leonel's previous conjectures weren't wrong, but could rather only be correct if they were combined into one. Whether this was a variant or mythological zone didn't matter, they were just minor details. However, if it was only a zone of this caliber that could be used to swallow up the whole of the Void Palace, and one had already gotten everything you needed out of it, the question was, would it be worth it then? The answer was, without a doubt, yes. And if yes was truly the answer, then the enemy that the Void Palace faced wasn't just a small measure more fearsome, they were leaps and bounds beyond anything the human domain could hope to fight against. Thaila was a decent talent and her potential was high, especially considering her innate node. But she still wasn't considered to be anywhere near the best. Her 3 senior sisters teamed up and all of them together still couldn't be a match for whoever took first place in this Fiend-class sector. And then it had to be remembered that this was still just the Fiend-class sector. There were still numerous levels of the Chaos-class geniuses to contend with after this. If this power could freely enter and exit this zone as they pleased, slowly teasing out its secrets and squeezing it dry of everything it had, before then no longer caring about it enough to the point that it used it in such a fashion, just what kind of strength did this power have now? Fearsome. Too fearsome. Leonel suddenly hesitated. How would this power react if he managed to reverse the situation and allowed everyone out? According to his calculations, once he succeeded, it wouldn't just be he and Ina who could leave this place. With the collapse of the barrier to this zone, all outsiders would be teleported away all at once, including every one of the Void Palace who had been forcefully taken into this place. But now Leonel wondered if he should still do this. There was no doubt that if he delayed, many more of the Void Palace would die. In fact, many had likely died already. This place was a cruel world, and he had learned of it firsthand. He already knew that once he stepped out of this event, even if Mistress Oleodark left him be, the matriarch of the Endless Twilight Pavilion would not. The uncouth words he had spoken about her were one matter, and that could probably still be overlooked depending on a few factors. But Aina had killed 3 of her top disciples and had even taken the form of a chaos demon. Without Leonel here to block her from view, the elders above have definitely already seen this. If not for the fact they were in the demon world and not in the city any longer, they would have likely already swooped down to execute Aina. When Leonel thought to this point, he had an ugly expression. Was this really the only choice? The smart thing to do would be to sacrifice Aina. For the good of the human race and their survival, Leonel should allow everyone to stay in this world for as long as possible. Many would die, but those that survived would come out with the prowess capable of battling those that had imprisoned them in the first place. The source of this content is novielbin.net. Leonel couldn't see another way. If these people realized that those of the Void Palace had returned and they really had such strength, they would just directly act to wipe out the Void Palace personally. He and Aina couldn't stay here forever. Eventually the event would come to an end and they would be forcefully teleported out. By then, the two of them would be faced with a sweeping host of powerful 7th-dimensional and maybe even 8th-dimensional individuals. Even if they gave him a path to survive thanks to his talent, Leonel wasn't naive enough to believe that they'd allow Aina to go freely, and he simply didn't have the strength to protect her. He couldn't even defeat a genius within his dimension. How would he climb above it to face those monsters? Leonel looked toward Aina. She had an intelligent glint in her eyes as she calmly looked back. She understood these things the moment Leonel spoke. Although she couldn't think as fast as Leonel, her intelligence had never been lacking. Aina smiled. Don't look at me like that. I was ranked ahead of you in Class A, remember? Who asked you to not take your studies seriously? Leonel was stunned for a moment before he laughed. He reached a hand forward, caressing Aina's cheek and pressing his forehead to hers. Aina trembled involuntarily, biting her lip out of habit. No matter how many times Leonel told her not to do that, she never could stop. Between the world and you, I choose you, chapter 1628, an obvious answer. Leonel, Aina, didn't know what to say. The transition into Chaos Demon wasn't something she could control. The moment she reached a certain stage of comprehension in her blood sovereignty and took out the heirloom of the Silver Empire, everything happened so fast she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. It also didn't help that she didn't even know what kind of changes were occurring to begin with. Then, when it came to killing those 3 women, she was blinded by rage because the life and death of Leonel was unknown, and just by virtue of the state Leonel had returned in, their deaths were more than warranted. Still, even before then, it was already past the point of no return. She had thought that everything would be fine since Leonel had a method to leave this place and he wouldn't lie to her about such a thing. But now that she knew about this, she felt as though there was a lump in her throat that she couldn't quite deal with. She didn't want such a choice to be contingent on her. Just how many of the human domain would die because Leonel said such a thing? Leonel smiled, looking into Aina's eyes despite the closeness of their faces. Despite that smile and the twinkle in his eye, Aina knew the kind of weight Leonel felt on his shoulders making this decision. She knew how he felt about taking the lives of others and the kind of responsibility he felt toward protecting as many people as he could. He tried not to see any life as more valuable than another because even with his analytical mind, he couldn't find a logical progression toward the worth of a human life. But now, this very same Leonel was deciding that the life of one Aina was worth more than the life of countless others. Wasn't he just a hypocrite? Yes, he was, and quite frankly, right this moment, he didn't care. If it was his life, he wouldn't hesitate to put it on the line 100 out of 100 times. But when it came to the life of Aina, he would deign to play with it even once no matter how many opportunities he was given. Nothing would move him from this position. Didn't I say it already? I can do this impossible. Without me, everyone would be stuck here regardless. Since I'm the only one who can bring everyone out, this can be considered a small price for thanks. There's a limit to my selflessness, and this is it. Leonel pulled his head back, standing to his feet. Right now, he almost felt angry, almost as though a voice in his head was telling him that he was being selfish. It made a fury boil in his heart. He didn't know where these feelings for Aina came from, but he knew that they were here and they weren't going anywhere. Aina would forever be his bottom line, his reverse scale. If it meant protecting her, if he was honest with himself, he didn't give a damn how many people died. You were angry about that? All right then, find a method to leave this place yourself. An arrogance far colder than usual exuded from Leonel, his irises dancing with a crimson hue. Let's go. Let's leave this place. We'll return to the human domain as soon as I finish this. Leonel exchanged for everything on his list, save a few things for little Tali before storing them all away. Then he began to bring out the items he had collected through the sectors one by one before pulling out his quasi-life grade force quill. He planned to finish all of these preparations in one go. Once he stepped out, it would only take a moment to fuse everything together and end it all. Leonel wasn't in the mood to continue shopping. He had everything he needed, and he would make certain that whoever put them in here and made him make such a choice suffered. Although Leonel wasn't absolutely certain who it was, he was over 90% sure that it was the Three-Finger Cult. Only they could have such means. And, if it truly was them, then there was definitely someone within the Void Palace that worked together with them to execute such a large-scale plan. Leonel could bring everyone out, and in the future, he would make certain that they ever gave him such a chance. As Leonel worked, his expression only became colder and colder, even the air became frigid despite the fact he hadn't released any water force. Leonel had thought for a long time about exactly how to exit this zone. In fact, he had spent months on the problem. Ultimately, the answer lay in the full name of a zone. It was a subdimensional, meaning it was a pocket of space separate from reality that, under normal circumstances, couldn't be breached. In the past, subdimensional zone had been described to Leonel as points in history that met the present, almost like time loops that formed small pockets of space that shared a similar history, but also a somewhat separate timeline. This was why, when you failed a zone, you would live out your life until you died rather than the zone just directly collapsing. While to you, it would seem as though a lifetime had passed upon failure, to those of the outside world, the zone would open up immediately, sending the next group that entered to the beginning of the time loop. This concept became even clearer in Leonel's mind after he learned that the opposite of spatial force was time force. The two were opposite sides of the same coin, both together and yet very much separate. Then, how exactly could you exit a zone after all having missed the get-off point? Well, the answer was found in the same way such zones were formed in the first place, a point where history met the present, or in other words, on the other side of the coin, a point where one space met another. The source of this content is novielbin.net. Simply put, if Leonel wanted to exit, he needed to find a way to bring them back to the reset point. He couldn't do this with time force, but he could do it with spatial force. Essentially, he had to find a way to force this zone to touch the human domain once again. Once these two worlds connected, it would be like the zone opened up again, but this time in reverse, thus allowing everyone to exit. At least, this was the simplified version of his thoughts. This, though, still left the matter of how. How would he force such a connection to occur again? Leonel needed a catalyst, a bridge of sorts that could force these worlds to interact once again, and he had the perfect solution to this. What Leonel needed was a third world, a world that could force these two together once more, a world that had a strong connection to the human domain but was also sturdy enough to survive a trip through space, and to that, Leonel had the perfect answer. In fact, this world had already survived such a trip before. In fact, it had survived such a trip many times before. It even had certain abilities capable of hiding the presence of people from the eyes of a zone. By now, the answer was obvious, the segmented cube. Chapter 1629, pissed Ina had never seen Leonel so focused. A dense amount of auspicious air flooded his surroundings. It felt that if she wanted to, she would easily be able to enter an extremely deep state of meditation, one even deeper than the one that had allowed her to form her chaos demon body. Ina couldn't help but wonder why it was that Leonel didn't use it more often. Whether it was his state of focus or his strength, she felt like it was on a completely different level when he entered this state. Was he just not aware? Or was it about his disposition? Could he not enter it freely? She could tell that Leonel seemed to be pissed off about something, but it was odd because he didn't seem to be angry with her. If anything, she felt like they were even closer now, closer than they ever had been. What woman wouldn't swoon when their man said words like Leonel just had? Leonel always seemed to have a way to make her heart flutter, but this just felt especially potent even in comparison to his usual way with words. But his disposition shifted again on a dime. She just felt like the more she understood Leonel, the less she actually understood. From what she did know, though, there were probably only two possibilities. Either Leonel was pissed off that he was too weak and had to make such a decision in the first place, or he was enraged at the thought that people were threatening her life to begin with. Knowing this unreasonable man, it was probably a combination of both. Only someone with his level of arrogance would be truly pissed off about such things. The first was a culmination of frustration. Leonel was usually lazy. That much was true. He didn't put in as much effort as he should, and he was easily bored by things. But at the same time, he was also someone who could easily pour in a ton of time so long as there was a goal ahead. If he had just been lazy recently and that was the root of his weakness, fine, he would be able to accept it. But the reality was that before being forced into this situation, he had spent every waking moment of the previous year honing his strength. He hadn't taken a single step out of that training room, and the moment he did take a step out, the Void Palace was suddenly thrust into an existential crisis. He, despite his usual disposition, had put in 10 months of effort. He had put in so much effort that he even fell asleep for an additional 2 months. And yet, even that still wasn't enough to match up to the geniuses of this zone. First, he found himself captured by the Illidiarch family. Then he was surrounded by enemies in this city, and when he finally found a soothing happiness again with Ina by his side, he was nearly crushed in a battle with Tyla before he was, quite literally, eaten alive by a demon. Now he faced the cherry on top, and he could already see the coming struggle ahead. Even if he completed this perfectly in time for them to be teleported out, they'd likely face stiff problems as he completed the final step. Just thinking about it pissed him off. He was probably more than strong enough to shatter the barrier his father left behind in the segmented cube, but he still felt like he somehow hadn't improved at all. It was frustrating. It felt as though he was running in place while the peak ahead only got further away and taller. Maybe only Leonel would be truly frustrated by such a thing. A year? What was a year of effort compared to the amount of time these geniuses had put into their crafts? What about compared to the old monsters that were waiting to target his life? What good was a year in the face of dozens? What about hundreds? But then again, did Leonel even have such an option? How long ago had the metamorphosis of Earth descended? He hadn't grown up in this world, he was just thrust into it without aim or purpose. Although he felt like he had his own purpose now, he couldn't seem to ever focus on it like he wanted to. It was almost like his mind wasn't fully in his own control. Leonel's wrist flicked, and the final force art was completed. He took off the finger guard that had been with him all this time and slotted it into the center of it all. This guard was none other than the home of the segmented cube. Very soon, it would be complete again. Leonel looked up, the intent in his eyes blazing. The world wasn't fair. It wasn't designed to be. No one would care how long he had been in the dimensional verse for. No one would care that he had spent most of his childhood recovering for a grievous injury, or that he hadn't gotten the chance to grow step by step with his greatest talent, his innate node, and had to instead watch as it became a ticking time bomb in his body. Since no one would care, he wouldn't care either. Leonel swept his completed craft into his spatial ring and stood to wrap an arm around Ina's waist. The source of this content is navyelbin.net. He didn't look toward her. Instead, his gaze practically bore a hole into the Emperor's Might tablet. He felt a formless pressure boring down on him, pressing down against his soul. What Leonel had learned when his body separated from his soul was that while the root of most of his lineage factors were in his body, his King's Might lineage factor actually called his soul home. In addition, when his body separated from his soul, the influence his innate node had on his King's Might lineage factor was also stripped away, allowing it to regain its former clarity. Staring at it, Leonel felt a sudden compulsion. "Come here." His voice was cold. Cold to the point that Ina felt a tingle up her spine, her cheeks flushing red. An oppressive King's Might surged into the surroundings, suffocating the surroundings in a dense purple fog that permeated even the protective formations. Leonel stretched out a hand, and the bindings around the golden tablet shattered, and it surged into his palm. Boom, 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 boom! The world in the surroundings suddenly began to collapse. The other tablets vanished even as the Emperor's Might tablet became illusory and shot into Leonel's body. Leonel's vision swam, and when he appeared once more, he was already standing outside of the city gates. At that moment, the skies above collapsed, a large surge of powerful elders of the seventh dimension rushing downward. Leonel didn't even look upward. His hand waved and a thick platform descended. Boom! The earth quaked and a strong surge of spatial force surged through the air. Many of the youths near Leonel and Ina were forced into a quick retreat. The platform embedded and hooked itself into the earth, becoming so solid that even Leonel, its creator, wouldn't be able to move it even if he wanted to. Chapter 1630, superimposed, the solid slab of silver metals that was at least 10 by 10 meters. Its edges were filled with complex runes that could make one's mind spin just looking at them, and its center was filled with a circular formation that seemed to rotate with life of its own. Halt! Hand the demon over. The elders above released mighty auras, soaring down upon their treasures. When Leonel heard this, his gaze flashed with rage, but he still didn't look upward. If he had the strength, he would have directly killed the person who said such a thing. However, even though he didn't look upward, his aura continued to grow like a towering tempest. Billowing violet fog and a wild crimson spread out further and further. From the perspective of the elders of this world, they had to capture Ina, and even if they couldn't capture her, they had to at least kill her. A demon that could camouflage themselves as a human was a crisis-level threat to them all. They had to know how it worked, and more importantly, how to counter it. The one good thing about demons was that they were easily spotted. But if one could hide so perfectly and even infiltrate their society to this extent, wouldn't it only be a matter of time before they were all finished? They couldn't allow Ina to escape no matter what. Violent surges of aura descended from the skies. If it wasn't for the fact they were caught off guard by the change, they would have already surrounded the city. But something Leonel did seemed to have triggered the teleportation ahead of time, causing them to still be in the skies observing the situation until right this moment. Leonel. The roar of Mistress Oleodark was among the loudest, and there was no doubt that this was on purpose. She should have been happy that Leonel had gathered so many points for her Oleodark family, but truthfully, it was the direct opposite. She had to make it clear that she was going all out to kill Leonel and Ina, or else her family would be implicated. Who could have thought that the brat she had easily taken control of just might cause the downfall of her family so easily? She couldn't allow this to happen no matter what. Ripple. At that moment, a strong surge of force expanded outward in all directions. Bang! Several attacks from above suddenly found themselves blocked by a powerful barrier. This barrier wasn't actually part of the original design, but was rather just a subsidiary product of the function of the design. There needed to be an incredibly stable spatial link formed between this world and the next, so Leonel had modified the original design to need a powerful ore with precisely these characteristics as the foundation. Leonel had done a lot of research about spatial rings and spatial force in general in order to create this method to retrieve the segmented cube. Now all of that research became the backbone for his method of returning home. He gave the segmented cube a landing mark, and that would be its original vessel to begin with. Now that the space was stabilized, seventh-dimensional individuals could forget about shaking it easily. Leonel had actually been prepared for eighth-dimensional experts to make a move, but there were none, surprisingly. What he didn't know was that they all had been pulled away by that sudden snap. But regardless, the fact that none were here, or disdained to act in Leonel's estimation, they could forget about stopping him. The space only grew more and more stable with each passing moment. Even for Leonel and Ina, who were in the center of it all, it was difficult even to move properly, let alone for these elders to shatter the barrier. Leonel slowly inclined his head almost as though he wanted to imprint the faces of all those above him. He even took an exceptionally long look at Mistress Oleodark. He would never meet these people again, and he knew that, but for some reason he still did this. Maybe it was less about getting revenge later and more of a reminder of what forced him into this situation in the first place. At that moment, the skies above split and a surging beam of light descended. Bang! It collided with the spatial barrier, and right then, it was as though the earth had been connected to the skies. The blue skies and clouds vanished, replaced by a vastness of darkness and sparkling stars. For a moment, some believed that someone had activated their natural light domain, but that was far from the case. Leonel's gaze flickered. This was part of his calculations, so he wasn't surprised about the pillar of spatial force. However, that shouldn't be what the skies looked like. It felt like Leonel didn't get a chance to finish his thoughts when an amoeba-like bundle of energy suddenly shuttled through the pillar of spatial force. His eyes lit up. He knew exactly what that was. It was most definitely the world of the segmented cube. Seeing this, nothing else mattered. He knew that it had worked. Bang! The bundle of energy collided with the finger guard, and Leonel immediately stretched out a hand, causing it to shoot back toward him. The platform rumbled, a residual bit of energy that had coated the segmented cube's world fusing with it. The energy ran through the circular formation like it was rushing through a racetrack before it began to cause the runes near the edges to light up as well. At that moment, the entire world began to tremble. No matter where they were, the youths and elders of the Void Palace looked up. Some were hidden within organizations, others were running through the demon worlds, others were stuck in jail cells, and yet some others were being humiliated as slaves. However, not a single one of them didn't feel the tug. The source of this content is navielbin.net. A sudden pulling sensation pulled them through as the two worlds superimposed. When the world finally calmed once more, every one of them had vanished. Chapter 1631, Shitty Old Man Leonel snapped awake to the sound of whistling wind, and not long after, to the feeling of his lips trying to touch his forehead. His eyes opened wide. Damn, were his calculations off? He had definitely set it so that he would land on his feet, so how had things happened like this? Why was he falling through the skies? Wasn't this a bit too cliché? Leonel's brows furrowed. There were too many things that were odd about this, but Leonel didn't have the luxury of thinking about it. He looked to his side to find that Ina had awoken as well. At the very least, they had managed to stay side by side, likely due to the fact he had been holding on to her. Leonel took hold of Ina, ready to do something to catch her. But at that moment, the feeling of strong armor in his palm suddenly became delicate and soft-skinned. His expression changed a bit, but he looked to the side to find that Ina had already entered her Chaos Demon form. Her armor separated from her body, becoming a dancing tornado of gorgeous black feathers, and her wings appeared once more. In an instant, their positions flipped, and Ina caught Leonel, cradling him like a princess. Leonel found himself without the words to speak. He was certain that this mischievous little vixen had done this on purpose. Almost as though to confirm this, Ina couldn't even hit the ground before she started laughing. The sonorous sounds of her laughter spread over the surroundings. She couldn't help herself. Ina landed on the ground, still holding Leonel up with a wide smile on her face. She leaned down and gave him a peck on the cheek, her grin enormous. Leonel eventually laughed as well, even forgetting to check their surroundings. "You're not going to get down, Princess?" Ina asked. "Why would I? I think this is actually pretty comfortable. Carry me around some more." Bang! Leonel fell to the ground and could only look up with a wronged expression. There was really no justice in this world. Leonel stood, patting his butt and looking around. This should be the Void battlefield? How far out are we? The Void battlefield was a large place, and the only region Leonel was familiar with was the Rapax region, and even that was just to a limited extent. Unfortunately, there was far more than just the Rapax here. From Leonel's understanding, pretty much every race of the dimensional verse had a land they controlled here. After all, this region could be considered the dividing lines between their territories, so how could they not protect what was effectively the front line? There was another reason for this as well, of course, and that was that the human domain would soon produce an eighth dimensional world. Once this happened, the layer of protection they had due to their relative weakness would be gone, and the ultimate result would likely be war. The source of this content is novielbin.nets. Forget it, we can deal with this later. How about we go visit Blackstar? Maybe that annoying old man will have a way to tell exactly where we've gone and how to get back. Leonel somewhat sighed a breath of relief when he thought this. Star Order was definitely an annoying old man, but so long as he was being annoying, this also meant that he was giving him knowledge that he didn't have. Aina nodded in agreement, somewhat missing the little mink as well. Leonel opened his palm, and the segmented cube, for the first time in over a year, finally changed its form once again and took the shape of a cube formed of jigsaws. With a smile, he grabbed Aina's hand and entered, but what he saw when he went inside left him somewhat floored. The segmented cube had been vast before, but now it was on a completely different level. Leonel landed in a vast forest with trees as tall as several hundred meters and so thick it would take dozens of men to wrap around it from tip to tip. What the hell? This place? It should be the garden of my residence. At least that's where I wanted to teleport to. How had things happened like this? WHO? A booming voice descended from the skies and a familiar spirit appeared about Leonel and Aina. The old man had once again entered that ridiculously handsome form of his. He looked more like he should be walking runways and starring in movies than yelling so imposingly. Brat? Star Order seemed just as taken aback to see Leonel as Leonel was to see the segmented cube. Leonel blinked, his head tilting to the side. Something about Star Order seemed off. With how vast this world was, the only one who should have been able to teleport around so fast was Leonel himself, who was the owner of the cube to begin with. But somehow, Star Order had just appeared here. Leonel's eyes couldn't help but narrow. At the same time, Star Order's surprise turned into a malevolent grin. He finally had this brat right where he wanted him. Leonel reacted faster than Star Order, using the pendant that his mother had given him to control the old bastard. But to Leonel's shock, Star Order seemed completely unaffected. Haha, you little shit. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Leonel and Aina's expressions both became dark at the exact same time. This old man had always been looking for opportunities to kill Leonel, but to think that he still wouldn't have given up after all this time. Star Order's presence soared, but Leonel only grinned as the old man's spirit shot toward his head. Star Order was sent spiraling away. When he stabilized himself, he could only look toward Leonel with an incredulous expression. You shitty old man, my dream force comprehension has already reached the pinnacle of the seventh dimension, and so have the barriers of my mind. Plus, my soul control is at a completely different level now. You can forget about it. Star Order was speechless, not knowing what to say. Leonel shook his head. I leave you for a year and you already don't know how to act. Have some propriety as an elder. Star Order's expression furrowed. A year? It's been decades. Chapter 1632. The end of a phenomena? Leonel's expression changed when he heard this. His mind spun into overdrive, trying to think of the possibilities for why this could be. His calculations seemed to have been off from the beginning since he was falling through the sky and even ended up lost somewhere inside the void battlefield. Could it be that this was the reason he was off? As specified previously, zones were technically points in time connecting with one another. Could it be that Leonel just connected with the wrong point? Considering the vastness of time itself, the fact that he had landed within a couple decades was already praiseworthy. It was so close that it couldn't even be considered a margin of error. After all, what was a couple decades in the face of trillions upon trillions of years? However, Leonel didn't feel like he was wrong. He had been so careful, so precise, it was simply impossible for such a thing to have happened. His confidence in himself was absolute, but everything seemed to point to the fact that he had, indeed, made a mistake somewhere. Leonel's brows furrowed further. By now, one might wonder why it is that Leonel didn't consider time dilation. After all, it was only a minority of zones that were one-to-one with real time and zone time. The vast majority had some sort of time dilation built in, even capable of halting the aging of the individuals who entered. But, while Leonel had heard of many zones that sped up time in comparison to the outside world, he had never heard of any that did the reverse. In fact, they didn't exist. This was something that Leonel could say confidently now that he had read all of the basic knowledge in the Void Library. Time dilation in the reverse was impossible, so the only explanation was that Leonel's calculations had been off. I made a mistake? Leonel's frown deepened to the point even his skin tone seemed to darken. Old man, have you ever heard of a zone time dilated in the reverse? Star Order blinked but eventually shook his head. Such a thing didn't exist. Leonel shook his head as well. It seemed like things were truly impossible. There really was only one explanation then. Forget it. What happened to my segmented cube? And why is it that you seemed so confident previously? Star Order was about to answer, but at that moment, the shimmering appearance of an adorable little girl with a floating cloud for legs appeared. It's about time that you returned. Despite the commanding tone, one would only feel an overwhelming need to pinch this little girl's cheeks. I've seen you before. You were there after I left the Dimensional Cleanse trial world. The little girl rolled her eyes. Don't remind me. Back then, I could have directly entered the seventh dimension, but I actually had to waste precious energy healing you instead. Can't you be a little less useless? Never mind. Since you've brought me back to the eighth dimension now, I guess I shouldn't be too hard on you. Good boy. The little girl floated over and patted Leonel on the head. Leonel blinked. The segmented cube had entered phase 6? When? Had it been over the decades he had been gone? How, though? The segmented cube needed a ridiculous amount of energy to evolve. Even spending so long in a dense mass of what must have been ninth-dimensional vital star force wasn't enough for it to evolve to this level, but suddenly 2 decades was enough for it to reach this level? Something wasn't adding up. No, a lot of things weren't adding up. Don't think too hard. Your calculations weren't off. There are just certain things you're too weak about. Knowing would, quite literally, harm you. I don't mean in a figurative sense. I mean, as I said, literally. Leonel didn't know what to say to this. I'm going to go and see little Blackstar and little Tolly. Leonel sighed. He had left them alone for too long. The phenomena is finished, and spatial fluctuations have come to an end. They should have all returned now. An unknown voice spoke from the shadows. So my words were correct? Even if they were correct, we couldn't act on them until now anyway. I don't know how that brat did it, but he's even more troublesome than his father. Dealing with him will be as easy as flipping over a palm. His father has been on a rampage for the last 2 decades. His wife didn't appear until 11 years ago, and his son hasn't appeared until now. I told you that we should have acted when he was in the Void Palace. It wasn't worth the risk. There was a chance he could have stopped it. And what did that get you? The plan failed anyway because of his brat. The source of this content is novielbin.net. The plan might have failed, but it wasn't for nothing. It's given us extra years to prepare. Now, we're already close. How do you want to deal with this matter then? Using the Void Palace is too easy. We have too many methods. Just randomly choose one to get him kicked out of the Void Palace. By then, we can send any random agent and kill him off directly. Are we really ready to antagonize that man directly? We killed his father already, and what did he do? Pout a bit? He thought we killed his wife and son, and what did he do? Just pout some more? So what if we actually kill them this time? This is the luxury time has brought us. Although it's not advisable to fight him directly for now, we also have no need to fear him in the slightest. If he wanted to waste his time beating his head against a steel drum, let him. I really want to see what the piece of trash can do. He can just watch obediently as we kill off his family members one by one. Once a hard-headed fool, always a hard-headed fool. All right then, I have a method. It won't be too difficult at all. Get it done, but be patient about it. No need to activate any pieces. Use the most natural and inconspicuous method. No issues on this side. Chapter 1633, Yip. Leonel felt as though a boulder had slammed into his chest. He had barely stepped into the region when a familiar blur of black assaulted him. He fell to the ground. His face suffered an attack from a wet mass of pink. However, what should have been a soft tongue made Leonel feel as though layers of his face were coming off piece by piece. Leonel laughed. Little Blackstar had never licked him like this before. It seemed he had left the little guy alone for too long, only to come back and find that the little mink had become a dog instead. Leonel peeled Blackstar away from himself, holding the little mink up. He couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw. Little Blackstar had moved so fast previously that he hadn't gotten a good look, but the little mink had gone from fun-sized to massive. The Blackstar Leonel knew was barely over a foot long, but this Blackstar was easily 3 feet long and 3 times as thick as well. Though the not-as-little guy could still easily rest on his shoulders as usual, he was much larger than before. Leonel could even see a hint of maturity behind the little one's eyes, something that made him sigh. Little Blackstar was just a baby when Leonel met him, but now he was grown. Actually, if Leonel thought about it, little Blackstar was only about as old now as he himself was. Of course, it didn't make much sense to look at things like that. After all, the lifespan of third-dimensional minks versus third-dimensional humans was easily a 10 times difference. But luckily, little Blackstar was now well into the 6th dimension. In fact, it probably wouldn't be all that long before the little one entered the 7th. Lifespan at this level wasn't really much of a worry. In fact, for beasts, they tended to outlive humans because their bodies carried much more strength and vitality. Leonel grinned. He was honestly a bit worried. After 20 years, who knew what could have happened? Luckily, Blackstar still treated him just the same. Suddenly, little Blackstar vanished from Leonel's hands. Before Leonel could be confused, he heard some laughter coming from his back and realized that Blackstar had actually abandoned him in search of brighter, greener, and definitely much softer pastures. Leonel rose to his feet with a smile to see Blackstar snuggling with Ina. In truth, the relationship between the two had been quite estranged. During the matters of a year ago, Blackstar had obviously stayed with Leonel. It seemed, though, that the senses of his partner were quite sharp since he flipped a switch so easily. You didn't bully Blackstar, did you? Leonel looked toward Y-Star Order. Currently, the group was still within the large forest. It was so vast that Leonel still couldn't quite wrap his head around what he was seeing. But while it was vast, it was also quite empty. The segmented cube might have nearly become a sustainable world of its own, but it didn't have the ecosystem to match it. Even the trees and vegetation were very simple. They couldn't be considered to be high-class force herbs and were, at best, just some plants with longer lifespans and stronger bodies than normal. Bully, you should thank me. Whether it's the little mink or those other 2 kiddos, I definitely treated them well. Leonel suddenly frowned. This was actually something that he was worried about. Y-Star Order couldn't harm him now, but that didn't mean Candle and Vice couldn't. Those two savants had been given 2 decades to grow. Just how powerful had they grown? Seeing Leonel's expression, Y-Star Order sneered as though he couldn't wait for something. But the little girl, or rather Anastasia, as she wanted Leonel to remember, didn't let him have his fun for long. Don't worry about this one, he's just blowing his own trumpet. He only helped because there was nothing better to do in this place. For someone who's lived so long, he completely lacks patience. All he's good at are little tricks, but he's too stupid to make them any good. The source of this content is navielbin.net. Leonel rolled his lips over themselves when he heard this. It took everything he had not to burst out in laughter, but the amusement in his eyes was all too clear to Y-Star Order. To think that the mighty Y-Star Order would have such a day too. Y-Star Order glared at Leonel. Just because she looks like a little girl doesn't mean she is one, she's an old mon. Y-Star Order quickly cleared his throat, feeling a glare that could ruin him. The truth was that during the event that caused the segmented cube to dislodge from its original coordinates and separate from its vessel, Y-Star Order had almost died. As for the reasons why, they had little to do with the segmented cube itself and everything to do with that event. His life was going to be snuffed out, but Anastasia felt that he was more useful alive and actually tethered his existence to the segmented cube. That action actually led to the pendant that Leonel had becoming useless, and that was the reason why Leonel couldn't make any use of it. Unfortunately, this also meant that Anastasia had absolute control over him, and his life and death was at the whims of this little girl. Knowing this, it was no wonder he was so obedient. But his hatred of Leonel had increased manifold. It was just too bad that he couldn't do anything about it. For some reason, though, neither Anastasia nor Y-Star Order seemed to have any intention of telling Leonel about these matters. So, when asked, what exactly happened that caused the segmented cube to separate from its vessel? I only woke up from a coma one day, and you were all gone. Don't ask for the answers to questions you can't know the answers to. The harsh reality is that telling Leonel the truth wouldn't be too much of an issue if he was a normal person. However, Leonel was simply too intelligent. Even the most benign of clues might lead to a disaster. Anastasia wouldn't allow this to happen. Chapter 1634, Candle and Vice. One by one placed your metal spirit into suspended animation. 20 years of separation between yourself and your mink is one matter, but if you allowed the same to happen with your metal spirit, it would grow apart from you. Before maturity, spirits are too malleable and susceptible to their environment. If you only spent a fraction of their life with them, they would easily forget you, which makes sense since they live far longer than humans. Some even believe that spirits have no finite lifespans at all. The little one will be in the first lab. Anastasia changed the subject before Leonel could ask any questions quite clearly. It was obvious that she had no intention of allowing him to know the truth. The good news, though, was that Leonel was ecstatic to hear this news. He had actually been worrying about it. If little Tali also entered the 6th dimension while he was gone, it would already be too late to do anything, and he would have wasted billions of demon points on nothing. Someone else might have thought of abandoning little Tali at that point and simply picking up a new metal spirit, but by this point Tolliver was Leonel's partner. How could he abandon him just because? He wouldn't have the heart to do it. It wasn't long before Leonel felt that familiar feeling of little Tali rushing through his fingers. He couldn't help but have a wide grin on his face. It seemed that suspended animation state hadn't affected the little one at all, and it was just as enthusiastic. To it had been even less than a year since it had seen Leonel, but it was still far too long. Anastasia had obviously sensed this and made this decision herself. Toward this, Leonel could only be endlessly grateful. With a smile, Leonel turned to face Candle and Vice. The two of them didn't look to have aged a day, but this was to be expected. Although savants could rise through the dimensions via normal means, so long as their control over their ability index reached certain levels, they would have no problems living long lives. What did surprise Leonel, though, was that the usual shadow that loomed over them seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Candle's finicky and jittery demeanor was no longer as prominent, and Vice seemed to have stopped copying everything Candle did to hide his true intentions. Most curiously, though, or maybe it was only to be expected since only the two of them were here, they seemed very close to one another. Facing Leonel now, they clearly found comfort in each other's presence. Leonel was happy that this happened. In fact, he had hoped that something like this would happen, although he had done nothing to try and force it. He wanted the two of them to slowly pull away from the shadow their life in Dark Cloud Prison had placed them under. Even if they didn't quite trust Leonel, as he had simply vanished for 2 decades, it would still be easier to communicate with and understand them the more humanity they had. First, I want to apologize to you two. I had every intention of giving you both as much freedom as possible, but an event caused me to lose access to the segmented cube. To me, it's only been about a year and some change, but to you, it's already been 2 decades. There's already nothing I can do to fix that. However, I still that you two can. It's okay, Vice suddenly spoke. Leonel raised an internal eyebrow, but he didn't do much else other than smile when he heard this. In the past, Vice would be too busy imitating Candle to dare to interrupt Leonel when he was speaking because Candle would be too reserved to ever think of doing so. You don't need to treat them with kid gloves, Y-Star Order said with a snort. My 2 little disciples are stronger than you can even imagine. In that case, I'll ask you two something else then. What do you want to do in life? Leonel kept looking toward them, not sparing Y-Star Order a glance. The couple looked toward one another before grabbing a hold of one another's hands. We want to help Master rebuild the Luxnix family, Vice spoke for them both. Leonel blinked before chuckling inwardly. He knew that Y-Star Order would do his own bit of brainwashing, but it seemed that his claws were sunk deep into this pair. Leonel didn't dare to refute it either. After all, if his first interaction with Candle and Vice was to question their motives or if they were smart enough to make their own decisions, then it would completely ruin any goodwill he had in their hearts if there was any. To them, Y-Star Order was likely like a father by now, while he was just a person who had threatened them with death and then leveraged that into controlling their abilities. The gap was far too large. However, what happened next surprised him. It was actually Candle that spoke this time. We understand that Sir Leonel is also the hope of the Luxnix family, so we will do our best to assist you. The source of this content is novielbin.net. Also, Vice and I want to thank Sir Leonel for not killing us for our abilities. We know that you could have any time you wanted, but you chose to spare us. Thank you very much. Candle spoke very softly, but her words were firm and carried much more confidence than Leonel expected. It seemed that she had truly come out of her shell as well. He had simply missed too much. Leonel sent a gaze toward Y-Star Order. He hadn't expected the old man to tell them about this. Of course, Leonel could have told them himself, but something like that was hard to bring up naturally without making it sound like a threat. If they didn't learn about it naturally, it was best they didn't learn about it at all. Y-Star Order snorted. Don't look at me like that. This one made me tell them. Candle giggled, hearing her master's complaints. The mood and atmosphere felt quite homey all of a sudden. Chapter 1635, target after these matters were settled, and his heart was settled. Leonel couldn't help but think about the situation of the dimensional verse, and specifically, the human domain. If he had been gone for 20 years, too many things could have happened. Setting aside miscellaneous matters, he was most worried about Earth and his brothers. How had they been? And Earth, what dimension had it entered by now? Did it survive well without him there to battle on the front lines? What other powers were eyeing it? And if his brothers and friends were fighting those wars, had they survived? How were they faring? Leonel was itching to do something, but he forced himself to calm down. 20 years had passed already. A few seconds and even a few months wouldn't make a large difference. What had already happened, and there was no changing it, and if they had managed to survive for 20 years, he was sure that they could manage to survive for a bit longer. Currently, he was in a severely weakened state. Never mind the fact that his dream force and mind hadn't quite fully recovered just yet, there was still the matter of his king's might being reset and the fact that his metal body had been undone and no longer had divine armors to support it. Much of Leonel's strength had been stripped down, and it would be foolish of him to start rushing around without being able to consolidate what he had first. He had to take his time and first reach a bottleneck in his progression before he went out. He realized that every time he jumped into any sort of trouble, he never had any time to rest. There was no doubt that the human domain was in a large amount of turmoil right now with everything that had happened, so he couldn't afford to be casual with his life. Anastasia, I plan to do a few things before leaving. Can you monitor the situation outside? I don't want the segmented cube to end up damaged because the wrong person ran into it. Anastasia nodded. Oh, so you know how to be patient? It seems that someone finally taught you a lesson. Leonel coughed lightly. It seemed that he had traded one Y-Star Order for a sharp-tongued, albeit supremely adorable, Anastasia. Y-Star Order finally learned how to be obedient, but at what cost? There's no need for you to worry. In Phase 6, the segmented cube's ability to shrink is even greater. No one would notice us under normal circumstances. It's good that you're deciding to take things slowly. There's nothing someone as pitifully weak as you can do anyway. Plus, you're the last to arrive anyway. The source of this content is novielbin.net. Leonel frowned. Last to arrive? Anastasia's words seemed to imply that he and Ina were the last to find a method to return, but that didn't make any sense. Maybe it was because he was arrogant, but he was certain that even if everyone in the Void Palace was given a segmented cube to use as a catalyst to return home, he could probably count on his fingers how many would be able to think of the method. Could it be that there was another way to return? When you triggered the return sequence, you became the focal point of the return as you were the origin of everything. The point you stood upon was the very to make the connection, but it was also the last to disconnect. A sudden realization overtook Leonel, so he was the one that allowed others to return, but because he and Ina had been at the focal point, they were the last to return. When you were working with such long spans of time, what was ultimately a few microseconds worth of difference between when they left and when everyone else left became dilated to decades worth on the side. How unlucky. This wasn't part of Leonel's calculations either. Even if he knew it would happen, he would still need to act, but it was still a bit unfortunate. Still, this is good. If the elders of the Void Palace returned well in advance, then it likely means that the turmoil in the human domain isn't so bad. They would have come back to stabilize the situation in time. Leonel felt that this was actually good news. You can look at it like that, or, Anastasia sneered, you can realize that this puts a huge target on your back. Leonel froze. He didn't need Anastasia to explain this to him at all. The moment she spoke the words, he hit him like a ton of bricks. Leonel couldn't see the core of the situation because he had been stuck in the thick of it. But from an outsider's perspective, especially given the sheer amount of time that had passed, it would have been easy to understand what was happening even if they didn't understand the methods Leonel had used. Ultimately, it would be very simple to conclude that whoever returned last once the phenomenon concluded should also be the person that had caused it all in the first place. Things would be fine under normal circumstances. After all, just statistically speaking, there would be others who came out in close proximity to Leonel. In addition, he and Ina had appeared in a completely barren location where none were here to observe their appearance. However, there were two methods of tracking Leonel. The first was his name in the Morales family Holy Land. It was less likely for there to be traitors in the Morales family, so this probably was as much of a worry. But this was where the second method came into play. The second was, of course, Leonel's badge as a Void Palace disciple. The moment he and Ina came back, others would know. Leonel didn't know much about the Void Palace in question, but what he did know was that his father had gone on a rampage in their territory, and this was even part of the reason he was a target of dissatisfaction for some factions. Obviously, Leonel, given how much he respected his father, would never say that he was in the wrong, which very likely meant that the Void Palace had deserved it. In which case, the Void Palace had traitors amongst them, and those traitors would definitely know that he was the last to return. Leonel's gaze became frighteningly cold. It seemed that he would be targeted very soon. Chapter 1636, Cleanse 1. Leonel was already determined to prepare himself a bit first before he left, but now this was just affirmed all the more. It would be borderline idiotic for him to return now. He had to take advantage of the time where no one knew where exactly he was. While most would know that he had returned, this didn't mean that they could pinpoint his location. For now, he would just have to stay here until he was ready. I'll be busy for a while, maybe a few months, potentially less, Leonel spoke, turning to Ina. Currently, Ina held the big little black star in her arms. She didn't seem too surprised by Leonel's words. Considering his previous agitation, she had guessed that something like this was going to happen. Okay, I will wait, she said with a smile. Leonel nodded and left this place. The current segmented cube was enormous. According to Anastasia, it had a size about a quarter that of a normal-sized planet. Considering the population was not even 10, it was no wonder that it felt enormous. Right this moment, the segmented cube was like having a miniature Earth in his pocket. In fact, the only reason it hadn't begun producing treasures at the level of Earth was because Leonel hadn't been here. As such, Anastasia kept things as neutral as possible. Hearing such a thing, Leonel was actually quite surprised. Anastasia acted like someone who wanted to be in control of every tiny little detail, but it was clear that she actually wanted to defer to Leonel. Whether that was because she respected his father, or if she simply wanted to grant him this respect, or if it was something else entirely, Leonel didn't know. But what Leonel did know was that after accumulating so much force and even evolving so many times in his absence, the segmented cube was very much ready to explode forth with its potential. So long as Leonel gave the command, he might have even more natural resources at his fingertips than Earth could provide. At the same time, though, he was quite baffled. Just what kind of treasure was the segmented cube? In the beginning, Leonel was too ignorant to the ways of the dimensional verse to understand just how valuable this treasure was. Let alone the segmented cube, everyone awed him, so it was hard to see through to the specialness of this device that followed him everywhere. But now that his scope had been broadened, he understood that there might not even be a second treasure like this in all of existence. The segmented cube was basically an entire world capable of following him around on his finger. It could produce cleansing waters, something capable of countering even anarchic force. It concentrated force to such a great degree that practicing here was easily 10 times more effective than anywhere else. And even one of its first awakened abilities was as logic-defying as suspending a living, breathing entity in time. There was simply nothing else like it, and it was shocking to an extreme. It made Leonel wonder just what its origins were. How had it ended up in the hands of the Morales family, and why was it only in the 3rd dimension when Leonel met it, since even he could take it to the 6th dimension with relative ease? Leonel could only put these matters to the back of his mind. Right now wasn't the time to be dealing with the growth of the segmented cube and its evolution path. Rather, he had to be in tune with himself and how he would take steps forward to succeed. The first thing Leonel did was sink into a river of cleansing waters. He didn't even want to think about where this river led to and just how much cleansing waters there were in this place. It just felt ridiculous. He couldn't understand how such a valuable item could be created in such large numbers. Still, whatever thought he had vanished the moment the water touched his skin. Despite the fact it was just gently washing over him, he felt the need to release a moan, his body feeling far more comfortable than it ever had before. His pores opened up, streams of a warm energy entering his body and gently caressing him. To Leonel's shock, he felt his lineage factors react, radiating a pure aura that only seemed to become more and more perfect. He didn't know what was happening, and he almost forced the process to stop entirely, but that was when Anastasia's voice rang out. "Don't fight it. Are you trying to waste a good thing?" Anastasia shook her head. The strength of cleansing waters was entirely dependent on its dimension, as were the number of its abilities that could be unlocked. But, The root of the abilities of cleansing waters was in purification. Namely, it could bring something to its most perfect state. This ability wasn't exactly healing. Rather, it was entirely related to balancing energies. If one was poisoned, it could recognize that and expel the foreign material. If one formed force crystals of a certain caliber, cleansing waters could turn them into pure force crystals. And so long as the cleansing waters were at a higher or similar level in comparison to your lineage factors, it could even cleanse them and allow them to reach their own optimal states of perfection. This final ability was something that only appeared once cleansing waters entered the 8th dimension, and it was something that Leonel was experiencing right this moment. The source of this content is novilebin.net. After consuming so many force pills, Leonel's foundation had become incredibly sturdy, and there was even more potential within himself now in comparison to the past. He had initially entered the cleansing waters because, as Ina had said, these pills had impurities that needed to be dealt with. What he didn't expect was that he wouldn't find these impurities, but would rather find something far beyond them in use to him. Chapter 1637. Cleanse 2. Compared to the process of eating force pills, Leonel felt like he was walking on clouds. After consuming the Cobra Demon, Leonel's bronze runes had all fused into one. If he activated his metal synergy lineage factor right this moment, he would become a man of bronze from the neck down, his halo would be far more resplendent, and the crown usually tattooed to his forehead would separate, fusing with the spear crown of his spear domain lineage factor, and exuding a far mightier aura. Under the effects of the cleansing waters, it felt like a final push thrummed through Leonel's blood. The bronze sheen that covered his body from the neck down slowly separated from him, peeling off from his skin and becoming a light that covered him instead. His halo grew in size, shimmering with an even more fierce bronze glow, and at the same time, the sound of sharpening metal resonated through the air. What happened outside of Leonel's body was mirrored inside. His individual organs, which would also usually be covered in bronze runes, radiated a similar glow as well, as though they were enveloped by a light of ambrosia. There were actually no changes to Leonel's starry-tailed fox and Aurora Black Panda lineage factors for unknown reasons, but there were changes to his soul. It became more resplendent and whole, growing in strength and becoming more and more independent of Leonel's body. At the same time, the cleansed king's might that had always laid its roots within the depths of Leonel's soul also began to flourish, slowly becoming more powerful as time continued onward. Although Leonel had separated his soul from his body, it could survive indefinitely on its own, like a spiritual's could or someone with Wise Star Order's ability index. At best, he could last a few hours. It couldn't be helped he didn't have the practice methods of the spirituals. But Leonel quickly found that as his king's might grew stronger, so did his soul, and the vice versa was also just as true. It was hard to tell which was the root and which was the sprout. But what Leonel didn't know was that his king's might was only becoming purer, and the Emperor's Might tablet that had managed to break free and follow him reacted very well to this change. When Leonel finally awoke, he could feel every cell inside his body tingling. Even his spear domain lineage factor had become purer, although the changes were nowhere near as exaggerated as what happened with his metal synergy lineage factor. This seemed to tell him that the spear domain lineage factor was much closer to perfection to begin with. Leonel looked down at his body and his skin seemed to glow. His muscles were much softer and far less chiseled in comparison to the past, but this only made sense since he had completely reset his metal body. Even with this being the case though, Leonel still felt that this basic, untrained metal body was more than 100 times more powerful than it had been back when he was in the 6th dimension. The gap was simply enormous, and it would only stack further as he recultivated it back to its peak. Leonel exhaled a breath and stepped out of the river. The feeling of grass beneath his feet made him smile. He had never known that having his own personal forest could feel so good. When he returned to the Void Palace, he and Ina wouldn't have to bother with finding a place to live again. What place could possibly be better than this? Leonel smiled to himself and flipped over a palm to reveal Taela's Emulation Spatial Force innate node. It was fairly large, at least compared to Leonel's innate node back when he snatched it back from Miguel, but it was still only about 2 thumb tips large. Leonel pulled out the innate node fusion method he had gotten from the exchange first and prepared to read it. He felt that this innate node would be a perfect candidate to replace the node in his brainstem with, so he had to be very careful and thoroughly understand the technique first. An innate node? Anastasia appeared over Leonel's shoulder, seemingly not caring that he was naked in the slightest. In fact, she had been watching the whole time. She didn't pay much attention to it in the first place. Humans, whether clothed or not, were all the same to her. "Are you sure you want to absorb that? It will cause more problems than not," Anastasia said. "I received a method of fusion from the zone we just exited," Leonel explained. "I think it was a mythological zone. It had all sorts of methods that I've never even heard of before, including a method to fuse with innate nodes that aren't your own." Anastasia's gaze flickered. "Oh, is that so? In that case, put it in the river." "Huh? Put it in the river? Innate nodes can be cleansed too?" "Innate nodes are the purest state a force can reach, more than comparable to pure force crystals, but there are different calibers among them as well. Emulation spatial force is definitely a top 5 spatial force, so it's powerful and has ninth dimensional potential, but this innate node has a problem. It even feels as though it's been moved around a lot and never got the chance to properly grow, so it's missing a lot of the strength it should have for a 6th dimensional innate node of its caliber. While Anastasia didn't know about the method of innate node fusion that Leonel mentioned, when it came to forces, her comprehension of them, and how they functioned, practically no one was he equal. And this was to be expected, after all things considered. Wasn't she essentially the world spirit of the segmented cube? Who could understand more of the nature of things if not her? Leonel's gaze flashed. That was right. Taila had the ability index that granted one the ability to move their nodes and nodal pathways instantly within their bodies. This allowed such a person to cast techniques instantly without circulating their innate nodes first. To think that this ability would actually have a crippling effect on an individual with an innate node. But compared to this, it was shockingly impressive that Anastasia could see through this flaw in just a single glance. After all, she had never met Taila before. Okay, I will do as you say then. Leonel allowed the innate node to drop into the river. He wasn't scared about losing it at all. Everything in this world was under his control. It would only take a thought for him to make it appear in his palm once again. Anastasia nodded. It won't take long. Just focus on learning the fusion technique. The source of this content is navielbin.net's meme, Leonel assented. Chapter 1638. Understanding the fusion technique was definitely the best that the zone had, and Leonel had spent enough demon points to make certain that this would be the case. However, even it required at least a basic affinity already existing for the fusion to be perfect. Luckily, Leonel's Dream Force affinity was as high as could be, and he had more than enough Spatial Force affinity thanks to his Ethereal Star Force. This met the basic requirements necessary for the fusion process. Once the fusion was completed and perfect, nothing else would matter. After all, by then, the base of Leonel's Spatial Force affinity would thus become his new innate node. Whether or not he kept his Ethereal Star Force would become irrelevant by that point. In addition, due to the fact his innate Dream Force affinity was so high, the emulation Spatial Force innate node would be even more powerful in his hands. Unluckily, this technique was quite painful and was quite masochistic. It made Leonel wonder if he should still risk placing it within his brainstem. But then he remembered that his soul had separated from his body. Even if he couldn't endure the pain or made a mistake that could end his life, he was just one instant recovery away from perfection. Once Leonel was confident and Anastasia gave the go-ahead, he retrieved the innate node from the river. In these last few hours, it had grown more resplendent. Its runes were far more visible than the past, shimmering with a silvery gold light, and it had grown an additional thumb tip in size, now being about an inch thick and an inch and a half long. Right now, it looked far more like a gem than it ever had before, and it gave off a feeling of absolute majesty. It even felt more weighty in his palm. Leonel brought out a stainless steel bowl from the lab and plopped the innate node inside. Then, under Anastasia's flickering gaze, he cut open his arm and began allowing it to pour inside. Leonel actually failed to cut his arm open the first time, having used too little effort. It seemed that he had underestimated his body despite the fact his metal body could currently be considered to be third-dimensional. With a second effort, he used his spear and opened up an enormous gash. With every flex of his arm, another huge wave of blood was pushed out, but even after several liters had come out, he didn't seem satisfied. Luckily, the recovery abilities of his body were astounding. He was more than capable of continuing on for a while. After the first 10 liters were drawn, Leonel stopped. He placed uninjured arm over the bowl and his eyes flashed. Within his dream world, the manifestation of a complex force art was created, and Leonel flooded it with both dream force and spatial force. The complex force art split into 2 layers, one rotating clockwise and the other counter. As they did so, the blood in the bowl began to shrink at a visible speed, becoming lesser and lesser until all that was left was a familiar innate node which flashed with a crimson light before going back to normal. As though he wouldn't stop until he dropped dead, Leonel repeated this baptizing by blood ritual dozens more times. He wasn't meant to stop until he felt a resonance with the innate node, a certain connection with it that transcended just a physical connection. This took more attempts than Leonel thought. He had originally assumed that 3 would be enough, but even after 20 attempts and a face as pale as clouds, he still didn't get the result that he wanted. He could feel the connection after the 3rd attempt, but something just felt like it was missing, and he kept chasing after it. Anastasia couldn't help but shake her head. This father-son pair were really a duo of demons. Both forgot about everything else when they suddenly set their mind to something. A Morales was a purpose, was a fearsome thing indeed. After almost 40 attempts, it finally clicked for Leonel. That's what I was missing. How do I fix this? Leonel's eyes suddenly lit up. At first he thought that maybe there was no such thing as a perfect fusion method, but then it hit him. Spirituals were a race born as souls. They built their bodies later. So why was it that Wise Star Order said there was a genius among them with 9 and 8 nodes? Was it possible that this genius snatched it from others? Or was it that the capacity to form innate nodes was soul deep to begin with? This fusion technique seemed perfect to people who hadn't sensed their souls yet, which made sense since the region of the zone Leonel had entered had been ruled by humans just like himself. However, for those that had sensed their souls like Leonel, it would always feel as though something was missing. Leonel had already given this innate node more than enough of his blood. To this technique's specification, he had already completed the first step perfectly and was ready to continue. However, Leonel knew that it was missing something. I got it. Leonel's aura changed and a rippling violet fog formed around him. With a surging momentum, he formed the duo of spinning force arts again. But this time, when he flooded the bowl with his blood, he infused it with a large amount of soul force, dream force, and king's might. It took several attempts, but Leonel was patient to an extreme. He didn't allow anything to distract him, and he almost became sagely in that way. Finally, on the 141st attempt, Leonel felt a ringing sound through his soul. Leonel's comprehension of spatial force was probably the deepest out of all of his forces. To regain the segmented cube, he had put a lot of effort into research and meditation on it. However, in the past, his affinity for the force could only be considered to be average, in part thanks to his first divine armor, which used a spatial force ore as its core. But now, Leonel suddenly felt like the spatial force of the world was whispering into his ears, wanting to tell him all of its secrets. Somehow, the feeling was even more overwhelming than what he felt from Fire Force, a force he was entirely unmatched in. That was when it sank in for Leonel, and it felt ironic to him that it had taken so long for it to click, especially considering his usual disposition. The source of this content is navielbin.net. He was a person who didn't like to rely on instinct, so why had he been relying on it all this time? When had he ever put in the effort to truly understand his Dream Force? What about Fire Force, or his Scarlet Star Force? Didn't he just always rely on his innate talent for it? And now, suddenly, Spatial Force had shot by them all in the blink of an eye, becoming his strongest force. And yet, he hadn't even fused with the innate node yet, he had only formed a connection with it. I was right, Leonel thought to himself. If I manage to grasp Grandpa's music and painting skills, I can step past it and use the method that I wanted to all along, force arts. Wasn't it force arts and the study of them that allowed me to understand spatial force so intimately? So why shouldn't I do the same with the others? This will be my path to grasping the pinnacle of force manipulation. Leonel's eyes glowed, and then he did something that nearly made Anastasia scream out. Commanding little Tolly to turn into a thin and sharp thread, he took control of his metal spirit to pierce it into the back of his skull. There wasn't even a drop of blood that leaked out, but Anastasia was caught between wanting to roar out in horror and curse Leonel into an early grave. Chapter 1639. Fine now. If Leonel hadn't managed to separate his soul from his body, he would have never taken this approach. The first part of fusion technique wasn't even the most masochistic part about it. What was truly the most sadistic part of this technique's creator's intentions was what came next. After the connection was formed with the innate node, it was necessary to graft the innate node into your body. But in order to succeed, it required a special process which was akin to branding your own body. But this branding would have to be from the inside, and rather than using fire, it required blades. Only by purposely scarring oneself would the fusion be perfect. Essentially, Leonel had to cut into his own brainstem. The pattern of these cuts had to match with two force arts he used to refine his blood with. The more sensitive the region, the more difficult it would be to succeed, but this was the price to pay for success. This was why, under normal conditions, Leonel would never dare to do this. At worst, he would just choose a less optimal region for this innate node, or he might even choose not to use it at all. But now, he didn't hesitate. Leonel not only didn't hesitate, but he also executed it all in one go. He chose a needling technique to form the force art. In order to complete it, little Tolly formed thousands of small needles at once, each of which was lined up perfectly to complete the force art. Leonel's body shuddered, but he maintained his sanity. He used dream sense to spread the pain out as much as possible, but even so, he still felt like he was on the verge of dying, his body refusing to listen to him. The brainstem was far too important to the function of the body. Even when Leonel had initially formed his node within it, he had to rewire the cell connections first before he could make space. This time, however, he simply directly damaged it, and lethally so. It was no wonder his body was shutting down. That said, he had already expected this much to happen, and he was ready. Rather than using his nerves to control his body, he let his soul take over. With a movement, he picked up the glowing innate node and pressed it to the flowing back at the back of his head. His body trembled. In the end, he was forced to use little Tolly to continue to apply pressure. The difference between this method and others was that other processes required cutting open wounds and hoping the innate node fused with you. However, with this method, although Leonel cut into his body, it wasn't to allow the innate node space to enter. Instead, this process would only succeed when the innate node sank into his skin, becoming a legitimate part of his body. Through this method, the innate node would become like something your body constructed. And, much like Leonel's other innate nodes, if he was ever to be eaten again, it would automatically become a central part of his innate recovery. Leonel collapsed, his body convulsing. The damage to his nerves made it impossible for him to control his body properly, and the pain was horrible. However, Leonel had already experienced being eaten alive. Every excruciating bite and chew was ingrained into his very memory. He would never forget those moments. Compared to that, what was this or any other pain worth, for that matter? The hours ticked by and the innate node slowly fused into Leonel's skin. After an entire day, it finally vanished beneath his skin and began to jockey for its final position. Anastasia had been shaking her head the entire time. She wanted to scream and berate, but she was somewhat afraid of interrupting the response. What would she do if this fool really died? Luckily, about halfway through the second day, Leonel's body twitched and he began to slowly recover control of his body. Step by step, his nerves reconnected and the wound to the back of his head also began to slowly close. Leonel opened his eyes, his breathing heavy and his face pale. It seemed that he was a glutton for punishment. Years ago, he would have never dreamed of doing something like this to himself. He still remembered how he almost gave up when opening just the first tier of his metal synergy bloodline, but now he was puncturing holes into his brain as though it was normal. He shook his head, laughing to himself. Well, I'm glad that you can laugh, but that was not funny at all. Are you incapable of giving a warning? You and your father are just the same, refusing to explain everything, always doing crazy things, never putting anyone in your eyes. Did you know that if this goddess were to reveal her true strength to the outside world, that tycoons of even the 9th dimension would fight tooth and nail for me? But you can't even bother to give a word of explanation. The source of this content is novielbin.net. If I had my way, Anastasia released the rant that she had been holding in for hours already, the moment she noticed that Leonel would probably be just fine. She was very clearly much infuriated. She would have directly beat Leonel up if she could. Leonel laughed. It's fine now, isn't it? I had to do things like this. If I thought about it too much, I might have chickened out. Don't interrupt me, boy. I'm not finished with you yet. And what were you even thinking of forming your first node in your brainstem to begin with? Did you have a death wish back then too? I don't think I've even ever met anyone outside of you and your father that would do such a thing. Foolish, foolish, foolish. Each one is more annoying than the last. Simply ridiculous. Leonel smiled but allowed Anastasia to continue throwing her temper tantrum. As for himself, he had already focused on these changes. Chapter 1640. Theoretically, Leonel turned his internal sight into his body, observing the changes to his brain. This was the first time he had felt the ability to project dream force out of his body. Even though his starry spirit domain existed, it was ultimately still using something internal as a medium, and it wasn't quite the same. Leonel reached out a hand and tried to use it, and it almost felt magical. He formed a clone of himself almost immediately, and it really felt like he was looking right into a mirror. If Taila had still been alive to see such a thing, she would have likely been shocked into silence. She had already lost count of how much effort it took her to make a realistic clone of herself, but it seemed to be all too easy for Leonel. The root of emulation spatial force was in using spatial force to affect the environment and dream force to mask the spatial force. Essentially, the main characteristic was spatial force and its manipulation and control. Dream force was only considered to be a proxy. In fact, even now, Leonel felt that there was a certain limiter on him. He had much more dream force to use than this, but there was a bottleneck of sorts stopping him from pouring out all of the dream force he could. The source of this content is novielbin.net. I see. My output of Dreamforce would always be limited by how much spatial force I can output since the two come in a package. My amount of Dreamforce is great, but my amount of spatial force is lesser in comparison. However, if Leonel, allowed his emulation spatial force to surge out of his new innate node, it flooded his body, filling his other nodes and nodal pathways. Suddenly, since he wasn't pulling emulation spatial force from the environment, the amount of spatial force Leonel had skyrocketed. A second clone formed, then 4, then 8. Eventually, there were hundreds, standing all around and exuding an aura almost identical to Leonel, and with a slight tweak, they were identical. Hundreds of naked Leonels standing in the midst of a forest was quite the sight to see. Anastasia could easily see through them, but that was due to her sensitivity and force to begin with. Leonel and his clones all reached out at once, causing a spear to appear in their hands. This spear didn't feel entirely perfect at first, but as Leonel played around and tweaked it, it too became more perfect. The most shocking part of all of this was that Leonel wasn't using his starry spirit domain. It was safe to say that if he did use it, all of this would only become more perfect. I wonder if I can. Leonel tried shifting positions with one of his clones like Taila had. This was an incredibly useful ability, and it would make him almost invincible in battle. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to touch the hem of his clothing if he could accomplish this. Not only was he able to create far more clones at once in comparison to Taila, but his Dreamforce affinity was so far above most individuals that it would be hard to find someone who could see through his clones like he had Taila's in the first place. Leonel shifted, but his target clone vanished. In addition, his hundreds of other clones wavered, making it quite obvious which one was real and where the fakes were. Even worse, Leonel felt that he could only target clones a meter or two from him at best. This much wasn't too bad and could still be considered to be useful, but the fact his other clones almost vanished when he did so made it practically useless. Leonel frowned and tried again, and then again. He even tried lowering the number of clones, wondering if he actually hadn't seen Taila's limit, but it was rather her choice to maintain mobility. However, even that didn't work. Leonel's frown deepened. 1? Could it be? What are you doing? Emulation spatial force can't be used like that, or at the very least, it's not as good as other spatial forces in doing so. Just the same way not all water forces can freeze things, not all spatial forces are designed for movement. Emulation spatial force is a spatial force that is good at solidifying and giving birth to form and function. When matched with dream force, it can basically become anything. Everything, no matter what it is, has some effect on the space in its surroundings, and emulation spatial force uses this to create a replica. At its highest forms, it can even be indistinguishable for the original. Even if one has a high enough dream force affinity to tell the difference, it won't really matter because there'll be functionally no difference at all. If you wanted to teleport on a whim, this isn't the force innate node you should have chosen. Although Leonel already understood all of this, he didn't interrupt Anastasia. Instead, he waited until she was done and explained his reasoning. When Anastasia heard of Tiela and how she used the innate node, her own expression flickered, her gaze dancing with a peculiar light. Theoretically, it's possible. But this person has a far higher understanding and control of their force than you do. Leonel started. Do you know about force manipulation, Anastasia? Force manipulation? Anastasia raised an eyebrow, but when she listened to Leonel's words, her confusion vanished as she became more and more solemn. I see, so that's what it is. I didn't expect that there would be such a systematic method. From what you say, it sounds like this world has a method of drilling this comprehension into its youths, and they can take this into adulthood. I've sensed the existence of such a thing before, but I've never consciously thought about it. It's that damned brat Velasco again. He never explains anything. He better not let me get my hands on him. Chapter 1641, Anastasia's Understanding. Leonel blinked and waited for Anastasia to finish another tirade before he could finally start asking the questions he wanted. Luckily, Anastasia was very forthcoming. If I research it properly, I'm sure I can come up with some methods, but it will take time, and it's honestly probably best if you think of it yourself. From my understanding, force should be seen as a living, breathing entity even if it isn't one. How one chooses to manipulate it, even if the path ends up being the same, should be individual. For example, think of walking, or running, or throwing. These are things everyone can do and everyone does. But do two people ever do them exactly the same? Even if there are some mechanics that are more efficient than others, even for those that have reached the pinnacle, they wouldn't do it exactly the same, and there would even be some that shatter the mold. Force should be the same. Ultimately, the most powerful force is the one that comes from you or works well with you. If you take guidance from others on how to tap into this, it'll never truly be your own. That said, I think that I can give you some guidance. From what I understand, force can be divided into certain grades from their inception, and it's difficult for these forces to break out from their mold, but it isn't easy. Just like the example of running before, even someone who isn't gifted in running can still squeeze out more of their potential given time and effort. Leonel nodded slowly. This was like the rubber band example again. It seemed that Anastasia agreed with this sentiment. However, I would say that forces have far greater potential for increased strength. Whereas an untalented runner could never outclass a world-class long-distance runner or sprinter no matter how hard they trained, a force can because they ultimately have the same root. Leonel's brows jumped. Now this was new. He had never heard of forces having the same root before, but this did make sense. Ultimately, wasn't it all just energy? Even though the scope of a third-dimensional world was limited, there were many teachings of Earth that Leonel still held on to even now, and this was one of them. Energy could be transferred and changed, but it couldn't be destroyed. This should be true of force as well. There was a reason there were force crystals and pure force crystals. The natural state of force was to be together. And then there was neutral force, which was inherently an amalgamation of all force. Everything had the same root. If I'm correct, when forces break past certain limits, this should be the force manipulation you're talking about. And upon breaking those limits, forces begin to display strengths that they didn't originally have, even capable of crushing forces above them in strength. Theoretically, this kind of force, or a force that has broken its limits, should be the true root of the separation of dimensions. When a force that has broken through more limits meets one that hasn't broken through any, or even one that has fewer limits broken, it can directly suppress it. This will manifest as a higher dimensional being meeting a lower dimensional one and crushing them. Leonel nodded slowly. He had experienced this personally. Whether it was his speed of thought, his dream force, or his Scarlet Star Force, all things that he had supreme confidence in, they had all been crushed in the face of Tiela and the Cobra Demon. The Cobra Demon was an especially good example because their water force was relatively weak in its most basic form, and yet it had easily been able to block and crush Leonel's Scarlet Star Force with relative ease. If not for it making the mistake of eating Leonel, or if it had a method of sensing and attacking Leonel's soul directly, Leonel would have most definitely lost that battle. But luckily, the awakening of his soul allowed him to break free of the suppression his mind had been under, and his dream force finally began to work normally once again. But even then, Leonel's Scarlet Star Force had been useless against the Cobra Demon until Leonel took advantage of an opening to deal it an even more severe injury. The gap between a force that had broken its limits and one that hadn't was simply far too large. Leonel fell into his own thoughts for a moment before he nodded. All right, Anastasia, can you still start working on the generic method? I have tons of force mantras here. Leonel waved a hand and caused the dozens of basic force mantras he had taken to appear, and I think that they could be of some help to you. I'll forge my own path, but it will still be good to have a generic method that others can use. It'll help my faction to grow stronger. Also, if the feeling isn't obvious, I'd also like to know when I have a breakthrough so I know if I'm headed in the right direction or not. Anastasia's eyes lit up when she saw the booklets and quickly caused them to shoot up from the ground and hover around her. She didn't even bother to respond to Leonel. She was already entirely focused on what was before her, even oohing and ahhing from time to time. Leonel chuckled and didn't mind it. Soon he had re-entered a state of absolute focus. My spatial force comprehension is well beyond that of my others, but I haven't taken the time to understand emulation spatial force in specific. The kind of understanding I have about spatial force right now is heavily biased toward movement-type spatial forces with a hint about storage type, which might potentially be applicable. Anastasia is right. Emulation spatial force is more about stacking space, giving it form, using it to attack and to defend. Movement is at the bottom of its list of capabilities. And, if I want to use it like Tyla did, I'll have to invest time into researching spatial force in this sort of lane. But for now, there are more important things. Once I finish reconstructing my metal body and my divine armors, we will walk down that road. Leonel smiled. The source of this content is novielbin.net. It's been too long since we've crafted together, buddy? Bloop little Tali rushed around Leonel's fingers and armors like a flashy silver snake. The little guy's excitement was at an all-time high. Chapter 1642, Settled. Leonel restarted from the very beginning, using Urbi ore to build up his foundation just like he had from the very beginning. However, the Urbi ore he used this time couldn't be compared to the last in the slightest, and that was because he tempered this Urbi ore with cleansing waters first. Much like with force crystals, the essence of Urbi ore, or Oris in general for that matter, could be segregated into pure and impure. Leonel hadn't been aware of this the first time he began his journey in cultivating metal body, but after seeing the effects the cleansing waters had on his new innate node, he easily extrapolated these matters toward other potential applications. He found that after using cleansing waters, the amount of essence one needed for an ore to be considered whole dropped by as much as half. This meant that an ore tempered by cleansing waters could produce the same effects with less volume used. This was a huge discovery. If Leonel had known this ahead of time, of the billions he had spent purely on resources in the exchange, he could have put much of it toward other resources. It was already too late to change this, but all was not hopeless. After all, if Leonel looked at things from a glass-half-full perspective, then this meant that about half the resources he had were suddenly freed up. He could still use these to exchange for more wealth, or better yet, put them toward more crafts. Now that Leonel had returned to the human domain, he was extremely wealthy. It had to be remembered that his mother had left billions worth of Urbi ore for him. His wealth was comparable to most seventh-dimensional individuals, and even dwarfed a good majority of them if he really thought about it. But when building a faction, one couldn't have too much money. There was simply no such thing. As Leonel absorbed the cleansed Urbi ore, his body was filled with a unique feeling. It felt almost as though energies were softly massaging every inch of him, gently caressing the contours of his figure. It was an elevating sort of experience. The energies flowed smoother, and Leonel's pores seemed to sing. The source of this content is novielbin.net. He already would face no bottlenecks up to the 6th dimension, but he suddenly realized that he would hardly face them in general if he always used cleansed ores like this. It wasn't long before Leonel's body reached absolute perfection in the 3rd dimension. Despite the fact he had used pure Urbi ore, Leonel actually absorbed much more now than he had in the past. In fact, the gap wasn't just a few kilograms. The amount he needed was truly astronomical. In the past, due to his metal body barely breaking into the 4th dimension, Leonel had been able to battle well above his dimension. Of course, his enemies back then had also been mediocre talents, but the sentiment was still true. Now, his current metal body's foundation was even more exaggerated, and there was a difference of at least 100 times. With such a gap, even if he was facing the premier talents of the human domain back then, his battle prowess would be just as impressive. Leonel smoothly entered the 4th dimension, the smooth edges of his body becoming rougher and more defined. However, even with this being the case, he maintained his flexibility and he didn't feel that his body had gotten heavier. Metal synergy was considered to be the best defensive lineage of the human domain, being it lacked the usual weaknesses. That said, it was more accurate to say that these weaknesses were instead less prevalent rather than being eliminated entirely. Leonel had still experienced his body becoming exceptionally heavy in the past, and he had to practice flexibility techniques to ensure that he didn't become too stiff in his movements. But now, these problems seem like a thing of the past. The pliability of his body didn't change in the slightest. In fact, because he had just reconstructed his body after being eaten alive, he had the range of movements and flexibility of a newborn. There was no tension in his body whatsoever. As for his weight, he felt like his gravity domain had become so much more refined. Rather than applying it to his surroundings, he could apply it to individual portions of his body, making his punches as heavy as a moon if he so wished it. The gravity domain of his lineage factor was one that Leonel used rarely, honestly because he had too many abilities to choose from. It wasn't often powerful enough that the use was worthwhile, especially since Leonel spent so much of his time fighting individuals so much more powerful than himself. Now, however, he felt that it had the potential to become far more of a staple to his battle prowess. His control had reached the point where he could even apply it individually, making his spear as heavy as a mountain or his arrows more piercing than an enemy could contend with. After Leonel was finished calmly analyzing the changes to himself, he waved a hand and caused the next stage of tempered ores to rise out from the river. The ores formed into 2 even piles and would be the foundation of his 4th-dimensional metal body. As expected, they fell into 2 piles, one for water force and the other for life force. There were 2 kinds of water force ores that Leonel had chosen. One emphasized the defenses of water force and the other emphasized the heaviness of water force. Void Star Force was a water force known for its defenses, but the method by which it did so was also important. There was a reason it was named Void Star Force, and that was because when manifested, the force was akin to a black hole. Not only did it have a huge amount of density, nothing could make it past it, swallowing everything in its vicinity whole. Thus, Leonel wanted high affinities for water forces with high absorption capabilities and density. Thus, he settled on these 2 categories. Chapter 1643, More Than Enough. Leonel took a similar approach for Vital Star Force. Vital Star Force could be considered to be a type of life force, but it was also very strict and defined in its usage. It focused mainly on vitality. In this way, it was very similar to Blood Force, but it had its differences as well. For example, Vital Star Force was also very heavy as it was primarily a star force as opposed to a life force. These sort of subtle differences seemed unimportant, but it was exactly what separated those who could fully grasp their forces between those who were both lost and weak. Leonel felt that if he had to grasp Vital Star Force in the future, it would be incredibly important for him to understand these small differences. In his current understanding, Blood Force was a vessel for another power source, while Vital Star Force was the power source. The latter was like a nuclear reactor, bursting with potential and producing a constant, large stream of power, while the former, Blood Force, was a gentle stream and focused on longevity. Leonel understood that this understanding was incredibly limited and could only be considered to be rudimentary, but it was more than enough to lay a foundation for where he would go in the future. As such, he likewise chose 2 categories of life force. One focused on burst energy, giving one a second wind, one the brink of death. The other a constant power source, pumping one full of energy over a long and continuous time. For Leonel's water forces, he chose Mud Ore to stand in as his heavy water force and Wave Ore to be his defensive water force. Mud Ore didn't sound very appetizing, but Leonel didn't care about this. He only chose it for its abilities. Mud Ore was known to be sticky, persistent, and resilient. It was actually a rare domain-type ore which could cause changes even to the environment itself. Wave Ore was one known to be the core of many top-tier black-grade water force defensive treasures. It was able to face an attack and erode it in continuous waves. Although it wasn't initially powerful, it was likewise persistent. By the time it reached the person the attack had targeted, the attack might not even have 10% of its original strength. Once again, this was also a domain-type ore. As for his life forces, Leonel chose 2 vein-type ores. The first embodied bursting life force. This ore was known as Second Wind Ore. It was usually designed to be the vein pattern of a pendant-type treasure. The source of this content is novelbin.nets. According to usual crafting practices, this ore would be surrounded by another ore of a specific element. Once the pendant was activated, the treasure would shatter and immediately convert the whole of the element that surrounded it into power for the user. This was essentially like storing a second body of force within yourself. However, Leonel obviously wouldn't be able to use this ability when he absorbed the ore. What he wanted was the underlying mechanism of this ability. In order to work, this ore had to be able to quickly turn any kind of force into usable energy for a battle without a long process of adaptation. What this essentially meant was that it was a catalyst that was compatible when any body that it was attached to. This ability was the purest kind of life force there was. The words Anastasia had spoken had truly resonated with Leonel. She had equated comprehending a force to being like running. The way Leonel interpreted that was to mean that the action of using force was no different from any physical action you might take. Leonel had always seen force to be a separate part of himself, something that he pulled from the environment to use temporality. But Second Wind Ore was able to use its life force characteristics to take any force and make it a part of you immediately. What did this mean? It meant that it could very well be that the foundation of life force itself was this ability to make force a part of a person. And maybe, life force, since it represented life itself, was precisely the force that connected humans like Leonel to all other forces as well. When Leonel looked at things like this, he felt like he grasped exactly what the core of Vital Star Force was. Maybe, Vital Star Force was just able to take the most vibrant energy source there was in the whole of existence, the star, and catalyze it into power usable directly by the body. When Leonel grasped this, there were already changes to his stars. In fact, right this moment, his 3 vital stars formed their complete 3rd and 4th dimensional star runes in one go. Leonel smiled, feeling that he was on the right track. So, rightfully, his second life force ore was one that didn't convert energies, but rather provided a large amount of energy. This ore was known as Longevity Jade ore. Longevity Jade ore was considered to be both a vein type and domain type ore. In addition, it was a lot like Urbi ore in that there were multiple stages of this ore all the way up the dimensions. Leonel planned to fill himself to the brim with this ore at every single stage. He would follow this formula for every step of the way. Longevity Jade ore would stay the very same and the others would change, but the balance he would have would be unmatched. The end result would be a body that was both almost impossible to injure and one in which, even if it were to be injured, had a healing factor that would reach an incomprehensible level. Leonel quickly made his way through the 4th dimension, his body radiating a delicate glow with every step forward he took. He also required much more than he had in the past to reach saturation at these stages as well, but he had long since been prepared for this, trading for more than enough. Chapter 1644, Condensed Leonel absorbed a final bit of mercury ore, heavy waves of silvery light wafting off from him. His presence alone seemed to make the surrounding air heavier. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath. He had just reached the very limits of his Tier 1 6th dimensional metal body. Of course, in doing so, he had opened the next set of gates in his metal synergy lineage factor, and had, as such, stepped into the 6th dimension with his body, allowing his strength to undergo a qualitative change. Leonel didn't bask in his own glory for much longer. Although he felt that he was particularly powerful left, he was still focused on other things. With his metal body complete, he now needed to create 3 sets of divine armors. The first 2 would replace the 2 that he had lost, and the final one would become his 6th dimensional armor. Leonel had already decided to sync his metal body and divine armor. This would bring out the most of his strength, and this also meant that he had to lean upon the same path he had chosen to take, which meant water force and life force. Leonel believed that his path of water force was just fine. In fact, he even planned on using the exact same ores he had used to form his metal body on it. However, he wanted to do something different with his life force. Ultimately, his divine armor was meant to be a tool of battle. Leonel didn't want it to be too focused on support and not have enough attacking prowess. So Leonel wanted an armor that could maximize defenses, yes, but he wanted the life force aspects to boost his strength rather than just his vitality. Luckily, he had the perfect framework to make this work, and that was to rely on star fusion. He wanted his armor to be able to accumulate and use a huge burst of energy all at once, qualitatively boosting all of his other abilities at once. This meant that he needed a life force not just capable of allowing its user to make use of and connect to other forces, but a life force also capable of reversing this connection and allowing such forces to flourish by virtue of its connection to it. Vital Star Force was one of the best examples of this, but Vital Star Force was a fusion of forces that worked on just one kind of force, Star Force. In addition, Vital Star Force was far too high level of a force to be found and used in divine armors at lower dimensions. Although Leonel's metal body was now in the 6th dimension, his divine armor technique worked exactly the same as his metal body technique. Although they could synergize, one had to build it from the ground up. That said, Leonel already had a solution for this. For the 4th dimension, he picked an ore called Surging Tide ore. For the 5th dimension, he picked an ore called Instant Resonance ore. And for the 6th dimension, he chose an ore known as Central Pillar ore. All of these ores had different names, but they all had one main ability, and that was to bolster other forces, albeit to varying degrees. In addition, they all used life force as a basis, working beautifully with other ore. Each and every one of them was a foundational type ore just like Urbe ore, and they functioned as such. In the past, Leonel could only pick one central ore to build his divine armors around. However now, his scope was on a completely different level. He planned to forge all of his armors to the life grade. When they were complete, they would be considered to be one whole. As such, the evolution ore would thus be effective on the entire armor instead of just a portion of it. This meant that Leonel's 4th dimensional divine armor wouldn't just be quasi-5th dimensional, it would truly be 5th dimensional. And this likewise meant that his 6th dimensional divine armor would be truly 7th dimensional. Leonel got to work immediately, delicately refining each one of his blueprints. Before he even began on the first one, he formed all 3 blueprints first. Leonel's aspirations were actually beyond just forming life-grade divine armors. He wanted his armors to resonate with each other, borrowing strength from each predecessor. Leonel had realized that after he formed his 2nd divine armor, because they didn't follow the exact same path, their resonance wasn't perfect and they couldn't borrow strength from one another. The result of this was his 1st divine armor becoming almost meaningless. After making a mistake once, Leonel definitely wouldn't make it again. If he did this properly, all 3 divine armors would practically become like one entity, exuding far greater strength. When Leonel was finished with the blueprints, he got to work immediately. Maybe in the history of the human domain, there had never been a mere 4th dimensional or black-grade treasure constructed with so many parts. Leonel remembered that his 1st divine armor was barely a few dozen parts, but now this one was easily into the hundreds and it would only grow more complex. However, his state of focus was so deep that he didn't even seem to notice. His movements only became faster and faster with every passing moment, a dense, auspicious air hanging over him. His force quill danced in one hand, his other hand dancing with an impossible speed in the air. He formed each individual part with conviction. If there was even the slightest mistake, he threw it away and restarted. In the end, he even finally deployed his starry spirit domain, blanketing the region with his dream world. The source of this content is navielbin.net's. His connection with little Tali grew even stronger, and his pace touched upon a greater level. A smile graced his features. It had been too long since he felt this feeling. Crafting truly made him feel at home. Nothing would escape his control. Condense. Chapter 1645 Mastered. Leonel punched out, his action being followed by a sharp whistling sound. He could feel the wind stacking up against knuckles, his punching speed too fast for the particles to get out of the way any faster. If he pushed just a measure faster, he was certain that he'd be able to shatter the sound barrier, a feat that would be shocking considering the fact that this was an 8th-dimensional world. With a thought, a clone of Leonel appeared. However, the original Leonel didn't use it immediately. Instead, he continued filling it to the brim with solid spatial force, making it harder and more robust. Then, without moving an inch, Leonel allowed the clone punch him with all the force it could muster. Bang! The sound reached Leonel long after the punch landed on his chest. Vicious winds kicked up and his hair was sent flying backward with such force that it even looked as though it wanted to rip away from his scalp. As usual, Leonel's hair grew a great deal after practicing his metal body, but even so, he had long since cut it down to size once more. Even still, the effects were so exaggerated. However, Leonel didn't move a single inch. His skin seemed to ripple with a formless energy, and with a bang, the clone he had taken so long to form shattered into pieces before his eyes, unable to withstand the strike at all. Leonel nodded lightly to himself. When he took so much time and effort to build a clone, its strength wasn't something that could be casually dealt with. In fact, it was probably much stronger than his previous self. And yet, it couldn't even withstand hitting Leonel with a full-powered blow. The current Leonel's defenses could not only be defensive, but they had a certain offensive quality to them as well, taking Candle's ability as inspiration. Candle had the ability to form mirrors that could both reflect and multiply attacks she faced. She was a terrible headache to face, and Leonel had only defeated her originally by outsmarting her. Considering how many decades of training she had under Anastasia and Y Star Order, it was doubtful that he would be able to replicate this feat without quite some effort on his part. Of course, Leonel's abilities weren't so exaggerated. He could only reflect a portion of an enemy's strike relying solely on the abilities of his body, but this was where the beauty of his Tier 4 controllability index came into play. Using the flexibility of his newly constructed body and his absolute control over every aspect himself, even does to the individual cells. Using this control, Leonel could take advantage of his metal body's innately water-like characteristics to redirect the flow of energy that collided with him and use it to empower him. In homage to Candle, he called this ability Dream Mirror. Essentially, Dream Mirror used his bronze runes, or what might more accurately be called his bronze aura, to redirect the force he experienced. Like this, he was able to replicate Candle's ability within range of his bronze aura almost perfectly. Unfortunately, the key word was almost. While Candle could accomplish this feat with almost any force or attack, Leonel could only do so with physical attacks. In addition, said physical attacks had to be blunt as his effectiveness against piercing attacks lessened drastically. Of course, there was good news as well. With Leonel's current bodily defenses, even attacks that could technically be classified as piercing would still be ultimately blunt in his eyes. If one didn't have the strength to pierce through his defenses, there was really no difference between a sword blade and a punch. They were all the same. In addition, although he could redirect and multiply the strength of forces like he could physical attacks, he could still convert whatever impact they had against him into a physical output so long as they also couldn't break his defenses. The source of this content is navielbin.net's. After reaching this state, Leonel returned to his calm. By now, his naked body exuded a perpetual bronzed glow. It made others feel as though he was wreathed in a halo constantly, like he was separate from the normal world of humans. When matched with his vascular physique and his hair, which also seemed to exude its own pale violet light, he looked to be far more like a spiritual than a human. Leonel flipped his palm over and a familiar gorgeous spear appeared. It had a bright golden harpoon-like single-sided blade and a radiant white body covered in hexagonal scales. No matter how one looked at it, it looked far more like a work of art than a weapon of war. The faint sound of dancing and sharpening blades resounded around Leonel as closed his eyes, focusing on the movements of his spear. Due to his time in the zone, Leonel had had an opportunity to learn a lot more about resonance and its potential applications. As that experience accumulated, there was a subtle feeling tugging him toward a certain direction. Listening to and feeling the resonance of spear force had become a method to increasing his strengths by leaps and bounds. Even though Leonel hadn't stepped into the 6th dimension with his spear force, after mastering poetry and calligraphy, His spear force had strength by huge leaps. So, wouldn't the same happen if he applied music and painting as well? However, had he truly mastered it, he felt like could always create more powerful lines, more powerful words to give wings to the feelings in his heart. It didn't even feel like these words had to be particularly tyrannical, or that they had to continuously one-up each other. That feeling in his chest, those emotions he wanted to embody, they all felt like they were the most important. What was that image his uncle had been trying to draw before he ran out of energy and stopped in dissatisfaction? Wasn't it just a simple spear? There was nothing grandiose or oppressive about it. The difference was in what his uncle wanted that spear to embody. That was where the strength lay. Chapter 1646. Weightless by this point, Leonel's life force affinity had reached an unprecedented level, at least in comparison to his former self. This allowed him to see through things he hadn't been able to in the past, and he had even come to understand just where Ina's instincts came from. Life force was the core of it all, the root from which the connection to all things was formed. Leonel wasn't the kind of person who liked to rely on instincts. He wanted to truly understand something before he could apply it. This was the way he liked to work, and it was also part of the reason that he was so powerful now. While one might say that he could be more powerful if he simply entirely relied on his talent, was this really the case? If not for his analytical breakdown of calligraphy and poetry, would he have mastered it in as little as a year? If not for his structural understanding of bow force and its applications, would it naturally progress so far? If not for his analytical mind, would he be half the force crafter he was today? One might say that it was precisely because of his talent that he was able to progress so far and so quickly in things like bow force, but was that true? He didn't have a bow force lineage factor, but he definitely did have a spear force lineage factor, so why was the latter lagging behind the former? The bow just worked better with Leonel's personality and way of viewing things. Certain weapons had their own methods of interacting with the world, some of which Leonel understood, and some he didn't. The bow, the sniper rifle, or throwing weapons were all weapons of skill, patience, and calculation. The source of this content is novielbin.net. The spear, however, wasn't necessarily like this. In fact, the spear was probably the most primitive weapon in all of existence. From its inception, it was barbaric and unrestrained. This simply wasn't a weapon that fit well with Leonel's personality. As Leonel continued to move in silence, his heart calm and his thoughts flowing like the waters of a gentle stream, he thought back to Old Man Hutch. Hutch had always wanted Leonel to listen to his weapon, to feel its presence, to let it talk to him. Leonel had always found these things to be worthless. No matter how obstinate the old man was, he couldn't be bothered. He didn't like doing things he couldn't understand. In fact, that stubbornness even led him to not even asking the dictionary about spear force. He didn't want anything to influence his path forward. It wasn't actually quite accurate to say that Leonel didn't like the idea itself. What he didn't like was the lack of logic behind it. If there was logic behind the training method that required him to run around a city naked, Leonel might think about doing it. It wasn't the actual process that was the problem, it was the lack of reason behind it. These were weapons. They didn't have hearts and souls, nor did they have consciousnesses of their own. Talking Audiobook listening to them was asinine. However, this felt different. What Leonel was listening to right now wasn't the weapon, he was listening to its resonance with his life force. How it interacted, how they fused, how they repelled one another. The so-called life of a weapon didn't come from the weapon itself, it always came from the wielder. This was why Leonel could say a word like die and yet have it wield so much more power than a poetry verse 100 times more complicated. This was the true root of calligraphy and poetry, and for that matter, it was the true root of music and painting as well. Leonel's spear swished through the air. Golden streams of spear force flourished, the delicate sounds of chimes ringing. However, astonishingly enough, if one closed their eyes and internal sight off to Leonel's existence, this delicate music would vanish. The instant one focused on Leonel once more, though, the music would return, its gentle cadence soothing the heart and soul. The melody changed and it became voluminous and oppressive. Just observing one would feel as though they had been trapped in a maelstrom, every pierce, every sweep, and every chop, feeling like another piece of their life had been severed away. But then everything changed once more. Leonel's absolute domain faded. The swishing sounds of sharpening blades fading into the background, and a gorgeous scene was painted by them instead. Delicate flecks of golden spear force dancing through the air, adding to the beauty with every stroke. Leonel switched between countless stances. Each and every one painted a new picture and exuded a different kind of aura. Towering mountain made his spear towering and heavy. Streams of rivers made his spear swift and winding. Starry skies made his spear vast and endless, its blade capable of reaching any point with just a single pierce. But even these images began to slowly fade. As time passed, the melodies became quiet, lacking even the whistling of the wind. Soon after it, the vast images created by strokes of golden spear force also vanished, shrinking further and further until there was nothing left but the slightest radiance of a white gold spear. Everything became deathly silent, but Leonel's movements had never stopped and his eyes had never opened. After a certain point, he couldn't even feel the grass beneath his feet or the wind against his body. He felt as though he was gliding through a voice, the only feeling he could experience being the weight of the spear in his hand. He couldn't even feel the special characteristics of the spear in question. It was as though everything had faded but the embodiment of a spear, not the spear or a particular spear, but just a spear, an amorphous construct without form or presence. And eventually, even the weight of that spear vanished. In the real world, the white gold spear in Leonel's hand seamlessly vanished to be replaced by a jet black rod radiating a dense black fog, and then Leonel pierced forward. Chapter 1647. Understanding himself. Leonel woke up with Aina on his chest. After finishing his training, he didn't hurry to do things with the tentacle womb or other faction-building things because, after a while, he suddenly felt the need to just spend time with Aina. When his spear force perfected its fusion with the final stage of his grandfather's path of the spear, Leonel's mind entered an odd state of relaxation where he suddenly understood that understanding himself was even more important than understanding individual forces. Anastasia's words, when taken to the logical extreme, precisely meant these things. Ultimately, just like with his spear force, the life of his forces didn't come from them, but rather himself. While they all had their own preferences and leanings, they were ultimately in his control. Running was always designed to be faster than running. By the same token, throwing was always designed to move things from your hand into a further distance. The same assignments could be made for walking, swimming, talking. Any one of these activities were things everyone and almost everything did naturally. They all also had the same exact purposes, regardless of who was executing them. However, did any two individuals do them the exact same way? Leonel had come to understand that he should treat force in this way as well. When he used force, he actively did something that was the equivalent of running, or walking, or swimming, or even talking. However, he had always treated it as an external thing, not putting enough time and attention into them, much the same way that anyone could run, walk, swim, or talk, but not everyone could do these things as effectively as another. And the route to reaching prominence in these facets was to first understand oneself. When it came to walking, you learned through trial and error as a child. When it came to running, you did the same thing. For swimming, it was the same once again, and it was even the same for talking. All of these things were forgotten by most as they happened so early on in life. But Leonel could remember those memories clearly. He could remember every failed attempt and reattempt. He could remember how he had to learn to shift his balance to adjust to his own body, not the other way around. Likewise, if he wanted to understand these forces, he would have to learn about himself as he learned about these forces. When he came to that conclusion, Leonel chose to relax. He awoke Aina from her meditation and brought her to leisurely stroll around the segmented cube. Aina was confused at first and didn't quite understand what the point of this was, but she realized it was rare for her to spend this kind of leisurely time with Leonel, at least not without someone or something wanting them to die. As time passed, she completely forgot that she didn't understand what was going on and why Leonel did this and simply smiled, enjoying her time with him. The relationship between Leonel and Aina had always been one of fiery passion and emotion. They danced between life and death, and even when they weren't, they were completely immersed in their training. There was nothing to see in the segmented cube aside from the beautiful ambience of nature, and yet it was so novel to them to casually view such sights that it was endlessly fascinating. The source of this content is novielbin.net. The two talked endlessly, saying and talking about anything for days that quickly turned into over a week. And when they ran out of things to talk about, they simply felt silent. They didn't feel the need to fill the quiet air. The soft sounds of their breathing was enough. This was the closest moment to normal the two had received since the metamorphosis descended. It was hard to fathom, but since that last day of high school, the two of them had never had even a single moment of rest. It was always battle after battle, war after war, death threat after death threat. Very soon they would likely have to return to such a life, but at least for now, they felt at peace. Leonel reached down from Aina's waist and pinched her ass, causing her to stir awake. She slapped Leonel's hand away and adjusted herself on his chest before falling asleep again. Leonel laughed to himself. All right, one more day wasn't too bad. Although the two of them hadn't crossed that final step yet, he had definitely made this little vixen pay for her earlier arrogance. Leonel wasn't very disappointed about this fact. Every time he and Aina seemed about to cross that line, it was always due to a state of fiery passion. The first time it was because Aina didn't want to lose Leonel, the second time the two of them were made at one another's approach to dealing with danger, and the third and most recent time, Aina had had a large amount of Leonel's blood in her system. After these days of calm and leisure, while that passion wasn't as fiery, it burned a lot more like an eternal fire, one that would last a lifetime. When that flame did finally boil over, he was sure that it would be worth the wait. After one more day, as promised, Leonel and Aina finally left the segmented cube, crossing over the void battlefield as they made their way toward the void palace. With the speed of the segmented cube, they crossed over large distances without much issue, shuttling through vast amounts of anarchic force as though it wasn't there at all. Half a month later, they made it to large gates once again, facing a vast mountain range that was several planets' widths wide. However, the state of the Void Palace wasn't like what Leonel remembered at all. Matched with its imposingness, a bloody scent hung in the air. In fact, what once were majestic gates that no one had to care about guarding because the prestige of the Void Palace was impregnable now had permanently stationed troops. As a result, the arrival of Leonel and Aina didn't go unnoticed. Chapter 1648, Shocking News. Leonel stepped out from the segmented cube holding Ina's hand. He allowed it to shrink, becoming a finger band once again as he stared forward. At that time, a large number of auras pressed down, causing him to frown. This place actually couldn't truly be considered the Void Palace. In reality, it was one of the cities that formed the last line of defense on the Void battlefield. Leonel and Ina had been to this city before. It was the very same city they had come to after leaving the Rapac's nest. Right this moment, it was even larger and more imposing than before, even having troops stationed on the outside and along the walls. Leonel couldn't imagine why you would need a vanguard stationed outside of the city when the defenses were so great to begin with. But since he knew so little about the situation after being gone for so long, he didn't question it too much. Instead, he waited for the small squadron that was approaching to finish their approach. However, by this point, Leonel had already recognized the individual leading this small squad. He was Rowan Cancer, the very same young man who had tried to take advantage of Leonel's injury after he led them all out of the Rapac's nest in order to target Ina for her token. Back then, Ina had ended up killing a large number of Rowan's followers, but Rowan himself had managed to escape. It had been a long time since then, just over a year to Leonel and likely much longer than that to Rowan. Now, the rookie from back then who had entered along with Leonel was already strong enough to lead a squad here. So in all likelihood, Rowan neared the top tiers of Galaxy-ranked disciples already, or might even be a sector-ranked disciple by now. It would mostly depend on what sort of talent he was. Rowan, of course, recognized Leonel and Ina as well, although his gaze was just as placid and emotionless as usual. However, that didn't change the fact he had some waves rising and falling in his heart. Leonel and Ina had just come back and clearly didn't understand the usual protocols. And, just about a month ago, the spatial phenomena that had the human domain in its grips also came to an end. These two things were highly unlikely to be a coincidence. Although there were others who came very recently as well, given the odds, Leonel was definitely the top three most likely to have been the reason they could return. Of course, this was only to the general public. To the elders paying attention to these matters, they had already confirmed it with 100% accuracy. While Rowan was considered to be the most likely to inherit the Cancer family in the future, he didn't have that sort of cash just yet, and as such, he could only make his own guesses. But the fact that this guess of his was so accurate already spoke volumes. The source of this content is novzelbin.net's Please display your disciple badges. Despite recognizing Leonel and Ina, Rowan still asked this. In fact, he also pretended as though the trio of them had no prior history and that he hadn't tried to kill Leonel not just once, but twice. Leonel calmly looked toward Rowan and flipped his palm over to reveal his badge. However, to his surprise, rather than just casually looking over it, both his and Ina's badges underwent several layers of inspection before they were finally allowed to take them back. Although his first reaction was to believe that Rowan was purposely making things difficult for him, Leonel didn't act on this, mostly because it made little sense. Delaying them by an extra few minutes for the sake of something so petty made little sense. In addition, these guards seemed to have specially created devices purely for the sake of inspecting his badge, something that made little sense unless there was a good reason. You two can enter the city now. Leonel put his badge away and scanned the squad again. Is there a case of people impersonating Void Palace disciples? Leonel asked. Rowan's eyes flashed before he nodded slowly. Yes. The cloud race has encroached onto our territory in recent decades and has become more brazen. In addition, areas we used to hold firm control over have weakened drastically. Now that Earth has entered the 7th dimension faster than was expected, our enemies have re-upped their efforts and are pressing us. It's also the case that during the spatial phenomena that just ended, the region was incredibly unstable, making it difficult for us to safely maintain a defensive line, but simultaneously very easy for enemies to cross large distances into our territory via teleportation. So this is the situation now. Leonel's brows jumped in surprise, but the squadron which followed Rowan was equally as shocked. Rowan was a man of very few words, and they had never heard him speak so much all at one time like this. But he had done so for this individual? Who was this exactly? The number of people that could recognize Leonel by his face were simply too few in number. He had only spent a short time in the Void Palace and hadn't interacted with enough people to truly build fame. While the event of him clearing dozens of floors in his first attempt at the Void Tower was circulated, that was also more than 2 decades ago, and the amount of things that happened since then were too many. Seeing this now, though, Rowan's squadron seemed to understand that Leonel must have been a prominent figure before the cataclysm. Leonel, though, was shocked by something else entirely. It seemed that in his absence, Earth had become a name even the geniuses of the Void Palace was very familiar with. Not only that, but in just a short 20 or so years, it had actually become a 7th-dimensional world already, and a vicious storm was brewing around this matter. Chapter 1649, Asks Leonel calmed himself and nodded. Is there anywhere I'm supposed to go after this? Leonel asked. All those who have just returned from the zone must report to the Void Senate. As for the details, they'll inform you about them. Leonel nodded and took Ina's hand again as they entered the city to use a teleportation platform to the core of the Void Palace. As for his thoughts, they were much less calm than the rhythmic cadence of his heart. The Cloud Race. He knew about them as well. They were a race of people adept at mimicry. They could freely change their forms and embody whatever their eyes could see. When Leonel first learned about this race from the Void Library, he was quite confused. After all, why Star Order had told him that humans were the weakest of the races because they couldn't focus their attention down one path. Then how exactly was the Cloud race so powerful? Shouldn't they be even weaker than humans following this logic? Well, the truth was, the Cloud race was near the bottom of the barrel along with humans and the Dwarven race, but they were still considered to be stronger than the both. This was because the mimicry of the Cloud race was all focused on one thing, countering. The Cloud race were experts in defense and using your weaknesses against you. This style of battle made them exceptionally powerful, and while they couldn't be considered to be at the pinnacle of the most powerful races, they were still well known to be superior to the humans. Ironically though, it was precisely because of this that the humans fared so well against the Cloud race. Because humans weren't as homogeneous as the other races, countering them took time and effort, and true human geniuses might be able to defeat Cloud race geniuses before said genius could get a grasp on their abilities. Still, the fact that the Void Palace had suddenly become so cautious against the Cloud race must mean that by the time Leonel was gone, they must have made great headway into grasping the secrets of the human domain. If the Cloud race wanted to wage war against the humans, they didn't need to understand all of them, they just needed to understand the weaknesses of the greatest powerful among them. The Morales family, the Sweyard family, the Constellation Alliances, Shield Cross Stars, the Crafting Guilds, the Constellation families, so long as these few powers were grasped, who cared about the weaker humans? They weren't good enough to match up again even normal Cloud race members to begin with. The less complex the talent, the easier it was to counter on a whim. The source of this content is novfileselbin.net. It wasn't long before Leonel stood at the base of a mountain, looking up. He knew that the Void Senate was up there, but this was actually the first time he had been to his place. At the bottom, there were people present to escort them up, and they were soon brought to an office. When Leonel and Ina entered, they found a black-haired man sitting across from them behind a desk. He didn't look up even after the door closed, but this aura did seem to grow heavier. Just from a glance, Leonel could see that this man was missing an arm, one of his robe sleeves behind decidedly looser than the other. By the time an entire minute passed, Leonel's eyes had narrowed into slits. While Rowan wouldn't know that he was the reason everyone could return, how could someone who could sit at the top of the Void Senate not understand? And even if they assumed that it was Ina and not him, wasn't Ina right by his side anyway? And yet, this man hadn't said a single word since they entered. Looking back at the man's missing arm, Leonel's furrowed brows loosened and his expression became calm. There was a better than 70% likelihood that this was the man his father took the arm of, and likely also the catalyst for what put the sword and spear factions at each other's throat. Leonel didn't know what was going on with that situation now, or if the two factions had set aside their differences to face a greater threat, but judging by Rosen's reaction, that much was unlikely. Rosen seemed to sense that Leonel's demeanor had entirely relaxed, and he suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing. It truly felt as though a pair of swords were hidden within the depths of his gaze. An invisible aura shot forward, as sharp as a blade, but when it entered an unknown radius of Leonel, it dissipated into the wind, leaving Rosen with narrowed eyes. Leonel didn't even seem to have moved a single inch or down anything. But in reality, neither did he. The procedure is simple, Rosen said emotionlessly. Here are the documents. Write down everything you've experienced in the zone, catalog all of the events by day for all exactly 63 days that were inside. Do not miss a single day. Also, document all treasures that you've received from the zone. The Void Palace will not take any of them, but will inspect them, categorize them, and then return them to you in a timely fashion. This is only for the benefit of knowledge and the progress of humanity into the future. We will not steal from our students. If you've understood, take these documents and leave. Leonel's gaze flashed. As expected, it was highly unlikely that he would be the only one to benefit from the zone. Still, there was one question that left him baffled until this point. He had forgotten about it because he had met Ina and she seemed to be just fine. But, why was it that his cousin and the others couldn't use force or their ability indexes while he could? Could it be that there were others who were able to use their force like he and Ina, and as such had managed to gain treasures of their own? Leonel reached a hand forward and took the documents for both himself and Ina, ready to leave. There's also one more matter, Rosen said lightly as Leonel was about to depart. For you especially, the Void Palace would like to thoroughly understand the method you used to break the cardinal rule of zones. Please don't miss out on any details. Leonel remained silent and didn't respond, but his thoughts were already racing. How should he handle this matter exactly? There was absolutely nothing wrong with either Rosen's words or the Void Palace's asks of him. But his instincts were pulling him in a different sort of direction. Chapter 1650, Second Method, Same Problem. Leonel sat in a hall of the Void Senate in silence. Ina sat by his side, looking at the documents as well. Though, when she sensed Leonel's odd mood, she looked over as well. Leonel's gaze was a bit unfocused, but his pupils continued to flicker as though he was calculating something. The decision wasn't a simple one. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem with helping the Void Palace, but there were too many potential issues with doing so, especially since there were still signs of traitors in their midst. The only people he could trust aside from himself were Ina and his parents. The ask of the Void Palace was very reasonable. Wanting to document the treasures of that zone made perfect sense, and they would also return it. In addition, wanting to know how Leonel had escaped also made sense. Who knew how useful such information could be in the future? If they could patent an ability to escape zones, there would be many zones that they didn't dare to easily enter previously that they could finally start exploring with full effort. For example, now that Earth had entered the 7th dimension, for the first time, the human domain had to contend with 8th dimensional zones. But the number of characters who wielded such a level of power were far too few, and they were so important to the backbone of the human domain that they couldn't possibly enter to risk their lives so easily. This resulted in a situation where there were many zones with potentially excellent resources inside that no one dared to make use of. But if these zones were allowed to linger for too long, then the territory of Earth would end up swallowed and destroyed. If that happened, what was the worth of everything else? Earth had suddenly become integral to the prosperity of the dimensional verse, and it was very likely that everyone had been waiting precisely for Leonel to return so that they could understand how he did it. The source of this content is novforceelben.net. Leonel obviously understood all of this, but what would happen when he revealed that this was only possible because of the unique characteristics of the segmented cube? Unless someone could create a treasure of equivalent stature, it would be a fool's dream to attempt an escape from a zone. In order to force the bubbles of the human domain and a zone to connect, and thus expel all outsiders from within the latter, it required the travel of a spatial item between the two. Saeed's spatial item had to have enough structural integrity to survive the journey as well, or else it would all be useless. Essentially, you needed a treasure on a level close to the 9th dimension, or at least at the very cutting edge of the 8th. In this regard, the segmented cube was practically one of a kind. In the past, Leonel had simply assumed that every family in the human domain would have a treasure of this caliber, but the more he learned, the more he came to understand just how ridiculous such a thought was. In fact, he was certain that the existence of the segmented cube had a grand backstory Anastasia would probably refuse to tell him about, and in such a case where there only existed one solution, just what would happen? He had just learned that the cloud race was making efforts to infiltrate the human domain and impersonate their kind. And he had already deduced that there were likely traitors at the highest echelon of the Void Palace, or else certain things just could not have happened that way. If these individuals suddenly learned that there was only one item in the human domain capable of breaking the rules of the zone, and said item was in the hands of a Morales family member, what kind of situation would that put the Morales family in? However, if Leonel lied about how he had done it, the moment they attempted to use his method and realized that it didn't work, not only would the human domain lose whoever had entered the zone, he would also gain the ire of the human domain, and things would end up terribly regardless. If I had known Earth was already in the 7th dimension, I wouldn't have returned so easily. Leonel closed his eyes and sighed. Leonel suddenly felt a soft hand slip into his, and he smiled lightly without opening his eyes. He had already known that there would be trouble like this when they returned. The only surprise was that it had actually come so quickly. But since he had already chosen Ina over the world, was there even a need to regret it? Leonel's heart shuddered and his thoughts flashed. When his eyes snapped open, they had a blazing light within them, but they quickly dimmed. Even if I've thought of another method to escape zones, it still doesn't change the facts of the matter. Leonel flicked a palm over and whispered, "Valiant Seal," a miniature trio of revolving pillars forms. This was another one of Leonel's self-created techniques. He had formed it using the Valiant pillars of Valiant Heart Mountain and Camelot's magic system as a foundation. That treasure was designed to take control of zones. Theoretically, Leonel believed that if the power to control zones was harnessed and then forced into vessels like the segmented cube, then it should be possible to use them like the segmented cube's world to escape zones. If Leonel refined this method over a few weeks, he could easily hand this method over to the Void Palace and solve the potential issue of having the Morales family become everyone's target. But if he did so, this method would fall into the hands of the human domain's enemies as well. The problem is still the same, Leonel thought to himself, squeezing Ina's hand lightly. To think that he would be clever enough to think of such things, only to be faced with the dilemma of whether to share them or not. As Leonel was lost in thought, the clicking of heels echoed through the Void Senate's halls. When he looked up, he found a woman with vibrant green hair walking. He didn't think too much of it until, that is, the woman's eyes emitted a coldness upon meeting his gaze. Chapter 11651, Triana Leonel met her gaze, his expression calm. Judging by this person's expression, she was definitely one of the Virer family, but considering the fact she was casually strolling through the Void Palace Senate, the number of people she could be was drastically lowered. The odds that this person was precisely the Triana Virer that had been harassing Leonel and Ina with her Green Thread faction. This woman sure knows how to hold a grudge. It's only been a year for me, but statistically speaking, it's been at least 10 years for her depending on when she was expelled from the zone. The fact that she still has the mind to look at me so coldly is asinine. Leonel hadn't forgotten the things this woman had done. He hadn't even gone to find her yet, but she seemed to have stumbled into him first. There were simply certain things that Leonel found to be unacceptable. He had already chosen Ina over the world once. Did this woman believe that she would get off scot-free after ordering her men to not only attack his Ina, but to even do something as demeaning as stripping her down and hanging her up for everyone to see? Despite the calmness in Leonel's eyes, there was a hidden, oppressive aura within that hung in the air. He didn't care how long he had been gone for. Triana could count herself lucky that this was the Void Senate and not just any place where Leonel could act as he pleased. He looked away, ignoring her. He crushed the valiant seal he formed in his palm and flipped his hand over. With a rush, a surge of dream force came out of his hand and caused the documents to light up. The so-called documents were just a few pendants. One was used to record their experiences and the other was used to note down their treasures. Both would be handed in along with the treasures that they received from the zone. Others would probably take a few hours, maybe even longer, to finish. But Leonel was someone who had managed to read the entire history of law of the Void Palace in just a few seconds. Now that he had returned even stronger, noting down what occurred in just a 2-month period, even if it was incredibly detailed, took almost no effort whatsoever. In fact, while he finished, he also noted to Ina what she should disclose and what she shouldn't. His decision had been made. Once he was finished, he stood, having taken no more than a few seconds total to finish everything. The moment he stood, he found Triana just a meter from him, her gaze sparking. Leonel had had many thoughts on how this interaction would go, but what he didn't expect was what actually happened. Without a word, or even an attempt to communicate, Triana's palm suddenly shot forward. What was shocking, though, was the fact that this palm wasn't aimed for Leonel, but rather Ina, who still had her mind within the pendants, marking down everything Leonel had asked of her. The truth was that making up stories that could fool the Void Palace elders was incredibly difficult. They would be able to pick out the deficiencies in your claims far too quickly. Their minds at that level worked no slower than Leonel's own a few paces back. So, when Leonel had told Ina what to write, he went into great detail. After all, he was very familiar with what she had experienced and could adjust it as such. Due to this, Ina hadn't even noticed Triana's appearance at all because she couldn't split her mind to the same degree Leonel could. Right then, Leonel's calm expression became frighteningly cold. With a single step, he blocked the path to Ina and struck out, the speed of his fist being incredibly swift. Bang! Palm and fist met, sharp winds whistling into the surroundings. Leonel's body glowed with a bronze aura, dispersing Triana's strength and adding an extra boost to his own. Triana took 3 heavy steps backward, her gaze flickering with surprise. Even though physical prowess wasn't her strongest suit, she was still a Tier 6 expert of the 6th dimension. She shouldn't need to use her strongest abilities to deal with the likes of Leonel, especially since she had attacked first. However, what Triana didn't consider was the fact that Leonel could be just as unruly and unreasonable as her. Someone else might ask her why she had attacked or give her time to recover, but Leonel simply didn't care. He took another strong step forward, the rhythm of his movements causing the ground to vibrate. Bang! A cone of wind followed his punch, colliding with Triana's face without a care for her beauty. She flew backward and crashed into the wall of the Void Senate Hall, the commotion spreading far and wide. Leonel walked forward as Triana's vision spun. He picked her up by her neck, and only then did he speak for the first time. "What did you mean by doing this?" His voice was doused in a chilly wind, his hand clawing around her neck with a menacing grip. "Halt!" At that moment, a surge of aura rushed toward the location, many of whom were completely surprised. No one dared to cause a commotion in the Void Senate. Its dignity simply couldn't be encroached upon. And yet today, it had actually happened. When they converged, they were shocked to find that the person dangling with her feet in the air was actually Triana. Triana was almost too famous in the Void Palace. Despite being from a relatively average family when the wider Void Palace was taken into account, she managed to form a monopoly over the medicinal factions that only increased after the cataclysm. Just a year ago, she finally managed to reach the heights many could only dream of, and she entered a party of the Senate with thoughts of returning to her faction in the future and raising it to the status of a party as well. But who would have known that this famous individual would be humiliated like this in the Void Senate? The source of this content is novforceelben.net. It was then that someone from Triana's party arrived, and this person had a bow strapped to their backs. Chapter 1652, Lol concealed Leonel, didn't look at anyone else, an ill intent blazing in his eyes as he looked toward Triana. By this point, Triana had recovered, only to realize that her neck was already under the control of a junior. First she felt shocked, then humiliated, before a towering fury erupted forth from her in a torrent. She didn't seem to care that Leonel had control of her neck. As though she would rather die than not dare to struggle, her force rose like a tempest, a violent pressure blasting against Leonel's body. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of Triana's force rebounding against Leonel's body sounded no different from metal clashing with metal, and he was even forced to slide back a measure. At the same time, the grip he had had on Triana's throat was forced open, causing his eyes to narrow. Leonel had never seen anyone expelling force from their neck like that. Could it be a method that had already existed in the human domain? Or was it something that she had picked up from the zone? Triana released a shrill shriek, her rage forming several green vines of force that lashed out toward Leonel like a whip. By the time they crossed the small distance between the two, they had gone from barely formed to a shimmering emerald. It looked as though flexible gems were lashing out toward him, each of them carrying a lethal intent. Leonel's gaze was frighteningly cold. He didn't have any intention to kill. If he had, how could Triana have escaped from his grip so quickly? If you gained control of an opponent's neck in real combat, the battle was over. But Triana had clearly taken advantage of his state of mind to escape. It only took Leonel an instant to see through this, his intent only growing colder. The source of this content is novfashelbin.net. Just when it seemed that Triana's vines would shred him to pieces, his absolute spear domain suddenly manifested, a golden vortex of sharp blades rotating around him and ripping Triana's attack to shreds. Leonel pressed two fingers together and pierced them forward. In that instant, it felt like everything in the world had come to a chilling pause. The silence was deafening. From a large commotion that had caught the attention of most in the building, it felt like they had suddenly entered the vacuum of space. There were no sounds of sharpening blades, no trembling walls and floors, not even the whistling wind of Leonel slicing the air in two could be heard. Triana's eyes only had time to widen before her chest was pierced through. There wasn't a single drop of blood for several moments as she fell backward, her eyes wide. It was only after she fell to the floor that her body jolted and a pool of blood quickly formed, drenching her green dress in a tide of crimson. From their shocked state, the first individual rose up roaring. This man was none other than the very man who had come from Triana's party, a man with a bow strapped to his back. It wasn't at all convenient to use a bow in an enclosed space like this, but the young man was so confident in his abilities and control that he didn't even hesitate to pull out his own. All he could see was red, believing that Leonel had just killed Triana. From the roar to the release of the bowstring, there wasn't even a span of half a second. There was no doubt that the drawing skills of the young man were exceptional, and it only became more clear after his six-dimensional bow force shot a streaking light through the void Senate hallway aimed right for Leonel's head. Leonel frowned, his cold gaze shifting in the direction of the young man. He had already locked eyes on him before his bow even left his back and watched the entire process of loading and firing. The young man might have thought that his speed was fast, but could it be faster than Leonel's senses? The arrow appeared between Leonel's brows in an instant. It almost looked as though it had teleported there from the bow it had just been released from, prepared to take Leonel's life. However, Leonel didn't even move. Clang! The arrow rebounded upward, rapidly spinning through the air as its bow force tried to continue forward without it. But the moment the bow force tried to harm Leonel, it was as though it had vanished into the wind. With the very same two fingers he had used to pierce toward Triana, Leonel drew an arc through the air, snatching the spinning arrow out of its motion with even quicker movements. Then, in one swift motion, his back flexed and he took a small step forward. Bang! The arrow rocketed out from his throw like a ball out of a cannon, moving with so much speed that it didn't even arc through the air. Rather, it drew a line through the hallways, appearing before the young man in an instant. The arrow shot through the raised bow, which was prepared to shoot a second arrow, snapped the bowstring in two, before burying itself into the chest of the young man. The party member coughed out a mouthful of blood in astonishment, still not quite believing what he had just seen. Had his arrow really been so casually dealt with? How was that even possible? Right that moment, the door to Rosen's office opened and he stepped out with a stern expression, his armless sleeve whipping in the wind beneath his aura. Feeling the presence of a seventh-dimensional expert, no one dared to move even a single inch as Rosen scanned the surroundings. To think that someone would actually dare to make such commotion right outside of his office, weren't these people a bit too brazen? When Rosen saw not just one, but two students with bloody wounds through their chests, his expression became even colder. His gaze snapped toward Leonel, an ill-concealed distaste flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1653. Neither, this is the Void Senate. The words were unhurried and didn't seem to have any extra emphasis, but the moment that they were spoken, it was as though a heavy mountain had fallen onto the shoulders of the spectators. Among them, there was no doubt that Leonel experienced the greatest pressure there was. You two, 1 year in the Void Mines. As for you, 10. The two Rosen mentioned were without a doubt Triana and the youth with an arrow in his chest. That meant that the last was most definitely Leonel. Leonel's gaze flickered. He knew the rulebook of the Void Palace front to back, so he was also well aware that this punishment was actually in line with proper practices. Rosen hadn't taken a single step out of line. Still, wanting him to spend 10 years mining for a conflict started by someone else was impossible. If Rosen thought Leonel would really do that, he had another thing coming. Sensing Leonel's gaze, Rosen met it, seemingly wanting to see if he would dare to refute. In fact, his placid gaze almost seemed to beg for it. In the past, he had been much more brazen, even arrogantly kicking out the stalwart Polarm party from their position as joint majority. However, ever since that, even with Leonel's father, he had hidden much of his sharpness, stoking a flame deep within his heart to push onward. In these 20 years, 14 of which he had been back for, he had progressed by leaps and beyond, already surpassing his former rival Uramus of the stalwart Polarm party by a large margin. Still, even with this being the case, he still hadn't revealed that hidden sharpness. Oramus was nothing but a defeated opponent. He didn't deserve his effort. The only man that was in his eyes now was Velasco Morales. Every day he persevered through training most couldn't imagine just for the faintest chance that he could return the favor for this lost arm of his. In truth, he didn't even put Leonel in his eyes, and why would he? There was a far deeper pride ingrained within him. It had to be remembered that Rosen didn't send the youths to the Rapac's nest to target Leonel in the first place. His only intention was to help Ameri get a leg up for his sword domain tribulation. As for the youths that had targeted Leonel, they were exactly that, youths. He simply didn't care to. But if Leonel was going to blatantly spit in the face of the rules of the Void Palace and get in his way, thinking himself to be as great an obstacle as his father, Rosen wouldn't mind showing him the disparity between the two of them. And yet Leonel only smiled lightly. With a flip of his palm he brought out his two pendants and directly shattered them. Rosen's pupils constricted. Leonel's movements weren't exactly fast, but it was still impossible for him to react. At the same time, although the pendants didn't look special, they were still incredibly sturdy materials. Breaking them at Leonel's level shouldn't have been such a casual action. In fact, it should have taken quite a bit of strain. "What do you mean by this?" Rosen asked just as unhurriedly. Leonel blinked, almost as though he was confused by the question. "Mean by what?" Rosen's gaze narrowed. This Leonel, when it came to pissing people off, there was no doubt that he was no less proficient than that father of his. It was almost a crime that such a charismatic smile could be coming from such a bastard. The source of this content is novforceelben.net. It seems that you want to test my patience. Leonel thought for a moment before nodding. 10 years is indeed a long time. I guess that even for someone as old as you, it can be considered a while as well. Rosen felt his heart twitch. It had been a long time since he had felt something like this. After losing his arm, nothing seemed capable of phasing him, and the state of his heart was as clear and still as water. But he suddenly felt the need to punch a hole through Leonel's face. Leonel's expression didn't show much of a change, but he was coldly smiling on the inside. What a ridiculous rule. Just because he had injured someone who attacked first, he had to waste 10 years of his life while they only had to exchange a year? Even if that was indeed what the rulebook states, he didn't care. These people like to claim that he only had this level of attainment in the Void Palace because his mother had handed it to him, right? They had even stripped him of his rightfully earned galaxy rank because they couldn't fathom how far he had climbed up the Void Tower. And now they wanted him to mine ore for them for 10 years? Sure, that was fine. In that case, Leonel wanted to see if they'd be willing to wait 10 years for his method of returning from a failed zone too. Since they wanted to play a patience game, they could play together. In fact, he would show people what true unfairness looked like. Did he break the rules? Yes, he did. What were you going to do about it? The reality of this was that Leonel could choose to just leave the Void Palace as well. After all, the Void Palace wouldn't detain people against their will, at least not for something so inconsequential. It was more accurate to look at it like Leonel exchanging 10 years for a chance to remain in the Void Palace after his punishment years were through. But if they really chose to follow through with such a punishment, Leonel would just directly leave. And if he was no longer a disciple of a Void Palace, then that would also mean that they didn't have a right to ask him about his treasures, nor did they have a right to ask him for a method of escaping failed zones. When that crossroads was reached, the Void Palace would have quite a decision to make. Deal with Leonel and get the information they wanted, and face his old man's revenge on the back end. Or simply let Leonel go. Neither of these things were what they wanted to do. Chapter 1654, Proven Right. Leonel knew that he would likely be the subject of a plot very soon. In fact, he didn't know if this was a scheme or not, although he felt that the potential that it was just about 10%, likely less. Rosen carried too important a position in the Swayard family, and though the Morales and Swayards were always at each other's throats, Leonel didn't believe that they were incompetent enough to have a traitor at such a high ranking, nor did he believe that the Swayard family itself was a traitor to the human domain. In all likelihood, this was really just a coincidence. But that didn't mean that the scheme wasn't coming. In order to deal with that inevitable end, Leonel had to position himself properly while also squeezing out as many benefits as he could from the Void Palace in the meantime. Even though this would piss a lot of people off, and there might even be some people on the side of humanity who thought his actions to be too selfish and abhorrent, all he cared about was the end result. For now, they would treat him as public enemy number one. But when the time came that he wiped the Three-Finger Cult from existence, they would come to understand the actions he would take this time around. Rosen slowly nodded to Leonel's words as though he was confirming what he was hearing for himself and ensuring that this was, indeed, reality. This was likely the first time in the history of the Void Palace that a student of the Sixth Dimension dared to act in this way. Although Leonel hadn't said it in so many words, this was no doubt a threat. This singular young man suddenly held what was likely the fate of humanity by the balls, and he had such a sickening smile on his face. Anyone seeing such a scene would have a hard time telling just who was the hero and who was the villain. It felt like the moment Leonel had chosen Ina over humanity, he stopped caring about those details as they simply didn't matter to him. He had already resigned himself to the fact that many people would die due to his decisions, but he still felt that this was the only path forward. In his time in the dimensional verse, he had taken the life of almost 1,000 people. In fact, he knew the exact number 932. This was a number that accounted for the human domain and zones. If he accounted for the number of lives that he had taken via second-hand means, meaning through his commands or his schemes, the number was easily tenfold that. If he chose not to be hypocrite and accounted for the number of demons and beasts he had killed as well, the number was at least twofold of that. He had come a long way from the teenage boy who almost allowed his life to be taken by a young woman because he couldn't bear the sins on his shoulders any longer. A very long way. The clarity he felt now was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Those few days of quiet harmony he had spent with Ina had taught him a lot, and it made him understand a large measure more about himself, and namely, the weight he had accepted on his shoulders. That day in the Rapac's nest, he had allowed his father to take that burden away from him for a time. But now, it was about time he took that burden back. Standing there, facing a seventh-dimensional expert who wanted nothing more than to take his life, Leonel stood tall and proud, his gaze unwavering and his smile calm. Those watching such a scene suddenly felt like they were watching a standoff of two equals. No, it even faintly felt like Leonel was on a level all to his own. Even in the face of someone more than just a single large dimension ahead of him, he could still maintain such an air. Rosen finished nodding his head, giving Leonel a deep look. "I will relay your words properly," Leonel chuckled. Relay his words? What words had he spoken exactly? At that moment, Ina awoke from her focused state and looked around with a hint of confusion. Seeing the bleeding Triana to Leonel's back and the young man with an arrow in her chest, her lips couldn't help but twitch. She had been lost in her own world for all of a few minutes, and yet this trouble magnet had gone and done it again. "Don't look at me like that. This time it's your fault." Ina rolled her eyes, but didn't bother to refute Leonel's words. The source of this content is novihelben.net. After handing her pendants over to Rosen respectfully, Ina allowed Leonel to take her hand, and they both strolled out from the Void Senate. Those watching couldn't help but feel waves rolling in their hearts. For some reason, they felt that there would be a big upheaval in the Void Palace very soon. "I will let this matter go once. All future conflicts must occur outside of Void Senate grounds, including all branches. This is a rule that has been written in stone and cannot be violated. If there is a second time, I will triple the punishment." Rosen left these words behind as he turned and left, his gaze a frightening and chilly cold. Not long after Leonel, Ina, and Rosen left, the members of Triana's party came rushing over. Some spectators remained in this area precisely to see this matter through, as Triana's party was not simple at all. In fact, it was among the so-called silent majority, a group of up-and-coming newly established parties that were beginning their attempt to become the replacement for the stalwart polearm party. In fact, even the stalwart polearm party themselves had been promoted once again and become part of this silent majority. Everyone had said that Leonel's generation was the most talented the human domain had ever seen, and time proved them right. The vast majority of the heads of this silent majority were precisely the very youths that Leonel had entered the Rapac's nest with. And, as though that wasn't enough, one of the executive positions of Triana's party was led by a young man who Leonel was very familiar with, a young man who had even threatened not just Leonel, but the whole Morales family in the past. He was none other than the only other young man to master sixth-dimensional Bowforce in the fifth dimension alongside Leonel, a genius of the Constellation Bow Alliance, Nazag Tarius. Chapter 1655, Prestige of the Void Elders. Rosen was a man of his word. After he left the Void Senate, he entered Void Peak to seek an audience. Even for the current Rosen, including all of his improvements, he couldn't casually come to this place without reason. And, even in the case he did have a reason, he still had to be respectful and patient. These individuals, the Void Elders, represented the very pinnacle of the human race. Together, the power they held was enough to be the face of the humans, and it surpassed any individual family. If this wasn't the case, how could they dare to claim to raise the future generation of leaders? The Void Elders were formed of a group of men and women with no affiliations to the large families or organizations. They were existences who, over the course of history, could have built up their own families and powers, but instead chose to forsake this path and become the beacon of humanity instead. As a result of this, the Void Elders had no ties to the major families. There was an obvious reason why this was a good thing. After all, this would ensure that the Void Elders didn't have any special ties to the students and didn't try to steer the Void Palace toward any particular direction. In fact, they were incentivized to ensure that the Void Palace remained power because only when the Void Palace was powerful would they have the backing they had forsaken after taking up their posts. The sacrifice of the Void Elders didn't end here. These characters weren't allowed to have relationships, and they also weren't allowed to have children. Their entire lives were dedicated to the Void Palace. Any new Void Elder was raised up directly from the Void Palace itself. They made their vows early, and they were monitored and nurtured to replace the previous batch as they grew old and passed on. Such individuals couldn't be affiliated with any power families or organizations before entering the palace, and they were also the only ones who would receive the personal nurturing of the Void Elders. In fact, they couldn't even join factions or parties in their youths, as this could be considered another form of forming relationships and potential biases in the future. Leonel himself had met one such person before. This individual was none other than Cornelius. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder why everyone was so respectful of the Void Elders. This respect was deeper than just their power, but it was also a function of their sacrifice. If these individuals wanted, they could have formed powerful families of their own, adding to the chaos of the human domain. Instead, they chose peace and unity, laying down their pride and becoming just one piece of a greater whole. The prestige of the Void Elders in the hearts of the masses was not small, and it was also due to this that Leonel's father wasn't very well liked as the only person who didn't give the Void Elders their due respect. But today, it seemed that another of the Morales family line would be smacking the faces of these exceptional characters as well. Before Rosen stood 3 elders. Without fail, all 3 of them looked to be exceptionally frail, as though they might use the last of their life force at any moment. And yet, Rosen didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Such individuals, the fact they seemed so ordinary, was precisely what made them so fearsome. Their level of control was on a level all to their own. 2 of these elders were older women, with one of them being a man. Of them, only one of the women didn't use a cane, and all of them wore black robes embroidered in gold. They gazed toward Rosen with murky eyes that carried a hint of anticipation. It was rare for these elders to be so curious and eager about something, and it was even rarer for 3 of them to appear for just a mere Rosen's request. Obviously, this was a special occasion to them. How could it not be? The spatial storm phenomena had just come to an end a few months ago, and they had already received a report that Leonel was back. They were all certain that Leonel was the one who allowed all of them to return because his life signature was the absolute last to come back by a small fraction of a second, just after Ina's. This meant that he was the true core of everything that had happened. Only a select few individuals knew of this, but they had all been waiting for Leonel to come back a long while now, all for over a month to pass since then. They had been worried that something went wrong, but luckily everything was just fine. Now they could finally get the answers they were hoping for. Void Elder Weimark, Void Elder Galien, Void Elder Lisbeth, Rosen bowed respectfully. Much like Cornelius, even Void Elders were all called by their first names, their last names having been discarded. Weimark, the only male of them, waved a hand and smiled. No need for such formalities, just pass the pendants to us. We've been truly eager these last few days. It's rare for us older timers to have something to be excited about. About this, Rosen started slowly and explained the events from start to finish. He didn't embellish anything because he simply didn't have to. All that was necessary was to describe things exactly as they had occurred. As Rosen continued along with his story, the smile on Weimark's expression slowly faded. Although none of the 3 showed any fury or rage, their placid indifference placed a heavy weight on Rosen, who wasn't even the subject of their potential anger. The source of this content is NAJOV file elben.let what. I did not dare to make a decision personally, so I came here to speak to esteemed Void Elders. The 3 Void Elders fell into silence, not answering immediately. Chapter 1656, aged Hans Rosen lowered his head and waited patiently for a reply. He didn't dare to rush these figures who stood at the same and sometimes even far greater heights than the elders of his own family. This was especially so since elders of the Void Palace tended to live far longer than normal humans for reasons that were unknown to the wider population. This allowed them far more time to accumulate, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. Having heard Rosen's story, the Void Elders understood what had happened. They were even able to deduce some of what had likely started this. But likewise, they were also able to guess at some of Leonel's thoughts due to him brazenly taking such actions. The conclusion was quite obvious to them, and they felt that Leonel was still a little too tender. It was clear that Leonel didn't truly want to hand over this method, and the matters with Triana and her party had just given him an excuse. It's a bit amusing, Galliena, the only one of them to not use a cane, spoke. It seems that he's learned a bit too much from his father. Compared to the other elders, although she looked just as old, she also seemed to have a perpetual deep frown tattooed onto her brows. The way she clasped her hand behind her back and stood as straight as a spear despite her age spoke volumes. She looked as though she could step onto a field right this moment and become a drill sergeant. The other Void Elders didn't respond to this immediately. It seemed that they were still thinking of ways to deal with this situation properly. They were the Void Palace, not some hell house. They couldn't just capture students and torture information out of them. What would that make them look like? This didn't even consider the fact of if they dared to. The Void Palace could be considered to be a tier above all other human powers, but it would still be foolish of them to target a member of a prominent family, especially when it was a family of madmen like the Morales. Montez had been banished from the Void Palace long ago, but didn't he still come and go as he pleased? And that was doubly so for Velasco, who had even taken the arm of the young man right before them right now. His edge needs to be dulled, Void Elder Lisbeth spoke lightly. Let things take their course then, Weimark finished. The 3 spoke as though they could read each other's thoughts. There was a smooth flowing progression from one to the next, and their words only became more enigmatic as they passed along, as though they were playing some kind of higher dimensional game of telephone. The source of this content is nagvi elben.lesson agvi elben. Not you can go back, child of the Swihard family. No need to do anything special, Wymark said. Rosen's gaze flashed, but by the time he looked up, the three elders had already vanished, leaving a shiver in his heart. Rosen was too intelligent to not understand where this was going. Learned too much from his father, edge needs to be dulled, let things take their course. Leonel was the very last to return, while most had returned years ago. Although there were a few that had returned within the last year, it could be said that the bulk of individuals had returned over a decade ago. This made sense. After all, the further away one was from Leonel when the phenomena began, the quicker they were to return. Leonel hadn't met anyone else that was of the Void Palace during the demon hunting event, so the likelihood that anyone was close enough to him to only return recently was very small. Whether it was Leonel or Ina, both of them had come from the most talented generation. In the future, there was no doubt that they'd eventually catch up to those lofty figures who had already surpassed their seniors. However, they would still need the same amount of time that these lofty figures had needed as well. But Leonel was unlucky. He had done a great service to the Void Palace by helping everyone to return and allowing the human domain to have a chance at survival. But in doing so, he had caused him to lag behind by as much as 2 decades in comparison to his peers. Among these peers, there were a great number who were still dissatisfied with the result of the Rapax Nest trials, and how Leonel had stopped them all from benefiting. There were the archer factions who were furious about the loss of their White Lion bow. There were the sword factions who were infuriated by the actions of his father back then. And there were even Leonel's own cousins who wanted nothing more than for him to be suppressed as the previously postponed Morales air wars were quickly approaching. They, as Void Elders, had no need to stoop to the point of dealing with a child. Very soon he would find himself stifled to the point that he may very well beg to enter the mines and obediently dig for a decade. By that point, the information they wanted would be neatly arranged for them on a silver platter. When Rosen came to understand their intentions, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The understanding toward even the present situation of the Void Palace that the Void Elders had was beyond expectations. Even sitting here on their thrones, the entirety of the human domain was still in the palm of their aged hands. Rosen exhaled a breath, but it came out uneven and shuddering. He couldn't help but look inwardly and ask himself how many things he had done in the dark that were also so clear to them. He rose to his full height and walked out slowly, throwing these matters to the back of his mind. He had a feeling that in these few months there would be quite some upheaval in the Void Palace, but it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Chapter 1657 changes. Leonel stepped down from Void Senate Peak with a smile on his face. He didn't really know what actions the Void Palace would take, at least not for certain, but he also didn't care very much. What he was more focused on right this moment was, as he said, squeezing out all the potential the Void Palace had to offer him. What do you want to do? Ina asked. Well, the Void Palace is good for training and for gathering up resources. I have a lot of resources at my fingertips now, but they're mostly in one box. I still need a lot of other things. Right now, we have the demon corpses. We have the Dreamstar Gathering Beast Formation, the Focus Crystals, and the Perfection Stone. Of those, the Perfection Stone and Focus Crystals are very important for our training, but we only have enough of those for the 2 of us. I can't build up our faction like that, especially since I have to catch up on a lot of lost time. Beyond that, most of my wealth is in ores. Even most of the wealth my mother left for me is in Urbi ore. While it's useful, they're ironically in a state that's too liquid. There were 2 major problems that those running an organization faced, and both were opposite sides of the same coin. The one that was most obvious was having too little money, but on the other hand, having too much money was also another problem. If you let money sit without doing anything, it was as good as not having it at all. The best organization heads were able to maximize the resources they had on hand and would usually spend almost as soon as they received. Only by money constantly exchanging hands in a cycle could an organization maximize growth properly. Of course, Leonel didn't believe he had reached such a state. In fact, I have too little money. But even though his fortune was small, he still hadn't made the best use of it just yet. Still, that's a problem for another time. Right now, since my focus is to squeeze the Void Palace for all it's worth, then the main task isn't to make my funds less liquid, but actually to increase that. At the same time, we also need to maximize our strengths and knowledge. First, I need to return to the Void Library, but in order to do that, I'll need a lot of Void points and Void merits. So the first thing we need to do is do some missions to exchange for an entry token. Ina nodded and smiled. Okay. Last time Leonel entered the Void Library, his mind had already been at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, but he could hardly make use of it. Firstly, he had still been in the 5th dimension, so his mind was shackled by chains that had greatly loosened now. In addition, he had yet to form the star runes that he had now. Leonel believed that his performance would be much better now in comparison to the past. In fact, he was hoping that he could assimilate all the information in the Void Library. By Leonel's calculations, he was actually still far from being able to accomplish this. However, he had a feeling that pushing himself in the Void Library would help him gain more inklings into how to properly manipulate his dream force. If he could find those inklings, then his odds of success would be far greater. If he assimilated the entire Void Library, well, as they say, knowledge was power. Leonel and Ina wasted no time and immediately went to a Senate branch. Just like the past, they were all dotted all across the Void Palace. However, when Leonel and Ina attempted to trade for missions, they were stunned by the result. Sorry, there are no Void Star missions, or any missions for that matter, that meet up to your requirements. Leonel blinked when he heard this, not quite understanding. No Void Star missions? How was that even possible? Seemingly seeing Leonel's confusion, the Senate branch overseer assumed that Leonel and Ina were two recently promoted nominal disciples who were just trying to look at Void Star missions for fun. It would make sense why they were in the dark about these matters if this was the case. Often, it took the most ordinary of nominal disciples decades to climb up from their ranks and reach the main Void Palace. So, even though it had been years since everyone had all returned, they wouldn't quite understand the situation. It could be said that this overseer had a relatively good temperament. If anyone else had made such an assumption, they would have already tried to chase Leonel and Ina away. The source of this content is nov4selbin.lesnets. In recent years, all of the Void Star missions have been cleared by the constellation stars. About a decade or so ago, they all started a competition between themselves, and the result was all of the Void Star missions, and even the Void Death missions, all being cleared. Even the higher-level sector-ranked missions weren't safe. The Overseer sighed, shaking his head. Most of his generation felt the exact same way. That generation was simply too outstanding, and the geniuses of Earth that followed after them were just as outstanding as well. The Void Star and Void Death missions had withstood the test of time for so long, and yet in just a couple decades, they had all vanished, forcing the Void Palace to not only adjust their difficulty ratings, but to also add special rewards for high-difficulty missions. Unfortunately, due to the change in the rules, pretty much all high-difficulty missions are monopolized by the constellation stars and their factions and parties. They have a direct line to the Void Senate, so the missions are snatched up before they can even appear here. The Overseer shook his head. Anyway, I'm sorry I can satisfy your curiosity. There are still many normal missions to pick from here. They'll allow anything they aren't interested in to slip through the cracks. The Overseer smiled and began pulling out missions he felt were on Leonel and Ina's level. But before he could continue, Leonel reached out a hand to stop them. They monopolize missions, and what if I want one of those monopolized missions? The Overseer blinked. Well, that would be a bit troublesome. Although it's not explicitly stated in the rules, due to the ambiguousness of the change, claiming missions has become a free-for-all, and there are certain unspoken rules now. There are many more so-called high-difficulty missions now because of Earth and its zones appearing all over the human domain. There are even signs that Earth's world will swallow up almost half of the human domain with its next evolution. There's also a lot of covert activity in the shadows by the Cloud Race and other enemies of humanity to contend with. But despite the sheer number of high-difficulty missions there are, the demand for them is even greater. So now, there are battles to decide who can claim them. But even entering to witness these battles is a very exclusive right, let alone participating in them. Are you interested in viewing these battles for missions? I'd have to advise you against it. The tickets are too expensive, and just buying them in the first place requires a certain degree of prestige. Leonel frowned. To think that there would be so many changes. Important announcement below. Chapter 1658. Reset. Leonel took a breath and exhaled. It seemed that things would be more annoying now. He didn't think that after consuming hundreds of thousands of years of passed down laws, that just 20 or so years would be enough to change so much. But if what this overseer was saying was correct, these laws didn't even appear alongside the other ones. Due to the suddenness of the change, it had become a loose, law of the jungle type situation. Leonel didn't believe that if he checked the laws now that there would be something that allowed the monopolization of missions, so it could only be said that this was being tacitly allowed for the moment due to extenuating circumstances. After a moment of thought, Leonel turned to Ina. Check to see how many void merits you have. Ina nodded and brought out her own disciple badge, but when she did so, the overseer was startled. Void merits? Did these two confuse void merits with void points? Due to the changes, void merits had become even more of a rarity than they had in the past. With the most difficult missions being monopolized by a very small minority, the chances regular students had at earning void merits had dwindled significantly. The result of this was an already rare currency, becoming even rarer. If you weren't the pinnacle of your rank, the chances of you having void merits was almost nil. However, the overseer remained quiet and still checked, only to be shocked into silence. 2224 Void Merits. The overseer looked toward Leonel and Ina again, suddenly understanding that he had made a mistake, a very big mistake. It had to be understood that even one void merit was extraordinarily difficult to procure. To have 100 would mean that you were in the percent of the 1%, if not even greater. He didn't even know how to categorize someone who had over 1,000. However, what confused him even more was that when he said this number, Leonel and Ina didn't look happy at all. In fact, when they looked toward each other, there was an unconcealed dissatisfaction. It was clear that they had thought of the same thing at the same time. 224 void merits? According to Leonel's calculations, Ina should have over 50 W00 void merits by now. He had already done the calculations before. She received 27 void merits for her place on the current leaderboards and 150 for her place on the all-time leaderboards. At 177 void merits apiece, multiplied over the 23 years they had been gone, plus the 1 year Leonel spent training his spear, that should accumulate to over 50,000. This math was so easy for Leonel that he didn't even need a single second to finish them. The moment that he heard the number started with a 2, he had realized that there was an issue. 2224 void merits was exactly the amount of void merits that Ina would have for 1 year. But they had been gone for over 2 decades, and the Void Palace should have been re-established long ago. With this being the case, how could Ina have so few void merits? You two, the Overseer shuddered. It clicked for him in an instant. You two just returned. It finally made sense. The only way one could accumulate so many void merits was through the use of the leaderboards. At the same time, this would explain their dissatisfaction. They were definitely expecting to see more than they got. Yes, we did just return. Can you explain to us why my girlfriend's merits aren't adding up? It wasn't just the number that was lacking. If the Void Palace chose not to count the 2 or so decades, the number Ina had was actually too high. After all, Leonel and she had used some of it before the cataclysm. But this number was exactly enough for 1 year, and then it stopped. Why was that? I see. When the first batch returned from the zone, not everything snapped back into place immediately, and a lot of this was unorganized. It wasn't until a good portion of the Void Elders returned that we finally gained a semblance of order. Due to this, a lot of things had to be shuffled around and reset. For those on the leaderboard, all void merits were wiped and everyone received exactly 1 year worth of what they should have before you had to work for everything all over again. This was also necessary because things like the Void Tower and the previous gold and amethyst tokens rules didn't work particularly well for the Cataclysm generation. The Cataclysm generation? Leonel raised an eyebrow. The source of this content is novelylbin.net. Yes, that generation is the last to enter the Void Palace right before the Cataclysm struck, so that's the name they go by. As the story goes, there was a Leonel Morales who ruined a lot of things. Word said that he received an amethyst token without properly earning it, and then he entered the Void Tower and reached a floor level that didn't make any sense. In addition, that generation had a lot of talents that would have been amethyst token wielders in almost any other generation. So because of the pressure the human domain was under, the Void Senate thought it best to provide these geniuses a fast track. Thus, a compromise was struck. On the one side, those that came before gained a year worth of resources they earned all at once, while on the other side, all those of the Cataclysm generation that proved themselves worthy through the Cataclysm event were allowed to become galaxy-ranked disciples directly by undergoing the Void Tower trials. Due to that, the leaderboards were cleansed and everything was reset once again, and that's why we have the situation we do now. Leonel's gaze flickered with a cold light. The Void Senate, huh? Leonel's placid expression gave way to an icy smile. So the Void Tower was reset? How interesting. Chapter 1659. Border Patrol Leonel and Ina left the Senate branch, their destination all too obvious, the Void Tower. However, as though they were being led by the nose, they found yet another roadblock ahead. Leonel was already having a hard time not being visibly annoyed. The surroundings of the Void Tower made Leonel feel as though he was asking for amnesty. It was impossible to tell that this was a core region of the Void Palace that was once frequently visited by students because it practically had a border patrol now. Judging by everything else that had happened until this point, Leonel didn't even need to make too many guesses as to what was happening. Just like all the missions before them, Leonel assumed that the spots of entry into the Void Tower were being monopolized by the so-called Cataclysm generation. In the past, people would only rarely enter the Void Tower. This was firstly because exiting meant that you would experience something akin to death. It would feel just as real and the real thing. And secondly, there was no point in continuously entering the tower due to the fact one would usually only do so when they had a great improvement in their strength. Of course, none of this even talked about the fact that only the first entry into the tower was considered to be free, while every subsequent entry cost both void points and void merits. After all, the Void Tower was considered to be a cultivation resource. But now, with so many geniuses appearing that were outside the bounds of the Void Palace's normal understanding, they entered far more frequently and demanded much more space. It also seemed like there was an entry capacity limit of 3 for the Void Tower as well, something that Leonel hadn't been aware of until he casually listened in on a few conversations. I managed to get a slot for 7 months from now. That's not bad. If I had tried 5 years ago, the waiting time would have been even worse. It looks like they're slowing down. More like they're getting bored of the Void Tower. They used to go at it almost every day, multiple times a day before. Now, it's only rarely. I don't know if bored is correct. The deaths on the higher floors are so much more gruesome. It's probably better for their health if they experience them less. Now you're just assigning your own fears to them. The truth is probably that they've reached a bottleneck. If they want to progress any further, they'll have to enter the 7th dimension first. I think that if we want to use some of the best resources of the Void Palace, this window while they're stuck at the peak of the 6th dimension is the best chance we'll get. I'm going to go and register for Sword Faction placements too right after this. I think I'll get a good date. The source of this content is navaelbin.net/snet. Hearing these conversations, Leonel was truly speechless. In reality, the Void Palace had always been a somewhat lawless zone where students were allowed to butt heads and fight over resources, but this was even more exaggerated than what he remembered. They weren't just fighting over resources here, it had reached a point where they very obviously monopolized them. At the same time, the so-called geniuses of the Void Palace who were once prideful and used to peacocking just seemed to accept it all so easily. If Leonel had been there when the Void Elders spoke of dulling his blade, he would have understood that this was why they were so confident it would happen. This was already his 3rd or 4th attempt at just doing something, anything in this place, and yet he kept running into roadblock after roadblock. Every time this happened, Leonel's good mood after having spent the last several days in leisure with Ina became darker and darker. Leonel couldn't help but remember the first thing that happened when he stepped foot into the Void Palace. This place, designed for the future leaders of humanity, created to curate the geniuses of the future, acted to crush their spirits before it did anything else. Leonel still remembered it. Back then, despite knowing that anarchic force corroded clothing, the overseers told them nothing and simply allowed it to happen. They wanted to strip them all naked, as though in this place they had to beg even for clothing. Now, it seemed that sort of emasculation, that sort of infantilization, was pushed to the point where everyone here just thought it to be normal, crushed the normal geniuses, forced them to lower their heads, only allowing the truly outstanding ones to stand out. No, it was even worse than that, because even if you were an outstanding genius while you were growing, you would still need to lower your heads to those that were much older than yourself. Leonel felt like he was watching a microcosm of everything he absolutely abhorred about society playing out for him in real time, and by the time he made it to the first checkpoint for entry into the Void Tower, his expression was as dark as thunderclouds. High above in the air, Cornelius had been following Leonel for a long while. The moment news of him being back was disseminated, he was once again given this task. Seeing the dark look in Leonel's eyes, he sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Here we go again," he mumbled. "Would you like to register for a future spot of entry into the Void Tower, or would you like to pay for a spectating ticket? The prices for tickets based on those participating is on the left. The price for spots depending on how long you're willing to wait is on the right. Currently, there are no normal tickets left for today's spectators as they've all been bought up. The only spots left are for VIP spectators. However, the price is expensive as the lineup today is quite good." At the checkpoint, a young man spoke with a bored voice without even looking up. It seemed that he had repeated these words again and again until he was simply tired of it all. But what he didn't expect was for a shadow to pass by him without a word. Chapter 1660. Dare? Adeline was startled. He had indeed become a bit bored of this job because it was nothing but repeating the same things over and over again, while watching money he had no fate with being exchanged. However, as a member of one of the Cataclysm factions, he had great pride in his heart to be able to step foot in this place at all. He hadn't been in the Void Palace previously and actually came after the Cataclysm generation. As such, this Void Palace was the only one he knew, and he most definitely didn't recognize Leonel and Ina. All he knew was that while this wasn't the first time someone had tried to disrupt the status quo, they all had the very same ending. "Stop!" Adeline shot to his feet, the intent in his eyes blazing. Although he could call the guards over, with how boring this job was, how could he not want to take action personally? Plus, relying on guards wasn't necessary in the slightest. Weren't they all geniuses here? In addition, while the Cataclysm generation was the most famous, the generations that came after were very well known for their talent as well, especially as the influence of Earth spread further and further, and more geniuses began to be born beneath the halo, a world with a high degree of potential. Adeline himself was from quite a famous generation, one that entered 2 years after the Void Palace was officially re-established. As such, he was well into the 6th dimension, and the strength he had at his fingertips was not small in the slightest. It was just that he wasn't a very prominent figure of his own generation, or else how could he be manning a kiosk? His fist whistled over not even an instant after his words fell, but his roar alone had caught the attention of countless individuals. Although this wasn't exactly a quiet space, the roar of a 6th-dimensional genius couldn't be underestimated. The coldness in Leonel's eyes only flickered with more intensity. It seemed that it was true that no one remembered him, but then again, could he blame him? Even back then, how famous had he been? He was still considered to be a small-time disciple, a very long way from the sector rank and even longer from the domain rank. It couldn't be said that his name was enough to call forth winds and bring forth thunder, but this time he would make sure that it did. Leonel's head turned back and he raised a single palm. He didn't push out, nor did he apply any strength forward, he simply raised it, almost as though he was helping Adeline to spar and not seeking to harm him at all. Adeline's fist plowed forward with even more force when he saw this, but when the collision occurred, bang, Adeline froze before a miserable shriek echoed through the air. The source of this content is novellyelbin.net. In that moment, it felt as though every bone in his arm had suddenly crumbled to dust. He fell back, frothing at the mouth and collapsing under the shocking pain. Countless gazes turned over and shock colored their faces. That kiosk worker, wasn't he a member of the Lion Pride faction? Who dared to hurt him like this? No, more importantly, who could harm a member of the Lion Pride faction so easily? Even their desk workers were experts among experts. While the crowd was thinking this, Leonel simply looked down at Adelin's convulsing body. He's barely at the standard of a middle-class demon. Even if he released his god runes, he'd be comparable to a higher-class demon at best. Is this what all these people yielded to? Leonel turned away and didn't give Adelin another glance. With the shrill screech of Adelin still echoing in the air, the so-called guards were all alerted. Today was the turn of the Lion Pride faction to take guarding duties over, and as such, they were all part of this very same faction. What is going on over here? The voice rang out like a thunderous boom, but before he could even get an answer, Leonel pierced out with 2 fingers. It was as though Leonel couldn't be bothered to deal with any more nonsense. Every time he tapped at the air, blood would fly and cries would follow. His pace forward didn't pause even the slightest, but he wasn't fast either. It was like he was taking his time to ensure that this was imprinted onto the memories of all those who saw it. Members of the Lion Pride faction fell one after another. Some lost arms, some lost legs, some were punctured right through their chests, and there were even some who suffered wounds to their necks that left them in a frozen state of panic, feeling as though their lives had just flashed before their eyes. Regardless of which category they fell under, none dared to take another step, and yet the commotion only grew larger and larger to the point that even those surrounding the Void Tower in the depths were alerted by it. Leonel approached the second checkpoint. It was clear that these factions and parties had set up multiple such points to ensure that no one could sneak in. To enter, one would be verified, and then verified again, for a total of 3 checkpoints before entering the core region. Leonel's slow steps toward this second checkpoint placed a formless weight on those forming a barrier around it, a suffocating pressure threatening to squeeze all of the life out of them. A hidden purple fog danced within Leonel's eyes. And if one looked even deeper, it was possible to see it rotating about and caressing the body of a golden tablet. The presence of this purple fog seemed to project out the emotions in Leonel's chest. The skies became even darker and gloomier than usual. The ground became more black than gray, and the air became heavy, even a single breath needing all of one's strength as though a mountain was weighed down upon their chests. Bang! Right then, a young man with wild golden hair that almost looked like the mane of a lion bounded over with a single leap. Leonel had met people of this family before. Conan and Gunter were both the geniuses of the Leo family who participated in the selection with him, and he had exchanged some particularly foul words with Conan, while Gunter was more of a quiet individual. This young man here was neither of those two, but he exuded the wild aura of someone in Tier 4 of the 6th dimension. And yet, the pressure he gave off was far beyond that of the likes of Triana, who had been surpassed by the generations that came after her. Who are you? There are still people who dare do such things after so long. The young man's voice rumbled like thunder. When others saw him, their blood seized. It seemed that it wasn't a lie that special characters would be participating today, or else someone like him wouldn't appear here. He was of the same generation as Adelin, but the difference between them was akin to night and day. In fact, he had already entered Tier 7 once before he learned a special technique that allowed him to compress his God Foundation and purify it. He was none other than Darien Leo, one of the few geniuses that could contend with the Cataclysm generation. Chapter 1661, Lion's Roar. Darien had the robust and stout figure all the men of the Leo family seemed to share. His aura was brazen and his presence arrogant. However, between Conan and Gunter, he seemed to be far more like the latter in that his disposition was quite untalkative and uncaring. If it wasn't for the given situation and the fact he truly did not recognize Leonel, he wouldn't have even bothered to say so much. But as things stood now, Leonel wasn't in a very talkative mood. He continued to walk forward, his left in hand Ina's right, and his own right hand still raised into the air. With a gentle tap, the wind rippled once again, a spiral of golden spear force manifesting like swirling rays of light that formed a vacuum in the air before speeding forward like a bullet out of a gun. Darien's eyes narrowed. When in the presence of a dense anarchic force, attacking from a distance was incredibly difficult. This was why archers were among the absolutely strongest experts the Void Palace had on hand, purely due to their being better equipped than others to deal with these challenges. To attack from a distance using not bow force, but spear force was an absolutely rare concept. Although the distance that separated the two of them was no more than 8 to 10 meters, it was still enough of a gap to be insurmountable to most. Under normal circumstances, at least 80% of the Void Palace's disciples would have to close this distance in hopes of entering a bout of close combat. So just from Leonel's actions alone, Darien had already concluded that he wasn't normal. It also had to be taken into consideration that distance was a relative matter. The higher you were in dimensions, the more even seemingly large distances were completely irrelevant. In a pinnacle 7th dimensional world like this one, 8 to 10 meters to a 5th dimensional existence was a large one, but to a 6th dimensional existence it was already worth no more than a single step. If not for anarchic force, it would be a pitiful gap. But this truth only made Darian's eyes narrow further. At that moment, a golden ray enveloped Darian's body and he shot out a powerful punch, his thoughts not impeding the speed of his movements in the slightest. His gaze flashed with a ruthless light, the speed of his fist suddenly accelerating while it was already deployed. Bang! Fist and spear force met, the sound of the collision causing the ground to rumble. Dong, dong, dong. Darian's expression warped as he was forced to take 3 heavy steps backward. The echoing of his footsteps filled in the harsh silence that suffused the air, the spectators watching with their hearts trembling. Leonel had attacked with his spear force at a distance, and Darian had waited until it was in range to use his fist force in the most optimal range for himself. The former had weakened itself and hadn't even made use of a weapon, all while facing the latter which was in its strongest state, and yet this was still the ultimate result. How was that possible? Leonel's footsteps never paused, the distance between them being increased to 15 due to Darian's retreat, only to be cut down to 10 again by Leonel's slow and deliberate approach. Darian met Leonel's gaze, but all he saw was an indifferent coldness, a depth of unfathomable air that made it feel more like he was facing a towering behemoth as opposed to a young male human. His heartbeat slowed and his blood ran cold for a moment before a rush of golden force rushed through his veins, causing his skin to redden and his body temperature to skyrocket. Darian released a roar, veins popping across his forehead and his body growing a size as his muscles bulged. At the same time, his wild golden hair fluttered wildly, truly becoming like the man of a lion. Clang, shink, PSSS. The sound of armor snapping into place resounded as Darian's god runes and golden force fused into one, manifesting into a radiant defense that seemed one part beast fur and another part refined white gold metal. However, regardless of which part of it was in question, all of them had god runes floating about them, exuding a tremendous aura. Leonel continued to walk forward, his palm flipping over to reveal a spear that was an even more radiant white gold. Just the harpoon-like blade alone shimmered as bright as stars, radiating out with a light so blinding that it seemed to split the natural gloominess of the Void Palace in two. Darian slammed his gauntlet-covered fists together, a rippling force of gold spreading out into the surroundings with a mighty and unrestrained air. He stomped the ground hard, his hair rose into the skies and the roar of a beast left his lips. With a twist of his torso and hips, he unleashed one of his absolute strongest fists. In the surroundings, the weak fainted one after another, unable to withstand the roar. It felt as though consciousnesses had been gripped by the jaws of a lion and crushed with a single bite, their gazes falling into darkness. The source of this content is Novi LBN. Nets, those that were further away were lucky enough to rush back to avoid the brunt of the effects, but even then, they felt their knees go weak. They knew all too well that this was one of the most basic abilities of the Leo family's famous Lion Pride lineage factor. However, at that moment, Leonel only casually pierced out with his spear. It looked as though he had done nothing more than tap at the air. Despite the fact he was using a spear now, the feeling was just as casual, just as unbothered, just as unhurried. And yet, the entire world seemed to fall into silence beneath the presence of that spear strike. The wind grinded to a halt. The churning black clouds above stopped moving. Darian's roar was silenced. There was only a single ray of gold that appeared before the Leo family youth's chest in a single blink, piercing past his fist and through him as though he was nothing more than the very air that had come to a stop. Chapter 1662, Timeless Relics of the Past. Darian froze, his fist still hanging out in a punching position, but its momentum having already been stripped away. He looked down at his chest, his body quivering once before he fell to his knees. He coughed, blood flowing from his mouth like a waterfall as his radiant armor dimmed and lost its corporeal air. And then, it vanished entirely, his consciousness wavering under the intense pain. The source of this content is novilbn.net. Shockingly enough, though, this pain didn't come from his wound. Leonel's spear force was so concentrated, so fast, so swift, that it made it feel as though he was poked through by a needle. He probably wouldn't even notice the problem until several more seconds passed by. No, what was truly the intense pain was that he had lost in a single strike to someone who was 3 tiers beneath him in strength. This wasn't something he could even fathom. He had always thought that the only reason the Cataclysm generation could suppress him was because they were older and of higher tiers than him. He thought that there was no one who could match him at the same level, even them. But today, that dream came crashing down, harshly. The worst part was that Leonel's steps still hadn't paused. He took Ina's hand, not sparing Darian another glance as he crossed the second checkpoint, his spear having already disappeared as though he had regretted taking it out in the first place. Darian could be considered a decent talent. However, he was still someone that Leonel felt that he could have defeated back when he was in Tier 9 of the 5th dimension so long as he went all out and used his Scarlet Star Force. At best, he was firmly within the standard of higher class demon, and wasn't nearly enough for the current Leonel to take with any sort of seriousness. The more he saw of these geniuses that could suppress the rest of the Void Palace, the more Leonel realized just how large the gap between the human domain and that zone was. Leonel and Ina approached the third checkpoint, but by this point no one dared to casually block their way. Even the so-called guards didn't make a move, their eyes still locked onto the sorry state of Darien. If Darien couldn't last even a single move, what good were their numbers exactly? They would just find themselves crushed. If someone was going to stop Leonel, it would have to be those VIP guests that had already entered the core region, or maybe even one of the participants for today's events. If they got injured, who was going to help them? Their faction would help a bit, but it would still mostly rely on themselves. The most dangerous state any disciple could be in when within these mountains was injured. The Void Palace was a dog-eat-dog world. How could they put themselves at risk in a battle they knew for certain that they would lose? It was then that Leonel crossed the third checkpoint, and the individuals of the core region who had heard the commotion finally came to make their presences known. It had been too long since anyone had dared to stir up a commotion in a region controlled by the Cataclysm generation. Never had they expected that today, of all days, something like this would actually occur. However, when they laid eyes on who it was, most tilted their heads in confusion. Who the hell was this? Tier 1 of the 6th dimension? Was this a newly admitted disciple? That wasn't impossible. The most recent recruitment selection wasn't too long ago, and those freshmen should have just been allowed in. It wouldn't be unreasonable for one of them to have broken through into the 6th dimension in that time. Some of the older participants of the selection often spent years suppressing themselves in wait for the God Path breakthrough method. They looked toward one another to see if there was any among them who had a definitive answer, but all they saw was mutual confusion. It seemed that none of them were aware. The crowd, though, was well aware of the faces of these individuals. Crystal Terrius of the Terrius family. He was in Tier 5, and he was an extremely talented individual of the Bow Constellation Alliance. If Nazag was considered to be in a tier all to his own in terms of archery talent, then Crystal shared the tier right below along with a few others. Quanner Pius of the Pius family. She was in Tier 6, and if Simona was considered to be in a tier all to her own, Quanner could also be considered to be a tier right below. Wimlin Taurus of the Taurus family. He was by far the tallest of them all and standing at a height that approached 2.5 meters tall. His arms and legs were impossibly thick, and he had an odd pair of shin guards that were actually a pair of radiant brass battle axes. No matter who you looked at in this group, each one was more powerful and prestigious than the last. And though they weren't a part of the Cataclysm generation, they weren't too far away. Although none of the generations following the Cataclysm generation could match up to them, it was well known that the generations that came after were far more powerful on average than the usual batches of students the Void Palace received. This was in part due to Earth's rise. But it was also said that the human domain sensed the danger it was in and was reacting appropriately. Maybe very soon, there would be a generation which even the Cataclysm generation couldn't hold a candle to. Among these individuals, though, there was one who didn't come after the Cataclysm generation, but instead came before. Even though everyone was excited by what was fresh and new, this was only in regard to the holistic picture. There were still timeless experts of generations gone by that stood at the same peak at the Cataclysm generation, and this individual was the only one among the entire group that recognized Leonel. He stood tall, his arms crossed about his chest, watching as Leonel approached with a cold indifference in his eye. This individual was none other than Leonel Morales, 6th Nova. So you've returned, he said coldly. Chapter 1663, Small. Families. Leonel looked toward Valor, his expression still placid. He was the only one of the Morales family not recognizable at a single glance, but the others were all too easy to get a look at. The bronzed hair, tanned skin, pale green eyes, it was all the exact same. It didn't seem to matter who their Morales parent chose to tie the knot with. The Morales genes always seemed to win out. Leonel had been the same in the past until certain mutations in his lineage factors caused changes to occur, but this wasn't too difficult to accept. After all, considering Earth's talent, the lineage factors birthed from there were most definitely not normal. Maybe it would take such a thing to finally make the Morales genes take a step back. The crowd was shocked when they heard Valor speak. They all knew of this young man, and his stature was no less than that of the Cataclysm generation. In fact, there was no doubt that the 6 potential heirs of the Morales family were all kings amongst men. It was just that being the young, Valor was the last to have yet to step into the 7th dimension, but even so, he was only a step away. While the Void Palace counted generations by the year, the Morales family counted generation by grandfather, father, and son pairings, with decades being in between. Any one of their billions of descendants that could earn the right to fight for the position of heir was an absolute monster, and they had proven this with time. Leonel had already been far behind them when he finally made it to the Void Palace in the first place, but he was placed even further behind after losing 20 years. Valor was probably the only one among them that he still stood a good chance against in a one-on-one battle. However, even with this being the case, Leonel met his cousin's gaze without much fluctuation. The heir wars were postponed for your sake. The family was quite confident that you would return. Leonel's expression flickered, a bit of his indifference receding. He could tell after these short few sentences that the coldness Valor was exuding had little to do with him. This was just his cousin's personality. Since he was willing to talk, there really wasn't a problem with doing so. The Morales Air Wars had been postponed due to the events of the Cataclysm. Usually, they would ensure that the Heirs Wars would occur while all of the heirs were still in the 6th dimension, but this time it had been impossible to allow this. The current plan is to wait until we all enter the 7th dimension, or else it won't be very fair. So we will all be waiting for you. Leonel paused before nodding lightly. He hadn't expected this. He had entered into this matter assuming that it would all be unfair, and he was prepared for that outcome, but it seemed that the Morales family had no intention of allowing things to be so skewed. Valor nodded back. You want to enter the Void Tower? Yes, that was my intention, Leonel responded. Okay, then enter. No one will block you. The expressions of the others had been a mix between shock and interest while they were listening to the two speak, but when they heard Valor's final words, their expressions changed. Valor, you can't just do what you want. The spots today are already claimed. What exactly do you mean by this? Wimlin spoke immediately. With Wimlin's size, despite the fact he only felt that he was talking with a normal amount of sternness, his voice came out in a thunderous boom that caused vibrations in the air. Valor turned an indifferent glance toward Wimlin, but didn't say a single word. The source of this content is novelsmaillbn.net. Rules? Spots? Did he ever have to pay attention to such stupid things? He had strolled in here just like Leonel had because he happened to have some time on his hands today. The only difference was that no one had dared to stop him because they all recognized his face. It was unfortunate for Leonel that he had just returned, or else most would probably give him the same amount of face. Unfortunately, even if people recognized him now, it was unlikely that they'd do so. He hadn't built up enough of a legend before the Cataclysm, and now he had lost 20 years compared to the others. Seeing that he was so blatantly ignored, Wimlin's temper flared, his battle-axe shin guard shining with a radiant light as they seemed to want to unsheathe themselves. However, the moment they did, a raging tempest of spear force surged around Valor. Even with his arms crossed about his chest, it seemed that he could pierce Wimlin through with a single look. Right then, it felt like the very light of Wimlin's battle-axes dimmed considerably. Wimlin's expression along with the others turned incomparably ugly. Valor was in Tier 9 while the strongest of them was still in Tier 7. But even if they had been at the same level, they wouldn't have dared to casually take Valor on. At that moment, Quanor, one of the few women among them, spoke. Her approach was much different than the brutish Wimlin. I see. So in that case, this must be 7th Nova and your younger cousin, I've heard that he's very famous, but little of it actually has anything to do with him. The first thing you think of when you think 7th Nova is his father and the latter's tyrannical ways, even chopping off the arm of a Senate Party leader. How valiant. The second thing you think of is his mother, a goddess for sure, but also a woman who let her son earn an amethyst token through some backdoor methods. The third thing you think of is his uncle, a war god amongst men, and aunt, yet another goddess, who both also happened to let him use the Spear faction's facilities for absolutely free for an entire year. And now it seems that he wants to rely on another family member again? You can do as you please, Valor. We all know that we aren't strong enough to stop you, but your Morales family seems to be getting more and more tyrannical every day, flouting the laws of the Void Palace and acting as you please. Now, you know very well who's quartered the Void Tower for use today, but you're still choosing to do this. It seems that the Morales family cares very little for the opinions of us small families, Leonel's eyes narrowed. He could care less about Quanor's words. He was a person who could easily get infuriated for the sake of those he cared about, but when someone was being debasing toward himself, he didn't even find it difficult to remain completely indifferent or even entirely ignore it. The trouble was that Quanor's words seemed to be hinting at something far deeper than just a bit of nepotism, and the frightening chill in Valor's eyes, even more frigid than normal, spoke volumes toward that effect. Chapter 164, Buried History. The coldness in Valor's eyes reached a tipping point. The aura he was exuding made Quanor's confident smile waver as a flicker of fear danced within the depths of her eyes. However, just when it seemed that he was about to do something, Leonel smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Thanks for your help, Valor. I'll take you up on that offer. Me and Ina would like to enter. Valor looked away from Quanor and met Leonel's gaze before nodding lightly. Without another word, Leonel walked into and through the group of young geniuses, his expression not very hurried at all. As far as Leonel was concerned, starting a massacre here wouldn't extend his time in the Void Palace. In fact, it would most definitely shorten it. The larger the commotion he caused, the more rushed his time in this place would be, but he still needed time to squeeze all the benefits he could out of the Void Palace. Although the zone seemed to have much stronger methods, Leonel didn't forego what the Void Palace had to offer either. There were still large riches of information to be had in this place, and secrets that he would only be able to understand through it. If he had been able to unearth all of the secrets of the zone in one go, he might care about the Void Palace's things any longer, but he had spent too little time in there. As such, he was still in a situation where he knew too little about the wider secrets of the dimensional verse. In that case, he would make sure to rob the Void Palace of everything it had before he leisurely left with a smile on his face. The youths watched as Leonel crossed their faces without a care. He hadn't even seemed to take Quanor's words to heart. In fact, he completely disregarded them. That said, just because he didn't mean that Ina would as well. After all, didn't she have her own temper? Still holding on to Leonel's hand, she turned back with a dark glow in her eyes. Your elder brothers, sisters, and cousins already lost to him once over 20 years ago. I'm afraid that 2 decades still wasn't enough to catch up. Maybe you should ask them what exactly happened in the Rapac's nest. But then again, saving you all wasn't exactly a one-time occurrence, now was it? A coercion-laced mental attack seemed to be hidden within her voice, thrumming against the mind of the youths that were present. Quanor in particular felt her heart jolt, finding to her horror that her nose and ears were all bleeding. Ina's words resonated like bells in their skulls, the blood running in reverse and their hearts beating hard to catch up. It felt as though if they were the slightest bit careless, their chests would implode, forming blood flowers that marked the place of their deaths. Information about exactly what had happened in the Rapac's nest had been overshadowed by the actions of Leonel's father that day and the position the Cataclysm generation had taken afterward. Having been stimulated by Leonel and Ameri, they went into seclusion, wishing to make a perfect breakthrough into the God Path as quickly as possible. Back then, Conan had claimed that breaking into the God Path would close the gap between themselves and Leonel's innate node, and it seemed that many of them had agreed with this sentiment. Being spurred on by the fire of competition, they all went into hiding soon after. It was because of this that even after a year in the Void Palace, Leonel hadn't heard anything about the members of his generation, and that included even Amory, who had placed all of his focus toward the Sword Domain's tribulation. At the same time, the Sword faction of the Void Palace didn't want to reveal the details of what caused all of this to happen, or else the Sword family might have to face the ire of many families for putting their children at risk, all for the sake of allowing Amory a chance to gain a second ability index. And, of course, the second mastermind of the matter, Third Nova Zavnik, obviously didn't want to make his involvement clear either, or else the truth about him betraying the Spear faction to help the Sword faction toward his own ends would have also been exposed. Then, this ultimately came to a head when the Cataclysm descended, and such small details simply didn't seem to matter at all. Due to this, the one of the Cataclysm generation whose name should have held the most weight, Leonel Morales, was overshadowed. It also didn't help that speculations of nepotism were rampant. However, right this moment, Ina's words seemed to have jolted them all awake. She had, of course, been there. Could it be that their understanding of the situation was flawed? By the time they recovered themselves, Leonel and Ina had already appeared before the disciple manning the Void Tower and handed over their badges. This will be our first entry, Leonel said lightly. With all of their records wiped clean, this would, indeed, be their first entry. Since the Void Palace wanted to play, he would happily play along with them. The disciple hesitated, but sensing the gaze of valor, he could only shiver and accept the badges, inputting them into the system and allowing Leonel and Ina to enter. Not even a half-minute after Leonel and Ina had entered, a commotion arose in the Void Tower region once again. Simona, there's still time to back down. I'm not a fan of crushing women outside the bedroom. Of course, if you want a taste of me, I can lay my pride down and give you a night. The laughter rang out like thunder, booming to the point even the ground quaked. The source of this content is navialbn.net. However, the Ice Beauty who seemed to be the target of it all didn't respond in the slightest. She walked slowly and in an unhurried fashion, and yet her steps carried her forward dozens of meters at a time. She had a beauty beyond words, and an elegance surpassing reason. Just the small showing of soft flesh that flashed out of the slit in her dress was enough to make many swoon. Bang! At that moment, a heavy figure fell from the skies. Simona Pius and Conan Leo had arrived, but they weren't alone. Chapter 160-65, Humiliation. The third individual was a hulking man, standing at 3 meters tall and dwarfing even Wimlin. He was the genius of the Tower family, Armand Tor. Just like this, 3 geniuses of the Cataclysm generation had appeared one another, each exuding an aura that seemed to make the skies tremble and the earth crack. However, they were surprised to find that the organized region they had become used to was not only in disarray, but Conan even found that several members of the Lion Pride faction were actually bleeding out on the ground. At that moment, Conan's good mood vanished into thin air. WHO dares? His words came out in a lion-like roar, wisps of golden force shooting out from his lips like a sonic attack. But it didn't even seem like he had done this consciously. It was more like his power had become a part of the very fabric of his being. Conan's gaze almost turned bloodshot, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings until he locked onto Valor and the others who had been approaching the tower to watch. At that moment, Conan's gaze locked onto Valor, the aggression in his expression increasing manifold. In his mind, Valor was the only one with the balls to do such a thing, and he was probably the only one with the power to dare to do so as well. You did this? Conan growled. The truth was that Conan's speculations weren't exactly poor. After all, Valor had indeed entered without paying what others did. If someone had been foolish enough to stop him, then this was a very possible outcome. The difference was, though, that no one would dare to act against Valor. However, Conan hadn't been here to see this, so there was nothing particularly wrong about his assumption. And Valor, who was a man of few words to begin with, couldn't even care to explain himself. Even if he did have the mind to explain, he still wouldn't for the mere fact that it would seem as though he was trying to avoid Conan's fury. He, Leonel Morales, did not fear the likes of Conan Leo. If the latter wanted to act, he was free to do so. At the same time, Wimlin, Quaner, and the others were already dissatisfied with Valor for obstructing and oppressing them earlier, so why would they be in a hurry to help him clear his name? Conan's steps slowed as he walked forward, but the heaviness behind them only grew with every oppressive push of his gait. The surroundings quaked, and even the anarchic force in the air seemed to be showing signs of swaying out of the way as Conan's fury rose like a tempest. It had been very long since anyone dared to provoke him like this. Did his Lion's Pride faction look like something just anyone could trample upon as they pleased? However, just as Conan was about to take action, Simona released a light hum. The source of this content is navielbein.net net section. Her delicate brows rose as she looked up. Right then, two large projections manifested themselves, one showing the form of Leonel outfitted in a familiar skin-tight black suit, and another showing Aina wearing the very same thing. Him? Conan's voice was tinged with surprise. Leonel hadn't returned even after so long. So many who knew of his existence thought he had died. Of course, nothing would be confirmed until the spatial storm phenomena came to an end, but to think that he would truly be among the last batch. Many thought that Conan would be enraged that someone had actually dared to take his spot. But in reality, after being surprised, Conan suddenly began to laugh again, his voice booming across the horizon. This was perfect, simply too perfect. Back when the influx of geniuses forced the Void Tower to change its rules and reshuffle things around to better optimize their growth, every one of the Cataclysm generation had entered one after another. But this wasn't the most important point. What made Conan laugh like he was laughing now was that they had also all entered at Tier 1 of the 6th dimension. If Leonel had just returned like Conan believed he did, this would mean that it had been only a year since he had met Conan, at least from Leonel's perspective. In such a case, Leonel would also, at most, be in Tier 1 of the 6th dimension. This would be an absolutely perfect one-to-one comparison. Conan himself, on that day, had managed to climb to the 42nd floor in one go, a feat that was enough to shock the whole of the Void Palace. For context, the strength of the 7th dimension began at the 50th floor, making his accomplishment at the mere first tier absolutely ridiculous. Of course, Conan hadn't performed the best, but he also claimed that it was because he was unlucky in the floors he was given, something he stood by even to this day. Regardless, if Leonel couldn't at least make it that high, then he was nothing but trash. In that situation, he would no longer have to hold back. Once Leonel came out, he wouldn't have to worry about whining about him having a 20-year advantage, because he would have already proven himself to be superior to Leonel. Conan remembered what happened that day in the Rapak's nest all too well, not to mention those arrogant words that Leonel had spoken. Back then, Conan had claimed that humans couldn't coexist with powerful innate nodes, and that Leonel would eventually be swallowed up by his own talent in the future. However, in response, he only received Leonel's sneers and derision. In his entire life, Conan had never experienced such humiliation, especially not for an individual of his own generations. Don't. Assign limits you do to yourself to me. Don't. Those words and Leonel's brazen smirk were branded into his mind. When he came out, Conan would be sure to grind all of his bones to dust. Chapter 1666. 4. Categories. Leonel had no idea what was going on outside, nor did he particularly care. If he had known about Conan's thoughts, he would have done nothing more than laugh. Back then, he was aware of Conan's true thoughts. If Conan had been the one born with a Scarlet Star Force innate node, he would have had all the confidence in himself in the world. In such a situation, he wouldn't be talking about humans and spirituals and their gaps. It was only because he felt that Leonel was unworthy that he had said such things. However, didn't Leonel have just as much confidence in himself? Conan could just sit tightly and watch. Leonel sent a gaze toward the weapon racks that manifested around him. He remembered what happened the last time he was here. His arm was broken, so he had no choice but to rely on throwing weapons and shields. For the first time, though, he was completely healthy, and he chose nothing. Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, Leonel didn't choose any weapon whatsoever and directly allowed the sequence to begin. His vision spun, and when he appeared once more, he realized that he had stepped into what could only be called the land of the dead. Leonel recognized this place almost immediately. It was because of this region that Aina hadn't been able to continue past the 12th floor during her original run. Because these enemies had no blood force to use, she ended up dying in the end. Now it seemed that it would be Leonel's first batch of 9 floors. The ground splintered and bony hands reached up. However, Leonel only sent a casual glance through the surroundings. People had forgotten his name. It was probably time that they remember. He lightly raised a foot and stamped downward. In that moment, a surge of radiant earth force compressed the ground, forcing it into submission. All first floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales. WF out thou 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 thou. 10 thou 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 thou. Town thou 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 thou. 10 thou 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 thou. Ninth floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales. 0,000 8,000. Silence fell over the spectators on the outside of the Void Tower. Usually, the surroundings would be filled with lively discussion no different from a sporting event on Earth. After all of these people had paid good money to witness the events of this day, but they hadn't thought that they would see such a thing. Usually, when records were set, they would only appear on the first-time rankings. It had to be remembered that there were two batches of rankings, each with two categories of their own. There were current rankings and all-time rankings. In addition, both of these categories were separated into first entries and cumulative rankings. Normally, the cumulative rankings were hardly ever touched. This was because those monstrous domain-ranked disciples with 7th dimensional strength also entered the tower, and their speed would be far beyond what those of the 6th dimension could compare to. As a result, most only hoped to earn a name on the first entry rankings. Who would have thought, though, that in one sweep, not even taking half a minute, Leonel would lay claim to 9 of these rankings all at once? The ignorant might say that he had gotten floors that he could easily counter, but how often did such a thing happen? Why didn't others also capitalize like he had? In addition, controlling Earth force in higher dimensional worlds was among the hardest things to do. And yet Leonel had just casually stomped a foot and compressed the Earth in a radius of almost 100 meters to the point of being able to crush 6th dimensional skeletons known for their hardness to death. Just what kind of feat was this? The three of the Cataclysm generation fell into silence, their casual expression becoming solemn. Leonel's vision swam as he entered the 10th floor. He remembered this floor all too well. The last time he came to this floor, he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, the Spear Domain heirloom was in disarray and the segmented cube was gone. But at the same time, his mage core had undergone earth-shattering changes and his starry-tailed fox lineage factor had reached completion. Even now, he didn't quite know whether to see it as a blessing or a curse. Regardless of which it was, though, this particular boss floor wasn't the same as what Leonel had experienced in the past. At the very least, it wasn't a member of the spirituals race, but was instead a member of the rapax. Oh, so is this how it works? You face a member of the powerful races every 10 floors? That could be interesting. Leonel smiled lightly and threw out a fist. It seemed all too casual, and yet all the sounds of the world seemed to be sucked away, leaving behind nothing more than the image of a flying fist. Bang! Leonel's fist stopped in the air, a full 20 meters away from the rapax, and yet it sounded as though it had collided with it perfectly. The air had compressed before his fist to the extent that when it came to a stop, it felt like he had collided against solid steel. In the distance, the rapax exploded on impact, a shower of greenish-violet blood drizzling down in a fine misty rain as Leonel stepped into the 11th floor. The source of this content is Naviel LBN. Nets 11th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales W1000 ND22. This time Leonel didn't beat the all-time record, but the impact of his win was still no less horrifying. Everyone knew that the Morales family didn't specialize in fist techniques, and neither did Leonel, that much they knew. This meant that Leonel had only casually decided to use a fist this time, and yet the result was the death of a rapax at his level from over 20 meters away. Just what was going on here exactly? Leonel stepped in the 11th floor to find a familiar challenge. It was the heavy gravity floors. Ironically, this had also been his 11th floor challenge back then, but he hadn't been conscious to experience it. This time, however, he would be. His lips curled into a smile. Chapter 1667, Churn. The heavy gravity floors were one of the few that didn't actually require any battle. The first layer of difficulty was, obviously, the heavy gravity. The second layer of difficulty was in the so-called pillars of gravity. These pillars of gravity were regions of this seemingly blank and wide space where the gravity would suddenly multiply by thousands of times and crush you to death in an instant. In order to pass these floors, one had to cross this spacious room without dying, and of course, while withstanding the generally higher gravity as well. The source of this content is novelsbyn.net. It was safe to say, then, that this was another exceptionally lucky draw for Leonel. Even if he had been in the 5th dimension again, he could have crossed this room easily. He rose his foot and his figure flickered, taking an approach most saw as suicide on the heavy gravity floors. And yet, he did it without even thinking twice. Gravity? Why would a member of the Morales family have to fear it? EE 11th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales 0011, ST 12th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales 0,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,014 1,000 1,000 0.1000 1,000 0,000 1,000 1,000 0,000 114 0.9,000. Leonel Morales 0,000 1,021. Leonel appeared on the 20th floor, his mood still quite casual. From what he could tell, in 10-floor increments, the Void Tower seemed to jump through 2 tiers of strength at a time. The boss of the 10th floor had been a Tier 2 existence, so it was likely that the boss of the 20th floor would be at Tier 4, which meant that the boss of the 50th floor would be quasi-7th dimensional. However, this standard was set to the average student of the Void Tower. While average to the Void Tower was considered to be genius level to the greater human domain, to the likes of Leonel and the Cataclysm generation, it was child's play and actually quite weak. Of course, things actually weren't quite so simple since the non-boss floors had many enemies of that level to face, while the boss floors themselves faced them off against more concentrated talent. But this was the general gift nonetheless. This was why, even standing on the 20th floor, Leonel didn't even feel a need to take out a spear. Watching as a pixie of the dwarven race flapped her wings and quickly rose into the air, Leonel only pressed out 2 fingers, causing a flash of golden spear force to rush out so quickly that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Before the pixie could even get into place to draw her bow, she froze, her eyes going blank as she fell from the skies, dead. 20th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales, WWWF, 1000 N 1000 N, 1000 NE2 WW. The silence was exceptionally heavy. It seemed that whether it was Leonel or Ina, both of them had no intention of allowing these matters to settle down quietly. Although Leonel had failed to break into the all-time rankings again after the first 9 floors, he didn't waste any time crushing the first-time rankings one after another. The worst part was that he didn't even seem to be putting in his full effort. Even after crossing the 30th floor and beginning to face enemies at Tier 7 and even Tier 8, they didn't seem to be putting in much effort at all. They crushed them one after another, their time still being absolutely ridiculous. By the time Leonel and Ina entered the 40th floor, any smiling and jeering that had been present had become a solemn silence. Back then, when the Cataclysm generation had first entered, the fact that Tier 1 existences could battle against Tier 7 and above existences was hard for most to fathom, but they had slowly come to accept it over time. This was just the new standard for absolute genius. Seeing a new pair of individuals accomplish the same thing, but seemingly with even greater ease, was absolutely shocking, and they weren't sure how to wrap their heads around it. The likes of Wimlin and Quaron had on exceptionally ugly expressions. Although they could climb to these floors as well, and even make it look quite easy too, they were in Tier 6 already. When they were in Tier 1, they couldn't have hoped to be so casual. By the time one entered the 6th dimension, taking even one step forward was incredibly difficult. This was why, even after 20 years of being gone, a minority had crossed into the 7th dimension. In reality, for the vast majority of those in the human domain, entering the 6th dimension was nothing more than a dream. As for the geniuses who could make it to the Void Palace, entering the 7th dimension was just as much of a dream to them. Every step was arduous and difficult. But likewise, the benefits for taking such steps was also outstanding, and one gained large amounts of power for each step you took. Crossing levels to do battle in the 6th dimension should be extraordinarily difficult, so why did they make it look so easy? Leonel's and Ina's names flooded the rankings. By the 40th floor, each of them had secured 120 void merits a month at a minimum, and that was just considering the current rankings and not the all-time rankings. If the latter was included, the totals would be even more exaggerated. And yet, they showed no signs of stopping. Leonel entered the 41st floor, a familiar charismatic smile on his face. It seems that I should get a little bit more serious. He reached out a hand, causing a surge of emulation spatial force to manifest. Soon, it solidified, forming a jet black spear. A pulse of light radiated from Leonel's forehead, and a golden crown formed and wrapped around his head, its centerpiece being a radiant golden spear. Leonel stood in a world of a vast ocean. As far as even his own eyes could see, there was nothing but crystal blue waters, until, that is, the skies began to rumble and the water began to churn. Chapter 1668, The Gap. This was the first time that Leonel was in a world like this one. It felt ominous and could easily make a person feel small. The vastness of an ocean wasn't something that could be easily fathomed. Even as a person now of the 6th dimension, it still filled Leonel with thoughts of inferiority in a way that even the vastness of space couldn't. However, Leonel still faced it all with a smile, the tip of his spear trembling slightly. Right then, suddenly and without any sort of precursor, Leonel stepped forward and pierced. His movements were fluid, and without hitching, everything about his form touching onto a pinnacle of perfection that most couldn't fathom. With every step he took, the waters rippled, and with every pierce, they split apart. Waves rose, and the blue waters rushed upward like a pair of tsunamis, seemingly looking to swallow Leonel whole but being completely unable to crash down around him, as his movements only became more and more fierce. 1 step, 2, 3. The creatures lurking in the vast blue ocean couldn't even complete their attacks or surface. The moment they touched the dome of Leonel's senses, he would pierce outward, his motions unhurried and unbothered. The source of this content is novellibian.net. His spear force seemed to reap god runes. Mighty constructs that could instill fear in others didn't seem capable of even causing Leonel's expression to change. Whether it was soft and weak flesh or sturdy and hard-scaled, his spear pierced through them all just as easily, a radiant golden light flourishing around him as though he was insistent on becoming the new center of the world. Leonel's spear spun in his hands, a mighty scythe of gold splitting the ocean in two. The water rushed away, only to reveal an enormous leviathan-like creature which didn't even get the chance to roar out in pain before it was split into two, its eyes turning vacant even as the ocean's walls crashed down around it once again. Leonel looked down beneath his feet without much of a change to his expression. Then he took a step forward, vanishing into the next floor. Leonel could feel the difficulty increasing. It was as though the closer he got to the seventh dimension, the further along an exponential curve that he traveled. The burden placed on him wasn't very great at all. After all, he still hadn't used much more than a fraction of his strength or trump cards. But he could feel that the gap between the floors was steadily growing larger and larger. When Leonel crushed Conan's record, surpassed the 42nd floor, cruising through the 43rd and rushing up the 47th, he finally felt that he was reaching a point where more and more of his strength was being forcefully squeezed out and less of his casual strikes were effective. At the very least, he could no longer just tap the air with a pair of fingers and expect that to claim victory. Everyone watching had expected something like this to happen. The gap between the 6th and 7th dimensions was simply too enormous. Even the likes of the Cataclysm generation, despite having reached the peak of the 6th dimension, wouldn't dare to say that they could face off against even the weakest individual of the 7th dimension, and that was fundamentally because such a saying was an oxymoron. There were no weak individuals who could enter the 7th dimension. They didn't exist. And this was especially so for those who took the God Path. Due to the specific characteristics of the God Path, improving in it was far more difficult than the conventional path. Someone on the conventional path, so long as they had a bit of talent, could force their way into the 7th dimension through the use of time, effort, and resources. A lot of resources. However, someone in the God Path could not do this. No amount of resources could allow you to progress in the God Path. The only method of advancing was through comprehension. Only then could you accumulate the force necessary for your breakthrough. The leap necessary to cross from the 6th dimension to the 7th was absolutely enormous. Theoretically, even if one had entered the 6th dimension with the God Path, you could continue through from Tier 1 to Tier 9 mostly using methods of the conventional path. But, upon reaching the pinnacle, unless your understanding of your God Path reached a certain level, it would be a foolish dream to think of entering the 7th. If the 6th dimension was where the beginning of the God Path lay, the 7th was where it blossomed and grew, and without proper fertilization and enough soul, this blooming would fail 10 out 10 times. This was the simple truth. As a result of this, there were enormous gaps between 6th-dimensional individuals. This was why members of the Cataclysm generation could fight Tier 7 individuals right out the gate, and also why Leonel and Ina could do so as well. This was a difference in quality in the paths they had taken. Now, Leonel was experiencing this firsthand, because in the quasi-7th dimension was the first quasi-realm where there was a magnitude of difference in the title it held. To be a quasi-7th dimensional existence was akin to be like a demigod among the mortals of the 6th dimension. So when Leonel crossed from the 47th floor into the 48th and felt the pressure radiating from the waters below, his own expression couldn't help but turn cold, his casual smile giving way to something serious for the first time. Leonel stretched his spear out and squeezed his palm, causing it to shatter into motes of light that quickly reformed into the body of a bow. His hair fluttered wildly as a cyclone of water formed beneath his feet. He drew his bow, his back stretched tight, and his aura calm. Divide. Sue, Leonel released, the water beneath him splitting before even coming into contact with his bow force. On the other end, a whale the size of a small island had its head shredded into pieces, but Leonel had already drawn his bow once again, ready to fire. Now things were getting fun. Important announcement. Below. Chapter 1669. Not again. Leonel's battle intent blazed. Everything within the surrounding several-kilometer range seemed to be in the palm of his hands. Even the water was completely incapable of impeding his forward progress. It was an all-out slaughter. The moment Leonel grew the least bit serious, nothing seemed capable of withstanding even a single strike. He stood tall and straight, the speed of his aiming and drawing reaching an unconscious level. Those that were watching had already felt that his spearmanship was near untouchable compared to his peers, but it was only now that they came to understand that compared to his archery, all other things fell by the wayside. It was like Leonel's spear was nothing more than scrap paper he used to test out and refine the ideas he had for his bow. All of his abilities seemed to be amplified by a factor of tenfold at a minimum in the presence of his bow. If it wasn't for the fact his emulation bow force wasn't quite as good at emulating bowstrings, his lethality would be on a completely different level. Even with this being the case, with every pluck of his bowstring, Leonel found another flaw and tweaked it. What those on the outside couldn't see was that only a small part of his attention was placed on aiming and firing, with a much larger portion being focused on refining his control over his emulation spatial force. Leonel knew that he was still greatly lacking in comparison to Taela despite his far superior Dreamforce affinity. He was able to mask a lot of his deficiencies because the illusion abilities of his emulation spatial force were so powerful thanks to this affinity of his. However, when it came to manipulating the underlying spatial force, he still needed a lot of work. When creating something like a spear which was in line with the inherent rigidity of emulation spatial force, it was relatively easier. But it was difficult to emulate the tension and flexibility of a bowstring. He even struggled quite a bit with the bow's body as well. While others saw a bow that looked perfect in form, only Leonel, who was actually using the bow, knew that it was actually handicapping his abilities. He would face the same problems if he needed to form a more flexible spear as well. It was possible to circumvent this entirely by using his Aurora domain, but he felt no need to go so far just for a mere void tower. While Leonel planned on absolutely crushing the records of those in his generation, he had no plans of going so far as to expose the true depths of his strength. He had also told Ina to hold back as well. There were definitely individuals watching them from the dark right this moment, but they would never be able to guess at the true depth of strength they possessed, and they would be even more hard-pressed to guess at what kind of strength he and Ina could display when they fought together. That said, Leonel really wanted to experience just what kind of power someone of the seventh dimension. Or, more accurately, he wanted to know what someone who had entered the seventh dimension with the God Path could do. Bang! The ocean churned and roared. For a moment, it looked as though the entirety of its volume was rushing into the air. Leonel stood indifferently amidst it all, a heavy rain falling from above. But at a glance, it was hard to differentiate the drops of blue from the drops of violet, making it impossible to tell the difference between the ocean's waters and the rain of oceanic beast blood. Leonel took a step forward, leaving the depths of the 49th floor and entering the 50th. 49th floor cleared. New record set. Leonel Morales, 00-117-233. The outside of the void tower was still shrouded by a deathly silence. Valor watched with the same cold expression. It was difficult to tell exactly what was going on in his mind. However, when it came to Conan, his heart was always worn on his sleeve. The latter's expression was so dark and gloomy that even his golden aura seemed to dim into a dark gold. There was simply no excuse. The oceanic warbeast floors were among the most dangerous for those without water force affinity. In fact, although it wasn't classified as one of the drawing dead floors, it was very close to that for many, and yet Leonel had made it look easy. Even if he had a water force affinity, he clearly didn't rely on it, never mind the fact that most assumed that his greatest reliance was his earth force due to his identity as a Morales. For those of the Morales, this was the absolute worst floor to be given, but he had actually set a new record. Coron's own expression was quite ugly. If making it to the 40th floor meant that Leonel had earned the right to stand on the same level as them, entering the 50th meant that he had left the likes of her and the others far behind. If it was added that he was only at Tier 1, then only the likes of the Cataclysm generation and the few monsters like Valor even had the right to meet his gaze. However, when Coron saw what opponent Leonel received on the 50th floor, her heart trembled before a bit of the solemnness in her heart faded. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to come off as narrow-minded and worried for her image, she would have started laughing uproariously. That said, Cornelius, who was hidden high in the skies, reacted much differently. Oh no, please not again. The source of this content is noavail.en.nets. He hesitated, wondering if he should forcibly put a stop to things. Leonel appeared in a familiar world of white, facing off against a young man who was too handsome for words. It was as though a goddess had personally refined each and every one of features. But he only seemed to have eyes for the tree by his side and the singular golden apple that hung from it. After a brief moment of surprise, Leonel suddenly grinned wildly. Chapter 1670, Clash of Spiritual. For the first time since Leonel and Ina had cleared their first floors, a commotion broke out beneath the void tower. However, this commotion was more lament than anything else. They wanted to see how far Leonel could go, but they didn't want to see him draw dead so early on, though this couldn't be considered early on any longer. A few had heard of what happened last time Leonel had entered the void tower, but they were in the minority. A large portion didn't even know the name Leonel Morales outside of the weight the Morales name held until this moment. However, as impressed as they were by Leonel's performance, the legend of the spirituals was simply too deeply ingrained. They were a race of people that stood at the pinnacle of the dimensional verse. If it wasn't for the fact they didn't seem as eager as the other races were to claim a piece of the human domain for themselves, they might have long since fallen. When it came to races that could hold a candle to the spirituals, only the mysterious ones like the void beasts could hope to. But when it came to numbers, many of these races couldn't hope to match up. They had not only the talent, but the numbers. It made them probably the greatest threat in the whole of the dimensional verse. Although no one dared to claim this to be absolutely certain and infallible since the universe was simply too large, no one would argue too fiercely against it either. In the face of the spirituals, the human race was so frail that they couldn't battle unless they brought soul protective treasures with them. If you lacked one, it was an automatic loss. Many wondered why it was that the Void Palace insisted on allowing the spirituals to take part in the Void Tower since they couldn't bring any treasures in with them, but after so long, it had simply become an accepted reality. Now, it was simply known as drawing dead. They could only wait for Leonel to be expelled. But it was then that Leonel's wild grin was projected to them, causing their hearts to jolt. That wild grin, the older generation was all too familiar with it. It was the grin of those madmen of the Morales family. Leonel squeezed his fist, causing the bow construct in his hand to shatter in motes of emulation spatial force. Come. Leonel's voice pervaded the world. In this battle, he didn't want to use his bow or his spear. He wanted to battle this spiritual on its battlefield. At that moment, Leonel's words caught the spiritual's attention, causing it to look from its golden apple toward him. It's over. Many mumbled these words to themselves. Many had entered that boss room before, and it always ended the same way. So long as you remained silent and unmoving, the spiritual wouldn't care about you. But the moment you made noise or even sneezed, it would look at you and then things would come to an end just that fast. However, bang. The source of this content is novelabn.net. A spatial barrier rippled before Leonel's head, shattering the soul attack the spiritual had sent toward him. But, likewise, his spatial barrier shattered as well. However, Leonel's grin only became wider. As expected, he could rely on emulation spatial force to block soul attacks because it was fused with dream force. As such, it could interact with things on a soul level. The spiritual raceman tilted his head to the side, seemingly surprised. Last time Leonel had been here, it had reacted the same way when he dodged its attack. But this time, Leonel had taken it head on. He didn't need to rely on this spiritual to attack his soul this time. Right now, he just wanted to crush it. The spirituals were powerful, right? Well, he wanted to see it for himself. Leonel raised his arms, his starry spirit domain flourishing as countless force arts formed in the air. In their midst, the snaking form of a flood dragon took shape, roaring with a menacing light in its eyes. In just a moment, Leonel had not only completed dozens of Camelot mage arts, but also an enormous beast construct, all of which used his Scarlet Star Force. Show me what you have. If you don't, I'll burn your tree to ash. Hearing these words, the spiritual's expression suddenly warped, becoming malevolent. In an instant, it had gone from a docile, angelic young man to furious war god. His body grew by a size, a towering tempest of green force surrounding his body until it covered his white robes in a radiant wooden armor. In a blink, he went from just about 3 inches shy of 6 feet to over 7 feet. The spiritual rose his own arms, the skies being filled with green-gold arrows of force. It was clear that while Leonel had to rely on his dream world to accomplish such a feat, the spiritual relied on nothing more than his own affinity for the elements. Leonel was a bit startled by the change, but then he laughed. This was precisely what he wanted. In a moment, an eruption of force filled the air. 2 young men stood over 100 meters apart, and yet they seemed to control the entirety of the area that separated them. Boom, boom, boom. Fire and wood clashed, and yet Leonel seemed to have no ability to burn the young man's attempts at countering him to ash. He should have had a suppressive ability just due to his elemental advantage, or so he thought, but things simply didn't work out that way. And yet, Leonel's eyes only glowed fiercer and fiercer, his mage arts becoming swifter. With the point of his fingers, several spatial arrows hid under the blasts of his flames, converging toward the spiritual from all sides. Another silence fell over the surroundings of the Void Tower. Watching the fireworks of force, they found it hard to believe that just 2 people could even output so much force. Were they even human? Well, one of them definitely wasn't. As for the other one, they weren't entirely sure anymore. Leonel flipped his palms to the skies, causing 2 balls of fire to appear. In a second, they pulsed to over a foot wide. In another second, they pulsed to over a meter wide. However, with a slight fluctuation and a flicker of his irises, they vanished into thin air. He really wanted to see how far this spiritual could go while wasting half of its power protecting its precious tree. If it didn't go all out, he didn't mind crushing it to dust in the name of all the human youths it had unceremoniously slaughtered until this point. Chapter 1671. Wager. The gaze of the spiritual race youth flashed, a shuddering sense of danger overwhelming him. It felt like a cataclysm was descending, but he couldn't see where it was coming from. However, when Leonel's 2 enormous balls of fire entered a certain range of him, the fluctuations of force made the spiritual's brows twitch. He released a roar, his hands pressing out as the green gold force around him changed toward a much more resplendent gold. Vines of gold manifested from the countless arrows in the sky like fine filaments. They quickly wrapped around the floating arrows like a skeletal armor before shooting forward. Bang, bang, bang. The emulation spatial force Leonel had used to hide his twin pair of fireballs trembled like rippling waters. Although they didn't entirely collapse, the wild ripples made it look like reality itself was distorting, making their forms all too obvious to the naked eye. Even the likes of Leonel couldn't account for the speedy changes fast enough to continue to hide them beneath the illusion. But they had already approached close enough. Leonel hadn't tried very hard to hide their approach in the place. Leonel's fingers moved and the shell of emulation spatial force collapsed and the fireballs within exploded, a huge torrent of flame surging forward, enveloping the spiritual youth from all sides. The source of this content is novelabn.net. The heat was blistering. The air crackled and popped, the last dregs of moisture seemingly being suffocated toward a bitter end. The spiritual race youth clapped his hands, the vibrant golden threads taking form again and forming an enormous cocoon. Flickers of fury danced in his gaze as he enveloped both himself and his precious tree, treating Leonel like the worst enemy of his life. With a stomp of his feet, green force manifested out from the ground and shredded the picturesque white scene to pieces. In one moment it was a land of white, and in the next it became like a forest of death, vines that wanted nothing more than to squeeze the life out of Leonel converging from all sides. Leonel's gaze flickered. He had realized by now that the spiritual youth's force was actually a combination of wood force and metal force. The former carried characteristics of life and water, while the latter also carried characteristics of life, but its secondary characteristic was quite defensive and powerful. It wasn't accurate to call it wood force. Wood force was similar to ice force in that it didn't truly exist. It was rather a fusion of earth force, life force, and water force. But that was what made the young man's force so shocking. If Leonel counted correctly, this singular force was a fusion of at least 5 or 6 forces, making its characteristics incredibly difficult to pin down, and this was even more so for its weaknesses. At the same time, the spiritual race youth seemed to be capable of amplifying and retracting these characteristics one by one at his own wishes. When he faced Leonel Fire Force, he amplified the water force characteristics of his wood force. When he wanted more offensive power, he leaned into the more offensive nature of his force's metal characteristics. When he wanted to defend, he would tap into the defensive characteristics of his force. He switched between them so unimaginably smoothly that there wasn't the slightest hint of delay between them, and Leonel couldn't even seem to find an opening. Leonel was completely fascinated. Was this a version of force manipulation? Was it, precisely, force manipulation? Or could it be considered to be one of the many steps along the journey of improving one's force manipulation? Bang, 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 bang! The battle raged on. Half an hour. 1 hour. 2. By this point, the number of individuals who had heard of what was going on were too numerous. Many rushed over to see exactly what was happening, only to be shocked by the fact that the rumors truly weren't exaggerated. There really was a human among them who was fighting a spiritual in head-to-head combat. At that moment, Aina calmly exited the Void Tower. She looked up toward the image everyone was so enraptured by with a light smile on her face. Maybe only she could tell that Leonel wasn't really trying to win this battle. His mage arts were probably by far his weakest aspect right now, and the Scarlet Star Force he was using was still 5th dimensional. But seeing how shocked and awed everyone was, a hint of pride flickered with the depths of her golden irises before she blushed toward her own reaction. She had almost forgotten that she was in public for a moment. Aina turned her head away and her brows rose when her gaze landed on Simona. She remembered this beauty quite well. The two of them had fought during the selection, and she had lost to Aina by a few moves. Right now, Aina could see the battle intent radiating from Simona's eyes, and she matched it with a smile of her own. She had just remembered that Leonel was quite behind in terms of recruiting right now, and she had promised to bring Simona over to their side. "Do you want to fight?" Aina asked with a sweet smile that seemed to pull the attention of everyone even given the current circumstances. Simona's gaze flickered, her radiant purple irises growing a shade brighter under Aina's clear provocation. "We can fight, I don't mind, but isn't it only fun to fight if there are stakes?" Simona's brows furrowed. By this point, even more attention was taken away from Leonel. Was the last member of the Cataclysm generation to return about to challenge the current seats already? "What do you want?" "It's nothing too important," Aina said with a smile. "If you lose, you just have to help Leonel with the Air Wars. How about it?" Simona's eyes jumped. A member of the Constellation families aiding a Morales in their Air Wars? Especially one of her standing? Such a thing would be quite unprecedented, and there was even a tacit taboo against it. Chapter 1672. Remembered, bang. Aina flicked a palm and brought out her battle axe, allowing it to crash heavily to the ground. She stood valiantly behind it, her long, cascading black hair dancing in the wind. They had just witnessed her clear the 50th floor. She should have been mentally fatigued even if she wasn't physically so. And yet she seemed all too eager to battle once more. No, battle might very well not be the right word. She looked like she was eager to crush everything in her path. Many watching couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. Aina was truly too beautiful. The kind of beauty that could only be matched by the likes of Simona and the other beauties on the queen rankings. If it wasn't for the fact that Aina had vanished for over 2 decades, there was no doubt in their minds that she would have been one of the top queens, if not the top queen by now. Several gulps rang out in the crowd, their hearts beating wildly. Aina's beauty wasn't a complete unknown. Some had heard of her in the past. But whatever lust they had had could only be controlled due to Leonel's background. The fact that Aina and him were so close likely meant that she was an already acknowledged daughter-in-law of the Morales family. Due to this halo, there were certain things that males most definitely could not do and only women could get away with. For example, Triana's cruelty. There were certain tacit understandings that had been accepted through the ages. Bottom lines like death, castration, and rape were not allowed. Things that could harm the prestige or foundation of powerful families of the human domain were not allowed. So for a beauty like Aina, they could only watch from afar, their hearts thrumming from within their chests. Simona's frown deepened. She did want to fight Ina, and her impression of Leonel wasn't bad since he had indeed saved her back then, but this Ina clearly didn't understand the underlying rules the nobles of the human domain played by. I cannot accept this kind of bet, Simona finally responded, her voice tinged with the usual hints of ice. Oh, is that so? Unfortunate. Ina seemed to be bored after hearing this response. With a flip of her palm, her battle axe vanished and she turned her attention back to Leonel. By this point, both Leonel and the spiritual race youth were covered in wounds. Leonel's defenses were weak to precisely what the spiritual race youth was the most powerful in, force, so it was no wonder he was in such a sorry state. The ground beneath Leonel was suddenly split open and a vicious vine tunnel upward, piercing through his bottom jaw and up and out of his skull. At that moment, Leonel's gaze flickered. In a real battle, he could use the moment his enemy thought he had died to launch a vicious counterattack. He could then use instant recovery. But at the moment, he had no choice but to allow himself to fade away. Fair play, I lose this time. Leonel shook his head inwardly. Leonel could only sigh. Even while wasting half of his strength protecting his precious tree, Leonel had still lost. Of course, it could be said that Leonel had held back at least half, if not more of his strength as well, by only competing in force manipulation. But Leonel was still disappointed. However, it wasn't all bad. From beginning to end, Leonel had focused the entirety of his ability index on analyzing and teasing apart the intricacies of how the spiritual used his force. Once he consolidated his findings after another trip to the Void Library, his strength should take another massive leap forward. Leonel's head cleared and he stepped out from the Void Tower, only to find hundreds of gazes locked onto him. Leonel had never been a shy person, so he only smiled lightly, his cheery grin making those in the surroundings feel like a spring breeze had just passed by. You lost. Ina's voice snapped Leonel out of his glorious moment, causing him to cough. The source of this content is novelabn.net. That spiritual was a tough nut, Leonel said in his defense. I climbed higher than you, Ina said with a beaming smile. Is this your way of telling me you're stronger? Ina nodded seriously. Okay, Leonel laughed. You can be stronger, but I'll still beat you 10 times out of 10. Shameless boasting. Ina rolled her eyes. It's shameless to speak the truth now? How lamentable. Ina shook her head and laughed. She could tell that Leonel had been serious the first time he said it, and he was also serious this time. But she was still serious in her own response too. She didn't think she would lose. Oh? Look at that defiant look in your eyes. It seems that I didn't teach you enough of a lesson last time. Leonel's grin turned lewd, causing Ina's face to suddenly blush red. What are you saying? She whispered harshly. Be louder, why don't you? Louder? I is this Lao. Leonel received an elbow to the gut, sapping his body of all its air, before he could make it halfway through his shout. He could only cough through the pain while keeling over. Those watching this scene suddenly felt the need to punch something. It's fine to flirt, we get it, you're in, but do you have to do it here? Anyone have a lightning force crystal? I suddenly want to take a bath. Leonel and Ina laughed between the two of them as though no one was there. They didn't seem to sense the gazes of battle intent in the slightest. It's unfortunate, she said she couldn't accept the bet. We'll have to find others, Ina said. Oh, her? I suddenly remembered something. Leonel flipped his palm over, causing a snow globe to appear. Within it, a little purple puppy floated. When Simona saw this scene, her body shivered uncontrollably from head to toe, her eyes reddening. Chapter 1673, Two Options. This purple puppy was none other than Simona's companion from all those years ago. All this time, Leonel had kept it in a snow globe because he hadn't had a chance to give it back to her. Back then, Leonel and Ina had found it in the rapax nest, but not wanting to deal with a beast they weren't familiar with in battle, chose to put it away instead. By the time they met Simona again, they were already in the core region of the rapax nest, and things were too hectic for Leonel to care about such things, especially considering the appearance of the three-finger cult had left him completely infuriated. Then, when they exited the rapax nest, Leonel was heavily injured and once again had other things to worry about. Not long after returning, not only had Simona and the others of the Cataclysm generation disappeared, but Leonel was then thrust into the Void Tower, where the shocking event that sealed his segmented cube away and brought forward the date of his Spear Domain tribulation would occur. With all of those things happening, Leonel couldn't possibly think to care about a little puppy he had no relation with. But when he saw the tears in Simona's eyes, he felt quite bad. If he had tried a bit harder, it wouldn't have been a problem to get the little one back to her, but the honest truth was that he hadn't tried very hard at all. To him, it was a meaningless thing, but to Simona, she thought that she had lost her best friend for over 20 years. Her relationship with the little purple puppy was no less than Leonel's own relationship with little Blackstar. Leonel walked forward with Ina and released the little puppy from the snow globe. The little guy looked around in confusion, but when it saw Simona, it yipped with happiness, diving into her arms completely oblivious to how long had passed. Simona, the ice beauty that everyone had come to know, couldn't help it anymore and broke down in tears. Leonel scratched the back of his head. The emotions themselves didn't make him feel uncomfortable. It was more so that he felt bad that he was probably the reason they came out in a torrent like this. She might have not reacted like this had he found a way to get her companion back right after the rapax nest. Thank you, Simona spoke between sobs. Seeing her being so grateful for something like this, Leonel didn't know what to say. If anything, it only made him feel more guilty. It's no big deal. I just happened across the little guy in the rapac's nest, but things were too hectic to find time to return her home. Sorry about that. Simona tried to speak, but ended up just shaking her head again and again. Leonel obviously wouldn't know how important this little purple puppy was to her, only she knew how slow her progress was in recent years without this little one by her side. The Pius family was very powerful in their own right, but Simona had another lineage that relied heavily on beast companions. All this time, she had only been able to tap into a portion of her potential because she had lost her life partner. She had been infuriated for a long time before that fury became helplessness. She knew that the little one was still alive due to their connection, but she had never been able to sense exactly where it was, making her feel that all of it was an illusion. Everything was fine now. Everything was more than fine. Simona bit her lip heavily. She wanted to repay Leonel for this debt, but she hadn't said those words casually. She truly couldn't act personally. If the Constellation families acted personally, it would no longer be a matter of the younger generations, but instead feel much more like a domain war of the human domain. There was a reason why the likes of Valiant Heart Mountain could participate in the past, although they were among the very weakest. Leonel waved a hand. There's really no need to care about it so much. It took no effort on my part, and I even delayed it for so long. Simona shook her head, only Vey slowly regaining her bearings. She took a breath and exhaled. I cannot participate, and my Pius family cannot, but my paternal family can. I will gather their support for you. Leonel blinked, but didn't think too much of it initially. He didn't know much about Simona's much more famous maternal family, let alone her clearly less famous paternal family, so it was hard for him to gauge what this meant. But at the same time, he didn't have much support to begin with. His greatest reliance was probably the Oryx and the Umbra family. He probably couldn't even rely on Earth too much anymore because, from what he had heard, it had become a behemoth in his absence. If the Constellation families couldn't participate because of how strong they were, this would be doubly true of Earth especially, considering the somewhat politically charged state it was in. After all, Earth was the central reason why the other domains were turning their eyes toward the human domain. Knowing this, Leonel would take whatever help he could get so long as this help was willing to listen to him and be of use to him. What good was help that was arrogant and uppity? They would be a net negative to his situation instead of a help. However, although Leonel's and Ina's expressions were a bit blank before they smiled, Valor's gaze along with many others flashed with a fierce light. If one had to rank which families would have the largest impact on the air wars, there would be many that could be placed within a tier of their own in terms of usefulness. These were families a step beneath the likes of the Constellation Alliances, the Morales and Swayard, but had strength of their own that could still be considered strong, or they had special abilities and resources that were of great help. These could be special abilities like weapon forging, force pill concocting, or beast taming. This was truly a nice pie that had fallen into Leonel's lap from above. That family was quite known for their stubbornness, and they liked to stay out of worldly affairs, preferring to worship their god and be one with nature. But if it was Simona speaking on behalf of them, Valor already knew that things might very well change this time around. The source of this content is novellibeyond.net. Leonel smiled. Then I will have to thank you in advance. I'm sure everyone knows that I'm quite far behind, so I need all the help that I can get. Leonel's laughter made many smile beside themselves. When he wasn't slaughtering people with the point of a finger, he truly did seem to be quite amiable and approachable. Leonel wanted to say more before he killed the time between now and when his earned void merits were paid out, but before he could, a looming shadow appeared over him. Leonel's eyes narrowed, his amiable smile vanishing as he looked forward. With how tall he was, Leonel rarely did anything but look down, but this person was able to meet his gaze on a level playing field. Conan Leo. I can admit that your performance was outstanding, but regardless of how you looked, a Tier 1 is still a Tier 1. I won't challenge in my capacity as an individual, as I would gain no satisfaction from winning such a battle. I will wait for you to enter Tier 9 first. However, in my capacity as a faction leader, with how many of my men you've left beaten, bloodied, and crippled today, I have no intention of letting you off, so I'll give you two options. The first is to apologize to each one of my men personally. So long as you do this, I will leave you be until you can grow to my height. If you do not want to do this, there is still a second option. Break one of your bones for each one of my men that you've hurt today. Do that, and I will also let you go. Make your choice. At that moment, the blood of the Lion Pride faction youths boiled, looking toward the back of their leader. They gripped their fists hard, their eyes reddening and a dense golden force wafting from them all. Together, the pressure they gave off seemed to make the air tenfold heavier. Leonel met the gaze of Conan. I'll return your two options with two as well. Piss off or taste my spear. Which will it be? Chapter 1674. Hushed silence. A hushed silence overcame the surroundings after Leonel's words fell, but very quickly, the skies seemed to rumble as Conan's expression turned malevolent. Leonel's hair blew backward under Conan's aura, his shirt and sweats being pulled against his body as though they might fly into the distance at any moment. However, all such momentum did was reveal just how defined the lines of Leonel's physique were, and emphasize just how indifferent he was in the face of such strength. There's no need to say anything, Leonel suddenly spoke. However, it was clear that the target of his words wasn't Conan. Instead, they were for Simona and Valor. Since he wants to dig his own grave, let him dig it. Leonel hadn't vented all of his frustration just yet. He didn't want to let anyone interfere. When it came to dealing with the likes of Conan, he really wanted to see if he deserved the amount of arrogance he was exuding right this moment. In the human domain, Leonel didn't fear anyone beneath the seventh dimension. The source of this content is navielbin.net's Bang. The ground between the two of them cracked and shattered, and yet when it seemed that the earth beneath Leonel's feet would throw him off balance, it was as though the cobweb-like patterns had run into a wall. The ground around Leonel lifted off from the ground but couldn't approach him in the slightest. Conan's gaze flashed with a murderous glint. As for Leonel, a cold smile flickered in his own. For an instant nothing happened, but in the next moment they moved at the same time, Conan's fist splitting the air and Leonel's palm flipping to reveal a piercing spear. The clash sent sparks of force flying in all directions, a tempest of wind forcing the weak to fly hundreds of meters backward. Anarchic force rolled and the dark clouds above trembled. The roar of a majestic lion rippled through the surroundings from one side, but on the other there was nothing but absolute silence. Aina, who had been right by Leonel's side, narrowed her eyes, a killing intent dancing in the depths of her irises. But realizing that she probably shouldn't interfere, she took a light step backward, crossing dozens of meters at once and crossing her arms about her chest. Bang! The ground beneath Leonel's feet finally shattered as a bronze aura erupted around his body, dispersing all of Conan's power away from himself. At that moment, Conan took a single heavy step backward while Leonel didn't move at all. It was nothing more than a single exchange, but the result left those watching in shock. It felt like a calm lake had suddenly suffered the barrage of an avalanche of stones, furious currents of water spreading out in all directions and even drowning the shores. Conan had actually lost the exchange by a small measure. The difference was too striking. Conan was adorned in valiant beast cloth formed by the furs of some of the strongest beasts to exist in the human domain. He looked ready for battle, the picture of manliness and the ideal archetype of a general of war. However, on the other side, there was Leonel. He hadn't even bothered to put on the uniform of the Void Palace because his original uniform had long since been destroyed. He wore the most common clothing of third-dimensional Earth, a simple pair of gray sweatpants and a plain white shirt. Although the two of them were exactly the same height, both standing at over 2 meters tall, just due to the difference in their presentation, most subconsciously believed that Conan was far larger and far more powerful. The result was the illusion of David meeting the Goliath, but this David seemed to have no need for skill or tactics. He could meet Goliath head-on without taking even a single step back. Shing, shing, clang, clang. Leonel's absolute spear domain whirred to life, a tornado of golden spear force revolving around him. At that moment, he went from a casual young man who looked as though he had just rolled off his couch to a valiant warrior. His hair lifted into the air, its pale violet color shimmering with a delicate white gold light. Conan looked down at his feet, seemingly not believing that he had been forced to take a step back. By the time he looked back up, his golden eyes blazed with an undisguised fury. He slammed his fists together, his rage rising like a tsunami. The roar of a lion echoed once more, but Conan's lips were sealed tight. The manifestation of his god runes alone seemed to be more than enough to cause this phenomenon to appear. His hair grew, his beard increasing in volume. His pupils dilated, and his body grew an entire foot. Claws extended from his fingers, and his arms and thighs grew another size. Even with his lips sealed close, a pair of fangs slowly manifested, cutting down the length of his skin and taking droplets of blood with it. He stood to the tips of his toes, the flat of his feet extending in size as his calves pulsed with power. Just standing there, he released an undisguised bestial aura. Conan, a man who was known for his talkativeness, suddenly became deathly quiet until he growled. Bang! Conan appeared before Leonel in the blink of an eye, but the latter had already raised his spear. The exchange was short and lasted no more than a split moment before they vanished and clashed once again. The two were so fast that it wasn't until their fourth clash that the sounds began to reverberate and the violent ripples of wind reached the others. Bang, bang, bang! Leonel's spear drew lines that split the skies. Conan's fists caused everything in its path to disintegrate into dust. It even looked as though anarchic force dodged out of his way, forming a path for the sole purpose of allowing him to collide with Leonel. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. The wind rolled like waves, and the clash caused the vicinity to tremble. They seemed evenly matched. However, bang! Conan suffered a foot to the chest, his body flying out like a meteor from the air and crashing into the ground below, digging out a trench that extended for dozens of meters. Chapter 1675, Stubborn Leonel fell heavily from the ground. Although it sometimes looked as though the two were flying, the reality was that their leg strength was just so strong that they could clash as much in mid-air as they did on the ground. Landing with a bang, Leonel casually swept his spear out. He didn't even look like he had shed even a single bead of sweat, his clothing just as immaculate as it had been before, and his cold smile in his eyes not fading in the slightest. If this is all you have, why did you bother to stand before me? Did you think that 20 years was really enough for the likes of you to catch up to me? Leonel's words caused the hearts of those in the surroundings to tremble. He was 8 tiers beneath Conan. He had lost 20 years of effort due to the time dilation. Conan had all the advantages on his side, and yet none of it seemed to matter in the slightest. In the distance, Conan slowly rose to his feet. Despite the solid nature of Leonel's kick, he didn't seem injured in the slightest, and that was because he wasn't. Leonel's kick had done nothing more than humiliate him, and yet it stung more than even if a hole had been ripped through his chest. Standing to his full height, Conan's eyes locked onto Leonel, who was slowly walking toward him. All right, if that's what you want, let's do it. The sound of clanging armor resounded and golden force solidified all around Conan. Piece by piece, they connected to one another, forming a radiant armor that alternated between bestial furs and metal. Conan's arms flared outward as his gaze became even more dull. At that moment, the hairs on the back of Leonel's neck rose to attention. It didn't feel like he was being looked at by a human any longer. It was as though the Conan he knew had vanished, only to be replaced by an apex predator. Conan vanished, appearing before Leonel with a fist that could collapse mountains. The golden force around his knuckles took the shape of a roaring lion, the imprint shattering the ground it glided above as it appeared before Leonel's face. The source of this content is Novi LLB in. Net Leonel's eyes narrowed, raising his spear. Bang! Leonel's arms jolted before he dispersed the force behind the blow, and yet he was still forced to take 3 steps backward. Conan's leg rose into the air, lashing out like a whip. Leonel blocked once more, but Conan's next attack already appeared like a relentless avalanche. Fist, legs, elbows, knees, he flowed from one style to the next seamlessly. He didn't seem like he cared about what parts of his body he used, even once using his forehead to meet the tip of Leonel's spear without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Leonel found that predicting his next movement was almost impossible, precisely because there was nothing to predict. This style, Leonel retreated again and again, his expression cold. The defense of his spear was airtight. His previous lack of skill was nowhere to be seen. He looked like a refined expert. Even facing an enemy with a relentless, tireless assault, he didn't seem to be suffering too quickly. Leonel's spear spun in his hands, swift. In that moment, the skies seemed to be filled with the shadows of Leonel's spear, his movements so fast that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. He seemed to embody more than just the word. The world resonated, fusing with his movements to bolster his speed further, a melody that caused the heart to race, replaying in the ears of all those that laid eyes on him. Bang, 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 bang! Leonel's movements became even faster, sometimes switching out swift for forceful, and sometimes forceful for subtle. The elegance of his spear technique touched upon a new level, one that made Valor and the other spearmen in the crowd watch on with heavy breaths. They could feel their spears trembling within their rings, wanting to make their ways out if for nothing other than to experience the beauty for themselves. 2 clashing shadows of gold danced around the Void Palace, each entering a state of absolute oneness with their martial arts. However, even with this being so, there was no doubt to those that could see what was happening clearly that Leonel was in a tier all to his own. Bang, 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 bang! Leonel's spear pierced forward, his wrist flexing with such force that the tip of his golden spear trembled fiercely, causing one attack to suddenly become 3. Conan's fist had already flown forward, and it was much too late for it to change trajectories, so instead he fluidly flowed from a fist attack into an elbow strike, using the larger area of his forearm to block Leonel's maneuver. However, in response to that, Leonel flowed into a new stance as well, his pierce becoming a sweep upward that perfectly chained into the butt of his spear colliding against Conan's liver. Conan's valiant armor trembled, a violent surge of force traveling through. An odd, resonating feeling caused his entire body to tremble, his stoic expression giving way to a warped visage. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, half of his body trembling. Conan swiped out a claw at Leonel's head with one hand, using the other to protect his side from a second attack. However, Leonel had simply used the momentum of his first strike to spin his spear in the counter direction, swatting Conan's claw toward the sky and striking out with a palm toward his chest. Bang! Leonel's palm caused Conan to throw up another mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Once again, he had lost. Conan roared into the skies, the fury and unwillingness in his tone clear for all to hear. At that moment, a wild surge of universal force descended from the skies, causing Leonel's eyes to narrow. Natural light realm, Leonel analyzed. He shook his head. How stubborn. Would he prefer to be beaten an inch within his life? Leonel fell to the ground, holding out his spear toward Conan as his aura rose. He exhaled, a white gold force surging around him. His hair became a spirit-like white, 3 enormous, illusory tails spreading out to his back as his sideburns grew. Leonel took a step forward and vanished, his speed more than 10 times faster than before. Bang! Conan rebounded against the ground like a bouncing ball. Chapter 1676, Where to? Leonel was so fast that he pinged Conan around like a ping-pong ball, his speed crossing realms of reason. He appeared anywhere within his starry light domain he pleased in less than the blink of an eye. Every time he appeared in the path of Conan's trajectory, he would send another solid spear strike forward. If not for the robustness of Conan's armor and radiant force, he would have found himself full of holes. However, even though this hadn't happened, cracks began to appear all across his body. Conan found his head rattling around in his skull so much that he couldn't even gather up his universal force properly. Before Leonel's speed, he was absolutely helpless. A hushed silence fell over the surroundings. This was a member of the Cataclysm generation, a man that they could only look up to, and yet he was being treated like a toy. Leonel didn't even seem to have been putting in that much effort. Every time Conan brought out more strength, he would counter it with even more. It was clear to many that Leonel didn't want to give Conan the time to gather up universal force, but who cared? If you couldn't use your strength in battle, that was your fault. It wasn't the job of your enemy to allow you the time you would need. As for Leonel, he didn't fear Conan's natural light realm, he just felt that it would be too inconvenient to face right at this moment. Even if the natural light realm of this world couldn't compare to the zone, it was still considered to be a seventh-dimensional boost to one's strength here. It had to be remembered that universal force was what could help one to bridge the gap between dimensions, and this was especially true the higher in the dimensions you went. Leonel didn't want to expose the cards he would have to if Conan was allowed to bring out such an ability, so he simply reacted quicker than Conan could. Bang! Leonel landed heavily on the ground, his foot pressed firmly against Conan's chest. With a burst, the latter's valiant armor finally reached the end of its resistance, combusting into a rain of motes of light. Leonel looked down, pointing his spear to Conan's head with a single arm. His white hair faded back to its usual pale violet and his tails retracted. "Leader, release him." A surge of experts of the Lion's Pride faction tried to rush forward. They had wanted to interfere previously, but they simply couldn't. The level of the battle had been too far beyond them. If they tried to rashly interfere, they would have only made things worse. But now that things had reached this point, how could they continue to remain indifferent? The eyes of Simona and Armand flickered as they looked toward Leonel. They still found it hard to believe that what they were seeing was real. Armand especially had once thought less of Leonel because his lineage factor suppressed Leonel's own. Back then, Leonel wasn't ready for the phenomena, causing him to be shocked and taking a small loss in their exchange of gazes. But Armand was shocked by Leonel's performance in the Rapac's nest and was further shocked by what he was seeing now. Although only Conan had spoken back then, they had all agreed with him. The large gap between them and Leonel came down to his Scarlet Star Force, a gap that they would be able to close in the future. In fact, the fact that Leonel started with this leg up would only harm him in the future due to the weakness of humans when it came to the manipulation of high-level forces. However, never did he think that Leonel would be able to defeat them with a 20-year disadvantage without using anything other than Spear Force. Even toward the end, he didn't use Scarlet Star Force, but rather used Ethereal Star Force to boost his speed. He clearly hadn't gone all out at all. What these geniuses of the Cataclysm generation didn't know was that the Leonel they met was almost entirely ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse. His spear technique was weak, his usage of his lineage factors was poor, his paths were unrefined and diverging. Ultimately, he couldn't match up to these geniuses who had been nurtured by their families since the moment they were born. However now, things had changed a great deal. He had learned far more about himself, and having taken a glimpse at what the true pinnacle was, he found these geniuses to be playing no more than a child's game. Conan, the mighty member of the Cataclysm generation? He wasn't even at the standard of a lower fiend-class demon without using universal force. Leonel raised his head, looking toward the charging youths. At that moment, a swirl of black appeared by Leonel's head, an adorable mink appearing with sparkling black eyes. The source of this content is navielbin.net. Yip, little black star vanished. Bang. Numerous geniuses went flying one after another, unable to withstand even a single hit. They ended up in a more miserable state than even the one Leonel had put them in. Beneath his feet, Conan coughed, bits of flesh and blood coming out from his mouth. Leonel looked down indifferently. If this wasn't the Void Palace, you would be a single stroke away from death. You should learn to rein in your arrogance. Of course, do as I say, not as I do. Leonel laughed, removing his foot from Conan's chest, flipping his palm and allowing his spear to vanish. With a step, he appeared by Ina's side with a beaming smile, as though he hadn't just been in a battle that shook the Void Palace. Little Black appeared on Leonel's shoulder, his long whiskers tickling against Leonel's cheek. "Alright, this place is a bit boring, don't you think? Let's go elsewhere to kill some time." Ina raised an eyebrow. "Where?" "Well, I originally wanted to go to the Senate to claim the missions they've been monopolizing, but there's really no point in doing that now that the Void Tower will cover it. I've been curious about the archery faction. I think that I'll swing by and give them a visit." Up above, Cornelius's lips twitched. The Void Elders were so wise, but it seemed they had made a mistake this time. Important announcement below, the novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1677, Two Methods. Chapter 1677, Two Methods. Leonel did really want to enter the archery faction to see what they had to offer. Mostly, he wanted to see what the highest echelon of bowmen in the human domain could do. Although it was a bit embarrassing now that he thought about it, Leonel's greatest reference for top-tier archery until now was from the genius of a family small even in comparison to the Luxniks. It was he who taught Leonel that bow force could be used cleverly to change the direction of an arrow mid-flight. Outside of this, Leonel had been on his own. This just went to show the sheer amount of talent Leonel had in the bow. Even seemingly without much effort, Leonel had been able to form enlightened bow force. In fact, now, after applying his grandfather's path of the spear to his bow as well, the current level of his bow force was on a level most couldn't fathom. At this point, it was hard to tell if Ryu would gain anything from the archery faction, but he still wanted to see for himself. Still, there was a big hurdle he faced. He had been able to enter the spear faction for just a one-time payment. Apparently this had spread since he was still in debt. However, he obviously wouldn't be able to do the same thing with the archery faction. In the end, he had to do something that most would rather die than do, exchange void merits for void points. Although such an exchange existed, hardly anyone ever used it due to how difficult it was to gather void merits. However, Leonel couldn't be bothered to care very much, and though he was using Ina's void merits to accomplish it, she didn't seem to care very much either. Unlike others, the two felt that they had almost too many void merits. It would be hard to spend them all if they didn't use them like this. Once they had waded through the weird looks of the Senate branch overseer, they began to make the journey toward the archery faction. This region of the Void Palace wasn't one that Leonel had been in before. It made him realize just how much of this place he hadn't had the opportunity to see. Being the size of several planets put together, there was no doubting the vastness of the Void Palace. As Leonel and Ina moved at a leisurely pace, news of what happened just hours ago spread with the swiftness of the wind, but even so, it could only move about so quickly, especially after it was quickly monopolized by the information factions of the Void Palace. Once these powerful factions in the dark got their hands on such a thing, it was immediately placed at the top of their priority list and classified as top-shelf information. This state wouldn't last long, but they didn't need it to. They only needed to suppress it for a few days and rake in the profits. Once the time period passed, it would no longer be as valuable. This led to a weird situation where the information spread swiftly for the first few minutes, but was quickly stifled soon after. It seemed quite clear that the job of gathering information was only part of the duties of this information network. Just as important was the job of controlling the flow of information as well. Unless they could maximize their own benefits, what good was it to them if everyone else was well informed? As for their targets with this information, of course they only wanted the patronage of the most prominent figures of the Void Palace, as only they would be able to afford the exorbitant prices. The untouchable ranks of the sector-ranked disciples, the rest of the Cataclysm generation, the Morales family heirs, and, of course, the two lofty existences that seemed to stand alone within the Cataclysm generation, YECA, YECA, YECAD, YEC, YE, YECA, YACCC, YECCZ, YORT, the Bow Deity, MyARS, YECCATCC, YORT's WRS, YYORTCCZ, Problis, the Archery faction. As expected, this region was no less beautiful than the Spear faction had been. In fact, the archery faction seemed to be even better than Leonel remembered the spear faction to be. There was a formation in the surroundings that staved off anarchic force. There was an artificial sun in the sky and radiant rainbow-colored clouds. The surroundings were exceptionally peaceful and even the air tasted sweet to breathe in. Leonel and Ina didn't gather much attention upon entering as there were many individuals going about their business. The price for just one day of entry was incredibly steep. Almost no one had the time to waste the precious hours on people watching, and those that could afford to do such a thing wouldn't be interested in two Tier 1 youths like Leonel and Ina. With a quick scan, Leonel saw many familiar buildings. There were training facilities, challenge facilities, resting rooms, and, what he was most interested in, technique centers. Leonel had been planning on just making a beeline for these technique centers, however his attention was caught by something else before he could. He came to a pause, causing Ina to look toward his side profile with a questioning glint in her eye. So you can do that too, Leonel's gaze locked onto a building in the distance. It was in the shape of a pagoda, and just looking at it from the outside, it was difficult to tell how many floors it had. At one glance, it looked like it had 7, but when Leonel blinked, it became 8, then 9. It seemed to fluctuate from having as little as 3 floors to as many as 12 without rhyme or reason. Leonel had seen a building like this in the Spear faction as well, and he understood what it was. There were 2 methods of learning techniques in a weapon faction. The first was the conventional way. Go to the technique centers, find a description you liked, and exchange for it with money and points. The second method, however, didn't require the use of the money. But it was likewise far more troublesome to deal with. Leonel took Ina's hand and walked forward, an amused glint dancing in his eyes. Chapter 1678, Truly Unmatched. Chapter 1678, Truly Unmatched. Leonel appeared beneath the pagoda to find quite a group. In a space where no one wanted to waste even a single moment, it seemed to be completely the opposite in this region. Not only were they lingering, no one seemed to be in a rush to do anything. Seeing such a scene, Leonel had a feeling that he would see a repeat of what happened around the Void Tower again, but this time it was even sadder than before. It could be said that the group around the Void Tower were mostly the lowest rung of the Void Tower. But anyone who could scrounge up the void points and merits needed to enter this region was most definitely above average. And yet, here they were, idly wasting their time. Leonel shook his head and stepped forward. "You can wait here. I'm not sure how long it'll take, but it probably won't be too long." Aina smiled and nodded. She didn't mind waiting. Although she wasn't a bowwoman, this was one weapon that she wasn't familiar with that she had some curiosity toward. Her instincts told her that it wasn't quite yet time to try out the bow, but there was no harm in taking a peek at something here. Many looked toward Leonel and Aina at this time, mostly because it was quite rare to see a woman like Aina. However, after Leonel began to walk forward, their reasons drastically changed. "Stop." A commanding voice called out, but Leonel's attention was entirely focused on the pagoda ahead, a light smile on his face as he looked almost straight up. He was really curious about the illusion of this pagoda and what secrets were inside. His trigger finger was itching. "I said stop." The voice of a woman boomed, but Leonel had already made it to the entrance. Due to the fact that no one had dared approach the pagoda, Leonel faced no obstruction to this point. But when the woman saw that Leonel truly had no intention of stopping, her palm shook to reveal a crystalline bow, a pinch of fury furrowing her brows. She pulled her bowstring and released a streak aiming right for the back of Leonel's knee. Such an injury would leave him crippled for at least a few months without extraordinarily expensive treatment methods or rare healing lineage factors. However, just when the arrow was about to cripple Leonel's mobility, the bow force around it vanished when it entered a certain radius. Clang! The arrow hit against the back of Leonel's knee, rebounding into the hair without even the slightest result to show for it. Leonel's steps paused and he looked back, his gaze locking onto the woman who had pulled the bowstring. Considering they were all in a fairly confined area, the young woman was no more than 30 or so meters away from Leonel. At this distance, even Leonel himself would have trouble dodging the arrow of an expert archer in his base form. Of course, he could have dodged by calculating the trajectory of the arrow before she released it. By then, it would be a different matter entirely. However, he didn't do so as he didn't feel that there was a need to. The young woman was shocked. All archers had sharp eyes. It was one of the main prerequisites to reach their level. They all saw what happened almost too clearly, from the dispersal of the bow force to the fact that Leonel didn't even make a move to attempt to block. His innate defenses were more than enough to deal with the remaining momentum of the arrow. The young woman's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Was that the Force Negation Ability Index? 1.com, usually there weren't dividing ranks of ability indexes outside of the tiers within them. By and large, two abilities at Tier 3 would both have about the same amount of usefulness. However, there were still some ability indexes that were far more sought after than others. While many might abandon their ability indexes in favor of their legacy factors or other innate abilities, there were some ability indexes which would be honed no matter how high your birth was. Force Negation was definitely one of these abilities. Fighting such a person made it feel like you were doing so with one hand tied behind your back. Still, after her initial shock, the young woman's expression became dark. The Bow Pagoda is not an option to outsiders right now. The Bow Deity Party is currently inside. Wait until they are finished. Leonel looked the young woman up and down before turning around and entering the so-called Bow Pagoda. His actions left everyone absolutely stunned. Did he not know what the Bow Deity Party was and what power they held? Wait, it's actually him. The heart of the young man by the young woman pulsated. The young woman frowned, looking over toward him. "You know him?" she asked. No, I don't know him, but I saw him in the Void Senate just yesterday. He was the one who heavily injured Triana and Joey before somehow escaping punishment from Majority Leader Swire." The young woman, a member of the Terrius family who went by Lyra, felt her heart skip a beat when she heard this. Triana? Joey? Regardless of which of them it was, both were strong enough to crush her with a single finger, but he had heavily injured them both? News of what had happened in the Void Senate also flowed out in a very slow and controlled fashion, but the members of the Bow Deity Party were hyper-aware of what had happened since it involved a member of their own faction. Now this person had actually come to their archery faction so boldly and openly. A flash of rage flashed within the young woman's eyes. "Report this. We need to report this now." Aina was easily able to hear all of these conversations, inwardly shaking her head. Leonel was truly very good at getting into trouble. In this aspect, he was truly unmatched. Chapter 1679, Bow Pagoda. Chapter 1679, Bow Pagoda. Leonel's vision spun. When it cleared once again, he felt as though he was standing in the depths of space. There was a sea of vast stars as far as his eyes could see, and beneath his feet, there was nothing but a small black platform. However, Leonel wasn't alone. By his side, there were 3 others, all 3 of whom were young men and surprised to see him. Soon, though, their surprise turned into a frown. They didn't recognize Leonel, so they also couldn't understand how this person could possibly be bold enough to ignore the restrictions of the Bow Deity Party. They hadn't even bothered to leave anyone stationed outside because this had already become the norm for long enough. "Who are you?" one of them asked this with a deep frown. It was impossible to directly attack anyone while in the Bow Pagoda, so words was all they could use until the event began. Leonel swept gaze over these people and smiled. Leonel Morales. The brows of the three young men jumped. Morales? That was a last name anyone who was anyone in the human domain would know. However, soon they calmed. The Morales family had many members in the Void Palace. The number was great. After all, it wasn't just the Seven Novas who carried the Morales name here. Not all Morales could instill fear in others like the Seven Novas could, or rather, the Six Novas, as very few knew of Leonel. That said, most Morales were under the protection of one of the Six Novas, so the three of them didn't dare to be too hostile with Leonel. Even so, that didn't mean that they would be welcoming. Morales? A spearman wants to dip his toes into something that has little to do with him? The young man, who went by Crace, snorted. He knew that it was already too late to kick Leonel out, so he was unhappy. Don't be upset, Crace. The Bow Pagoda is usually worth a few days of torture. At least like this, we'll have some entertainment. The three young men laughed, but Leonel's smile didn't fade. With a stretch and yawn, Leonel loosened up his limbs before waving at the air and forming a bow out of emulation spatial force. Seeing this, the eyes of three flickered, but they still shook their heads in the end as they pulled out their own bows. Although the force Leonel had just used was one they had never personally seen before, what good was it if his skill wasn't good? Keep talking about entertainment, Kaisen, and I'll crush you even worse than last time. The third boy, Malael, sneered. You two talk too much for second and third place. You get one first place and suddenly you're talking so big, Crace sneered back. One? Malael laughed, holding his bow up. Your face is pretty thick. If my calculations are correct, this will be my 14th first place in a row. The faces of Crace and Kaisen darkened as they brandished their own bows. Leonel suddenly chuckled, causing the three to look over. But by this point, he had already stopped paying attention to them. At that moment, the surrounding space began to warp. As though they had entered hyperdrive, the stars whipped by at blazing speeds. Twang, 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 swang, zwang, twang, twang, twin to the changes. The Bow Pagoda didn't have a fixed challenge much like the Void Tower. However, in comparison to the Void Tower, it was even more complex because it was prepared to provide a test to just one person or multiple people at once. That said, it was consensus that there were more variations to be had when the pagoda tested more people at once, and as such, the rewards were potentially more lucrative as a result. Whether or not this was actually true was unknown, but due to the sheer length of time the trial lasted, it was more fun to enter with others than to not to, so it was potentially an excuse others came up with to avoid the loneliness of training alone. The speeding stars came to a halt and the skies trembled. When their vision adjusted, they found themselves standing upon what looked like highway lanes formed by starlight. They stood about 50 meters apart and targets in the distance moved from left to right. The closest target was 500 meters away. The second was 1 kilometer away. The third, fourth, and so on continued in 1 kilometer increments until 10 kilometers was reached, whereupon the next was 20 kilometers away. The speed of the targets were consistent and not very fast, moving at maybe 5 kilometers an arrow. All things considered, this wasn't a very elaborate test. It hardly needed to be explained. Whoever pierced through the furthest target would win. As for the more complex rules, there were some. First, one had to start with the closer targets before progressing. You would only have 3 chances to miss before you would drop out of the race. Finally, you could skip targets. However, should you miss, the 3 chances would vanish all at once and you would be eliminated. The 3 young men, Malael, Crace, and Kaisen, all aimed at once, their arrows whizzing through the air and shattering the 500 meters target all at once. They reset themselves in the blink of an eye, pulling their bowstrings once again and shattering the kilometer target. At close distances, they could simply brute force it. Their arrows flew so fast that the movement of the target was almost irrelevant. The faster they were, the easier this trial would be. By the time they prepared to shoot down their third target, Leonel had yet to prepare to shoot at his first. The difference seemed obvious to them. However, Leonel was actually just paying attention to their movements. After all, he had come here to learn first and foremost, but seeing their brute force method, he quickly became bored. He raised his bow, his back tightening and his chest expanding. Twang! Leonel's arrow shot over the 500-meter target, high and far to the right, causing the 3 to be shocked for a moment before their laughter rang out. Unfortunately for them, the shattering of a target much further ahead jarred them awake. Their heads turned, their pupils constricting as the 5-kilometer target shattered into motes of light. Leonel pulled his bowstring again, releasing a moment later. Bang! The 10-kilometer target shattered. Chapter 1680. Be Obedient. Chapter 1680. Be Obedient. Leonel's gaze was frighteningly sharp, a suffocating coldness rolling off of his body in waves. After he crossed the 10-kilometer mark, the difficulty shot up with every increment coming in sets of 10 kilometers. The truth was that when one was on a planet, assuming a flat surface, 10 kilometers was already far enough for a target to disappear over the curvature of a normally sized planet. As such, even if you could aim further, it was useless unless you had methods to stand in the air. Obviously, this trial wasn't set on a planet's surface, and neither did the Void Palace have the curvature of a planet either. However, even so, the Void Palace had other limitations such as anarchic force that didn't allow targeting from so far away. This was all to say that even the expert archers of the Void Palace didn't have practice aiming at targets that were so far away, even if it was a still target, let alone a target that was moving at 5 kilometers an hour. Seeing Leonel skip right to 5 kilometers and then immediately to 10 kilometers left Maliel, Cross, and Kyson absolutely tongue-tied. Usually in this trial, making it to the 5-kilometer mark was already an excellent result, but he actually directly skipped over it, and it didn't even look like he was finished. Leonel adjusted the arc of his bow, moving from a straight line and raising it into the air. With a twang, he released another arrow, allowing it to beautifully arc through the air. Bang! The 20-kilometer target shattered. Leonel's gaze blazed. At that moment, the bowstring of his bow construct became thicker as he pulled it back once again and raised his bow even higher. A gorgeous arc flew through the air once again, shattering the 30-kilometer target. Without fail, Leonel's arrow passed through the center of the target. At such a distance, the 3 archers by his side couldn't even see the targets clearly, but the sound was undeniable and the motes of light were blinding. Leonel strengthened his bowstring again, his forearm and back rippling as he pulled back and struck again and then again. The 50-kilometer target shattered. Leonel's eyes narrowed. There was no 60-kilometer target. Up ahead, an extra 50 kilometers further, a 100-kilometer target lay. Even with Leonel's vision amplified by his starry-tailed fox lineage factor, he still couldn't see it clearly. At that moment, Leonel's irises glowed with a blinding white-gold light. He could use his internal sight to cover the distance, but he didn't feel that it was necessary. His pupils dilated, a hint of a bestial aura rippling off of his body in a concentrated steam. His vision was instantly magnified. The blurry target in the distance suddenly felt as though it was right in front of him. Leonel squeezed his bow construct, crushing it into motes of light. With a flip of his palm, a shimmering bow appeared in his hands, causing the eyes of the 3 youths to open wide. 1.com. White Lion Bow. It's you! Leonel didn't seem to hear them at all, his expression calm as he drew, inhaled, released, and exhaled. His movements were smooth and seemed to fuse into nature itself, the painting of a beautiful scenery causing the thoughts of the 3 young men to come to a grinding halt, albeit for just a moment. In the distance, a radiant pillar of light shot into the skies, causing the trials to ripple wildly in all directions. Leonel lowered his bow and cast a glance at it for a moment. He hadn't used the White Lion bow in a very long time, but it felt heavier now than it had in the past, which was odd. The bow should have gotten much lighter, not heavier. Interesting. You don't like the path I've taken? Leonel chuckled. How stubborn. The White Lion bow had acknowledged him the moment he touched it all those years ago, and now it seemed to be dissatisfied. But since it wasn't a true life-grade bow and was only quasi-life-grade, it couldn't make any sweeping changes after already accepting him once. If it was truly a life-grade weapon, its dissatisfaction would probably mean that Leonel wouldn't be able to use it at all. Leonel found the phenomenon to be interesting. After all, compared to his past self, his skill was on a completely different level. Although he didn't form 7th-dimensional bow force, he could whenever he wanted. The only reason he didn't was because he felt that his bow force had far more potential to unleash at its current stage. To think the White Lion bow wouldn't be happy with him. Leonel chuckled. Are you mad that I used a system designed for the spear with you? It's the same difference, don't you think? Is there a need for this tantrum? The bow vibrated, seemingly understanding what Leonel was saying. Be obedient, Leonel said lightly, his smile fading. This is just the beginning regardless. If you can't keep up, I'll leave you behind. By then, you won't have the luxury of showing your dissatisfaction at all. The bow vibrated again, clearly unhappy. But in the end, it still obediently became lighter in the end. With a flip of his palm, the White Lion bow vanished. This wasn't the first time Leonel had felt the dissatisfaction of his weapon forces. Back then, when he first formed Enlightened Bow Force, his spear domain lineage factor had tried to stop it from happening before it failed. However, with the two clashing like this, it was inevitable the head-butting would end in them being weaker than they could be. If one reason Leonel hadn't truly stepped onto sovereignty with either one was because of the oddity of his King's Might lineage factor, then another reason was this. However, Leonel had no intention of giving up either one. So if they couldn't learn to be obedient the nice way, he would force them. At that moment, the pillar of light in the distance descended before Leonel, forming the image of a complex network of force arts. Chapter 1681, Curiosity. Chapter 1681. Curiosity. You, hearing Leonel speak to the White Lion bow in such a way, an undisguised fury lit in the eyes of the 3 young men. Discarding the White Lion bow? Forcing it to be obedient? What kind of ridiculously arrogant words were these? No, it was even worse than that. It was blasphemy of the highest order, and it only seemed to confirm the speculation about the dubious methods by which Leonel gained control over the White Lion bow. Unfortunately for them, Leonel was still not listening to them, his mind entirely focused on the force art before him. At that moment, the force art surged forward, fusing with Leonel's eyes before he could properly react to what was going on. A rush of information flooded Leonel's mind, but more importantly, he felt a rush of energy flood into his eyes, winding in a feedback loop between them and his brain again and again. Every time the energy revolved, Leonel felt that his vision became clearer. In just a few seconds, his vision was as strong as when he used the starry-tailed fox's eyes, despite the fact he hadn't activated it. Leonel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Was this a reward of the Bow Pagoda? Wasn't it supposed to give out techniques? But just as Leonel thought this, the rush of information in his mind consolidated and formed a nameless technique. It worked by forming a force art in the irises with the use of bow force. This force art would thus gather all the force in the surroundings and funnel it toward your eyes, making it possible to see further. Leonel raised an eyebrow. All things considered, to most people, this technique was hyper-useful. In fact, even to him, it could be considered so. Although his internal sight would probably still be more useful, this technique had its own applications. However, all things considered, he wasn't too overly excited about it, it was just alright. Still, while his own reaction was benign, the reaction of the three youths was vastly different from just this. In fact, they felt like their worlds were being flipped upside down. Leonel might be ignorant about what was happening here, but how could they be? All of the pagodas of the Void Palace had a single line connecting them, the domain ring heirlooms. There was one pagoda in the archery faction, one in the spear faction, and one in the sword faction. These were the three pagodas, at least they were the three that remained. It was said that many years ago, before even the establishment of the Void Palace, the ultimate reward of these pagodas were, precisely, the domain rings. Thanks to these pagodas, the spear domain, sword domain, and bow domain rings were all claimed by the human race. Unfortunately, also during an event many years ago, the Terrius family lost their bow domain ring, severing the inheritance of the pagoda. This meant that while one could climb the pagodas and receive its rewards, its ultimate reward would forever elude you. 1.com, this was the harsh reality. Without the bow domain ring, it was simply impossible to gather the full inheritance. However, even with this being the case, the pieces of the inheritance were still greatly sought after. Only one person could ultimately have the bow domain ring after all. So for everyone else, cobbling together these pieces of the inheritance was the greatest boon that they could hope for. The troublesome part was that gaining these pieces was far too difficult to the point that it was impossible for those that didn't awaken the bow domain lineage factor. But due to the loss of the bow domain ring, the number of individuals who awakened this lineage factor in each subsequent generation was continuously lessening. And yet, today, someone who had the spear domain lineage factor had actually succeeded? How was that possible? The worst part was that Leonel didn't even seem to be showing any happiness at all. He looked completely unimpressed. If it wasn't for the fact they couldn't attack him personally, they would have stormed forward to strangle him to death with their own hands. Before they could say anything further, Leonel's platform surged forward, vanishing into the second floor. The three grit their teeth, turning their attention toward their own trials. They had to hurry up and catch up. If they didn't, who would stop him? A helpless light flashed in their irises. Even if they caught up, how would they stop him exactly? This felt like all those years ago when that woman charged into the archery faction and took the white lion bow away under everyone's eyes. There were rules they all had to follow. Gatekeeping things like this was impossible. Even if the Morales family and the Swayard family allowed their pagodas to stay here. So what could they say if Leonel gained all the pieces of the inheritance? If they complained, wouldn't people say that they only left the pagodas here as long as no one actually used them for their intended purpose? By then, what would be the point in leaving these pagodas here at all? Leonel couldn't be bothered with the thoughts of the three as he was entirely focused on the trials. Although he was uninterested in what was the first reward, he wanted to see if there was anything better waiting for him ahead. To do this, he realized that he would have to reach the highest standards for each of these tests, but he wasn't very worried about doing this. Compared to all of his other abilities, what he was maybe the most confident in was his throwing ability. If there was a second, it was his archery. If there was a standard to be reached here, he would definitely reach it. It was that simple to him. He completed the second trial even faster than he had in the first, watching as the second pillar of light descended before him with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 1682, 6th, Chapter 6, The Force. Art actually rushed toward Leonel's eyes again. He could feel as the force ran from his eyes to his brain and back again. The process was the exact same as last time, but the results were different. The first time, Leonel felt that his vision became far sharper than it had in the past, and this time, this was somewhat what happened as well. But this wasn't all that happened. It felt as though he could suddenly see on a different wavelength. Not only could he see the visual light spectrum, but he could now also see in the infrared light spectrum. This was a step more useful to Leonel than just sharper vision would be, and there were even applications of it that would be far more useful than just internal sight would be. Still, it wasn't enough to be groundbreaking. However, the step up from the last reward made Leonel perk up. He really wanted to see just how far this would go. When he passed the third trial, he gained not just infrared vision, but something similar to X-ray vision. From what Leonel understood about light waves, X-ray vision, at least taken in the most literal sense, wouldn't work properly. X-ray waves were too rare in the world to be used like other waves of light could. This would mean that someone with X-ray vision would have to be both an X-ray wave emitter and receptor. Even if a higher dimensional individual wouldn't have to worry about the side effect of cancer, acting as both an emitter and receptor would make the ability useless. In practice, this would mean that Leonel would have to emit waves first and then rush to the other side of his enemy to see what came out of the other side. Even though he could theoretically do this if he relied on his starry light domain, it was simply too ridiculous to use in battle, especially since the best application of this vision would be to spot things he didn't know were there in the first place. How would he run to the other side of something he wasn't aware of the existence of? This was why Leonel was sure this so-called X-ray vision worked based on different principles. If he was correct, it likely relied on detecting and using higher forms of light force. Regardless of what principles it worked on, it was yet another step up. All three of the abilities worked together well, but what somewhat irked Leonel was that they didn't seem to be willing to fuse into a true whole. He felt that if this happened, there would be a qualitative change. Unfortunately, what Leonel was hoping for wouldn't happen precisely because of the fact the bow domain ring no longer existed in the human domain. Without it, how could these abilities fuse into the true bow domain lineage factor? Still, Leonel continued. Although he couldn't fuse these techniques, he could still somewhat force them to work in tandem using his control over his body. Together, they were far more useful to Leonel, and it was enough to bring a smile to his face. When Leonel stepped into the fourth trial, he found that the difficulty increased somewhat and the frame of time he could use his bow construct for was drastically lowered, but he still managed to achieve the highest honors with relative ease. When he received the reward, Leonel found that the world around him changed. Just looking around, he could see force flowing through the air. It felt quite surreal. Usually, force could only be seen in high concentrations. This was because neutral force, the most ubiquitous kind of force, and it was colorless and transparent. It was only when someone with an affinity called forward a particular kind of force and increased its concentration, or more often, expelled it from their bodies, would force be visible to the naked eye. But right now, Leonel was certain that this was what he was seeing. He didn't see it in color, but it was almost as though he could feel it. It was difficult to explain. The neutral force was still colorless, and yet Leonel still felt like he could see it. Leonel rushed forward to the fifth trial, finally feeling somewhat agitated. When he passed it, his sense of neutral force became fiercer. When he looked down at his arm, he could see the flow of force flowing through him. It was like his X-ray vision had suddenly progressed to the point where he could observe the flow of force within the bodies of others. Leonel's heart skipped a bit. If the first trial's rewards were easily shrugged off by him, this was an absolute game-changer. If this ability was paired with his ability index, his predictive abilities would reach a completely different level. So long as he saw an individual circulate a technique once, he would know exactly when they would use it again. In fact, just with a glance, so long as someone used a technique that he was familiar with, he would be able to copy it. Others who might have gained this ability would have no chance at doing this. The network of nodal pathways and nodes and bodies of everyone was different. It was a complex net that was impossible to tease apart at a glance, and it only became more complex as one rose through the tiers. However, with his mind, would this be a problem for Leonel? Leonel rushed into the sixth trial and finally began feeling some pressure. Targets rotated all around him with no sense of reason or thought. It was the picture of chaos. Even after several minutes, Leonel couldn't find any patterns. Without a choice, Leonel could only use a brute force method, shooting his arrows so fast that the erratic movements of the targets didn't have a chance to dodge out of his way. For the first time, Leonel didn't manage to hit the targets exactly in their center, but he had adjusted for enough error that it didn't matter. A slight sweat fell from Leonel's brows as he faced the pillar of light once again. An even more complex force art took shape. Chapter 1683 Predict. Chapter 1683 Predict. The force art surged into Leonel's eyes once again, a familiar loop quickly taking form. By this point, the similarities to the spear domain lineage factor were all too obvious. But the difference here was that while the changes to his brain for the spear were related to his body, reflexes and muscles, for the bow, they were entirely reliant on his eyes. When Leonel looked around this time, however, he couldn't help but be shocked. It suddenly felt as though a two-dimensional world had become three-dimensional. It was such a shocking change that Leonel had to close his eyes, only to open them up again slowly and see an even more exaggerated result. It was obvious that the world was three-dimensional. This was something that everyone accepted from the time they were young. However, just because the world was three-dimensional didn't mean that the eyes saw it this way. What was three-dimensional to the eye of an individual was just a feedback loop of lighting and shadows, when in reality, all one could ultimately see was a single flat surface. It couldn't be helped. Vision was simply always limited in this way. A person could only face a single direction at a time, and even if you had the full scan of an object in your memories, you couldn't stitch them together to form a new and more substantial representation. However, these eyes were different. Leonel could tell that it was no longer a trick of his mind convincing him that the world was three-dimensional. For the first time, he truly felt that the world had depth, not just due to shadows and lighting, but in a more substantial reality. When Leonel looked at his hand, it was as though the photons that bounced around it curved in a way that he could see the front, back, and sides of it all at once. His mind would then process this image like a three-dimensional graphic designing software and create a perfect replica that would then become the image he saw in his mind. It wasn't just his hand that was like this either. Whether it was the platform he stood on, the bow in his hand, or the targets in the distance, all of them were like rendered images in Leonel's brain. It was a fascinating overload of information. It felt like his eyes were taking snapshots at every conceivable angle and then stitching them all together into a single global image. It was like his eyes had become internal sight. Leonel knew that this was an ability that internal sight had long ago, but somehow this felt so much different. In reality, if things were taken at face value, internal sight was even better. This was because while internal sight was called as such, it could translate the other senses to the mind of the user as well. Whether it was smell or touch or hearing, Leonel could use them all, though his internal sight. However, these eyes only worked with sight and sight alone. That said, not all sight was created equal. This was proven just by the fact that Leonel's starry spirit domain was so much more powerful than his internal sight, despite having a smaller range. Some things could just see better than others, and these eyes were definitely beyond his internal sight in pure sight alone. However, it was beneath his starry spirit domain in the same respect. Even so, Leonel wasn't disappointed by this for two reasons. S.com. Firstly, with the advancement in his sight, these eyes could see further than his starry spirit domain could. In addition, the stamina drain that it had was far lesser as well. It took a lot out of Leonel to use the full scale of his starry spirit domain, which was why he often only used a small portion of it. But these eyes seemed to work almost no differently from his own eyes.com. The only pain of these eyes was that they didn't stack well with the previous abilities he had gained. If he wanted to use them one at a time, there was no issue, but if he wanted to forcefully use them together, then the stamina consumption would increase. Leonel was even more certain that these abilities were meant to be fused into one. In fact, he was sure that if they did fuse, the stamina consumption might even be less than it currently was when he used just a single ability.com. That aside, the second reason he wasn't disappointed was because he had a feeling that this was just the beginning. The next ability, the seventh, would be a qualitative change. That he was absolutely certain of. When Leonel entered the seventh trial, however, he could only frown. He stood in silence for a long time before closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. This trial was even more complicated than the last. In the previous trial, the targets were erratic and impossible to predict the movement of. They didn't have the mannerisms of humans, so Leonel couldn't use his predictive abilities to guess where they would go, and because they had no mass, there was no inertia or momentum for them to care about. With these factors compounded, Leonel could only use a brute force method, tiring himself out by putting his 100% into every single release of his bowstring. One could imagine how difficult the trial had been if Leonel, even with his current strength, was tired out in doing so. But this trial here, if the last one was difficult, was absolutely impossible. Not only did it have the exact same structure, but it added a layer of complexity, changing colors. Leonel's task was to take out the red orbs. If he accidentally hit the green ones, he would lose one of his 3 lives. If he accidentally hit a blue orb, he would lose immediately. The difficulty here was that the color of the orbs was not fixed. They could randomly change their colors at any time seemingly without rhyme or reason. It was even more difficult to predict than their flight paths. Chapter 1684, Flow. Chapter 1684, Flow. Leonel really didn't know what to do about this. If he ignored his already drained stamina and tried to brute force it once again, he would have to rely entirely on luck, and not just any normal amount of luck, but an obscene amount. If there was a 50-50 chance, Leonel might be willing to try it even though it would be a bit foolish. But after just a glance, even though he couldn't calculate the exact number, he knew the odds were lower than 1 in 1,000. In fact, just saying 1 in 1,000 was probably underestimating the difficulty of this trial far too much. Until this point, the trials hadn't been too complex, but they would slowly add wrinkles step by step to make it more difficult. Up until now, the first few wrinkles had already been putting pressure on him, but his skill as a bowman had allowed him to make it through. By the time he got to the 6th trial, however, his skill alone already wasn't enough, and he wasn't even certain of how many trials there were left. From Leonel's calculations, he would have to be at least tier 4 to brute force this trial, and there was also no guarantee that these trials didn't increase in difficulty with his own prowess. In fact, he had a feeling that the only reason he could brute force a complicated trial like the 6th at all was because he was so much more powerful in comparison to his peers of the same level. But now it was impossible. The only chance then was to find a different method. These trials wouldn't be designed with a chance at victory. This meant that there was a certain skill necessary to reach this point. In truth, if Leonel wanted just the normal rewards associated with these trials, he wouldn't be so tired right now. But there was only one goal he had in mind at this point: gain the greatest reward available. Leonel's eyes suddenly snapped open. That's it. Leonel exhaled, the simulation his mind had been going through coming to an end. The best predictor of future success was past success. After several moments of having no breakthroughs and finding a path out of this trial, Leonel instead decided to replay the other trials in his mind with a specific focus on the sixth. What he found made his eyes light up. When he looked at things in the sixth trial through normal eyes, there really was no pattern of flight. However, when Leonel filtered it through the reward of the sixth trial, everything changed. In a two-dimensional perspective, there really was nothing to be seen, but from a three-dimensional perspective, everything changed.com. The flight paths were very cleverly designed to hide this from Leonel, especially since his internal sight was sealed away after the third trial was completed. When Leonel realized this, he replayed the fifth trials and backward in his head, applying the new abilities he gained from them, and he realized the truth. It seemed that the easiest method to make it through these trials was to somehow gain an inkling into what the ultimate reward for the trial would be. Only in that way could you find a path out, but this was easier said than done, even for Leonel. Still, he had one method in his back pocket. He would use all of the rewards he had gotten until now at once. Leonel's gaze flashed. Deep within their pale violet hues, a glass-like force took shape, making one feel as though they were looking into a mirror when they faced him. Leonel layered all of the rewards on top of one another. First top, sharpened vision, infrared vision, X-ray vision, force flow vision, three-dimensional vision. Leonel's gaze watched it all, layering the feedback atop of one another and forcing himself to take in every detail. Others might find themselves overloaded quickly, but this was what Leonel felt he was best at. His pupils danced back and forth, taking in every target one after another, looking for something, anything. He observed the targets from all angles, from above, from below, from the sides. Red veins pulsed within the whites of his eyes, and his focus was unprecedented and unmatched. He didn't seem to notice the throbbing at all. Slowly, the movements of the circular orbs of lights and their flickering colors became rainbow-colored lines in Leonel's vision. He layered their paths on top of one another, building a maze of networks in his head that became more and more complicated with every passing moment. And then, it all seemed to slow. Something in Leonel's mind seemed to snap, and he raised his bow. His movements were quick and sharp, but also fast and steady. Every time he realized another arrow, it was as though he was simply releasing a breath, his chest moving up and down in a steady rhythm. Bang, 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 bang. On the outside, a shocking change was taking place. The pagoda that always seemed to fluctuate between 3 and 12 floors had been frozen. The three youths, Malael, Cross, and Kaisen, had all been kicked out after the fourth trial, but currently, the pagoda was showing 7. Previously, he had steadily risen from 4 to its current stage now, leaving the archery faction in silence because they all knew exactly what this meant. Those of the bow deity party looked on with ugly expressions. They had already heard the news from the three youths who had exited, so they knew exactly who was inside, but they could do nothing about it. However, when the pagoda switched from 7 floors to 8, a tsunami rushed through the archery faction. Leonel exhaled a breath, his gaze sharp. Slowly, the changes due to absorbing the force art made themselves known. At first he was still calm, but after a while even his eyes could only widen. For a very long while, even with his intelligence, he couldn't quite explain just what he was seeing, and in the end he felt that only one word was appropriate: flow. Chapter 1685, different Chapter 1685. Different Leonel felt like he currently saw the world like a row of dominoes. He could spot a change in one location and watch the chain of results that would end in a completely random location, one that could be hundreds of meters away from the original location, or even end in the same exact spot it started. The feeling was novel. It almost felt as though he was reading a book filled with tropes, so much so that each ending was so obvious that he could predict it so long as he read a page or two. The entire world had suddenly become like the pages of a book, a feeling that ironically took the third-dimensional vision he had just gained and concentrated it back into the two-dimensional. But this time, rather than flattening the image, it just made his sight transcend to a different level entirely, a level that made reading the chains of cause and effect feel no different from reading the lines of a novel. Everything stacked together into one, layers of images being stitched together into a beautiful tapestry that read no different from a timeline of events. Every time Leonel reached the end of this timeline, his heart would hitch as though what would happen next was lingering on the tip of his tongue, as though he was just a measure away from peering into the secrets of a timeline that was beyond what he had and was experiencing, transcending into a timeline that he had yet to experience. Leonel stood in silence for a long time. It was obvious to him at this point where this was going. In fact, if this was the core of the bow domain lineage factor, it was no wonder that his talent with the bow was so high. When it came to reading events and predicting the most likely outcomes, there were very few in existence that could match him in this regard at the same strength level. There might be some old monsters out there with a dimensional tier far beyond his own that had far greater control over such things, but Leonel was quite certain, with all things being equal, there were probably very few people that could match him in this regard. If the evolution path of the bow domain lineage factor was like this, then a lot of things made more sense. When it was fused with Leonel's ability index, it made it feel like he was reading the mind of the universe, watching its pages slowly turn. Leonel had a feeling that if his sight could encompass the whole of the universe, there would be nothing that he couldn't see through, but this was just a fleeting thought. Even someone of the ninth dimension wouldn't be able to do such a thing. The expanse of the universe was far too large. Even covering just a single solar system all at once was probably impossible, let alone a galaxy, and most definitely not a sector, domain, or entire universe.com. Still, this made Leonel wonder, just how many people had made it this far? How many of them had the eyes he had right this moment? Or, more importantly, how many had awakened the Bo domain lineage factor from birth? Leonel's gaze couldn't help but flicker. This lineage factor in the hand of a true talent would be extremely fearsome. It taught him one very important thing. There were still things in the dimensional verse that he shouldn't dare to underestimate. It would be foolish of him to believe that he was the only one to have ever benefited from this pagoda. There were definitely others, and there might be many of them. He had come here blindly, but there were those who might have already benefited from understanding inklings about it ahead of time. There might even be some techniques that can replicate a portion of the abilities of his partial Bo domain lineage factor. Thinking to this point, Leonel smiled and relaxed. He was a victim of something very human just now, anxiousness and greed. He worried about others benefiting from something he would have liked to monopolize. But what good was that selfishness right now? For Leonel, this feeling was a bit new as well. He could feel himself changing ever since he made that choice to take Aina over the world. It wasn't just that, but it was a subtle difference that also resulted from the Emperor's Might tablet. That said, between the two, it was obvious that the former was more important, while the latter was merely supplemental. In fact, Leonel had a feeling that had he not made that choice, he wouldn't have been able to command the tablet to come to him. Whether these changes were good or not, he didn't know. But what he did know was that he would make this choice again no matter what happened from here on. Almost nothing was worth Aina in his eyes. Now that I know your secrets, do you think you can stop my steps? A grin spread across Leonel's face. He hadn't let the weight of the world stop him once before, so how could a measly tower others had already climbed stop him? He stepped into the 8th floor, raising his bow, his eyes flashing with a glass-like light. From the 8th floor to the 12th, he didn't pause a single moment, his bowstring constantly vibrating. The twang of his bowstring and the resonating cry of his bow echoed again and again, stacking atop of one another without pause or rest. The youths on the outside could only watch as the bow pagoda slowly grew from the 8th floor to the 9th and then the 10th and then the 11th. The pagoda trembled wildly, a resplendent pulsing light shooting up into the skies. This was a scene that happened all too rarely, a scene that hadn't been seen in just over a decade, a scene that happened a rare few times every century. But this time, it was very different. This time, it wasn't a member of the Bo Constellation Alliance, but rather a member of the Morales family. Chapter 1686, Rippling Image. Chapter 1686, Rippling Image. Leonel closed his eyes, basking in the familiar feedback loop from his brain to his eyes and back again. The 8th floor had given him slowed vision. It was almost as though the frames by which he saw the world in were multiplied several times over and filtered through his brain one by one at such a fast pace that it gave the illusion that everything was actually slowing in his eyes. The 9th floor gave him what he could only describe as space eyes. Rather than seeing things move in space, he could see space itself. The world became like multiple planes of space stacked on top of one another, and he could follow the ripples within it. It felt like he was watching the cause and effect of the foundation of physics itself. When observing the spatial planes, even the tiniest of movements couldn't escape him, let alone watching muscle fibers. He could see the impact of what someone had done, and the effect that would have one what they would do. He could see a person's strength simply by the virtue of the impact they had on the world around them, and he could even experience the kinds of force this person could put into action. The 10th floor flattened everything, concentrating it all into a single plane. If the 6th floor allowed him to see in 3 dimensions, the 10th simplified it all, concentrating it into not 2 dimensions, but just a single dimension. This simplification allowed Leonel to process greatly complex images in a single glance. If he was mortal, optical illusions and tricks of the mind would have become useless against him. However, with his current strength, this meant that he could see through real illusions with a single glance. Nothing designed to trick his eyes could possibly work. But this wasn't all. When the spatial eyes of the 9th floor and the single-line eyes of the 10th were combined, Leonel could shrink space with his eyes. What did this mean? It essentially meant that rather than being limited to seeing in a linear fashion, with the starting point being his eyes and the end point being a certain location in the distance, he could shrink space with his vision and choose a starting point that was much further ahead. For example, the current limit of Leonel's vision was about 100 kilometers of crystal clear image. This was thanks to the first floor's rewards, and it was already excellent. But if he wanted to see something 101 kilometers away, it would be far too blurry to make out. However, if he shrunk space with his vision, he could make the starting point 100 kilometers away from himself and see up to 200 kilometers away. Of course, the weakness of this ability was that everything from 0 to 100 kilometers would become a blur as a trade-off. But this ability could be greatly useful depending on the circumstances. The 11th floor, though, made these rewards seem minimal and fleeting. Time eyes. The reward of the fourth floor allowed Leonel to see things not only in the three dimensions clearly, but also gain insight into the fourth dimension. According to Earth's theory of relativity, there were 4 dimensions that dictated all things, 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. The faster one moved in relation to light through the 3 dimensions of space, the slower you would move through the 4th dimension of time in the eyes of others. The 11th floor's time eyes culminated all of the previous floor's eyes into one, allowing Leonel to use his vision to play with the laws of relativity and make the sights he was seeing relatively slower to himself. What did this mean? Simply put, when his time eyes were activated, the movement of others would become far slower, increasing his ability to see through their methods, actions, and react to them far faster. Eventually, this all led to the 12th floor. Among all of the given abilities aside from the first floors, this was probably the simplest. Simply put, it allowed Leonel to emit force from his vision. By this point, after everything the other floors had given, one might feel that this reward was far too lackluster to represent the pinnacle of this lineage factor. However, Leonel did not believe this at all. In fact, he felt that this reward was truly worthy of being the final reward. If he was correct about how he could apply this, let alone his archery, all of his abilities would take a qualitative leap forward given time. The only unfortunate part was that he couldn't fuse these abilities into one and had to waste a lot of effort and stamina stacking them all at once to make them as effective as they could be. The process finally came to a stop and Leonel exhaled, slowly opening his eyes. That should be it, Leonel thought to himself, ready to leave. However, before he could do so, he froze. Before him, a rippling image began to form. As the image sharpened, so did his own pupils. When Leonel understood what he was seeing, his heart skipped a beat. In the rippling image, a young man sat in silent meditation. He looked like a statue carved out of the finest gems, so beautiful that he didn't seem like a living being. Every part of him was perfect. Not a single strand of hair was out of place. There wasn't a single blemish to be found on his skin, not a single wrinkle to be found in his clothing. Seemingly sensing that he was being observed, the young man slowly opened his eyes, looking forward toward what seemed like empty space until he locked eyes with Leonel. Leonel didn't need to think to know what had happened. This young man's vision had crossed countless light years, using the 10th floor's space-shrinking ability to land directly on him. Despite this, Leonel calmly looked through the ripples, knowing that he couldn't accomplish what the young man had. However, this time he wasn't focused on the young man's looks. Instead, he was looking at the ring on his finger. Even without ever having seen this ring before, he could still recognize it at a glance. The Bow Domain ring was with a genius of the spirituals.com, Chapter 1687, Sunken Eyes, Chapter 1687, Sunken Eyes. Leonel met the spiritual's gaze silently for a long while. The distance was simply too far away. He couldn't tell anything about the latter's strength or power, but his intuition told him everything he needed to know. This young spiritual was powerful, probably far more powerful than anything the current Leonel could properly fathom. Leonel sent another gaze toward the ring on the spiritual's finger before waving a hand, allowing the image to vanish. At the same time, he felt the gaze of the spiritual also vanish. Before this, Leonel wasn't very obsessed with the Bow Domain ring. The greatest use the Spear Domain ring had to him was providing weapons and teaching him the way of the spear. But currently, he felt that his own bow was already good enough and would be for a long while. As for teaching him the way of the bow, he was too confident in his own abilities to care much about it. After all, he could form 7th-dimensional bow force whenever he wanted. But this experience piqued his curiosity. He was very much interested in getting his hands on that ring now. Unfortunately, it seemed that it would take quite some time and effort to reach that point. There wasn't much he could do about it. For now, though, he was content. The pieces of the Bow Domain lineage factor were very useful to him. It almost made him consider the Spear Domain lineage factor to be quite useless. Truthfully, though, the Bow Domain lineage factor just matched better with him. The Spear Domain lineage factor did help Leonel a bit. It gave him a stronger and more robust body. It also allowed his spear force to be a measure stronger than if he didn't have it. After all, there was a reason his spear force was gold instead of the normal colorless to white spear force others had. However, compared to the synergy he had with the Bow Domain lineage factor, it was akin to night and day. In the hands of someone else, the Bow Domain lineage factor would be quite lackluster. Ultimately, it just helped you see further, see more, and witness fast events at a slower rate. If you lacked the ability to process these things and react fast enough, what use was it? In fact, to most people, the Bow Domain lineage factor was just a somewhat weaker and more limited form of internal sight. Only when it was in the hands of someone like Leonel or an extremely talented archer would it display its true strength. Still, Leonel slotted this matter in the back of his mind. He wanted to see if there was anything he had missed with his Spear Domain lineage factor. If Leonel was correct, while the Bow Domain lineage factor relied on the eyes to display its strength, the true strength of Spear Domain lineage factor was found in 2 words: controlled range. It was only upon understanding these 2 words so long ago that Leonel's spear force was able to break through its shackles, and it was also because of these 2 words that his absolute spear domain formed as a layer of protection for him in battle. The key to the bow was in its effective range, but the key to the spear was in dominating a sphere of influence on a battlefield. Interesting, maybe. If I enter the Spear Pagoda, it'll be more obvious. The bow domain lineage factor is so clear to me now precisely because I understand the bits and pieces that form its foundation, but I was immediately given the Spear domain lineage factor. I'll consider it. Leonel stepped outside of the bow pagoda, feeling the brightness of the artificial sun on his skin. Standing there, the glassy look hidden deep within his irises sparkled like a white crystal, radiating a rainbow of colors. With a thought, Leonel's vision adjusted and his focus returned, finding an enormous crowd of individuals standing before him. Among them, there was a familiar trio in Malael, Krace, and Kaisen. Those around them had respectful expressions. Clearly, they were among the few who were just beneath those right under the Cataclysm generation. This was apparently enough for them to garner a ton of respect, although they could hardly make it to the 4th floor. Of course, this wasn't necessarily true. Because of Leonel, the target of the bow pagoda changed and the difficulty increased to coincide with the minimum requirements for distribution of the lineage factor. As such, they suffered defeat far earlier than they usually did. Unfortunately, that truth did nothing to help them feel better. Leonel directly ignored them and scanned the crowd until he found Aina, who was seemingly enjoying the show. He could only shake his head. He definitely had to teach this beauty a lesson later. Where was her sense of protection for her future husband? Leonel took a step and flickered and vanished, catching the crowd off guard. They had originally wanted to see how he dared to walk out of here, but when they caught sight of him again, he had already flashed by them all, appearing by Aina's side. Come on, there's nothing fun here anymore. Aina smiled and shook her head. How was leaving here going to be so easy? At that moment, a looming aura appeared to Leonel's back. He was a very skinny man, but he was still over a head taller than even Leonel. Across his chest there was a bow that was maybe the longest Leonel had ever seen, standing at least 3.5 meters from tip to tip across its curve. The young man was pale, but there was a deep darkness around his eye sockets, almost to the point it looked as though he had drawn around his eyes with a dark black marker. These sunken eyes of his, though, were incredibly sharp to the point that most shuddered just looking into them. This young man was one they all knew quite well, Erlan Terius, the younger brother of Nazag. Chapter 1688, Return. Chapter 1688. Return. Leonel turned around and looked up to find Erlan looking down at him. The height difference was striking despite the fact the latter looked as though he just might be blown over by a strong gust of wind any time now. Need something? Leonel asked with a smile. The white lion bow, return it. Erlan's voice was quite soft, and despite the words he spoke, he even sounded quite shy. He sounded decades younger than he really was, almost like a prepubescent boy. But by a different token, his voice wasn't particularly high-pitched either. It was just a very odd feeling to give off for someone who was so tall. Leonel's smile, though, didn't fade when he heard this. Even if I placed the bow right here, would you even be able to pick it up? Don't you think it would be embarrassing if I planted the bow right in the middle of your archery faction and see how long it stayed in place? Hearing Leonel's words, fury danced in the eyes of the spectators. Leonel was smiling, but whether it was his words or the intentions behind them, both were incredibly vicious. If Leonel left the white lion bow here as he was asked, and none were able to gain its acknowledgement, how embarrassing would that be for their faction as a whole? They had already been lagging behind the spear and sword factions for centuries and were only just starting to slowly catch up thanks to the existence of Nazag and the other Terius family geniuses. But if this happened now, how hard of a blow would it be? This isn't something you need to worry about, Erlan responded. Return the bow. Leonel continued to smile as he opened his mouth. Piss off. It was hard to believe that someone could say such a thing with a smile on their face. He didn't even seem to be particularly angry, and he also didn't seem to take Erlan very seriously at all despite the latter's tier 8 strength. At that moment, Erlan's expression darkened, though it was difficult to tell considering how black the bags under his eyes already were. Are you sure that's your answer? Are you sure that it was smart to get this close to a spearman when your main weapon is that bow? Leonel replied with the very same smile. Erlan's pupils constricted, but Leonel's fingers had already pierced outward. He could do nothing as watch those fingers touch chest, a violent pressure swirling around them. Bang! A hole was ripped through Erlan's chest, through his ribs, ravaging his lungs and shattering his shoulder blade on the way out. The residual pressure was so strong that he shot backward even faster than he had come, shearing past the crowd and landing against the bow pagoda in the distance with a blood-curdling crack. The bow pagoda didn't so much as tremble, leaving Erlan's body to take the full brunt of the blow. 20 years ago, one of you threatened me with declaring war on the Morales family if they found out that I claimed the white lion bow through inscrutable methods. But 20 years later, after you were unable to prove this, you just settled for asking for it back just because? Aren't you embarrassed? I don't actually know much about the white lion bow or its history. What I do know is that it's a present from someone I care quite a bit about, and that's reason enough for me to not return it to you. What I can say, though, is that even if I didn't have this reason, I still wouldn't return it. Leonel flipped over his palm to reveal a gorgeous bow dancing with white gold lights that bathed the surroundings in both a holy and oppressive aura. You want a bow this beautiful to rot for all eternity in a glass case? How ridiculous. Aina watched Leonel's back and couldn't help but smile. Usually, Leonel would care to speak so many words. The root of it was that he had always disdained to explain himself, and talking too much to enemies was just an extension of that. Even when someone infuriated him, he would just prefer to pummel them into the ground. Now though, he seemed to be quite talkative and she found it funny, mostly because when he spoke, he was really too good at pissing people off. How difficult was it to win an argument against someone who thought hundreds of times faster than you? At that moment though, a suffocating aura flashed over from the distance. In fact, there wasn't just one, there were two of them, each with presences that far surpassed the sixth dimension. Leonel's gaze narrowed as he looked up, quickly finding two characters landing atop a building adjacent to the public square. This wasn't too surprising. If Leonel's uncle and aunt oversaw the spear faction, then how could the archery faction not also have its own seventh-dimensional powerhouses? The real question, though, was what were they doing here? Did they want to interfere as well? Fighting in the archery faction is prohibited. All violators will be expelled and suspended from entry for 10 years. Please leave. Leonel raised an eyebrow, watching the two for a moment before smiling and nodding. Without another word, he took Ina's hand and turned to leave. He had already gotten everything he needed out of the archery faction anyway. Although it was a bit unfortunate that he didn't get to learn any specific techniques. Any techniques here could also be found in the Void Library with some added effort. The Bow Deity faction could only grit their teeth as they watched Leonel leave. They wanted to wipe the smirk off his face with every fiber of their being, but taking Erlon as an example, it didn't seem that this would be a possibility for them. Their fury bubbled up inside them, causing the atmosphere to be greatly stifling, but in the end, no one did a single thing. It felt that the only hope was to wait for the decision of their leader, Nazog. Chapter 1689, Hair, Chapter 689, Hair. The two seventh-dimensional overseers stood with their hands clasped behind their backs as Leonel left, but hidden flicker danced within their eyes as they did so. It was clear that they weren't happy with this result either, but there was little to nothing that they could do about it. Attacking with their strength was another taboo of the Void Palace. They simply couldn't do it. The both of them were also members of the Bow Constellation Alliance. One of them went by Abelian, and the other went by Sankas. Although neither of them was a member of the Tarius family, they still held quite a bit of strength in their own right. Years ago, they could only watch the White Lion bow be taken away by that woman, and now her son had come by, seemingly to rub it in their faces. Suspending him for 10 years was about all that they could do, but Leonel didn't seem to care about it at all. Should we have really let him go like that? Abelian asked. And what were our other choices exactly? This is already the second time you've given me that answer, and it's just as frustrating as the first time. It is what it is. When someone climbs to the 12th floor, they're allowed to try their chances at claiming the White Lion bow. Before, his mother had done it for him, and we could have used that as a pretext to take it away from him, if not for the fact that he seemed to be capable of using the bow just fine. Some thought that it was because his father used some nefarious means, but we have no way of proving that, or at the very least, there's no obvious method of doing so. And now that he's legitimately climbed to the 12th floor on his own, there's even less that we can do about it. The two fell into silence, their teeth silently clenched as their expressions remained unmoved. The White Lion bow is the last beacon we have of the Alliance's former glory. Allowing it to fall into the hands of an outsider like this is a disgrace. These were the last words the two said on the topic. There was simply nothing else to be said. The White Lion bow's history wasn't as complex as some thought. In fact, it was so simple that it could be summarized in a single line. It was the only bow the Alliance had from the Bow Domain Ring and the only one among them that they managed to keep. This bow was the last weapon used by the last human owner of the Bow Domain Ring. But since then, it has been unusable by those who came next, unwilling to acknowledge anyone. It represented a historic slight, a stain on their lineage, and a slap to their faces. At the same time, it was a reminder that they still had a mission to avenge this disgrace. And yet now, this symbol of their pride was taken away by not just anyone, but a member of the Morales family. To say that this was a humiliation was an understatement. You're getting addicted to causing trouble, Ina teased. Leonel laughed. This time, it really wasn't his fault. All he did was climb the tower, then some panda-eyed bastard asked him to return something his mother gave to him as a present. What was he supposed to do exactly? Give it back obediently? He knew that there was probably some special significance to this bow in his hand, but that wasn't enough for him to change his mind about it. Plus, the so-called nefarious means they kept accusing him of using was all nonsense. They all assumed that his father had done something considering his skill in crafting, forcing the bow to submit to him. If this happened, it would be an even worse humiliation than an outsider claiming the bow, and it wasn't something that they could accept, even to the point of being willing to declare war. However, there was no evidence of such a thing happening. In fact, Leonel himself knew that his father had never even seen him use the bow before. And by now, if the bow had been tampered with, although Leonel could say that he had caught up to his father in crafting, he could at least say with confidence that he would know if a bow he was using had been tampered with. I'm not going around looking for trouble, but I think I've stopped caring even if it comes for me. Then what now? Of course we should go see Auntie. I was accused of using facilities for free. Wouldn't it be an injustice if I didn't take more advantage of this good deal? Ina shook her head and rolled her eyes. This man was really becoming a villain. Leonel laughed and scooped up Ina's small waist, vanishing in a flicker. With his speed, it was barely a few minutes before he made it to the Spear faction's territory. The Spear faction had been in a poor situation when Leonel was last here, but from what he could see now, they had already recovered and then some. But this made sense. While the Spear faction had lost the stalwart polearm party after it was demoted to a faction, it still had his 6 cousins. Plus, this information of Leonel's was quite outdated. The stalwart polearm party had already been recovered under the hands of First Nova. The Spear faction was already flourishing with a great air. Just as Leonel was about to step into the faction, though, a booming crashing sound came from right before him. Bang! A familiar woman that looked as though she had just stepped out of a vat of oil landed heavily before Leonel. She was none other than Ness, Montez's wife and Leonel's aunt. Leonel smiled and went to greet her, but in return he gained finger pinch to the earlobe. 36,500,000 voids. 365 void merits. Where's my payment? Leonel blinked, feeling a pain spike through his ear and body. Where was the hello? Have you been? How about an, oh, you managed to survive, that's great, I was worried about you. Where was the justice? About that, Uncle Montez. Leonel's eyes lit up. Help me. Ness's head snapped in the direction Leonel had looked in. Where? Leonel slipped away, activating his starry light domain, grabbing Ina, and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ness was caught off guard before she grinned wildly. You think you've grown a pair of balls, huh? Is your sack hairy enough to run from your aunt now? Leonel nearly snapped out of his light state when he heard this, coughing hard. Why were her words so vulgar? You think I can't catch you? Ness, though, was caught off guard again, suddenly realizing that Leonel wasn't running away from the Spear faction, but was rather running into it. Before she could react, he had appeared by the Spear pagoda and dove inside, leaving Ina outside. By the time Ness pivoted and caught up, she only found Ina standing with a sheepish smile, coughing lightly. Inwardly, though, Ina was cursing Leonel. This was definitely payback for her laughing at his misfortune before. Chapter 1690, First Floor. Chapter 1690, First Floor. Leonel laughed to himself from within the pagoda, a bright smile on his face. He wasn't too worried about Ina, since Ness was his aunt. The likelihood that she would truly do something to her was very low, not to mention the binding rules of the Void Palace even if she wasn't. As for his reputation, he simply couldn't be bothered to care. Since he was a rich Silk Pants, he would be a rich Silk Pants. There would eventually come a day where no one could be bothered to care about what happened here because his achievements would be far beyond their imagination. After he finished chuckling, Leonel looked around with a curious eye. This time he had entered the pagoda alone, skipping over a few people who had been about to enter. Though he felt a bit bad about that, it couldn't be helped. If he didn't rush in, then he would be caught. Plus, if the Bow Pagoda was anything to go by, they could enter along with him even if he went in first. Fall ECCC me, CCCC. Sierraindy CCCCCCC. The surroundings, however, were different from the Bow Pagoda. Rather than standing on a platform in the depths of space, Leonel stood on a large plain that looked like an endless dirt path. The land was dry and smooth, filled with a grayish-brown color. What was interesting, though, was that up above, there was once again an endless depth of space. It made it feel like the expanse of existence was peering down upon him, waiting to watch his performance. Leonel blinked, looking around for a moment until he suddenly felt the ground began to rumble. With a thought, Leonel's chain spear appeared in his hand. However, rather than rattling like it usually did, it was surprisingly calm, eerily so, in fact. But even so, the rumbling of the ground only increased as he gripped his spear. Leonel looked down at his spear, finding it to be decidedly lifeless. It was completely unlike what he'd experienced from its presence before. Even back when he had yet to learn about the life grade, he still felt more personality from his spear than he did now. Is this on purpose? It sucked all the spirituality out of my spear. Ignoring the rumbling ground for a moment, Leonel flipped his palm and went through a series of spears, only to find that the feeling was exactly the same. Soon, he realized that the problem extended further than just his spears as well. Even his spear force seemed more tame and languid, as though it was struggling against falling into a deep sleep. This astonished Leonel all the more. Leonel's eyes suddenly sharpened. He had wanted to experiment more, but at that moment, over the dusty horizon, the source of the rumbling ground was quickly coming into view. Horse hooves slammed against the ground, chariots rocked and swayed, their wheels spinning so fast that it seemed as though they might fall off at any time, and a valiant general stood atop a moving tower in the center of it all at the very peak. Despite a distance of easily 3 kilometers separating them even now, Leonel felt as though the general was looking right into his soul. Let alone 3 kilometers. It felt more like they were standing nose to nose, their eyes mere inches apart. A dust cloud rose into the air, a stifling, bloodthirsty aura blanketing the skies to the point the depths of space and stars above almost turned a crimson red. Leonel stood in silence, his narrowed eyes relaxing and his expression becoming a dull cold. He could feel that everything was sealed away. The only strength remaining in his body was his spear force, but even that seemed to be quite weak. And now, he was facing an army made up entirely of Tier 1 existences. Was this really just the first floor trial, or was it that things worked differently here? How was he supposed to defeat 10,000 experts without his full range of abilities, especially since they were a well-trained army? Leonel's heart thumped in his chest, pushing against his ribcage and sending surges of blood through his limbs. Even before the army entered a kilometer range of him, his skin was flushed with a warm color, his gaze flickering with a deep battle intent. Whatever this trial was, it was designed to bring out the full potential of his spear domain lineage factor. In that case, he might as well go all out and see what he could learn relying solely on it. As for whether this was just the first floor or not, it seemed that only time would tell him that. With a step, Leonel began to walk forward slowly, his hair fluttering in the wind and his posture straight and unbothered. It didn't seem as though he sensed the danger coming toward him at all as he kept his head high. A light smile spread across his lips as the ground continued to rumble. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, Leonel took a breath, the scent of blood and carnage filling the air. For a moment he had a fleeting thought, could he die in these trials? This felt like his real body after all. However, thinking to this point, he just grinned. For him to die, wouldn't they have to take him down first? His blood rushed straight to his head and a crimson glow lit his eyes. Seemingly taken by the bloodthirstiness of the battlefield, his heart threatened to beat right out of his chest. And then he took a strong step forward. Bang! A cyclone of spear force erupted around Leonel, crashing into the first line of the vanguard and shredding them into pieces. His palm opened and he reclaimed his chain spear, thrusting it forward with an undeniable momentum and skewering the chest of a stampeding horse before pulling upward and splitting its neck and head in two. He closed his eyes, basking in the slaughter. Show me what you can do. Chapter 1691. Freedom. Chapter 1691. Freedom. Leonel easily immersed himself in the carnage. He didn't care for time or stamina, he simply pressed forward. Every time his spear shot out, another would die. However, after several hours, he realized that what he was doing was inappropriate. This trial was one that he was flying by, true enough, but he wasn't getting what he needed to get out of it, and that was because of the one thing this trial couldn't seal, his ability index. This was the problem that Leonel had always had. He could never fully rely on his spear domain lineage factor because his brain was too active and his ability index played too large of a role in his combat prowess. In fact, this was the reason the bow domain lineage factor seemed so much more powerful to him. It synergized with his ability index, while the spear domain lineage factor did not. Or, more accurately, Leonel didn't know how to allow it to synergize properly because he knew too little about the lineage factor, which was why he came here in the first place. Here, he found himself calculating exactly where to attack, who to attack first, and how to attack to ensure that he could deal with all of the enemies in his range the most effectively. While he was under a great disadvantage battling so many enemies at once, they were at a disadvantage because only so many of them could attack him at once given his size in proportion to their army. Taking advantage of that, with his ability index, it was far easier than it would be for most to deal with this situation. But this was likewise holding him back. Leonel inwardly shook his head. He had made a small breakthrough in this regard when he was battling Michael for the first time. What had he decided on back then? Whenever he battled, he always brought out his trump cards one by one, building up to revealing his true strength so that he had more cards in his hands to catch his enemy off guard with. But when he took this approach, it also stifled his own potential. That approach to battling lacked confidence, it assumed inferiority, and it necessitated trickery over strength. It was one thing to battle with logic instead of instinct, but the way that he did it was a problem. Even after that breakthrough, Leonel still sunk back into his usual habits. After all, changing who a person was, even for him, was too difficult. He wasn't as much of a machine as he thought he was. He too had his own tendencies, likes, and loves. What was the key to fusing his logic and instinct? It was freedom, true freedom. What held him back all this time was his restraint. His logic often became a burden rather than a help to him. When he first stepped into the dimensional verse, he found it difficult to kill because he could logically deduce the value of a life. When he lost Ina, it was his logic that cut her off for good and almost ended in him losing her forever. When he battled, it was his logic that held back his truest potential, only eking out bits and pieces of his strength at a time so that he'd always have something in reserve to pull out and catch an enemy off guard with. But what he hadn't noticed was that this sort of mentality had seeped into the way he did everything. He still hadn't fully reconnected with Ina. He subconsciously limited his own improvement because he never really pushed himself to the fullest extent to begin with. He even restricted his advancements, and because of the so-called boredom this brought about. Leonel didn't believe that his logic was truly a net negative, but it most definitely wasn't a net positive, forcing him to stay stagnant and unmoving. It was like an underlying anchor pulling him down. Sometimes there just wasn't a need to care so much. It was fine to be logical, but if it was also stunting your progress, how logical would that be? Sometimes it was better to be free, to be unrestrained, to let loose a bit. Leonel's spear whistled through the air, his strikes becoming less structured, and his stamina draining much faster, all while the smile on his face seemed much broader. He wanted to find it. He had already touched the surface, but he needed to dig deeper to find where that balance was. Between his instinct and his logic, where was the dividing line that would allow them to both shine the most optimally? In his fight with Michael, just touching the surface of this had allowed Leonel's spear force to undergo a qualitative change, giving him a crown and a bright gold spear force. His spear was relentless as his breathing became heavier and his sweat fell like a torrential rain. Those watching might think that he was insane. His fighting style until now had been so reserved, so perfect, so unblemished, but in the blink of an eye he had become so wild and unrestrained. He immediately suffered for it. His body, which hadn't suffered even a single wound, began to split and bleed. Although his killing speed had skyrocketed, so had his stamina consumption. On top of that, the mistakes he made forced him into more and more dangerous situations he had no choice but to brute force his way out of. And yet, his grin only seemed to get wilder. Leonel could still remember the first time he stepped onto a battlefield without the guilt of human lives looming over his head. It was that day in the Camelot Zone, faced with an army of demons he didn't care to treat like he had humans. For the first time, he was free, so light, so happy. His blood had boiled, his eyes had lit up, and his force flowed more smoothly than it ever had before. And now, he could feel as though chains hidden deep within his body were loosening one after the other, the whispers of his spear domain lineage factor becoming like roars in his skull. Chapter 1692, Four Pillars. Chapter 1692, Four Pillars. Leonel's spear danced in the wind, free and light. It didn't seem to have a shape or form, moving as it pleased and reacting even faster. Its tip was like a shadow, vanishing beneath the sunlight and reappearing in the least obvious of places. Its shaft was like a flood dragon, roaring through the air and dancing beneath the clouds. His skill in the spear was just the same as it had been before he entered the pagoda. The strength of his grandfather's comprehension was not small, and by grasping it, Leonel had already entered the elite ranks of spearmen. However, what wasn't the same was how his absolute spear domain flowed around him. It blanketed the surroundings, moving like a living, breathing entity as it followed the cadence of his spear. By this point, Leonel had gained an entirely new understanding of the absolute spear domain and how it connected with his spear domain lineage factor. As this connection deepened, he also came to understand that the reason he hadn't been able to parse apart its true strengths was far more complex than he had originally thought. It wasn't just his method of battle that was holding him back, nor was it just his ability index. In addition to these two things, another large factor that held him back was actually a magic system that he had come to love a great deal, Camelot's magic system. A lot of the mechanisms of the spear domain lineage factor overlapped with Camelot's magic system, namely the latter's ability to control atmospheric force and make use of it. The root of the spear domain lineage factor was in controlled range. Everything within Leonel's absolute spear domain could be considered to be an extension of his body, from sensory organs down to even force itself. Within the barriers of the absolute spear domain, the flow of force was absolutely clear and it could be taken to give strength to the spear wielder. This helped bolster the strength of the spear, range, and leverage. However, Leonel's mage core gave him a very similar feeling, albeit slightly different. Due to his mage core being far more powerful due to the neglect of his spear domain lineage factor, in addition to the other mentioned factors, the feeling was far too subtle even for him to pick up on. So was that all? Case closed? Not exactly, because much like the bow domain lineage factor had building blocks that seemed useless to the current Leonel at the moment, so too did the spear domain lineage factor. However, now that Leonel knew where the foundation lay and what it might build up to, seeing through the true strength of the spear domain lineage factor was much easier, so that was exactly what he did. After he found the first thread, he began to pull, losing himself in an endless, bloody battle that stretched on from hours to days. He was seemingly relentless in his pursuit of the end of this thread, and that was when the first bits and pieces began to make themselves known. Leonel learned that the so-called foundation of his spear domain lineage factor, which he had thought was the physical characteristics that allowed him to use the spear, was actually not the foundation at all. In fact, if he was correct, if he ever gained the full bow domain lineage factor, he would experience similar physical changes that would instead help him to use the bow. This wrong conclusion had caused him to make the incorrect assumption, shielding him from the true abilities of the lineage factor. If there was a first reward for him to gain in this pagoda, a reward he could have been given if not for the fact he already had the lineage factor to begin with, it would be Spear Aura. This Spear Aura would allow Leonel to use his spear like he did Internal Sight, blanketing a very small area which allowed his spear to be omnipresent. When this was accepted, just how similar was this to the bow domain lineage factor? Both improved the senses. One made his vision far sharper, and the other also gave him a replacement for Internal Sight. Likewise, what was the final reward for the bow domain lineage factor? Wasn't it the ability to emit force at a location you gazed upon? Just like this, the final reward of this pagoda would likely be Leonel's absolute spear domain, which allowed him to directly manifest force outside of his body. From this perspective, the two lineage factors were like mirrors of one another, working similarly. The question then was, what were the steps in between? Between Spear Aura and the final absolute spear domain, what were the building blocks that gave the lineage factor strength? And that was something that Leonel was able to finally grasp after 5 days of continuous fighting. To pressure, to redirect, to take, to attack. These were the 4 summarizing pillars of the spear domain lineage factor. To pressure. Within the absolute spear domain, all other forces were suffocated and stifled, falling under the rulership of Spear Force. To redirect. Within the absolute spear domain, all force that managed to remain were restricted in their control. First forces lost their edge, and docile forces didn't dare to move at all. To take. Within the absolute spear domain, forces could be co-opted and stripped away, melding into the rotating spear force to strengthen it or be used for a counterattack. Essentially, all forces could be stripped down and turned into spear force. To attack. Within the absolute spear domain, the spear could appear anywhere. Much like the eyes of the bow domain lineage factor could shrink space and manipulate the fringes of time, so too can a spear tip within the absolute spear domain. Regardless of the situation, regardless of Leonel's position, regardless of the attack's position, so long as all related subjects were within the absolute spear domain, the spear would find them. Leonel's aura suddenly flourished, his demeanor shifting and his dead spear trembling to life. A roar shot through the skies, the rattling of the spear domain ring becoming omnipresent as Leonel suddenly pierced forward. However, right at that moment, the general of the army appeared to his back, having finally found an opportunity to attack. PCHU, the general froze, his spear risen high into the air. Leonel didn't even look back, slowly retracting his spear as a bloody hole appeared between the general's brows. The wildness in Leonel's eyes faded, his breaths coming in deep, soothing heaves. From start to finish, he never turned to face the general. Chapter 1693. Theory. Chapter 1693. Theory. Leonel exhaled, stepping out of the spear pagoda. He looked back to find a familiar pillar of light reaching into the skies, but he wasn't surprised by this. He had realized a short way through the first floor that there was only one floor to be seen at all. His progress would be dependent on how many of the army that he had killed, but it turned out that he had killed them all. This was already enough for people to look at him as though he was some kind of monster, but what they didn't know was that he had come here right from the Bow Pagoda without rest. The fact he still performed so well right afterward was shocking. It just went to show just what kind of changes Leonel's body had undergone. Previously, his stamina would have long since been tapped out, especially with how wildly he had begun to battle near the end. However, with how much vitality he had squeezed into his body during the reformation of his metal body, his stamina couldn't compare to the past. Even if he wanted to enter another 2 or 3 pagodas, he would still be able to perform optimally without drop-off, and that didn't consider the fact that he still had instant recovery that he had yet to use. The Spear faction was already in an uproar due to the shocking changes of the Spear pagoda, but when Leonel walked out, the shock was even more heavy. Leonel, though, was looking for something entirely different. He wanted to make sure that he didn't run into his aunt again. Truthfully, after clearing the Spear pagoda, he could enter the Spear faction for free from now on. But he didn't expect to be able to law-speak his way out of punishment. When one's elders wanted to be unreasonable, you could only acquiesce. It wasn't long before Leonel locked eyes with his aunt, prepared to run. But surprisingly enough, she didn't seem very eager to run after him. She simply stood there, legs spread and arms crossed, watching with a smile. The trial of the Spear pagoda had been cleared 6 times in this generation already by those of the Morales family. However, they had all done it after entering Tier 7. Leonel was the only one to face against it at Tier 1 and actually clear it in one go. Now, he was the 7th to clear it, and the lights were actually extremely resplendent. The truth was that so long as you were in the 6th dimension, all of the warriors of the army you faced would be in Tier 1. Fighting 10,000 enemies of your level was a ridiculous ask for anyone, and as such, it wasn't expected. But Leonel had actually entered at Tier 1 and faced that many enemies all on his own. It was truly shocking. There simply wasn't a precedent for such a thing. Leonel didn't look like he had changed much at all, which meant that he had entered and exited at pretty much the same strength level. That, in itself, was already shocking enough. Ness couldn't help but wonder just what Leonel had experienced in the zone. By this point, many stories had been traded and circulated about what many experienced in the zone. Some gained opportunities, but there were many more who lived lives of suffering. This was especially so since everyone reported being unable to use force or their ability indexes. Due to this limitation, many were forced to rely on their physical bodies alone. This was enough for them to survive in the wilderness as the geniuses of the human domain, but if they came across high-class civilizations, they were pretty much all unilaterally thrown into slavery. For most, their journey came to an end just like this. They spent their days in humiliation, hoping and praying for a chance to escape. There were some who were able to turn this around. Using their status as servants and following after the rich and powerful, they picked up on bits and pieces of knowledge that could change their fates. They found new methods of applying their strength, new methods of force usage, or enlightening styles and the like. There were all sorts of stories. Some found valuable ruins, some located precious treasures, and some grasped valuable truths that would help them for decades into the future. Of course, there were also many who simply died, never to return again, pushed to the limit in what was ultimately a cruel world. There was something special that many noticed, though. Those who had world spirits were unlike the others and had been able to use their force just fine. This was a truth that was found after plotting the patterns of everything that had happened. As the gathering hub of talents of the human domain, the Void Palace had a large population of youths who were likewise world spirit wielders. But such youths tended to be from weaker families, as those from much more powerful families wouldn't have such a chance. After all, in such well-established families, the world spirits were in the hands of the experts. But this led to an interesting change. Alongside the Cataclysm generation, there was an inferior but still powerful group of youths who had managed to rely on their world spirits to gain far more from the zone than most others had. However, interestingly enough, these youths had only just begun to appear more recently, and they were, as such, lagging behind the members of the Cataclysm generation who had returned much earlier. Due to this, it was very possible that these youths might even surpass the Cataclysm generation given time. As this pattern began to unfurl itself, interesting theories began to crop up one after another. What did this all mean? Well, the later one returned, the closer they had been to Leonel in the zone when he activated the return sequence. In that case, could it be that many of those youths who had gained great opportunities had all experienced the very same thing? Essentially, as Ness looked toward Leonel, the more she felt that there might be some truth to this theory. Could it be that all of these youths had experienced the same thing? In that case, didn't that mean that there was a change coming very soon? Chapter 1694. Villain. Chapter 1694. Villain Leonel relaxed a bit, seeing that his aunt wasn't ready and waiting to devour him, but he shivered when he felt another gaze boring into him. Leone coughed lightly, turning toward Ina slowly before forcing a smile. But then, as though a light bulb was going off in his head, his expression changed into a shocked one. "Ma'am, can you please tell me your name? I'll remember it for a lifetime and cherish your sweet voice for eternity." Ina was stunned for a moment before she rolled her eyes and began to walk away. Leonel ran after her, peppering her with all the corny lines he could think of. Try as she might, Ina found it too difficult to hold back her laugh under Leonel's relentless barrage. Although she covered her mouth when it slipped out, it was already too late. Leonel grinned, sweeping her waist into his arm and ignoring her faux attempt at fighting back. As he saw it, this was a victory. He didn't seem to care about the gazes he was getting either. "What do you want to do now?" Ina asked. Hearing such a question, Leonel bent down and whispered into her ear. She thought it was serious, so she listened attentively at first, but the longer he went, the more red she seemed to become. However, even after she had become a ripe tomato, Leonel didn't seem to have any intention of finishing his list. "All right, okay." Ina pushed him away with two hands, blushing profusely. She couldn't even repeat the things he had said. They were way too embarrassing. Leonel laughed. "There's nothing to do until we get the rest of our Void merits come the end of the month, and there's nothing of interest here to me outside of the Void library. So unless you want to do something, we can just relax." "Nothing to do, Leonel shivered when he heard this voice, turning back to see his aunt. He could only smile sheepishly, trying to remain ingratiating. This woman was truly nothing short of a T-Rex in female form. If she wanted to, she could probably run in a straight line through the Void Palace and never turn or climb up. Nothing, whether building or natural landscape, would be able to stop her forward charge. Toward such a woman that even his uncle feared, Leonel had to walk on eggshells. In that case, you can start paying back what you owe the Spear faction. Leonel opened his mouth to respond, but he was immediately cut off. "Don't start the nonsense with me. Although you can enter for free now, that doesn't change what you owed before. If you want to pay it back, you have to do some work, or else how will I maintain order around her?" Leonel could only pout inwardly. He had really wanted to do all those dirty things he whispered into Ina's ear. He had truly been a virgin for too long. But who knew that the moment that he had decided to go full speed ahead, he would be stopped like this? This was one of the greatest injustices in the world. Good, much better than that disobedient father of yours. Now, if you want to pay off your debt... At first, he was curious about the relationship between his father and aunt. Although he couldn't tell by her looks, it felt like his aunt was far older than his father, which also meant that she was far older than his uncle as well. Who would have thought that his uncle would have been a cougar kind of man? However, as Leonel's thoughts were drifting aimlessly, what his aunt wanted to do drifted into his ears and caused his eyes to twitch. "Come again?" Leonel asked. "Off you go. Don't think of returning until you've done your task properly." Leonel was shooed away, and Ina was actually forced to stay back. Leonel asked why, but he immediately regretted doing so. "You two little cubs want to baby make before me?" "Absolutely not." Leonel could only cough while Ina glared at him through her blush. Clearly, she was blaming him for this. They both had methods of communicating in secret, but he had insisted on whispering into her ear for added effect. With the hearing of a seventh-dimensional existence, what good was whispering? They had been completely exposed. Leonel turned and vanished with a strong step. It was best he get out of here as fast as possible so he wouldn't have to find out whether Ina's glare or his embarrassment would kill him first. As he moved through the Void Palace, he thought about what his aunt wanted him to do and shook his head. He really was a good person, not causing trouble and keeping his head down, but circumstances kept forcing his hand. This time, it truly wasn't his fault. Well, this could be considered to be their fault as well. After all, if they hadn't antagonized the Spear faction so much of these last few years and caused his aunt to be so unhappy, this wouldn't be happening either. So now, Leonel just had to uphold justice. There wasn't anything else for him to do. Leonel sighed and shook his head. He really was a good guy, truly. To most people, Leonel passed by, he was nothing more than a blur, his speed reaching a level impossible to track for many sixth-dimensional students, especially not those that could only be considered to be galaxy rank. Maybe only sector-ranked disciples could hope to stand a chance. With another tap, Leonel appeared atop a large pillar, his actions immediately causing an uproar. "Hey, get down from there. Who do you think you are?" Leonel sighed again. "Well, here we go." Despite his expression, Leonel was giggling like a little girl in his heart. Sometimes, being a villain was fun. Why hadn't he tried this out before? "Sword faction trash," Leonel's voice boomed, echoing again and again over the large mountains of the Void Palace. "I've come to challenge you all." Chapter 1695, Stalwart. Chapter 1695. Stalwart Leonel's booming words traveled far and wide, so much so that many factions outside of the Sword faction heard his call. In fact, even the Spear faction which he had just left heard him. Challenges between factions wasn't unheard of, but doing it like this most definitely was. Even when the Sword faction had gone to antagonize the Spear faction, they didn't do it so openly and boldly. While they had appeared outside of the Spear faction, they didn't levy a formal challenge. All they did was wait, and the sparks of battle happened naturally. Of course, doing even that was highly arrogant, and it caused the fury of the Spear faction. But back then, the Sword faction had gained the upper hand, especially with the fall of the Stalwart Polearm Party. The gap wasn't enormous, but between such strong existences, just small differences were able to tip the balance. Now that the Sword faction controlled the Senate, the treatment sword wielders received was just a margin better. This only became more exaggerated after the new tacit rule changes, and the battle for missions became a more corrupt process. After the return of the Morales family heirs, the situation had stabilized, but with the Stalwart Polearm Party still having been downgraded to a faction and not having had the chance to return to their former glory while the suppression had weakened, it hadn't outright vanished just yet. Under this situation, there was only so much that the Morales family heirs could do, especially when the Swiard family heirs were just as powerful. The only difference between the Morales family and Swiard family was that they had chosen their heir early on with Amory, and as such they didn't have a title like the Seven Novas. After the Swiard family heirs and the Morales family heirs began entering the seventh dimension one after another, they became restricted by the rules of the Void Palace and were limited in their ability to interfere in such things. This ultimately left Valor as the only remaining member who could hold the line. But he was just one person, and very soon he too would enter the seventh dimension, leaving no one behind who could stop the rise of the Sword faction. In such a situation, unless First Novae quickly helped the Stalwart Polearm Party return to the status of a party instead of the legacy faction they currently were, things would only get worse and worse. But, not to mention the fact that returning to the status of a party was very difficult, even if they did, unless they could also return to being a majority leader, it would all be useless. In truth, First Nova could have long since brought the Stalwart Polearm faction back to the status of a party, but he had been forced to hold back for this reason. Unless they could sweep the Senate and reclaim a majority, or at least a shared majority, they would only be shooting themselves in the foot due to certain complex rules. Ultimately, this led to the situation as it was here. The Spear faction was still being oppressed, and the Sword faction was quickly becoming stronger and stronger. Now, the only path Ness saw was to send in her nephew to wreak some havoc, and that he would. Leonel grinned, grabbing at the air and forming a spear out of emulation spatial force. With a pierce of his spear, a blinding spear force shot forward, splitting the ground and the gates to the Sword faction in two. The light didn't stop, suddenly rising into the air and splitting even the Sword faction's logo and sign in two. Only after it did that did the spear light vanish into thin air, blinking out of existence and leaving nothing but a hushed silence. The members of the Sword faction couldn't believe what they were seeing, so much so that their previous rage vanished into nothingness for a long while. But when it returned, it did so with a vengeance, roars of rage filling the surroundings. Leonel tapped a foot and vanished from the pillar he stood upon, landing on the ground with light steps. A small gust of wind kicked up the dust on the well-paved road as the cries of several sword hums rose into the skies. In their fury, the Sword faction members forgot the normal rules of engagement. Rather than sending someone at Tier 1 just like Leonel, they didn't even bother with such things, charging forward all at once as though they would well and truly kill him. Leonel's smile didn't fade, the tip of his spear dipping down slightly as he held it forward. Compared to the army he had just battled, these Sword faction members seemed too small. He pierced out once, but his blade seemed to appear in dozens of locations all at once. Blood flew, limbs danced in the skies, and cries of agony replaced the ones of fury. Leonel casually took a step forward. Every one of his thrusts severed the battle capability of half a dozen people on the low end and upward of 24 on the high. He was like a menacing beast, lashing out his tail whip wherever he went and taking no prisoners. Back up, he's from the Morales family. That's the absolute spear domain. Only those who have grasped at least part of the absolute sword domain should go forward. The roar of fury came from the back. It was only now that they realized that Leonel was actually a member of the Morales family. Usually they could tell with a single glance. But other than his tanned and bronze skin, Leonel truly looked nothing like a Morales. The quality of opponents Leonel faced suddenly changed. Swirls of sword and spear force shot into the air. There was no doubt that those who could touch onto the secrets of these domains were extraordinary. But, without the full lineage factor, how could they stand up to him with this alone? Leonel continued to walk forward, entering the sword faction with the same light smile on his face. The roars of rage seemed to be like a tonic for his soul. He pierced forward again, causing 3 arms to spin into the air. In the distance, several powerful auras converged, their bodies looking like swords streaking across the skies. Chapter 1696, Blazing Devil. Chapter 1696, Blazing Devil. Leonel's spear snaked through the skies, continuing to thrust forward as though he hadn't sensed the coming auras at all. The smile on his face was still there, beaming like a secondary ray of light. It was in stark contrast to the blood and cries that flew around him. From any perspective, he truly looked like a demon incarnate. Stop! The eyes of many of the sword faction that had dulled with despair suddenly lit up. Of the 3 approaching auras, 2 of them were very familiar and were members of the Suiyard family. As for the last, although he wasn't a member of the Suiyard family, with how popular the sword was as a weapon, how could it be that only the Suiyard family would produce astounding talents? Regardless of which of the 3 it was, they had already surpassed Tier 6 of the 6th dimension. Both Suiyard family members had a firm grasp of the sword domain lineage factor, while the third of them had completed 70% of the sword pagoda. All 3 of them, while not being members of the Cataclysm generation, were individuals who had entered with the next generation, placing them with the likes of the youths Leonel had met at the Void Tower. And yet, even with all of this being the case, Leonel didn't seem to react to their call at all, his expression casual and unhurried. The 3 were immediately infuriated. None of them believed that Leonel hadn't heard them, which meant that he had purposely ignored them without a care. They had more reasons than just this to be infuriated as well. After all, the 3 of them had just been preparing to enter the sword pagoda just a moment ago, only to be interrupted by Leonel's arrogant roar. When they entered in range of the battle and saw their fellow swordsmen and women being practically crippled one after another, their gazes went red, especially when they noticed that Leonel was actually using the absolute spear domain. To think that a member of the Morales family would actually come here so arrogantly. The 2 Suiyard family youths flashed forward without hesitation, flipping their palms over to expose radiant swords. The trio appeared just 10 meters from Leonel in the blink of an eye, all 3 of them launching all-out strikes from the very beginning without showing the slightest hint of mercy. They didn't even consider the rules of the Void Palace. If Leonel was truly crippled or, worse yet, died, that would be trouble they would deal with after the fact. However, just when their sword force was prepared to tear Leonel to pieces, his absolute spear domain trembled, pulsing once and shattering the sword lights into what looked like flecks of broken glass. With a step, Leonel's figure vanished and he appeared before the 3, his spear striking out just once, and yet all of a sudden felt as though their lives were in danger. Their pupils constricted and the hairs on the back of their necks stood at attention as their hearts palpitated. Without hesitation, they all raised their swords to block. A strong force pushed against the 3 of them, causing them all to take heavy steps backward. A grave expression spread across their faces as they looked toward Leonel with a hardly concealed wariness. The strength behind that blow was far too monstrous, and it was clear that his control over the absolute spear domain was at a ridiculous level. But worst of all, his personal strength was still more than enough to overwhelm them even after splitting it into 3. The absolute spear domain was, indeed, able to attack multiple people at once, but the drawback was also dividing your attack strength by that many times as well. If this was taken to its logical conclusion, this person was more than 3 times more powerful than each one of them. Their heads shook furiously, unable to believe such a thing. Battle intent raged in their eyes, and they stomped the ground hard to stop their backward momentum. Brandishing their swords, they charged forward once again, their sword force radiating outward. The 2 Suiyard family members both activated their absolute sword domains, but neither was satisfied with just this alone, a tinge of red lighting their eyes. Leonel raised an eyebrow. This aura, he recognized it. Back when he had defeated Amory relying on the white lion bow, his gaze and aura had both turned quite dark. With Leonel's sharp senses, he could tell that Amory was being forced to hold something back. Of course, he still didn't know that Amory had been preparing for his sword domain tribulation back then, and in order to suppress it and wait for an optimal time, he chose to seal away much of his strength to keep the ring from erupting ahead of time. That said, as threatening as Amory was back then when he almost lost control, these 3 were like pitiful toddlers in comparison. Leonel only felt that it felt somewhat familiar. In that case, this should be the lineage factor of the Suiyard family. They should be the only other family outside of the Morales who have 2 lineage factors to their bloodline. But everyone in the Morales family who can awaken both is an heir candidate. Could it be that these 2 are also heir candidates? What Leonel didn't know was that the Suiyard family lineage factor worked differently. Much like most lineage factors, their main lineage factor, or the equivalent of the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor, could be awakened in degrees. The difference was that in the Suiyard family, the degree to which it was awakened was decided at birth and couldn't be steadily awakened like Leonel's metal synergy lineage factor. As a result, everyone in the Sweyard family had awakened this lineage factor to a certain degree, the blazing devil lineage factor. The two Sweyard family members howled into the air, a wild and savage aura coming off from them that turned their sword force a tinge of crimson. Leonel's gaze flashed. Okay, show me what you've got. Chapter 1697, thanks. Chapter 1697, thanks. The two shot forward. As for the third non-Sweyard family member, he seemed to know his limits and stayed behind. At least that's what it seemed like at first. But what happened afterward seemed to change that narrative entirely. The third swordsman tossed his sword into the air. One after another, swords began to appear in the air, a surging aura coating around them as they zipped about in a controlled formation. Leonel's eyes flashed with a hidden light. It looked like a telekinesis ability index, but not at the same time. It was just slightly different. This third individual was from the Sinafamai. They were a family of swordsmen as well, but they were a tier below the likes of the Morales and Sweyard family, and could be considered to be on par with the weaker Constellation families. Their lineage factor was unique in that they likewise as a sword-related lineage factor, but theirs was a unique sword force and soul force fusion that allowed them to manipulate swords in particular. This lineage factor allowed them to form formations of swords and made them quite good at battling large numbers of opponents or restraining opponents with area control. When you fused the kinetic sword lineage factor with the sword domain lineage factor, you gained a powerful stacking effect that probably made this third swordsman the strongest of the trio. Leonel's brows couldn't help but raise with a hint of surprise as he tapped the ground with his foot, retreated for a moment, and parried the two Sweyard family members with a single thrust. Leonel found his wrist vibrating slightly at the impact. Oh? The strikes were far more powerful than he had anticipated. Another drawback of splitting his attack was the effect of doubling the rebound. After all, he was facing two strikes at once and not just a single one. He wasn't sure what kind of changes these lineage factors caused, but after just a single exchange, he realized that it boosted not only their speed a great deal, but their strength more than doubled in a single instant as well. As Leonel was thinking, the formation of swords had already surrounded him and he couldn't help but probe it with his internal sight. He found it fascinating because there seemed to be a unique cadence to the way the swords moved as though they were in resonance with one another. It was definitely beyond just controlling each sword to move individually. It seemed to Leonel that there was a unique tether between them. The movement of one followed the movement of them all like the ring of a chime. Leonel saw through this in a single glance because it reminded him of something even more profound, force arts. So this is possible as well. Leonel's first instinct was to try and replicate it. Even fighting such a battle, being hounded from the front by two seemingly rabid Sweyard family members, and from the sides and back by this formation, he still had more than enough mental capacity to spread around. He parried and defended, gliding backward with every collision, but to the ignorant it only looked like he was being forward to retreat again and again, causing the members of the sword faction to cheer their seniors on. Within Leonel's dream world he formed several spears and controlled them. With his variant earth force affinity, taking control of metal objects was easy. So, theoretically, wasn't it also possibly for him to replicate the feat of the Sina family member? Unfortunately, he quickly found that this was impossible, and why wouldn't it be? The uniqueness of the method lied in the combination use of soul force. The assimilation abilities of the spear domain lineage factor could potentially do this. After all, it was designed to absorb forces and assimilate them. This was something that Leonel learned long before he even stepped into the spear pagoda. It was just that he had always assumed that it could only be done with his own force. But doing things this way also felt off. That was when Leonel realized the problem. It wasn't just that soul force was needed, but the method by which it was used as well. Essentially, he needed the unique force art methods of the Sina family, a language that he had never learned before. Fascinating. Leonel's vision cleared somewhat in the real world. When he looked around, he was about to be forced out of the sword faction again, but the smile on his face only grew brighter. All this time, he had known exactly how to improve his grandfather's way of the spear. The first step was resonating with calligraphy and words. The second was resonating with music and sound, and the last was resonating with painting and visualization. If he wanted to take it beyond this, Leonel had always believed that the answer lay with force arts, but he didn't know how he would do it. He had yet to walk forward because he lacked a method. Who would have thought that he would find this method on his first day on the job as a villain? It seemed the crime really did pay. The Sina family had suddenly opened a door for him. The key that he needed was right before him. Now that he knew such a method existed, it was only a matter of time before he built his own. Leonel's bright smile caught the three off guard, but they didn't waver in the slightest. Despite this, they couldn't help but be shocked by the words he spoke next. Thanks, Leonel grinned. At that moment, a bronze aura radiated out from Leonel, a halo taking shape above his head. He pierced forward, his spear seemingly splitting into two and colliding against the swords of the two Sweyard family members. They tried to fight back, but Leonel, who they had been beating back before, suddenly became like an endless abyss. No matter how much strength they put in, it seemed to sink into an unknown depth, never to return again. They held on for just a moment before they were sent flying backward. Chapter 1698, Storms. Chapter 1698, Storms. The smiles on the faces of the Sword Faction members froze as Leonel took another casual step forward. With a wave of his hand, several bubbles appeared in the air, encasing the swords flying about the surroundings and locking them in space. This was precisely what Emulation Spatial Force was best at. He might be limited in his ability to use it to move since his comprehension of it was too low, but when it came to stacking and locking space, it truly earned its right as a top 5 spatial force in all of existence. With another step, ethereal star force wrapped around Leonel's body, his speed skyrocketing as he appeared before the Cena family member. His spear pierced forward. Its tip was so small, and yet the momentum behind it felt like a raging tsunami. Just looking at it, the heart of the Cena family member rose and fell in waves, his head snapping from left to right only to find the 2 Swayard family members flying by his sides, unable to stop themselves. He roared, taking out another sword and swinging out with all the might that he could muster. But before he could even finish his strike, the aura of Leonel's absolute spear domain shredded his accumulating force to pieces, assimilating his sword force and making the rushing tsunami grow all the taller. The Cena family member was sent flying into the distance before Leonel's spear even landed, his bones being crushed beneath the pressure as though he was facing a demon general. He crashed along the ground, the whites of his eyes rolling forward as he began to foam at the mouth. It was hard to tell if he would ever have the capacity to battle again. Leonel's spear aura continued to wash forward, wreaking havoc everywhere it went and shredding the attempts to block it into pieces. It crushed everything in its path, catching up to the flying Swayard family members and ravaging the both. Leonel came to a stop, clicking his tongue slightly as he retracted the rest of his strike. It seemed that he had gotten a bit overly excited and used a bit too much strength. With the current state of his sword force, whenever he unleashed too much of it, he wouldn't even have to strike down most people. Most so-called geniuses would just directly crumble. Leonel had a feeling that this was a result of high-level force manipulation, a direct suppression that truly represented a gap between dimensions. In the most literal sense, a person who was a dimension above you should be infinitely more powerful. No matter how powerful he was in the 6th dimension, he should never be able to face someone in the 7th dimension. .connovelbin.net, however, in practice, at least until now, he had never experienced such a gap, not until, at least, he had entered that zone. But in that zone, the true gap lay not in dimensions, but in degree of force manipulation. The Blue Cobra Demon had been able to toy with him like a ragdoll precisely because of this gap. While Leonel had yet to figure out how to progress his other forces reliably, his grandfather had already done the work for him when it came to the spear, so it wasn't a surprise that his current spear force was so absolutely suffocating. If it wasn't for the fact he had gotten a bit excited knowing how to progress his spear force from now on, he wouldn't have displayed so much of it. If he was too unrestrained, he might truly accidentally kill someone. Leonel looked around and chuckled slightly. Even those that hadn't been wrapped up in his spear aura and escaped injuries had mostly fainted. Those that managed to retain their consciousness had all fallen to the ground. If one came to look now without knowing what had happened, they would have never guessed that this was actually the famous Sword Faction. Leonel looked around as though trying to see if there was anyone else, but after a while, no one stepped forward so he could only shrug. It seemed that the truly powerful members of the Sword Faction were busy today. Lucky him, that meant that his job would end early. Now he could rush back to his Aina. Whistling a small tune, Leonel crushed his Emulation Spatial Force spear and began to casually walk away. He paused for a moment when he remembered that he had kept the Sina family members' swords locked in place. With a thought, he released them and caught one in his hands before nodding to himself. There wasn't anything special about the swords aside from being a bit lighter than normal, even though their construction was fairly ordinary. It was truly the force and the secrets behind their manipulation that made them so powerful. Leonel's eyes sharpened, zooming into a section of the blade just before the hilt. There was a mark there so faint that if not for his gaining the pieces of the bow domain lineage factor, he would have never seen it. Right there were the faint etchings of what looked like delicate calligraphy. Leonel tossed the sword away and grasped at another one, then another. Each time he finished, he nodded to himself. All of the swords had this brand. One could have easily mistaken it for the signature of a craftsman if it wasn't for the fact that they were all just the slightest bit different. If I incorporate this into that, yes, the results would be excellent. Leonel slotted this into the back of his mind before tossing the swords aside and walking awake. In his wake, the groans of swordsmen and women echoed through the faction. In the distance, the 7th-dimensional overseers of the Sword Faction could only clench their fists, unable to do anything. As for Cornelius, who was still following in the skies, he had already rubbed a few layers of skin from his forehead. This child would truly be the end of him. He had just returned. Why was he already in the center of so many storms? This would definitely not end so simply. Chapter 1699. Waves, Chapter 1699. Waves, sorry everyone, have a splitting headache right now, so I only managed to squeeze out 2 chapters. It felt like every time Leonel did something new, the information brokers of the Void Palace would try their best to keep a rein on the information. After all, this was how they made money. How could they not do such a thing? However, it was slowly becoming impossible to continue to do this. From the Void Tower, to the Bow Pagoda, then to the Spear Pagoda, and then to the Sword Faction. Every step Leonel took through the Void Palace only caused more and more waves. Soon, the number of individuals who had heard of things that happened began to overlap, and quickly news began to disseminate. First, it was the results of Leonel's climb up the Void Tower. This was one of the most difficult things to hide because of the news names of the ranking list, and it was especially difficult because the names used were simply too shocking. The name Morales was one that echoed loudly through the human domain. In fact, as one of the strongest forces of the humans, it was likewise a name many of the other races were well aware of as well. The moment the name Leonel Morales was seen on the leaderboards, the forgotten Seventh Nova anchored his place in the minds of many who had long since forgotten him. However, this was just the very beginning. In fact, it could be said that Leonel's name wasn't actually the most shocking one to be seen on that list, because in the near quarter century he and Ina had disappeared for. The names of the prominent families of Earth had likewise come into the public consciousness. The name Brazinger carried with it an all-new connotation, a sort of weight that could very well increase to the point it stood next to the greatest families of the human domain, or at the very least, that was the way those of the human domain saw it. Not many knew that Leonel was of Earth and that he shared a lineage with its current emperor. But now that everyone knew that his woman was actually a member of this new and shocking family, it caused an uproar in its own right. .com&yofdelbian.net. Those that had been fighting against Leonel that day were so distracted by him and his results that they hadn't even registered the fact that Ina was, in fact, a Brazinger. Due to this, the wave of shock toward Leonel lessened for a bit in some regards and increased in others. A lot of things suddenly made sense. Ina was an exceptional talent, one that would most definitely have long since claimed a spot on the Queen Beauty rankings already had she not disappeared for so long, but she had also seemingly come out of nowhere. The Void Palace was a place where everyone could come so long as certain standards were met, so Ina's background had never been important. After all, let alone Ina, the Void Palace had even admitted some non-humans in the past and present, although they were in a very small minority. Now, though, it all seemed to make sense. Could it be that the Morales family had had a stake in Earth long ago? This seemed like a very simple question, but the weight behind its answer couldn't be underestimated. Earth had been a taboo for a very long time because it could very well be the center of another all-out war within the human domain, something that couldn't be allowed to happen with danger lurking over the horizon. If, though, the Morales family had made such a bet in the past, this could spark another conflict. It had to be remembered that even with the Camelot Zone being tampered with in the past, it was done extremely covertly. In fact, just for that matter, in order to silence Leonel, the latter had almost suffered the punishment of death. If it hadn't been for his grandfather taking action back then and crushing the opposition, Leonel would likely be dead already. This matter was clearly not a simple one at all, and it was news that was capable of causing a tsunami of waves through the Void Palace. But before that wave could even settle, the matters began to pile up one after another. First, it was the battle with Conan. With news of the Void Tower spreading, how could news of this not spread as well? The idea that the invincible armor of the Cataclysm generation was coming crashing down was enough to leave many in stunned shock until a simple fact was remembered. Wasn't Leonel, too, a member of the Cataclysm generation? In fact, not only was he a member, he was one of the only 3 to gain Amethyst token rights when the selection had come to an end. And of the other 2, one was the sword deity and the other was actually his girlfriend. News that the battle between Leonel and Conan was not only won by the former, but easily at that, was a shocking revelation that most still weren't willing to accept despite this truth. However, even this dust wouldn't settle before news of a man clearing the 12th floor of the Bow Pagoda was spread, and it only made it more polarizing that this man was banned from entering the archery faction for the next 10 years right after for nearly crippling a member of the Terrius family. All of this came to a head when it was learned that this was once again a feat of Leonel, shocking to an extreme and enough to leave people in complete and utter silence. Unfortunately, the news that day was truly relentless. Right after, news of the Spear faction's Spear Pagoda being cleared to perfection spread like wildfire, but it didn't even have time to calm before the so-called Massacre of the Sword faction fell. An unsettling sort of silence fell over the Void Palace, but the man in question was taking a nice nap. Since he was unable to find Ina, he couldn't be bothered to do much other than wait for his Void points and make a final trip to the Void Library. Everything else was meaningless to him. As for the reactions of the Void Palace, though it would probably mean something later, he still couldn't be bothered to give it much thought. Chapter 1700, Center of the Storm. Chapter 700, Center of the Storm. Leonie got up with a yawn. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he could tell exactly how long had passed and felt that it was about time he made his way to the Void Library. With a thought, he appeared outside of the segmented cube and took a step, quickly heading in that direction. Not too long later, he was standing before a familiar flight of steps, one that it had taken him a great deal of effort to climb when last he was here. Leonel smiled lightly, thinking about that moment. Because he only had 24 hours back then, he was in a great rush, so he had gone right from the stairs to the library, even wasting an instant recovery so that he would be in the best shape possible so that he could minimize the time he wasted. Now, however, Leonel didn't think that so much was necessary. These stairs that had been daunting before felt so very normal to him now. With a step, he vanished, leaping hundreds of stairs at once as he blazed a path upward, leaving many who were still climbing in his dust. Even as he moved, his speed only seemed to become faster and faster. By the time he looked up, he could already see the shadow of the library, the smile on his face widening. Leonel stomped his foot hard when he next contacted the ground, propelling himself upward with a wind-tearing momentum. Bang.commonvolvolbian.net. He landed heavily at the top of the stairs, several glances landing on him all at once. Leonel knew that many of these people were domain-ranked disciples, a silent herd of individuals he could only see in very rare places like this one. They were truly mysterious. The last time he was here, even he couldn't quite feel their true strength. But now he was absolutely certain that they had enough power to crush him with a finger. That said, that could only be expected. It was impossible to be a domain-ranked disciple without first being a seventh-dimensional existence, but even then, that wasn't enough. It also required a certain amount of talent as well, much like the other ranks. Of course, just stepping into the seventh dimension alone was a testament to one's talent. The sixth dimension could be considered to be a huge watershed, even more so if you were following the God path. If one had enough time, they could brute force their way into the fifth dimension, but entering the sixth required a certain level of personal achievement, something that placed you far above the masses. The seventh dimension was an even more exaggerated version of this, leaving it as a watershed reserved for only the cream of the crop of an already small population. But these domain-ranked disciples were even a step above that. It was no wonder it was so difficult for the past Leonel to see through them. Still, Leonel just smiled lightly and stepped toward the library's doors before he entered a familiar world of darkness. All around him, the bits and pieces of the network that he had already formulated lay untouched. Leonel took a breath and he sunk into a state of meditation, spreading his starry spirit domain outward. Over these last few days of sleep, he had allowed his mind to adjust to its most ultimate state, but he had also considered other things quite thoroughly. There seemed to be a very special connection between the best resources of the Void Palace. Whether it was the pagodas, the Void Tower, or the Void Library, all of them had a very thin thread connecting them all, Dreamforce. It wasn't too obvious at first, but Leonel felt that there had to be a reason for all of this, and he felt that it was even more obvious when it was considered that the only place he ever saw domain-ranked disciples was in this very place. If the domain-ranked disciples knew of Leonel's thoughts, they would be quite shocked. This was because the reason for these matters was only made known to them after they reached their current disciple rank. Before that, they were in the dark like everyone else. Leonel also hadn't forgotten his shocking realization about zones and how their very being seemed to be formed of Dreamforce as well, to the point where he was even able to use his affinity to find secrets within it. However, all of these bits and pieces of information led him nowhere. He didn't have an answer for it all, and he could only sit in idle curiosity. Unless, that is, he could find a potential answer here. Leonel knew that he was running out of time in the Void Palace. Those lurking enemies of his in the darkness might have let him stay for a bit longer if he was weaker or more low profile, but they would soon realize that the more time he was given, the more difficult it would be for them to do what they wanted to do. In that case, this meant that Leonel would only have one go at this, one final stretch within the Void Library, one final chance to learn everything it had to offer. Leonel's eyes snapped open, his force rushing out like a tsunami. One after another, floating motes of light rushed toward him in batches of dozens at a time. Unlike the previous time where he biased it with spatial force research, this time he didn't discriminate against anything. Today, no matter how many times he had to use instant recovery, he would do it. He really wanted to see who would give in first, himself, or the Void Library. As Leonel's battle was beginning, the machinations that he was certain would unfold had indeed begun to. But the location where they began would be a surprise even to him, albeit quite a small one. That was because the center of the coming storm would begin in a place he was quite familiar with, the very same information network he had paid twice for information on Triana Vira. This was none other than the Winding Shadow faction, now known as the Winding Shadow Legacy faction, run by none other than Ronin Sith.